As the apocalypse descends, Chu Yue, who has just left home to attend university, yearns to return to her parents. The journey spanning over 3,000 kilometers took Chu Yue 3 years in her previous life, ultimately leading to her demise a mere 300 kilometers from home. Reborn and armed with a reincarnation gift pack, she embarks once more on the path home, gathering supplies, recruiting allies, and leveling up through battles along the way. This time, she is determined to ensure that all her comrades, who valiantly fought for her in her past life, return to their hometown. She must reunite with her parents. However, why does her spatial ability differ from that of others? Chapter 82. A Picky Mouth. Upon hearing the call of the Wolf King, the mutated wolves swiftly retreated, showing no inclination to continue the fight, abandoning their spoils and disappearing into the thick darkness of the night. Chu Yue, cautious of any potential tricks, followed them with her mental power, confirming their genuine retreat before retracting her focus, glancing at the fallen Wolf King on the hillside. Its brain had been shattered by Chu Yue, and its fur was charred and singed from her electric serpents, rendering it a pitiful sight, devoid of the earlier majesty it exhibited while standing on the cliff. Yet, Chu Yue now harbored a modicum of respect for it. In its final moments, it exerted every ounce of strength to command the retreat of its pack, preserving the remaining combat prowess of the wolves, truly a commendable king. Qi Ming dismantled the earthen wall, roughly restoring the roadway, which was now littered with the carcasses of mutated wolves, numbering at least 20. Chu Yue sliced open one to investigate, discovering merely a tiny crystal nucleus, smaller than a soybean, suggesting they had yet to evolve significantly. Chu Yue instructed Qi Ming and Jia to extract the brains of the mutated wolves while she took Qiao Dandan to pry open the skulls of the earlier zombies, simultaneously enlightening her on the uses of crystal nuclei and various supernatural abilities. The crystal nuclei within those zombies were relatively larger, though they appeared a murky milky white, indicating their lack of value. Chu Yue personally excavated two, holding them in her palm, and communicated with her spatial realm, saying, "Little treasure of space, come devour these crystal nuclei." From this day forth, the yield of crystal nuclei would surely increase, ensuring she would never lack for them again. She could also feed a few to her space, alleviating its perception of her as miserly. Unexpectedly, the crystal nuclei lingered in her palm for quite some time without being absorbed by the spatial realm. Could it be that it had feasted too abundantly yesterday? Chu Yue stored the nuclei in her space and attempted to retrieve them, only to find that she successfully could. It appeared that it truly had indulged too much. The prospect of storing crystal nuclei in her space filled Chu Yue with joy. Crystal nuclei are akin to currency from the world before the apocalypse, perhaps even more valuable. Carrying a small quantity is indeed quite convenient. However, if fortune were to strike one day and the slaughter of zombies resulted in an overabundance of crystal nuclei, it could become problematic. In this post-apocalyptic world, there exists no bank for storing crystal nuclei. Merely carrying a card would suffice. Only official bases allow the exchange of crystal nuclei for points, yet points are not universally accepted across all bases. Furthermore, crystal nuclei serve more than just the purpose of trade for supplies. Superpowered individuals primarily utilize them to replenish energy and elevate their levels. If all were exchanged for points, those points would not suffice to restore energy. Chu Yue and her companions faced greater hardship. In her previous life, they were perpetually on the road, burdened with a heavy sack of crystal nuclei. Just thinking about it is exhausting. Being able to store them in her space would be ideal. "How do you know my name is Dandan?" Chu Yue, in a jubilant mood, was suddenly interrupted by Qiao Dandan's inquiry. "I never told you my name." "Of course, I know your name, Officer Qiao." Chu Yue replied with a charming smile, her tone earnest. "Do you remember the flood in Beishan 28 years ago? I am one of the individuals you rescued from the water. My name is Chu Yue. You may not recall me, but I will forever remember you." Qiao Dandan raised an eyebrow. She certainly recalled the flood in Beishan 2 years ago. Beishan is renowned for its scenic beauty, particularly its natural drifting. The river, with its clear waters and gentle flow, is flanked by picturesque landscapes, attracting numerous visitors during the summer months. The sudden mountain flood nearly engulfed all those drifting down the river in an instant. At that time, she was merely an intern police officer, visiting the area for leisure. After being swept into the water, she managed to cling to a nearly toppled tree at the riverbank to pull herself ashore. Upon glancing back, she noticed numerous individuals still struggling in the water, prompting her to exert considerable force to plant a tree firmly in the river's center, thereby obstructing many people being swept away by the current. She then proceeded to rescue each person, bringing them to the shore until the tree was ultimately carried away by the relentless waters. Chu Yue's family were among those whom Qiao Dandan rescued from the water during that harrowing time. To her astonishment, encountering someone she had once saved in this place made Qiao Dandan ponder the wondrous nature of fate. "Oh, so that is how it is. Chu Yue, you saved me tonight as well. Without your assistance, I might have been devoured by those wild wolves," Qiao Dandan remarked with a smile. Chu Yue, feeling somewhat bashful, lowered her head. When the topic of the wolf pack arose, Qiao Dandan recalled that she too had escaped from a similar situation in her previous life. Deep scars remained on her arms and shoulders, and when Chu Yue inquired about them, she merely mentioned they were inflicted by mutated wolves, revealing that the injuries had occurred here. After they had excavated the crystal cores, Chu Yue insisted that Qiao Dandan keep the cores she had unearthed for herself. Qiao Dandan only took the one she had incinerated, firmly refusing the others. Chu Yue did not press her. She was now accompanying a young lady and needed to adopt a more gentle approach. Returning to the vehicle with the shattered glass, Qiao Dandan gazed sorrowfully at the lifeless form of Qiao Shirshir. Qiao Shirshir had been attending college here, and the day before the zombie outbreak, she had called home to report that she was a victim of domestic abuse at the hands of her boyfriend. When her sister fell victim to domestic violence, Qiao Dandan could hardly remain still. She drove for over 10 hours that very night to reach Qiao Shirshir's location. However, when she finally appeared before Qiao Shirshir, sporting dark circles under her eyes, she found her sister nestled in her boyfriend's embrace, blissfully sharing ice cream and expressing surprise at Qiao Dandan's sudden arrival. "How did you and your sister become separated?" Chu Yue queried with curiosity. Considering her knowledge of Qiao Shirshir, it seemed unlikely that she would leave her sister, who possessed fire abilities, to follow a stranger. "A few days ago, I was injured and I fainted last night. They took her away during that time," Qiao Dandan replied in a hushed tone. "Were you scratched by zombies? Did your fire abilities awaken only upon your return to consciousness today?" Chu Yue began to piece together the mystery. Qiao Dandan nodded silently, the understanding evident. Chu Yue too nodded in agreement, realizing that Qiao Shirshir, with her astute sense of self-preservation, would not abandon her sister with abilities. It appeared that she had assumed Qiao Dandan was on the verge of becoming a zombie and hastily sought a new companion, leaving her still unconscious sister behind in her rush to the base. Chu Yue refrained from offering comfort to Qiao Dandan, as she bore the weight of having killed Qiao Shirshir. Any attempt to console the family would feel insincere, even repugnant to her own conscience. Meanwhile, Qi Ming and Injiet had also finished excavating the crystal cores of the mutated wolves, and Chu Yue approached to collect the bodies of the wolves into her spatial storage. These were valuable resources. Wolf pelts could be exchanged for supplies, while wolf meat served as excellent ingredients for grilling or braising, and wolf fangs and claws were highly sought after in every base. She had struck a small fortune. And Jie remained by the vehicle while Chu Yue, alongside Qi Ming, made their way to the corpse of the Wolf King. The crystal core of the Wolf King was indispensable, yet Chu Yue held a deep respect for this formidable adversary, only making a small incision on its head to extract the core. The Wolf King's crystal core resembled a beautiful crystal, roughly the size of a peanut. However, before Chu Yue could fully appreciate its beauty, the core vanished from her sight. Chu Yue's eyes widened in disbelief as she attempted to retrieve the core, but, as had happened on prior occasions, it stubbornly refused to emerge. It seemed this spatial void had not ceased its appetite for crystal cores. Rather, it had grown more discerning. Chapter 83. Unsettled with a simmering frustration, Chu Yue suppressed her anger at the mishap regarding the crystal core. After all, what was one crystal core? There would be plenty more in the future. She could simply hunt more zombies to retrieve them. Moreover, Chu Yue had a faint sense that the cores consumed by the space had been quite beneficial to her. From the inception of her psychic-type crystal cores to the metallic ones and subsequently the healing-type cores, it appeared that whatever attribute the space devoured, she would gain that corresponding ability. Furthermore, her enigmatic power-type ability likely derived from the cores absorbed by the space as well. It was uncertain whether it was from the zombie at the gas station or the one that leapt high by the highway, or perhaps both belonged to the same category. The space felt almost like an extension of herself. She was unaware of how much energy it had absorbed last night, but now, her various abilities were at least at the 4th or 5th tier, rendering her quite formidable for the time being. However, This reliance on something not earned through her own efforts left her feeling somewhat uneasy. If one day the space were to vanish, would the abilities acquired through it still persist? Qi Ming exhibited a keen interest in the Wolf King, examining it thoroughly and exclaiming, "So this is the Wolf King. Truly, it bears the appearance of a leader, and its size is impressive. Look at its cunning expression. It seems almost sentient. Yet, why is its fur so unappealing?" Chu Yue touched her nose and replied, "Indeed, it is a worthy adversary. Therefore, Lao Qi, would you be so kind as to dig a pit? Let us bury it here." "Bury it? That seems a shame," Qi Ming remarked, a hint of regret in his tone. "Yes, let us bury it. Its fur is charred and thus valueless, and its flesh has been damaged by electricity. However, we can extract its fangs. The Wolf King's teeth are a valuable commodity for the future." Chu Yue felt a twinge of regret as her small electric snake frolicked around the Wolf King, inflicting injuries upon it, leaving her no choice but to extract its fangs before laying it to rest. On their journey back, they encountered the corpses of those dragged away by the mutated wolves. Qi Ming buried them with earth, while also obscuring the surrounding bloodstains, mindful of the impending night. The scent of blood could attract zombies, which would pose a significant threat. Jiao Dandan, gritting her teeth, wrapped Xiao Shishi's body in a blanket she had found in the vehicle and carried it to the roadside, using a steel pipe to dig a grave. Qi Ming, witnessing her efforts, remained silent, quietly digging a pit over a meter deep beside her. Dandan paused, gazing at the pit in a daze, then softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you," as she gradually placed Xiao Shishi into the grave, gently covering her with earth. After their parents' divorce, their mother remarried, taking Dandan's sister with her. Since then, Dandan had scarcely seen her sister, meeting only a few times a year. Each encounter was marked by her sister's forlorn gaze, lamenting her unhappy life and claiming that even their mother no longer loved her, favoring the son born to her new husband. Dandan was not without her own grievances. After their father remarried, he seemed to transform entirely, believing every word his new wife uttered, even refusing to cover her senior high school fees. During her sister's final year, Xiao Shishi confided that their mother would not pay for her either. Consequently, Dandan used her scholarship funds entirely to support Shishi. Later, when Shishi attended university, Dandan sent her monthly allowances, determined to spare her sister from experiencing the same hardships she had endured. When the zombie outbreak occurred, Dandan fiercely protected Shishi. But after just one night of slumber, Shishi fell victim to malevolence, lying coldly here. "Dandan, we are returning to Shudi. Will you accompany us?" Chu Yue gently inquired as she observed Dandan filling the grave. Knowing Dandan had a fiancé, with whom she had taken wedding photos and obtained their marriage certificate, Chu Yue understood that had it not been for the influenza outbreak, their wedding would have already transpired. They were deeply in love, and Dandan would surely wish to return to him. "You are returning to Shudi as well?" Dandan wiped her tear-streaked face, looking at Chu Yue in astonishment. What a coincidence. "Yes, I plan to find my parents. Lao Qi seeks his wife and children, and Brother Jia wishes to locate his master. Thus, we all intend to return." Chu Yue gestured to the three individuals accompanying her. "If you wish to return, you may join us. If not, we can escort you to Yechen Base." Dandan regarded the trio before her. Their strength was evident, and should they choose to act against her, she would stand no chance of resistance. Chu Yue's invitation to accompany them was a gesture of kindness, and since she had already intended to return, there was no reason to hesitate. "I want to go back," Dandan declared, rising to her feet and looking at Chu Yue with determination. "Splendid. Let us go. Back to the vehicle," Chu Yue exclaimed joyfully. Taking Dandan's hand as they returned to the RV, Dandan had scarcely eaten throughout the day. Preparing a meal for one was a daunting task. Thus, Chu Yue simply conjured a bowl of rice, a spoonful of braised pork ribs with potatoes, a serving of stir-fried green peppers with meat, and a bowl of meatball soup from her space. Dandan stared in astonishment at the steaming dishes that had seemingly appeared from thin air. "Is this also an ability?" With a cheerful smile, Chu Yue replied, "Indeed, it's a spatial ability. However, it's a rare one, known only to a select few among us. We must not disclose it to outsiders. Now, eat up." Dandan nodded, still in disbelief. Despite Chu Yue's request for discretion, she felt a sense of trust as they had only just met, and Chu Yue had already shared her ability with her. This little girl was quite naive. Perhaps it was because Dandan had once been saved by her, leading her to drop her guard entirely. Yet, as a police officer, Chu Yue had witnessed the darker aspects of human nature. Those who had once aided you could swiftly transform into demons at your side. In the future, she would need to educate this girl, teaching her not to trust strangers too easily. As Dandan pondered, she began to eat under Chu Yue's encouragement. The steaming rice, tender and juicy ribs, and fragrant meatball soup were reminiscent of home-cooked meals that Dandan had not tasted since the outbreak. For so long, her diet had consisted of bread, biscuits, and dry instant noodles. The flavors before her were more exquisite than any delicacy. As she savored the meal, tears began to flow down Dandan's cheeks. She hurriedly grabbed a tissue to cover her eyes, softly apologizing. "I'm sorry, I'll be fine in a moment." Understanding that her thoughts had wandered back to Qiao Shishi, Chu Yue gently patted her back, offering comfort. "It's all right. Take your time to cry. I'm here with you." Dandan took a couple of deep breaths to regain her composure. So many had perished in this apocalypse, and those who remained were preoccupied with their own survival. There was little time for sorrow. A few tears were sufficient. Beyond that, it would be excessive. Now, she had entered a new team, one with individuals stronger than herself. She must find a way to strengthen herself and keep pace with her companions, refusing to remain sheltered beneath their protective wings in the face of danger. Chapter 84. The boy in the dream. Dandan dried her tears, smiled at Chu Yue, and resumed her meal, finishing every last morsel. Once they had cleaned up the dishes, Dandan noticed Chu Yue calling out to Qiming, urging him to sleep. Qiming had spent the previous night constructing a wall. Initially, he felt so fatigued that he could barely lift his hands, yet as the night progressed, his energy surged. And by morning, he felt invigorated, excitedly driving throughout the day. He genuinely felt no fatigue, but Chu Yue would not heed his claims of weariness. As one's physical capabilities evolve during advancement, an individual may feel invigorated. However, this is merely an illusion of fatiguelessness, as the body still requires rest. Furthermore, Qiming had been driving all day, and now he had to take the watch at night. Chu Yue firmly insisted that he should sleep instead. Jordan stepped forward and said, "Chu Yue, how about I take the watch? You can rest easy. I am quite adept at night watch." After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yue discussed with Jie and Qiming about allowing Jordan to accompany them. The two were somewhat hesitant, considering her a stranger encountered in this post-apocalyptic world. However, upon hearing that Jordan had once saved their family, they reluctantly agreed, albeit expressing the need for a few days of assessment. This night watch would serve as an opportunity for such evaluation. "So, Jordan, will you be able to manage the latter half of the night?" Chu Yue inquired. Since they were to keep watch, they might as well make it a significant one, allowing those two former teammates to recognize that Jordan was indeed a good ally. "No problem," Jordan replied with a bright smile. And Jie and Qiming still wished to object but were forcibly subdued by Chu Yue, each dragged off to sleep. The night passed uneventfully, though both Qiming and Jie had scarcely slept, anxious about Jordan's watch. Chu Yue, too, had remained awake, utilizing her mental faculties to scan the surroundings. Her concern was not for Jordan, but rather for the noises and the scent of blood from the previous night attracting nearby zombies and wild beasts. Fortunately, no such occurrences transpired. As dawn broke, the group rose early, feeling slightly embarrassed to find Jordan greeting them with such vitality. Having risen at the crack of dawn, they prepared breakfast, finishing just as the first light of day appeared, making it feasible to continue their journey. The path ahead was primarily mountainous. Chu Yue initially considered storing the RV and switching to an off-road vehicle, but Qiming promptly intervened. "Don't be ridiculous. This Amadiro Conqueror is an 8-wheel drive off-road camper. It can traverse deserts, so these minor hills should pose no challenge." Seeing Qiming's unwavering confidence in their vehicle, Chu Yue decided against changing it, preparing a change of clothes for Jordan and urging her to take a shower, so she could comfortably catch up on her sleep afterward. Once Jordan lay down, Chu Yue snuggled beside her, needing to rest as well. As Jordan glanced at Chu Yue lying next to her, memories of her childhood with Qiao Shishi flooded her mind, recalling nights spent together dreaming of the future. Yet, Qiao Shishi had not shared a bed with her since, not even lying side by side. Deep down, she recognized that her bond with Qiao Shishi had long since faded. Chu Yue, too, had been quite exhausted these past few days. quickly succumbing to slumber and drifting into a beautiful dream. In her dream, she found herself returning home with Qi Ming and Jie and Jordan, where her parents awaited her in good health, and Qi Ming's wife and daughter were alive, while Jie's mentor expressed a desire to take her as a disciple. They all attended Jordan's wedding, where Chu Yue served as the maid of honor, standing at the entrance, insisting that the groom had to lift a steel pipe barehanded to gain entry. The atmosphere was joyous, as if the apocalypse had been cast aside. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the ground trembled, shattering everything around her. In an instant, everyone vanished, leaving her alone in a vast emptiness reminiscent of the place she had visited after her death in her past life. However, this time, it was not void. Various objects floated about: off-road vehicles, beds, an assortment of food and drink, and countless scattered items filled the space, with several large oil barrels visible in the distance. Were these not the supplies she had collected? Could this be her space? It appeared quite vacant, suggesting she could gather even more resources. Slowly, she moved forward, seeking the door she had exited last time. She had not yet returned home, and could not remain there indefinitely. While she failed to find the door, she encountered a figure, a young boy enveloped in a radiant glow. His features were indistinct, yet he exuded an inexplicable familiarity.
"Who are you?"
Chu Yue ventured closer, striving to discern his appearance. Suddenly, a violent tremor jolted her awake. She looked around, realizing she was still in the RV's bedroom. Jordan had already woken up and, upon seeing Chu Yue open her eyes, frowned and remarked, "It seems something is colliding with our vehicle." Chu Yue raised an eyebrow. This RV weighed several tons, and a typical zombie colliding with it would be like an ant striking an elephant. What could possibly shake the vehicle, as if it were an earthquake?
"Outside."
Urgent knocking echoed. "Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu." It was Jie, his voice laced with rare panic. Chu Yue hurriedly got up to open the door and stepped outside. The vehicle was still moving forward, with Qi Ming's brow furrowed in concentration, delicately gripping the steering wheel as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly fearful of an unexpected intrusion. "What is happening?" Chu Yue inquired as she released her mental energy to scan the vicinity. And Jie explained, "Something collided with our vehicle with tremendous force, nearly pushing us off the edge. Thankfully, old Qi reacted swiftly, accelerating forward. But that thing kept up with us and just struck again." He remained vigilant, eyes darting around. Chu Yue's mental skin revealed no signs of large creatures nearby. Had the entity been shaken off? The road was flanked by mountains on one side and a ravine on the other. Chu Yue had only scanned above, neglecting to investigate the ravine. Unless the creature could fly, how else could it ascend from the ravine to collide with their vehicle? However, given the absence of anything above, it was prudent to explore the ravine. As she directed her mental energy downward, she noticed disturbances among the trees on the slope, where a series of plants had been crushed, as if something had rolled down from there. Following the trail, she discovered a wild boar the size of a sedan resting on the slope below. Chu Yue frowned as she observed its position. This was precisely the route they intended to take. Chapter 85. The Wild Boar. The mountains here were steep and lofty, with the winding roads appearing like a colossal dragon coiling around the mountainside. The road descended in an S shape, and as they rounded the curve, they reached their current level. The next bend would take them right past the slope where the wild boar stood. Chu Yue continued her search along the road, and indeed, she spotted more signs of something rolling down the slope above. It turned out that the wild boar had not been pursuing them. Rather, it had rolled down after colliding with their vehicle, and they had unwittingly driven into its path. It appeared that the boar would likely strike again, giving the occupants the impression that it was persistently following them. In reality, the boar was conserving energy, effortlessly rolling down while waiting for them below. It had survived the descent unscathed, demonstrating its tough hide. Noticing several more levels of road below, Chu Yue concluded that they must deal with this wild boar, otherwise it would continue to ram into them on every level, potentially wrecking their vehicle. After explaining the situation to the others, they all sighed in relief. Qi Ming relaxed his grip on the steering wheel, wiping the sweat from his palms, and exhaled, "So it was just a wild boar. You scared me to death. I thought we were facing some monstrous creature. Tonight, we'll feast on braised pork with vermicelli. I must soothe my wounded soul," Chu Yue remarked with a smile.
"All right.
I shall arrange for pork braised with vermicelli for lunch. Thankfully, you insisted on driving this RV today, Had we been in an off-road vehicle, we would surely have been toppled into a ditch by now. Indeed, your foresight is commendable, Chiga. Qi Ming, feeling relaxed, began to show off. Chu Yue and Jie ignored him, while Qiao Dandan looked on enviously at the three of them, admiring their mutual trust, understanding, and camaraderie, akin to that of friends, kin, and comrades in arms. As the RV rounded the bend below, it came to a halt, and the four of them disembarked, making their way toward the wild boar. Upon noticing the food being offered, the beast revealed its mutated tusks and charged down the slope with a snort, barreling toward them like a cannonball, its considerable girth propelling it with alarming speed. No wonder it could shake the RV, as if it were in an earthquake. Qi Ming swiftly erected a dirt wall with a wave of his hand, blocking the boar's rapid advance. The creature crashed into the earthen barrier, shattering it, and stood dazed, shaking its head as it struggled to regain its bearings. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yue and the others launched a coordinated attack against the wild boar. Given its substantial size, it must weigh around 300 to 400 pounds, promising an ample supply of meat. In the interest of procuring pork, Chu Yue opted not to utilize her lightning abilities, instead wielding a bone-slicing knife to strike at the creature's neck, intent on draining its blood to ensure the meat would be palatable. Qi Ming's earthen spikes plunged into the boar's belly without hesitation, while Qiao Dandan, having heard Chu Yue advise against using fire, stood aside to watch their efforts. The wild boar's sleek hide resembled a hardened shell, impervious to ordinary blades. However, thanks to the refined nature of Chu Yue and Jie's knives, fortified by their abilities, it did not take long to bring the mutated beast down. The group dragged the carcass to the roadside, where Chu Yue instructed Qiao Dandan to ignite the bristles, subsequently assisting Jie in dismembering the creature, breaking it down into manageable cuts of meat, while she stored the pork in her spatial compartment. Qi Ming disposed of the entrails off the side of the road, covering the blood with some dirt to mask the evidence. Once the bristles were singed, Qiao Dandan found herself idly observing the surrounding environment, her brow furrowing further with each glance. "Xiao Yu, come see this. There must be more than one wild boar around here." Hearing Qiao Dandan's words, Chu Yue hurried to her side, peering into the ravine. The hillside bore numerous signs of disturbance from plants that had been trampled, though the impressions were not as fresh as the recent arrival of the boar. Most had already begun to stand upright again, save for those that were broken and still bore evidence of having been crushed under heavy weight. Chu Yue glanced back at the spot where the wild boar had tumbled down, noticing that the vegetation there was also recovering at a visible pace, with traces of other broken branches scattered around. It appeared that even the flora had begun to mutate, capable of swiftly regaining their form despite being crushed by such sizable creatures. Yet, how had so many impressions come to be? Chu Yue extended her mental energy down the slope, scanning for answers. Upon closer inspection, her heart raced. The hillside was riddled with indentations leading down toward the base. No, these cannot all be marks left by wild boars. Scattered across the slope and the road were various car parts, with dried bloodstains in some areas. As her mental energy glided down to the ravine's bottom, the sight that met Chu Yue's eyes made her gasp in horror. The ravine resembled a scene from a battlefield, littered with the wreckage of vehicles and numerous human bones, some still stained with blood, while several wild boars rummaged through the remnants, seemingly in search of scraps. Had these cars rolled down on their own, or had they, like the others, been sent tumbling by the wild boars? Before Chu Yue could fully comprehend the situation, another vehicle cascaded down the slope, rolling across the road and continuing its descent. To her astonishment, a large wild boar followed closely behind, expertly navigating the steep terrain and stones, remarkably unscathed despite the height from which it fell. The car became lodged against the guardrail, reduced to a heap of scrap metal, while its occupants were ejected, bloodied and motionless, leaving their fates uncertain. Then, to their horror, they witnessed a chilling scene. The wild boar scuttled over, using its head to push the vehicle and the fallen bodies further down the slope. Was it intentional? Qi Ming stammered, pointing at the car below, clearly shaken. At the foot of the mountain lay many vehicles that had rolled down, accompanied by the gnawed remains of human bones. These beasts had seemingly awaited their opportunity atop the mountain. Upon spotting a passing car, they leveraged their weight to send it tumbling down, feasting upon the unfortunate souls in the ravine below. Chu Yue's voice turned icy, noting that the wild boars were all sleek and well-fed, revealing their diet of human flesh. They had narrowly escaped becoming fodder themselves. The group instinctively placed a hand over their hearts, pondering how, had they not been in a heavy RV today, they might have shared the same fate as the car below. Why have we encountered such horrors these past few days? The animals we saw earlier seemed so benign and normal, she lamented. Chapter 86. There's nothing a hot pot can't solve. With the onset of animal mutations, it was evident that the plants were also undergoing changes, indicating that the journey ahead would be fraught with greater peril, necessitating heightened vigilance. Chu Yue sighed, realizing they were about to tread the familiar paths of their previous lives. When they had retraced their steps during the last apocalypse, it had already been over half a year since its onset. The roads had been littered with mutated zombies, animals, and plants, compounded by torrential rains and earthquakes that had rendered many paths impassable, alongside the most terrifying collapse of humanity itself. Their journey had been exceedingly arduous, taking nearly 3 years to reach home. This time, however, they rode the coattails of a powerful energy surge, significantly enhancing their abilities, ensuring they would not face the same dangers as before. Let us go. Let us hunt them down. Fresh pork is too good to pass up, Chu Yue declared, turning back toward the RV. Wait, you want to eat them? But they feast on human flesh. Qi Ming felt his stomach churn at the thought of consuming creatures that dined on human meat. Just because they eat human flesh doesn't mean you do. Vegetables thrive on manure, yet that doesn't imply eating vegetables is the same, Chu Yue replied nonchalantly. Which of these mutated animals and plants doesn't consume humans? If we were to forego them simply because they eat flesh, we would suffer significant losses. Their nourishment far surpasses that of ordinary food. Those who consume flesh will invariably be consumed themselves. Qi Ming pondered her words, nodding thoughtfully, as if coming to a realization. The RV traversed down to the final layer of the road, where the view of the ravine unfolded before them. The ravine was a desiccated riverbed, featuring a wide expanse of gravel and mudflats shaped by the river's current, with some deep pools still retaining water, creating a veritable paradise for wild boars. Yet, what Chu Yue and her companions beheld was a hellscape, the blood-stained riverbank strewn with scattered human bones and broken vehicle parts, the stench wafting up to them even from the safety of the road. Just moments after the vehicle had plunged down, it was besieged by a horde of wild boars. They dragged the occupants from the car and, once they were pulled aside, commenced their gruesome feast. The sound of bones crunching echoed ominously as they feasted. The ghastly scene made both Anja and Jordan grimace, their stomachs churning. In stark contrast, Chu Yue appeared unfazed, raising her hand to summon several arcs of lightning, which she directed towards the boars indulging in their gruesome meal. In an instant, a few of the wild swine were struck down by the electric currents. Yige! Let us bleed them out, Dandan exclaimed, preparing to singe the bristles of the pigs. Old Qi, create a path for us to descend and collect the pork. All right. Without hesitation, Anja hurled his knife to sever the boar's veins. Qi Ming, momentarily taken aback, then used his powers to form a staircase between the highway and the ditch below. Chu Yue led the way down. This time there were 8 or 9 boars. So they decided not to rush the cleanup, instead singeing off the bristles and storing the meat in their spatial pocket for later. Singeing the bristles required careful control of the flames. If the fire was too intense, the pigs would be burnt, which was quite taxing. Given that Jordan had only recently awakened her powers, after singeing 4 boars, she found herself too exhausted to continue, resting against a large stone, panting. Chu Yue glanced back at her, contemplating whether to offer her some ordinary zombie cores to replenish her energy. But suddenly her expression darkened as a bolt of lightning surged from her hand, hurtling towards Jordan. Jordan's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't fathom that Chu Yue would target her. She had thought Chu Yue was like an innocent child, trusting her completely, believing she could integrate into this loving little team and strive to become a valued member. Was it all a facade? The lightning grazed the stone behind Jordan, striking a wild boar and instantly reducing it to a charred heap. Jordan turned to witness the smoking carcass, her heart racing. It was then she realized that Chu Yue was attempting to save her. She looked back at Chu Yue, unable to suppress a smile. This feeling of being protected was truly wonderful. Thank you. Rest assured, I will strive to catch up with you all, and one day, I shall protect you too. Chu Yue smiled in return, handing her a core and saying, no need for pleasantries. Consume this to replenish your energy. Jordan took the core and, without hesitation, popped it into her mouth. She immediately felt a surge of strength returning. However, the taste was overwhelmingly potent, causing her to scrunch her brows and nose in distaste. Chu Yue observed the now charred boar. Recognizing its cunning, it had attempted to ambush from the side. It was a shame about the meat. Such a sizable creature now rendered inedible. She pulled out a small knife and dug into the boar's head, discovering a core nestled amidst the ashes, glimmering faintly. Chu Yue instructed Jordan to collect the core, knowing that the boars she had stored in her spatial pocket likely also contained cores, thus providing ample sustenance for her space. After gathering the boars, the group searched the vicinity for any stragglers, and upon finding none, they returned to the vehicle. Back at the car, Chu Yue and Jordan began preparing lunch. Given Jordan's still nascent powers, Chu Yue decided against using a rice cooker and instead had Jordan control the fire to cook the rice, requiring a steady output. Too high would burn it. Too low would leave it undercooked. Jordan was pleasantly surprised that her practice involved cooking. How easy it felt. After all, she loved cooking, and this challenge seemed trivial. However, within 10 minutes of maintaining her energy output, she quickly felt her strength waning. While conjuring fireballs was effortless, controlling her abilities to cook proved to be quite arduous. As the rice remained uncooked, Jordan felt herself nearing exhaustion. Chu Yue, meanwhile, chopped pickled vegetables, encouraging her, Dandan, just a little longer. The rice will be ready soon. If you cease now, it will be underdone. Jordan gritted her teeth in agreement. She felt her body reaching its limits, each minute a test of her vitality. This sensation reminded her of the grueling 10-kilometer weighted run back at the police academy, where every step became a challenge of both body and mind. Not one to easily concede, Jordan had earned her instructor's admiration for her perseverance. Even as she felt on the verge of collapse, she clenched her jaw and pressed onward. Finally, when the rice was at last ready, Jordan collapsed onto the ground, taking a moment to gather herself before slowly rising. Chu Yue suggested she take a break, while she continued preparing pork with pickled vegetables and vermicelli. Lunchtime was filled with joy, completely devoid of the earlier tension. In this post-apocalyptic world, everyone's adaptability had grown remarkably. Those unable to adapt simply could not survive. As Chu Yue savored the rice Jordan had cooked with her abilities, she found it quite delicious. Despite her exhaustion, Jordan had maintained perfect control over the cooking. After their meal, Chu Yue announced that they would have hot pot for dinner. Noting that Anja and Shi Ming were still getting acquainted with Jordan, and a bit of awkwardness lingered between them. Let us enjoy a hot pot together. There's nothing a good hot pot can't resolve. If there is, then we shall have two. In the afternoon, Chu Yue assigned Jordan the task of using her powers to simmer chicken soup. Unfortunately, there were no fire-type cores available for her to practice with, so this method was the only way for her to gradually improve. Chu Yue returned to her bedroom, lying down and closing her eyes, trying to cultivate drowsiness. She yearned to revisit the dream that had been interrupted, to uncover the identity of the boy within that orb of light. He felt eerily familiar. His name tantalizingly close to the tip of her tongue, yet just out of reach. Was the realm within that dream truly her own? Chu Yue was uncertain. She regretted her hesitation earlier. She should have seized the boy from the light and discovered his appearance, instead of being left restless and yearning. Such dreams were vexing, always interrupted at the crucial moment by something in reality, as if the timing were orchestrated. With her eyes closed, she tried to vividly recall the dream-esque scenes, striving to return to that space. Through persistent self-hypnosis, she finally drifted off to sleep, though she did not dream of the space again. She awoke several times, forcing herself to continue sleeping until she could no longer do so. After an afternoon filled with peculiar dreams, Chu Yue felt more exhausted than if she had battled hundreds of zombies. She sluggishly sat up in bed, dazedly surveying her surroundings, momentarily disoriented. Outside her bedroom, she could hear Anja and Jordan's voices. She perked up her ears and discerned Anja instructing Jordan on how to control her powers. A smile crept across Chu Yue's face. Anja, though appearing cold and aloof, had a surprisingly tender heart. Upon opening her bedroom door, the rich aroma of chicken soup wafted towards her, instantly invigorating her spirits. Following the scent into the kitchen, she found Jordan still using her powers to stoke the fire beneath the soup. Upon spotting Chu Yue, Jordan excitedly showcased her accomplishments from the afternoon. Jordan skillfully manipulated the flames, which danced in a delicate stream around the pod's base, obedient as if imbued with consciousness. Flowing gracefully. Chu Yue raised an eyebrow in astonishment. In just one afternoon, Jordan had made such remarkable progress. No wonder in her past life she had been able to unleash fire dragons with her third-tier fire abilities. Her talent was truly exceptional. The sky had grown dim as they exited the vast mountain range, now surrounded by rolling hills. A few homesteads could be glimpsed nestled beneath some of the smaller knolls. But only the occasional sighting of a wandering zombie broke the stillness. The sun was retreating behind the hills, leaving a tapestry of radiant hues across the sky, prompting Qiming to search for a suitable place to park. With their caravan, there was no need to seek out lodging for the night, as darkness enveloped the land. Stopping in a more open area proved to be safer and more convenient than lingering near the roadside houses. Once Qiming had parked the vehicle, Chu Yue and Qiao Dandan had already prepared the hot pot broth and ingredients. Qiao Dandan even crafted a cold chicken salad, the mouth-watering aroma of its spicy and fragrant essence making everyone salivate. The chicken soup that Qiao Dandan had simmered earlier served as the base for the hot pot, and its flavor surpassed that of many restaurants, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. Indeed, sharing a hot pot worked wonders in fostering camaraderie. As they dined, conversation flowed effortlessly, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After spending more than a day together, both Qiming and Jie had gained a fundamental understanding of Qiao Dandan's character. Their past as the best of teammates stemmed from their similar attitudes towards tasks and individuals. Thus, both readily accepted the notion of Qiao Dandan as their ally. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Chu Yue's brow furrowed slightly. Having learned from the previous night's experience, she had dedicated a portion of her mental energy to vigilantly monitor their surroundings, and she soon noticed another vehicle convoy had stopped nearby. In the lead vehicle, a man with a buzz cut and a prominent scar grinned as he eyed the luxurious caravan before him. The rotund man driving beside him, noticing the smile, eagerly inquired, "Boss, what is so amusing? Didn't we plan to push through to the base tonight? I estimate we only have about an hour left. Why stop here? In the middle of nowhere? It makes me uneasy." The buzz-cut man gestured towards the caravan. "Did you see that? A super luxurious RV, wouldn't you want it?" "Ah, it's an RV? Wow. I've never seen one so grand. But boss, we're almost at the base. What use is a fancy RV?" The rotund man gazed at the vehicle ahead, feeling a twinge of desire, yet practicality held him back. Convinced that it was too dangerous to pursue an impractical vehicle at night, the buzz-cut man shot him a sideways glance. Recognizing that while the rotund man could be oblivious at times, he had a knack for useful ideas during critical moments, which was why he kept him around to drive. "What do you know? This vehicle is worth over 10 million. Do you think the people inside are just anyone? The supplies they must have are sure to be plentiful. Wouldn't you want to take down such a fat sheep?" Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Moreover, the base we're heading to is rather small. I just want to assess it. If it's too insignificant, it would be beneath me. I need to showcase my prowess at a grander base. Having this RV would certainly elevate my status." The rotund man pondered, nodding in agreement. "You're right, boss. With your abilities, you deserve a better vehicle. Wait here. I'll go get it for you," he declared, preparing to leap from the vehicle to seize the RV. The buzz-cut man quickly restrained him. "What's the rush? We'll wait until tomorrow morning. Making a racket now would attract unwanted attention. We'll strike at dawn. Shouldn't we at least greet them to gauge the situation? We need to know how many people are in that vehicle," the rotund man suggested as he settled back into his seat. "No need for that. It would only alert them. Do you think we can't handle whatever number is inside?" "Exactly. Whoever they are, once they witness your skills, they'll surely back down." The rotund man observed the buzz-cut man's expression, relieved to see him smiling. With a hint of determination in his eyes, the buzz-cut man reclined his seat. Placing his hands behind his head, fixated on the caravan, a glimmer of ambition flickering within. Chapter 88, The Collision. While the apocalypse may spell disaster for others, for him, it represented a chance for rebirth. Once a notorious burglar evading the police, he had lived a life of constant evasion, resigned to the belief that he would never escape his fate. The night before the zombie outbreak, he had infiltrated a well-chosen home, only to awaken the next morning nearly bitten to death by the transformed mistress of the house. As a fugitive skilled in survival, he fought valiantly to eliminate the zombie, sustaining several injuries in the process. Before he could comprehend the chaos outside, he succumbed to fever and unconsciousness, convinced of his impending demise. To his astonishment, he awoke not only alive but with the extraordinary ability to manipulate the earth. As he ventured out, he encountered only ordinary individuals who regarded his newfound powers with awe. Feeding his growing arrogance, he began to see himself as a chosen one, destined to dictate the future of this world. Inside the caravan, Chu Yue noted that the convoy's members seemed disinclined to act against them for the moment, allowing her to continue savoring the tender potatoes prepared by Dandan. While her mental prowess could discreetly neutralize any threats, she refrained from doing so, fearing that Dandan might discover her involvement in the demise of Shishi, which would surely breed resentment. Thus, she opted for restraint. However, curiosity gnawed at her. What audacity fueled this man's confidence in his ability to best them? What exactly were his powers? After their meal, Chu Yue relayed her observations about the situation outside to the others. Qiming sprang to his feet, grabbing Jie as he declared, "Who dares to plot against us? They must be seeking death. Jie, let's deal with these fools." "Wait, Lao Qi," Chu Yue urgently called out. Their convoy consists of 4 vehicles and 18 individuals. The leader seems quite assured, possibly possessing some skills, or even firearms. If we charge in now, can you guarantee that not a single one of them will make a sound? What if they attract zombies or mutated creatures with gunfire? Hearing her words, Qiming began to regain his composure, lowering his head to rub his nose. Since his abilities had advanced, he had indeed become somewhat reckless, nearly forsaking his basic caution. Chu Yue is right. If these individuals prove to be formidable, a confrontation could easily escalate, repeating the chaos of the previous night. Observing Qiming's hesitation, Chu Yue continued, "They, too, are wary of making a move. Let's be prudent tonight and deal with them in the morning." Aware of lurking dangers, the 4 agreed to take turns keeping watch, pairing up for the night, Chu Yue and Dandan for the first half, while Qiming and Jie would take the latter half. As Chu Yue and Dandan ascended to the roof of the caravan, wrapped in a blanket, Chu Yue's gaze pierced through the darkness, fixed upon the convoy. Among them, 2 men stood guard, leaning against their vehicle and engaging in a hushed conversation. One man, visibly irate, exclaimed, "Damn it, they left all the women behind. At least keep a couple of the attractive ones. It's not like there aren't enough seats. He's already had a share, while I haven't even had a taste. What's the point of keeping 2? Will it even matter to you? A woman is of little consequence, as long as you possess resources. Once you arrive at the base, there will be plenty of women eager to seek you out. Are you truly concerned about a lack of female companionship?" A nonchalant man replied, one among the crew of buzzcut men who had been recruiting for the past few days. They had previously resided in a villa area just outside the city. The villa community was enclosed by walls, and they had managed to clear out most of the zombies. Also scavenging for a fair amount of supplies, food, drink, and women, enjoying a comfortable existence at first. However, 2 days ago, some zombies began to exhibit alarming changes, running faster, jumping higher, and even scaling the walls to invade the villa area. Additionally, strange creatures emerged from the mountains behind the villas, resulting in the loss of several members over the past couple of days. Everyone understood that the villa community was no longer safe, prompting the buzzcut man to organize a retreat to the base. Previously, they were aware of a survivor base nearby, but their relatively comfortable living made them reluctant to submit to the authority of others. However, after a monstrous attack last night, they hastily packed their belongings and set off for the base, abandoning the women in the villa area to maximize their supply capacity. With our leader's capabilities, we shall thrive at the base too. By the way, you reckon this vehicle is quite valuable, right? Could it possibly contain women, given that it belongs to someone affluent? One man turned to gaze at the RV, smirking as he posed the question to his companion. The companion also glanced at the RV, its imposing silhouette barely discernible in the night, resembling a ferocious beast lurking in the shadows, instilling a sense of dread. You and your incessant thoughts about women. But tell me, could the occupants of that vehicle also be formidable? After all, who would dare to drive such an ostentatious vehicle on the road? His companion queried, a hint of concern in his voice. No one could rival our leader's prowess. Our leader possesses supernatural abilities. Even those armed with guns from the Red Star supermarket fell before him. Now, with the support of our leader and firearms, what is there to fear? You're simply being overly anxious. Supernatural abilities? Perched atop the vehicle, eavesdropping idly, Chu Yue raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Realizing that someone among this group had awakened their powers, though she was uncertain of the type or level. She felt a surge of anticipation. Later in the night, the convoy began to mobilize. The vehicle at the rear stealthily maneuvered in front of the RV, blocking its path. Qiming and Jie, who were on watch atop the RV, exchanged glances, remaining silent, as they believed a mere small vehicle could hinder the RV. Just as dawn broke, Chu Yue and Dandan awoke, and Jie pointed out the small vehicle obstructing their way. Chu Yue scoffed and said to Qiming, "Old Qi, ram through it. Let them witness the might of our vehicle." "Understood," Qiming replied, taking the driver's seat. He started the engine and, with a swift acceleration, the RV surged forward, forcefully shoving the small vehicle off the road. What a fool! Does he not realize his own size? How dare he block my conqueror's path? Now he knows his place. Qiming mused, watching the vehicle that had been flung aside, feeling a slight release of pent-up frustration from the previous night. "Be careful, old Qi." And Jie and Dandan shouted in unison from behind. Qiming swiftly turned to look, instantly drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 89. Earth versus Earth. Suddenly, a wall of earth over 3 meters high and 2 meters wide arose directly in front of the RV. As the RV's front was about to collide with the wall, Qiming urgently slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, the RV boasted exceptional braking performance, halting just in time, narrowly avoiding the wall. Chu Yue and Dandan, who were standing, were thrown forward against the dashboard, inadvertently pressing a button that triggered a soothing melody to fill the interior. Qiming, having driven for the past few days, had familiarized himself with the controls. He quickly silenced the music, shifted into reverse, and backed up a bit. The buzz-cut man, witnessing the RV's successful avoidance of the wall, felt a flicker of disappointment. He had intended to block the RV with his vehicle, forcing its occupants to confront him. However, he had not anticipated the small vehicle's utter fragility in the face of the RV. In desperation, he unleashed his ultimate move, conjuring a high wall to obstruct the RV's path. Seeing this display of power, could the occupants resist complying? The remarkable braking capability of the RV only reinforced his belief that it was a divine gift tailored for him. Narrowing his eyes, the buzz-cut man stood beside the wall and commanded the occupants of the RV in a deep voice, "Get out of the vehicle." No sooner had he finished speaking than Qiming halted the RV, using his powers to sweep his hand, causing the wall of earth to disintegrate into a cloud of dust, as if it had melted like ice cream in an oven. The buzz-cut man stood in disbelief, eyes wide. How is this possible? My wall, it disintegrated? Doubt crept in as he questioned whether he had overextended his energy, rendering his powers fleeting. Qiming leaped from the vehicle, summoning a row of earth spikes aimed at the buzz-cut man. To his astonishment, he had encountered another individual with earth-based powers. Judging by the solidity of the wall, this person barely seemed to be at the first level, yet had the audacity to engage in robbery. He himself was cautious even at the third level. They had almost fallen into the buzz-cut man's trap had it not been for the RV's superior performance. "So, you wield earth powers? Let us see who is superior." The buzz-cut man, startled by Qiming's earth spikes, could scarcely fathom that another could possess abilities akin to his own, and seemingly even stronger. Before he could contemplate further, the earth spikes were already upon him. Forced to roll on the ground to evade them, he retaliated with a few earth spikes of his own while shouting, "Fatty, shoot!" This man could not be allowed to live. In this world, only he should possess supernatural abilities. Fatty and his gang had just been rendered speechless, astonished that the occupants of the RV also possessed powers and were currently overpowering their leader. Upon hearing their leader's command, several armed men hastily raised their weapons, ready to fire at Chu Yue and her companions. Chu Yue narrowed her eyes slightly, and suddenly, the guns in the hands of those men exploded, the barrels bursting like flowers, injuring their hands and causing them to drop their weapons, howling in pain. The others, armed with various weapons, stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Could there truly be someone more formidable than their leader? Qi Ming gazed at the earthen spikes hurtling towards him, and with a mere wave of his hand, redirected their pointed tips to pierce the ground below, targeting the bald man. As the bald man fled, he shouted furiously, "Fatty! For heaven's sake, shoot already!" Fatty glanced at the fallen leader, then at his own injured hand from the gun explosion, and swiftly turned to dash back to the vehicle, accelerating towards Qi Ming in a reckless charge. Chu Yue furrowed her brow, summoning a bolt of lightning aimed directly at the vehicle. Yet, in a sudden maneuver, the car veered off, darting into the opposite lane and speeding ahead. Chu Yue's lightning strike, predicted to intercept its path, struck nothing but air. Revealing that Fatty had never intended to collide with Qi Ming, the bluster had merely served as a ruse for his escape. This audacious maneuver left everyone present momentarily stunned. Before the bald man could collect himself, he was impaled by the redirected earthen spikes. With a pained scream, he bellowed, "What are you all waiting for? Get in there! You fools! We outnumber them!" His underlings, having idolized him for days and obeyed his every command, snapped to attention at their leader's shout, rallying their weapons and charging forth. With only 2 men opposing them, they thought capturing these foes would easily lead to claiming the 2 alluring women for themselves. Chu Yue's mental prowess had been pursuing Fatty, but she soon realized he was no ordinary foe. He possessed a peculiar hidden ability that allowed him to vanish right before her eyes. Fatty was surprisingly astute. As Chu Yue scowled, preparing to search meticulously, she was interrupted by 2 men wielding large knives, stealthily approaching from the opposite side of the RV, intending to capture the seemingly vulnerable Chu Yue. However, before they could close the distance, both were struck down by a bolt of lightning, followed swiftly by a fireball that engulfed them in flames, sending them rolling to the roadside. Chu Yue flashed a smile at Qiao Dandan, saying, "Thanks." Qiao Dandan returned her gaze with a grin, silently acknowledging that her fireball had been a beat too late. Without hesitation, she unleashed another fireball at a different target. Having worked as a police officer for years, she had encountered many wrongdoers who evaded justice. Often she fantasized about becoming a masked avenger, exacting vengeance for the victims and punishing those the law could not touch. In the aftermath of societal collapse, the depths of human depravity had magnified, transforming many into unrepentant demons. In Qiao Dandan's eyes, such individuals deserved nothing less than death. Chapter 90. Encountering robbers again. In mere minutes, the throng of adversaries was vanquished, with the bald man meeting his demise at Qi Ming's hands. Chu Yue surveyed their vehicles, each packed with supplies, food, drink, and even a truck filled with cigarettes and alcohol. The last vehicle in the convoy was a large truck, its cargo bay brimming with rice, flour, and various instant foods. Chu Yue seamlessly absorbed both the vehicle and its contents into her spatial realm. If the dream space truly belonged to her, it was vast enough to accommodate even an aircraft carrier. Though uncertain, she resolved to test its limits. She glanced back at the exploded handguns, collecting them thoughtfully. She had meticulously controlled the explosions to only damage the barrels, knowing that with her and Njia's metal abilities, repairs would be straightforward. Njia inspected the corpses, discovering several bullets and food supplies. Qi Ming and Qiao Dandan diligently moved the bodies to the roadside, burying them with dirt until the area bore no trace, as if the convoy had never existed. As the RV resumed its journey under the soft morning light, they anticipated reaching the largest mountain range in Hong Province by day's end, and crossing it the following day would lead them into Shu Province. After over 2 hours on the road, they passed a small county, but opted not to enter, instead taking the national road bordering the town. After breakfast, Chu Yue and Qiao Dandan busied themselves in the kitchen. In recent days, Chu Yue had collected an array of cookware and ingredients from roadside eateries, and today, she aimed to fill these empty pots and bowls alongside Qiao Dandan. The pot simmered with sauerkraut and pork over vermicelli, while a duck roasted in the oven, sizzling and oozing fat. Chu Yue was frying a large batch of crispy meat, with another bowl of meatballs eagerly awaiting their turn in the hot oil. Qiao Dandan expertly tended to the rib soup while rhythmically smashing cucumbers. Everyone relished her cold dishes, and today she planned to prepare a large batch of smashed cucumbers and a bowl of tofu skin. The mingling aromas of various dishes created an atmosphere reminiscent of preparing for a festive celebration. As Qi Ming drove, he inhaled the delicious scents wafting from the kitchen, sighing in contentment. Soon, he would be home, eager to savor his wife's delectable boiled fish, mouth-watering chicken, and spicy hot pot. "Old Qi, watch out!" And Jia suddenly shouted. With a resounding crash, a massive billboard toppled from the roadside, crashing onto the street. Qi Ming slammed on the brakes. But the billboard was too wide and fell too close, causing the RV to collide with it despite the screeching brakes. With a violent jolt, both Chu Yue and Qiao Dandan were thrown forward, and as Chu Yue instinctively reached out to save the pot and soup from spilling, she managed to absorb them into her space, preventing waste. In the driver's cabin, Qi Ming and Jia were similarly thrust forward, and Jia fared better. But Qi Ming's face slammed into the steering wheel, causing blood to gush from his nose. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck the windshield, leaving a white mark before falling onto the hood. Chu Yue scrambled to her feet, her mental energy immediately scanning for the source of the shot, and she spotted a bullet flying towards the front window. Qi Ming, still reeling from the earlier impact, was unaware of the impending danger. In a rush, Chu Yue harnessed her abilities to slow the bullet's speed.
"Get down.
There's a sniper." Qi Ming, seeing the mark left by the bullet, quickly pulled Jia into the driver's cabin for cover. Chu Yue entered the cabin, opting not to duck, but to continue her mental search in the bullet's direction. Glancing down, she noticed Qi Ming's bleeding nose and reached out with her healing powers to staunch the flow. The billboard suddenly fell right in front of us. It was all too sudden. Old Qi didn't have time to react, and Jia said, frowning as he recounted the incident to Chu Yue. He speculated. "There's something off about that billboard. Did you see those ropes? It looks like someone deliberately brought it down." Chu Yue nodded. Having pinpointed the shooter, a young man lurking on a rooftop of a nearby residential building, adorned with a scorpion tattoo on his hand. Upon seeing the tattoo, her eyes narrowed dangerously. In her past life, they had encountered this individual. He and his gang had never entered a safe base, perpetually prowling outside. Their ranks were filled with powerful ability users, laying traps to rob passing convoys, and even resorting to cannibalism in their insatiable greed, far beyond what could be deemed human. Later, they managed to ambush Chu Yue's team. After a fierce struggle, Chu Yue and her companions succeeded in annihilating their adversaries, seizing a substantial amount of supplies and crystal cores. Little did they know that fate would bring them back under Chu Yue's dominion. With her mental force coalescing into a sharp thread, she thrust it mercilessly into the mind of the sniper. The man fell without uttering a sound, and as another rushed to assist him, he too collapsed shortly thereafter. Having dealt with the sniper and his lookout, Chu Yue resumed her search for the remaining members of the opposing gang. She recalled that their ranks included several supernatural abilities, and she wondered about their current strength. Soon, she discovered them hiding on a nearby building's floor. A bald man clutching a walkie-talkie incessantly called out to the sniper atop the building. "Scorpion, what's going on? Why haven't you fired yet? Even if it's bulletproof glass, a few shots would shatter it. Hurry up and shoot. Can't you at least respond? Are you mute?"
"Huh."
Silence emanated from the other end of the walkie-talkie. The bald man's companion, a bespectacled fellow with a rather refined appearance, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Brother Liu, do you think they might have encountered zombies? There are plenty in that building." "Impossible. The Russian is stationed there. Do you doubt his capabilities?" Brother Liu retorted, though he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that something was amiss due to the lack of response from the sniper. Their original plan was to block the vehicle with an advertisement board while Scorpion shot the two men inside, after which they would storm in to seize the vehicle, supplies, and women. But with Scorpion in trouble, they had no choice but to charge indirectly. "Let us go." "Damn it. Can I still manage to take this vehicle without Scorpion? Just two men. What's there to fear?" Brother Liu declared, preparing to lead his men downstairs. Suddenly, a figure that had been crouching in the corner stood up to intercept him, urgently pleading, "Brother Liu, wait. You must listen to me. Those two men are incredibly formidable. Please don't act recklessly." Chapter 91. All are superhumans. It was the portly man who had managed to escape that morning, yet he now appeared utterly disheveled. His face marred by bruises, and his eyes swollen to mere slits, moving awkwardly. Brother Liu shoved him aside as he walked, dismissing him with disdain. "What are you afraid of? With so many of us, we can't handle just two men? Stop being a nuisance here. Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware of your intentions. If this vehicle truly is a plump sheep, I'll remember your contribution." But if you dare deceive me, humph. With a menacing glare, Brother Lu fixed his eyes on the portly man, causing him to instinctively retreat a couple of steps, repeatedly assuring him, "Brother, how could I possibly deceive you? I've been watching all night. It's absolutely ripe for the taking." Seeing that Brother Lu ignored him and continued down the stairs, the portly man thought for a moment and hurriedly limped after him. Chu Yue cast her gaze downwards. She had always been ruthless, believing that once a decision was made, one must eradicate all threats. It may seem cold-blooded, yet these were hard-earned lessons from her past life. One careless individual, seemingly insignificant and cowardly, could unexpectedly become a source of great trouble. And she despised trouble. As Brother Lu descended the stairs, he communicated via the walkie-talkie, "Brothers, prepare for action." Chu Yue sensed the movement of the approaching individuals and quietly warned Qi Ming and Jia and Qi Dandan, "Be cautious, they're coming." While speaking, she directed her mental force towards Brother Lu, who was leading his men downstairs. She recalled that he was a strength-type supernatural with exceptional close combat skills. A single punch from him could likely send an ordinary person to meet their maker. "Let us start with him. After all, if he dies in the corridor, Qi Dandan wouldn't witness it." The bespectacled man following Brother Lu was a water-type supernatural. But he also had mental abilities, albeit still in their infancy, merely granting him heightened sensitivity. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and looked around, feeling the weight of danger without knowing its source. He reached out to grasp Brother Lu's arm, whispering, "Brother Lu, hold on, something feels off. It seems like someone is watching us." Brother Lu respected the bespectacled man, as he had often sensed danger before, saving their team from numerous calamities. Upon hearing his words, Brother Lu promptly ordered everyone to halt and took cover in the stairwell, peering out. However, this provided an opportunity for Chu Yue. She had been aiming and now swiftly pierced Brother Lu's brain. With a casual glance around, Brother Lu detected nothing amiss. But as he turned to speak to the bespectacled man, he collapsed before he could utter a word. A man with a spiky hairstyle rushed to support him, only to find Brother Lu's face pale and his breath almost non-existent. The bespectacled man was struck with terror. He realized his instincts had been correct. Someone was lurking in the shadows, capable of launching a silent assault against them. Where was this person? How had they managed it? As Chu Yue brought down the leader, she withdrew her mental force and directed it towards the observing bespectacled man. She remembered that he was the one who had first inflicted mental damage on Jia in her past life. Mental abilities are extraordinary. They inflict far greater harm on their own kind. A mental-type supernatural, when faced with zombies, serves merely as a detector, a map of sorts. However, when confronting humans, a high-level mental-type supernatural can be devastatingly effective. In their previous life, they had suffered greatly at this man's hands. The bespectacled man felt a sharp pain in his head and instinctively tried to summon his mental abilities for defense, but this rudimentary resistance was utterly insufficient against Chu Yue. Far inferior to the mental barrier of the mutated Wolf King. She exerted slight force, and the mental needle penetrated the bespectacled man's mind. As he collapsed, those lying in ambush on the hillside surged towards the RV, led by a speed-type supernatural. His swiftness was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he reached the RV. Brandishing a baseball bat haphazardly embedded with nails, stained with blood, and even adorned with what resembled strips of flesh, he aimed a strike at Qi Ming, who had just exited the vehicle. Qi Ming quickly conjured a dirt shield to block the attack, while his other hand waved, sending a volley of earthen spikes towards the speed-type supernatural. The latter reacted swiftly, sliding back just in time to evade the spikes, his eyes fixed on Qi Ming. A derisive grin spreading across his face as he taunted, "Damn, there's actually a supernatural here. This is a real boon. Lao Lu, hurry up. Why are you still lagging behind?" From the hillside, a burly man sprinted down, reaching the roadside and, finding the guardrail an obstruction, effortlessly tore it away, revealing himself as a strength-type supernatural. As he lifted the guardrail and approached, he retorted to the speedster, "You may run fast, but you'll still have to wait for me to back you up." The strength-based ability user had yet to complete his sentence when he suddenly noticed a barrage of earthen spikes hurtling towards him. His eyes widened in shock as he clenched his fists and unleashed a flurry of punches, shattering the spikes aimed at him. The power user, having obliterated the earthen projectiles, cast a disdainful glance towards Qi Ming and threw several more punches into the air, his expression dripping with contempt. Humph! In the face of their strength, all abilities were mere paper tigers. Only a hard fist represented true strength. Just then, a fiery sphere plummeted onto the strength user's head, instantly igniting his clothing. He hastily attempted to pat out the flames, but despite several frantic slaps, the fire persisted, leaving his hands scorched and painful. The speed-type ability user, who had been playfully dodging Qi Ming's earthen spikes like a cat teasing a mouse, was waiting for the strength user to team up and eliminate Qi Ming. To his astonishment, the strength user suddenly caught fire. With no fire-type abilities among their group, neither of them understood what was happening. The speed-type user dashed over like a gust of wind, staring at the now engulfed strength user, yet he dared not approach, instead shouting loudly, "Get down! Roll on the ground and extinguish the flames." With a wave of his hand, Qi Ming sent another volley of earthen spikes hurtling towards the speed-type user, who swiftly evaded, only for the strength user beside him to be pierced through by the spikes in an instant. Chapter 92, All Tough Nuts. The strength user collapsed with a resounding thud, his body still ablaze, filling the air with a foul, charred odor. The speed-type user, no longer daring to be careless, gritted his teeth and glared at Qi Ming, propelling himself forward with a stick at breakneck speed. Qi Ming responded by thrusting his hand, raising an earthen wall before him. The speed-type user, unable to halt his momentum, crashed into the wall, the impact jarring his internal organs. Before he could rise, the wall that had nearly slain him transformed into spikes and lunged towards him. He scrambled to the side, rolling away, yet one of the spikes still found its mark in his right leg. With a muffled grunt, he bared his teeth and glanced back, only to be met with a row of earthen spikes that grew larger in his vision before plunging into his skull. Having dealt with the two adversaries, Qi Ming hurriedly shifted his attention to the other side of the vehicle, seeking out Jie and Chu Yue. On this side of the road stood a small mound over a meter high, adorned with greenery now entangled with withered grass and vines. Below, a row of residential buildings was enclosed by a green iron fence, where several zombies clawed at the mesh, howling as they reached out, desperate to grasp the group of people on the slope above. 5 individuals stood atop the slope, having emerged unexpectedly from a ditch below. Upon seeing the car door open and only 2 descend, one of whom was a delicate girl, they relaxed slightly. A man clad in a jacket sneered, "Well, what do we have here? A plump sheep indeed. Just this car and the girl alone are quite the catch." Another man, his hair obscuring his eyes, leered and called out to Chu Yue, "Little beauty, come along with your brothers back home. We will take good care of you. We are far superior to this man before you." The others responded with lewd laughter, one strength-type ability user even demonstrating his prowess by uprooting a nearby sapling with ease. And Jie, unable to tolerate such disrespect towards Chu Yue, hurled his knife with lethal intent, embedding it in the throat of the long-haired man. The long-haired man clutched his neck, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth, before collapsing backward into the ditch below. The remaining members of the group, taken aback by Njie's sudden attack, ceased their mockery, their expressions darkening as they prepared to confront him. A wood-type ability user bent down, pressing his hands to the ground, causing several thick vines to sprout from the slope, resembling green serpents as they swiftly coiled around Njie's legs. Clenching his fist, Njie transformed his palm into a row of sharp blades and swung forcefully, severing the vines entirely. Behind him, a wind-type ability user conjured a flurry of wind blades aimed at Njie, yet they merely grazed his clothing, leaving him unharmed. Chu Yue, trailing behind, flicked her hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the wind-type user. The thunderous crack startled those nearby, all eyes widening in shock as they beheld the wind-type user, now reduced to a charred husk, smoking on the slope. "Damn it! We've encountered tough opponents. Fourth, inform Brother Liu, we're facing formidable foes." The wood-type user bellowed, brandishing an assault rifle and aiming it at Njie and Chu Yue, disregarding his earlier thoughts upon seeing Chu Yue. Since acquiring their abilities, they had seldom resorted to firearms, carrying them only as a contingency when their powers were depleted. Moreover, the noise attracted increasingly aggressive zombies, complicating any aftermath. Thus, they typically relied on their abilities. However, today's adversaries proved exceptionally powerful, possessing abilities that evidently surpassed their own. With no other choice, he drew his weapon, recognizing that they were still mere mortals, who could withstand a bullet. Damn it! If I make it back in one piece today, I will tear that fat messenger to shreds. Yet, the anticipated gunfire never erupted. The wood-type user glanced down at his weapon, oblivious to the bone-cutting knife that had already reached his neck, descending mercilessly. Nearby, the fourth frantically retrieved his gun, while shouting into the radio, Brother Lou, have Scorpion open fire, they're all tough nuts. Silence emanated from the radio, but Fourth's gaze was drawn to the wood-type user's head, severed cleanly by an unseen bone-cutting knife. It was a metal-based ability. Fourth, himself a metal ability user, could only protect himself from harm and manipulate a limited amount of metal at will, such as unlocking doors. He never imagined metal abilities could be wielded in such a manner. A surge of fervor surged within him. Yet this was no time for awe. Witnessing 3 of his companions fall in an instant, the remaining 2 dared not press forward. They commenced firing while retreating down the slope. The slope led to a ditch, and a few meters along it would bring them to a gap in the iron fence created by Fourth. However, their firearms jammed, compelling them to abandon their weapons and hastily flee down the ditch. Chu Yue and Jia simultaneously commanded flying knives to pursue the 2 fleeing figures, who, before reaching the gap in the iron fence, fell one after the other, struck down by the blades. On the vehicle, Dandan had been prepared to assist Qi Ming against the adversaries on the slope, but upon seeing only 2 descend, Qi Ming instructed her to remain in the car, though she stayed vigilant, ready to support him. Now, with 4 adversaries dispatched, Chu Yue withdrew the advertising board from the front of the vehicle into her storage space. Originally, I contemplated discarding this cumbersome object by the roadside. However, upon reflection, its considerable size and weight suggested it might still serve a purpose. Since I had ample space, I decided to retain it. Just moments ago, the inhabitants of the building had been largely dealt with by Chu Yue, although 2 had evaded capture and were now making their way towards an abandoned construction site. Chu Yue's gaze lingered on the site, her interest piqued. She was acutely aware of the vast resources that awaited within that stronghold. Chapter 93. The siege of their lair in her previous life. When they raided this very hideout, they were astounded by the sheer volume of supplies housed within the warehouse, enough provisions to sustain a base of tens of thousands for several years. And it wasn't merely food that they possessed. Regrettably, in her past existence, she lacked the capacity to carry much, and despite their desperate efforts, they could only secure a fraction of the bounty, leaving the rest to the nearest survivor base. Yet, in this lifetime, she was blessed with a vast space. What to do? The thought exhilarated her. Qi Ming and Jia had finished rummaging through several corpses, yielding quite a haul. In addition to firearms and ammunition, they had also discovered 2 walkie-talkies. Qi Ming presented one of the walkie-talkies to Chu Yue as if it were a treasure, in a world devoid of mobile signals. Such a device was invaluable. However, Chu Yue was unfazed, having collected several in the Lawn City shopping mall, although she had yet to put them to use. Dan, noticing Chu Yue's unwavering focus on a certain direction, could not contain her curiosity. Xiao Yu, is there an issue over there? 2 individuals had fled and were evidently returning to their lair, presumably to summon reinforcements. Should we confront them directly to avoid being ambushed? Chu Yue, uncertain if they would pursue, nevertheless preferred to eliminate potential threats. The expressions of the other 3 turned grim. No one relished the idea of being preyed upon. Let us go and take their stronghold. Day in and day out we are being robbed. Do they think us easy targets? Qi Ming declared, his frustration palpable. Indeed. Since the previous evening, they had been under siege, and barely half a day had passed before another assault occurred. Even a clay figurine would be irate under such circumstances. Chu Yue glanced at Jia and Dan, who shared her sentiments. Rather than being pursued and attacked, it was wiser to strike first. Let us do this. We'll take them down. Chu Yue smiled as she made the decision, pulling Dan into the vehicle while positioning herself behind the driver's seat to guide Qi Ming. Once Jia joined them, Qi Ming pressed the accelerator, navigating towards the construction site indicated by Chu Yue. This construction site was nearly completed as a hotel, but a catastrophic accident had claimed the lives of several workers just before its completion. Rumors of hauntings circulated, and after 2 more incidents, fear spread like wildfire, ultimately deterring workers from returning. The multi-million-dollar investment had become a derelict structure. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Bald Brother Liu and his gang had taken residence there, transforming a place once shunned into a sanctuary. Bald Brother Liu was notorious for his nefarious activities in this small county prior to the apocalypse, and his malevolence only intensified thereafter. On the second day of the outbreak, he had awakened his powers after surviving a zombie attack and began recruiting followers to establish his dominion. He was astute, deducing the secret of power awakening after discovering another ability user who had also been bitten. Thus, rather than killing those who had been infected, he detained them for observation, sometimes even deliberately exposing them to zombies. This strategy proved fruitful. Within mere days, his ranks swelled with several ability users. His crew's strength eclipsed that of other survivor teams, which he absorbed into his own. Non-compliance resulted in a grim fate, being discarded as fodder for the undead. They had scoured the county for supplies, leaving no establishment, be it a supermarket, bank, or a small shop, untouched. Within weeks, they had plundered a significant portion of the county. Any passing convoy that crossed paths with them stood little chance of escape, as they possessed both powers and firearms, rendering resistance futile. Today, while gathering supplies, they encountered a rotund individual driving towards them. Would they allow such an opportunity for resources to slip away? The plump man was swiftly intercepted by a group of thugs, unable to even activate his invisibility in time. He hastily relayed information about Chu Yue and her companions to Bald Boss, embellishing the tale of their RV, claiming it was brimming with treasures and accompanied by two stunning women. Intrigued, Bald Boss, though surrounded by women, had never possessed an RV. With only one main road leading to the survivor base, they laid in wait, having set a trap upon hearing the fat man's account of a formidable individual among the group. Just as the trap was finalized, Chu Yue's vehicle approached. The portly man limped from the residential building, only to be astounded by the apparent prowess of Bald Boss's crew, who swiftly subdued Chu Yue and her companions. He had underestimated them. Injured, he struggled to move quickly while evading zombies, but eventually, he managed to escape the building and sought the vehicle that had brought him here. Hearing the sound of an approaching vehicle, he turned to see the RV following closely behind. His eyes widened in disbelief. Hadn't he just seen them leave? From the RV, Qi Ming furrowed his brow, recognizing the portly man as one of the earlier group. Isn't that the same fat guy? Chu Yue affirmed, indeed. He's the one who orchestrated the ambush against us. How infuriating. What grudge do we hold against him? Is one robbery not enough? And he seeks to rob us again? Qi Ming fumed, nearly slipping into profanity, a habit he had been forced to abandon since the birth of his child. And Jia and Dandan remained calmer. They had both witnessed the darker facets of humanity and had encountered many, like this rotund man. Despite his injuries, the man attempted to flee, but he could not outrun the vehicle. As the RV closed in, he leapt forward, diving into a ditch by a wall, suddenly vanishing from sight. Had he activated his invisibility? The high front of the RV allowed Chu Yue and her companions to witness the moment he disappeared. Where did he go? Dandan inquired, perplexed. He must possess a rare ability to become invisible, making him difficult to detect. Chu Yue contemplated the ditch thoughtfully. Such a power could indeed prove advantageous for ambushes and escapes. She recalled the swift, long-legged zombie that also possessed invisibility, with its crystal core currently in Qi Ming's possession. If her space could absorb crystals of various attributes, perhaps absorbing that of the speed-type zombie would grant her both invisibility and speed. The thought filled her with excitement. Chapter 94. Delivering Themselves. As Chu Yue and Qi Ming drove the car to the location where the corpulent man had vanished, they alighted and surveyed the area, too apathetic to employ their mental powers in the search. Instead, with a mere flick of her hand, Chu Yue unleashed a barrage of small electric serpents. These serpents crackled and darted erratically across the open space, leaving behind charred yellow scorch marks in their wake. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted as the corpulent man re-emerged a few meters from where he had disappeared, his hair singed and his body convulsing. Unable to utter a word in his plea for mercy, Chu Yue wielded her bone-cutting knife, granting him a swift end, though he seemed unlikely to survive long. She never spared the act of delivering a finishing blow. To leave roots intact is to invite regrowth, especially from one who had previously bested them twice. Within a dilapidated building, two individuals who had managed to escape were recounting their harrowing experience to a man with a scarred face. Brother Scar, You wouldn't believe it. It was utterly bizarre. The boss just fell silent and died in an instant. Even that astute man with glasses was ensnared. We fled for our lives, taking several turns to shake off those pursuing us. It was terrifying. Stop your nonsense. Brother Liu, have brought so many capable hands, and they were just a handful of people. Do you expect me to believe they could kill without a trace? Brother Scar growled, gripping one of the men by the collar, his face dark with rage. Brother Scar, I swear it's true. We have no idea how it happened. The man, caught by the collar, looked into Brother Scar's furious eyes, fearing he might unleash his wrath upon him. I don't believe you. Fire Monkey, gather a few men. We're going to investigate. Even if it costs us our lives, we must avenge Brother Liu. Brother Scar declared, ready to lead a group outside, when a man clad in leather halted him, urging, Brother Scar, don't act rashly. Brother Liu is gone. You mustn't put yourself in danger. Let go of me. I must avenge Brother Liu. Brother Scar shouted, struggling against the restraint, yet his feet remained planted. He wasn't foolish. He understood the formidable nature of their adversaries. Brother Liu had let out only the finest, and they had been annihilated without a single sighting of the enemy. He had barely escaped with his life. How could he willingly walk into danger? However, appearances had to be maintained. With Brother Liu and the bespectacled man deceased, it was now his turn to assume the mantle of leadership. He could not display any sign of anger or sorrow. How could he claim the role of leader otherwise? His comrades urged him, fearing to follow him out. If even Brother Liu, accompanied by numerous extraordinary individuals, had perished, what chance did they have of returning alive? As the crowd wrestled with each other, the makeshift wooden door at the entrance suddenly crashed to the ground, and 4 figures burst in. One man sneered, no need for all that trouble. We have come ourselves. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the sudden appearance of these outsiders. The 2 who had returned did not recognize Chu Yue and her companions, and thus were caught off guard. Brother Scar, however, quickly realized that these were the very individuals responsible for Brother Liu's demise, and his heart sank in alarm. From the outside, this dilapidated building appeared desolate, as if devoid of life. Yet, in truth, it was riddled with traps and sentries, impervious to both the undead and intruders. Yet, these individuals had not only breached their defenses, but had done so with eerie silence, rendering the guards outside utterly voiceless. How could this be? The unfolding situation left him no time for contemplation. He had just proclaimed his intent for vengeance, and now he was compelled to confront the intruders head-on. Brother Scar was also an extraordinary individual, possessing formidable ice powers. However, he had always been cautious with his abilities, preferring to remain in the shadows during resource hunts, avoiding direct engagement whenever possible. Yet he was unaware that to progress, one must wield their powers frequently and with intent. His reluctance to do so had stifled his growth. Brothers, arm yourselves. This group not only killed Brother Liu but now seeks to claim our territory. If we do not vanquish them today, it will be our lives at stake. Charge! The assembled crowd quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and began to arm themselves. Of course, who else could these individuals be but the ones who had slain Brother Liu? Observing that they were merely 4, 2 of whom were delicate women, could they not prevail against them with their numbers exceeding 20? The intruders, Chu Yue and her 3 companions, had already surveyed the building's layout prior to entering, assigning roles among themselves. Qi Ming and Qiao were responsible for the front lines, and they now faced the furious Brother Scar and his armed subordinates. Qi Ming gestured, and a barrage of soil spikes shot forth, aimed directly at their adversaries' vital points. The men surrounding Brother Scar had only just drawn their weapons. Some, having been caught unprepared, did not even possess firearms. As they rushed to arm themselves, they were swiftly impaled by the sudden onslaught of soil spikes, pinned to the ground. Brother Scar, realizing the gravity of the situation as the 4 had silently infiltrated the hall, grasped his weapon. However, before he could fire, the soil spikes were already upon him. He quickly crouched and rolled away to evade the attack, using his momentum to aim his submachine gun towards Jia and Qi Ming. Yet, to his astonishment, the weapon he was most proficient with suddenly malfunctioned, failing to discharge a single bullet. Brother Scar sensed something was amiss. He would never suspect his gun had jammed. He knew it intimately. Thus, only one possibility remained. These individuals were truly extraordinary. Before he could contemplate further, a small knife whirled through the air, severing the throat of a man beside him who was frantically pulling the trigger towards Qiming before veering towards him. In a moment of desperation, Brother Scar conjured his powers, forming an ice shield to protect himself, then swiftly rolled to the wall. The ice shield proved feeble against the knife, shattering upon contact, yet the knife continued its relentless trajectory, seeking another victim. Cowering in the corner, Brother Scar trembled. He was genuinely frightened. These were not mere mortals. They were more formidable than superhumans, and no wonder Brother Liu and his capable crew had met their end. Surveying the scene around him, he noted the fallen comrades, some pierced by soil spikes, others with their throats slit by the knife. Over a dozen had perished within mere minutes. Yet he observed an intriguing detail. Regardless of whether it was soil spikes or knives, they emanated solely from the two men, while the two women remained sheltered in the background, not having engaged at all. Chapter 95. The Pink Carpet. Chu Yue and Qiao Dandan were equally vexed. They had initially agreed to cover the flanks, yet upon entering, Qiming and Jie had gone on a rampage, leaving them no opportunity to engage. Chu Yue paid little mind, as she had been utilizing her mental powers to observe the entire building. The less she had to act, the better, to avoid dividing her focus. Qiao Dandan, however, was more troubled. She felt she had joined a team later than the others, and was the weakest among them, believing she ought to contribute more. Yet from the outset, they had consistently protected her, hiding her behind them during perilous moments, leaving her both grateful and helpless. Unable to take on the role of a frontline fighter, she resolved to provide support, scanning the corners of the hall for any hidden threats preparing to ambush. As her gaze swept along the walls, it fortuitously locked with Brother Scar's eyes. The scar-faced man's eyes narrowed as he raised his hand, conjuring two icicles that he thrust towards Jordan. These two women must certainly be the current favorites of the two men. Otherwise, why would they accompany them everywhere? Injuring them would at least distract the men, providing him with a fleeting opportunity to escape. The icicles, imbued with a hint of chill, darted towards Jordan's body. The scar-faced man did not intend to take her life immediately. First, his aim was imprecise due to his limited practice, and secondly, he feared that killing her would impede his escape. He fixated intently on the icicles, waiting for the moment of chaos to seize his chance to flee. Just as the icicles appeared poised to pierce Jordan, she lifted her hand, and from her fingertips erupted a serpent of fire, enveloping the icicles in an instant. Mere moments later, the once menacing icicles had melted into a few droplets of water. Before the scar-faced man could register his astonishment, a fireball descended upon him, igniting him instantly. He writhed and screamed in agony as he rolled about the hall, inadvertently setting another person alight in the process. Anja swiftly dispatched the still-rolling scar-faced man with a single stroke, preventing further chaos that could have turned the entire hall into a conflagration. The remaining individuals in the hall had already been dealt with. Qiming used some earth to extinguish the flames, and several people began their routine of scavenging. However, this time they were less thorough, merely collecting firearms and ammunition. At the back of the hall, a half-open door revealed a room filled with various weapons, several crates of ammunition and a few guns, resembling a makeshift armory. Upon hearing the commotion below, some upstairs rushed out, only to retreat hastily upon witnessing the scene below. Most of these individuals had only joined the crew of the bald-headed Liu after the apocalypse, and were not particularly loyal. When faced with danger, their first instinct was to flee. Chu Yue's mental prowess pursued them, silently incapacitating them one by one. The dilapidated building had originally been designed as a hotel, with independent small rooms on the upper floors, now repurposed as bedrooms. The windows were nailed shut, and inside there were beds, tables, and chairs, offering a semblance of completeness despite the absence of doors. The upper floors were largely devoid of men, with only a few scantily clad women lying lifelessly within. In a large room on the second floor, a group of women was quietly preparing a meal. Two men, wielding steel rods, prowled among the women, leering as they observed their cooking. They occasionally touched this and prodded that, indulging in lewd banter, even debating which of the women from the previous day had more tender flesh, or whether the man from the day before had firmer meat. The women dared not resist, cautiously continuing their tasks, fearing they would become the next meal laid upon the table. Chu Yue's eyes narrowed. In this apocalyptic world, ordinary women lacking self-defense capabilities. Once discovered by a crew like the bald-headed ones, were often reduced to mere playthings. However, the bald-headed crew was even more brutal, having witnessed the merciless torment of those who defied them and forced to consume human flesh. These women were terrified into submission, clinging desperately to the men for survival. But what meaning did such a life, fraught with fear, hold? To entrust one's fate to the hands of a demon, waiting helplessly for death. Could one ever hope for the demon to transform into a savior? Suddenly, the two men collapsed without warning, startling the women, who were oblivious to the cause yet dared not cease their actions, trembling as they continued to cook, lacking even the courage to glance over. Chu Yue frowned slightly, deciding not to linger. She had helped them as much as she could, and the path ahead was theirs to navigate alone. Her mind was still consumed by the mountain of supplies in the warehouse as she turned to lead Qiming and the others toward the storeroom. The supplies were piled in the basement of the dilapidated building, and the entrance to the warehouse was deserted. It was unclear whether the guards had been drawn away by the commotion in the hall, or if there were simply none to begin with. The warehouse door, a security door procured from an unknown source, bore half a couplet that had been welded shut, making it difficult to open. Seeing Chu Yue attempt to push the door, Anja hurried forward, saying, "Let me handle this, Xiao Yu." He placed his hand on the door, channeling his metal abilities to pry open the welded sections. With a firm shove, the door swung open. In that instant, the four were momentarily blinded by the brightness before them. A thick carpet of cash lay scattered across the entrance and stairs leading to the basement, resembling a pink-hued rug. It appeared that the bald-headed man had seized a considerable amount of cash at the onset of the apocalypse. However, why would he scatter it at the entrance of the warehouse? Perhaps he discovered its worthlessness later and decided to use it for amusement, indulging in a fleeting sense of wealth? Yet, that was evidently not the case. Chu Yue used a stick to sweep aside the cash at the entrance, revealing a thin wire connected to a row of spikes. Beneath this pink carpet lay deadly traps. One misstep could lead to certain doom. Chu Yue led the way, meticulously scanning the cash carpet, alerting Qiming to destroy any traps they encountered. They navigated around two large pits, stepping cautiously on the money-laden path toward the basement. As they walked, Qiming mused aloud. How much money must it have taken to lay this thick a carpet? Oh my! The sensation underfoot feels so luxurious. This feeling of treating money like dirt is truly exhilarating. No wonder those nouveau riches in movies love to throw money around. Should I take a picture for you to commemorate this moment? Chu Yue teased Qiming, although her focus remained sharp. She had not anticipated encountering such a wealth of cash scattered about. The bald-headed man truly was a resourceful individual. The apocalypse had only just begun, and money still held allure for most. With so much cash strewn about, it was inevitable that attention would be drawn to it, leaving little thought for the traps lying in wait beneath. As they proceeded, their filthy footprints marred the cash carpet, leaving visible traces. Evidently, the bald-headed crew did not typically transport supplies this way, suggesting alternate entrances and exits. This trap was likely set by the bald-headed man for anyone attempting to enter through this door to steal supplies, indicating a stringent level of caution even among his own. Chapter 96. Hoarding another bounty. Of course, don't be foolish. This thing is of no use now except for kindling. Even a roll of toilet paper is more valuable. Anja remarked coolly, having followed Bastian, carrying bags of cash without a hint of material desire. He was primarily concerned with the traps beneath the bills. Jordan, seeing such a vast sum of money for the first time, could not help but feel awed, though upon reflecting that it was merely a pile of worthless paper, her excitement waned. Successfully navigating the cash carpet, they descended into the basement. The darkness enveloped them, and Chu Yue instructed the others to wait at the entrance while she ventured into the shadows to collect supplies. The three vehemently opposed her. Wary of potential dangers lurking in the pitch-black depths, Jordan summoned a flame in her palm, illuminating the area and causing her eyes to widen in astonishment at the mountains of supplies surrounding her. Before her stood an entire wall of rice, piled high like a mountain. Chu Yue pressed down on Jordan's hand, saying, "I've already checked. There's no danger here. I'll be quick in gathering the supplies and will return shortly. It's you who are at risk if you can't see. How long can your ability sustain? You must conserve your strength for the individuals above. Be a good girl and wait here. I shall return shortly." In truth, Chu Yue possessed a flashlight in her space, Yet the basement was cluttered with too many items, rendering even a light's illumination ineffective. The sounds of clattering within were less efficient than her solitary journey. All right, be swift in your return. If anything arises, call for us.
And Jia?
Who understood Chu Yue best relented. Very well. Be on your way. Qi Ming also acquiesced with a sense of resignation. Chu Yue nodded and turned to step into the enveloping darkness of the basement. The basement was vast, reaching at least 4 meters in height, now overflowing with various supplies. However, it was also quite damp. One could hardly fathom why these individuals chose to store goods in such a wet environment, seemingly unconcerned about spoilage. Fortunately, they had laid down numerous plastic pallets on the floor, upon which the supplies were meticulously arranged. From Chu Yue's vantage point, an entire row of rice formed a towering rectangular block, appearing to weigh at least several dozen tons. As she approached, her hand grazed the rice mountain, and it vanished in an instant, revealing a mound of flour behind it. The flour appeared somewhat less abundant, yet still boasted a hefty quantity of at least 20 to 30 tons. Further along, she encountered stacks of instant meals, boxes upon boxes of convenience items, including various instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, rice, snail noodles, spicy noodles, bridge rice noodles, chocolates, energy bars, and even compressed biscuits, all of which she eagerly collected. In her relentless pursuit of supplies, Chu Yue transformed into an emotionless collecting machine, disregarding the specifics of what she gathered. This group had indeed amassed a plethora of items. One empty space was filled with boxes of gold bracelets, necklaces, diamond rings, and jade bangles, jewelry that served no purpose as sustenance. Yet, Chu Yue harbored no disdain. Collecting it all, for in a more stable world, these glittering treasures would hold considerable value in crystal cores. Amidst a disheveled pile lay an assortment of spices and cured meats, the mingled aromas rendering her uncertain whether they were pleasant or unpleasant. They seemed to have commandeered an entire farmer's market, with everything from cooking oils and condiments to sacks of various spices and an array of smoked and dried meats, including sausages of Cantonese and Sichuan varieties. Fortunately, she had stumbled upon these items. Left in the basement, they would undoubtedly spoil. Even without a refrigerator, they could at least be hung in a ventilated space, for while cured products are resilient, they cannot endure for long in such a dark, damp environment. As Chu Yue continued her collection, she was surprised to find various baby formulas, infant supplies, and even toys. Were these individuals planning to propagate their lineage here? Although she deemed these items unnecessary, her hands acted on their own accord, swiftly gathering them into her space, her thoughts drifting to Qiao Dandan's impending wedding. Surely, she would need these for her future offspring. In a corner, she discovered a line of freezers brimming with frozen meats. Upon touching one, she was astonished to find it cold. Electricity existed here. Yet from whence did it come? Even with the generator, there should be some noise. Yet the basement was eerily silent. Regardless, she would trace the source. Chu Yue collected the row of freezers and followed the electrical wires leading to a small room. As she approached, a faint buzzing sound, akin to that of an air conditioning unit, reached her ears. Surely, this must be a generator, albeit one that operated with remarkable quietude. Noticing a pull switch nearby, she followed its line, which connected to a series of lights suspended from the basement ceiling. Rather than switch on the lights, she opted to collect the generator, along with the several barrels of diesel beside it. Finally, she gathered a heap of gas and diesel canisters, completing her thorough search of the basement. At this moment, Chu Yue felt akin to a patron who had devoured an entire buffet, brimming with a sense of accomplishment as she made her way outside. The supplies in this warehouse paled in comparison to those of her previous life, yet she felt a profound satisfaction. The stale remnants of her past were no match for the freshness she had just acquired. The trio at the entrance had grown somewhat anxious during her absence, although her time away had scarcely exceeded 20 minutes. Upon her return, relief washed over them, and they turned to ascend. The women upstairs had finally realized that the 2 men were dead, huddling together in fear, with several even shedding quiet tears. With 2 of their own perished, they were surely doomed. One woman cautiously stood and moved toward the exit, prompting the others to follow suit. This wretched person was the most adept at gossip. They could not allow her to confront those men alone, lest they seal their fates. As they descended, they encountered the cold, lifeless bodies of men strewn across the ground. the women's faces paling in horror. Who could have committed such acts? With these men dead, what would become of them? From below came the sound of soft footsteps and murmured conversation as two men led two women toward the exit.
Wait. Please wait.
Chapter 97. Do you wish to care for her for a lifetime? A woman hurriedly descended the stairs, breathless as she approached the group, gazing intently at Njia. Excuse me, did you kill those men? Njia remained silent, his brow furrowing slightly as he regarded her. The woman looked at him with hopeful eyes. She was quite attractive, her hair somewhat tousled, adorned in a shoulder-bearing dress that revealed several bruises, adding to her air of vulnerability. Yes, it is indeed us. Do you seek vengeance for them? Chu Yue interjected, stepping in front of Njia to address the woman.
Oh.
No, no, no. The woman quickly waved her hands, speaking in haste. I wish to inform you that they have a group out scavenging for supplies and will return shortly. That Lu, their leader, is formidable. It is dangerous for you to venture out now. Fear not, they shall not return, Chu Yue remarked, raising an eyebrow. This woman intrigued her. The woman was taken aback. What did not return imply? Had they managed to eliminate Lu? Quickly suppressing her surprise, she timidly continued, We were all brought here against our will. They are beasts. Demons. You have saved me by killing them. I owe you a great debt and am willing to follow you. To serve you as a humble servant in gratitude for your rescue. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, and her earnest gaze conveyed her sincerity. Serve us? That won't be necessary. Simply look after yourself, Chu Yue replied coldly. This place is not far from the Bright Survivor base. A half-hour's walk along the national road will suffice. With so many of you, a few vehicles could easily transport you there. Repayment? The woman cast longing glances toward Njia, clearly intent on latching onto him, unafraid of potential retribution. The women were taken aback upon hearing Chu Yue call them to the safe base, their minds swirling in confusion. They had witnessed the slaughter of the men, yet none of the women had been harmed. Did this not imply that they wished to possess them like those others? With so many lives extinguished, it was impossible for her not to feel fear, yet in an effort to win their favor before anyone else. She mustered her courage and pursued them, concocting a compelling reason to express her gratitude. However, it seemed they were utterly indifferent to her presence. Was it due to the two women at her side, fearing that they might grow envious? But there were zombies outside. Those creatures were terrifying. I cannot bear it, she thought, her gaze filled with uncertainty as she looked to Njia, yearning for his compassion. Chu Yue chose not to linger on the scene, instead continuing onward with Njia, bypassing the women.
Wait.
The woman noticed Njia glance her way before he followed Chu Yue outside, and she felt vindicated in her assumptions. She discreetly scrutinized Chu Yue. The girl appeared youthful and quite attractive, and the man allowed her to speak freely in his presence, indicating he held her in high regard. The man had not spoken a word. It was clear that this girl was unwilling to take her along, likely fearing a rivalry for his affection. The woman hastily ran ahead, dropping to her knees and pleading, Please, take me with you. I can do anything. Just allow me to accompany you. I will obey any command. I beg you, save me. Her last words were directed at Njia, who seemed robust and kind-hearted. She felt compelled to seize this opportunity to align herself with him. If only he would take her along. Could she not eventually contend with that young girl? Xiao Yu. Why don't we bring her along for a while? It's not too far, Qiming suggested. Seeing these women tormented by the apocalypse, he could not help but think of his own wife and daughter. He hoped that in rescuing others, someone would also come to their aid should they encounter misfortune. Chu Yue turned to Qiming, fully aware of his internal struggle, yet she understood this was a world of survival. If they lacked the courage to escape this place, even reaching the base would not guarantee their safety. Anything you can do? Can you kill zombies? Qiao Dandan suddenly interjected, addressing the woman on the ground. Kill zombies? I lack the strength. When I see them, I'm paralyzed with fear, but I can. The woman quickly clarified as she noticed Qiao Dandan's increasingly frosty demeanor. Humph. Qiao Dandan scoffed coldly, then go out and show me you can kill one. Don't just talk the talk here. At the onset of the zombie outbreak, Qiao Dandan had exerted every effort to assist the survivors she encountered, sheltering them in a building, establishing a temporary safe point, and daily venturing out to gather supplies. Yet, those she aided did not express gratitude. Instead, They complained about the inadequacy of the food she procured. When she suggested that she could not carry much alone and needed someone to accompany her to find food, they deflected responsibility, unwilling to venture out, accusing her of wanting to send them to their doom. Everyone knew the zombies were terrifying and the outside world dangerous. They preferred to reap the benefits while remaining safely behind closed doors, even bullying Qiao Shishi in her absence. When Qiao Shishi tearfully begged her not to abandon her. As they were bullied daily while she was out, Qiao Dandan resolved to no longer cater to the whims of those ingrates and left the safe point with Qiao Shishi. She had encountered many such people thereafter. In times of danger, they would cower in the back, waiting for others to charge ahead. Observing the woman before her, it was evident she was not merely seeking a ride as Qiming suggested. She was intent on ingratiating herself within Jia. While fear in the face of the initial outbreak might have been understandable, after enduring so much, to still lack courage was no longer a matter of bravery. And not yet. I'm not ready, the woman stammered, retreating behind Qiming, her eyes filled with grievance, as if Qiao Dandan had mistreated her. Though this man did not appear particularly strong, he had spoken on her behalf. Perhaps he had already developed feelings for her. Qiming instinctively stepped back as the woman drew closer, feeling sympathy, but not wishing to be approached in such a manner. Then, take your time preparing. I've informed you where the survivor base is. It's not far, and there are no zombies outside here. You can reach it on your own. Upon finishing, Chu Yue turned to Qiming, adding, in this apocalypse, no one can protect anyone indefinitely. Weakness is not an excuse. If she isn't willing to fight for herself, who else can help her? Do you intend to take care of her for a lifetime? No, I don't want that. Qiming hurriedly waved his hands, retreating. He had never entertained such thoughts, and if his wife found out, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 98. Those unscathed by the apocalypse. Observing Qiming's reaction brought a slight sense of relief to Chu Yue. She turned and took Qiao Dandan's arm, heading outside, disregarding the others entirely. And Jia, though soft-hearted, was perceptive. While the woman evoked pity, she was clearly cunning. The group of women upstairs remained, waiting for this woman to pave the way for them. Once she called for help, they would rush down without hesitation. In the apocalypse, survival for ordinary people was exceedingly difficult, yet with effort, there remained hope. Hiding in the shadows would only render them prey for others. Regrettably, such a simple truth eluded their understanding. And Jia approached Qiming, giving him a gentle nudge, signaling for him to follow. Qiming glanced back at the woman and the group above before stepping out alongside Jia.
Deep down,
He recognized Chu Yue's words held merit, yet he couldn't help but project his wife and daughter onto these women, causing his heart to ache. And he felt compelled to assist them. The woman bit her lip, watching the retreating figures, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, she turned and shouted at those above, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come down. If you delay, you'll miss your chance." These fools. If not for her own fear, she wouldn't have been inclined to journey with them. The women upstairs exchanged glances, spurred into action. This building had once been notorious for its hauntings, and in recent days, many had perished within its walls. Now, only they remained, and they dared not linger any longer. Although most supplies were in the basement, the upper floors held scattered items they were familiar with after so many days of living there. The women hurriedly gathered a few belongings before rushing outside. Vehicles were haphazardly parked in the open space outside the unfinished building. They found keys and unlocked several cars, crowding into one before driving away. In the RV outside the unfinished building, Qiao Dandan watched the cars emerge from the broken walls and turned to Qiming, saying, "They are out. Let us go." Qiming nodded at Qiao Dandan, starting the vehicle and heading toward the bright survivor base. In the kitchen, Chu Yue retrieved the frying pan, preparing to cook her signature dish. Qiao Dandan approached, washed her hands, and began rinsing rice to cook. "Dandan, do you think I'm too cold-hearted?" Chu Yue suddenly asked softly. Having returned with the memories of her past life, she conducted herself according to the principles she had followed previously, which might seem somewhat heartless and unfeeling to those newly thrust into this apocalypse. If it hadn't been for Jia suggesting they wait before starting the vehicle, it is likely their car would have already ventured far away. She keenly observed that when Jia mentioned waiting for those individuals, Qiming exhaled a sigh of relief. Chu Yue suddenly realized that throughout this journey, She had been demanding her recently experienced companions to swiftly align with the pace of her past life, without considering whether they could adapt so quickly. Perhaps she had been too presumptuous. Cold-blooded? If you were truly devoid of compassion, how could those women still be able to breathe? How could they merely follow behind, making their way to the base? Dandan prepared the rice, added water, and began to kindle the fire, then remarked, "I have indeed engaged in fervent acts, fiercely protecting a group of people, attending to their every need, and what was the outcome? It only bred a belly full of grievances and avarice. I later discovered that if you consistently treat someone with kindness, they will not only fail to appreciate you, but will also feel entitled to more. Your generosity will never suffice. Conversely, if you treat them poorly, even if you merely offer them leftover food with a cold demeanor, they will be grateful to you." At this point, Dandan looked earnestly at Chu Yue and continued, "Xiao Yu, this is human nature. No one is exempt. Even Qi Ming and Jie and myself cannot simply give without reserve, revealing all our cards. One must learn to safeguard oneself. Do you understand?" Chu Yue gazed at the serious-faced Dandan and suddenly burst into laughter, embracing her.
Dandan.
She felt an innate connection, knowing that Dandan understood her actions. Careful of the fire, Dandan, one hand managing the flames, wrapped her other arm around Chu Yue, gently patting her back. "What are you doing? The fire is nearly extinguished. Who will eat the undercooked food later?" Chu Yue hugged Dandan, burying her head in the crook of her neck, affectionately nuzzling several times before releasing her, then cheerfully began to prepare the fried pork. One must endure the harshness of the apocalypse to learn wisdom. Both she and Dandan had been through it. It seemed Qi Ming and Jie had yet to face such trials, but inevitably, that day would arrive. Oddly enough, she found herself somewhat looking forward to it. Observing Chu Yue's demeanor, Dandan thought that if she had a tail, it would likely be wagging in sheer delight. What could possibly warrant such joy? This girl had seemingly disregarded everything she had just said. After about half an hour of driving, they encountered an increasing number of vehicles on the road. Their RVs stood out among the multitude, attracting considerable attention, with many casting envious glances. It was truly a fortress in the apocalypse. Although the Bright Survivor Base was not a military establishment, it was nonetheless organized by the local government and was quite commendable in various respects. After exiting the national highway, they traveled for approximately 20 minutes to reach their destination. The RV followed the flow of traffic to an intersection, where a sign indicated the direction to the base. Vehicles headed toward the base turned at this juncture, but the RV continued straight along the highway. The women in the vehicle were bewildered. What was happening? Had the RV taken a wrong turn? However, the base was visible ahead, and they too followed the flow of traffic onto the road leading to the base. Rather than accompany the RV to an unknown location, it seemed more prudent to head toward the secure base. The RV sped along the highway. The afternoon traffic was relatively smooth. Qi Ming drove swiftly, hoping to make up for the hour they had lost in the county. Just before the last vestiges of daylight were consumed, they finally reached the base of the largest mountain range in Hong Province. In the night, the vast mountain range, stretching for hundreds of miles, appeared as a blurred silhouette, resembling a slumbering giant sprawled across the earth, making those standing before it feel as insignificant as a speck of dust, as if they might be engulfed in an instant. Chapter 99. The Eager Zhao Senshu. The RV halted in a clearing between two mountains. Beyond lay the heart of the mountain range. Qi Ming parked the vehicle and hurried into the cabin to use the restroom, having held it in all afternoon to maintain their pace. When he emerged, Chu Yue and Dandan had already set the dinner on the table. Throughout the afternoon, they had prepared a delightful array of dishes. Chu Yue had procured numerous disposable food containers from a half-finished building, so she decided to portion the prepared meals into individual boxes for storage in her space, making it convenient for later consumption. Having struck a substantial fortune today, Chu Yue felt it warranted a celebration, thus the dinner was particularly sumptuous. The cold dishes included smashed cucumbers, garlic pork, and cold mixed shredded vegetables, while the hot dishes featured fish-flavored eggplant, braised pork, yellow braised chicken, stir-fried bok choy, and pork rib soup, with a platter of steamed smoked meat and sausages prominently displayed in the center, filling the table. Qi Ming eagerly approached the table, chopsticks in hand, reaching for the steamed smoked meat in the center when suddenly, Chu Yu's expression changed, and she waved her hand to gather the food back. Qiming was taken aback. What's going on? Why can't we eat? Be careful, someone is coming. Chu Yu's face grew serious, instantly alerting the three of them. On the hillside, two figures stealthily emerged from behind a large rock, standing there and gazing at the RV parked at the foot of the mountain. One, a burly man with a bushy beard, whispered, "There are indeed people. I thought I was mistaken. What should we do?" From their appearance, it seems they intend to spend the night here. That cannot be allowed. Sanshu, what shall we do? The man referred to as Sanshu was a robust middle-aged man with a stern square face and thick eyebrows, currently furrowing his brow deeply as he scrutinized the RV below. It was evident that the vehicle was of high quality. It was large and sturdy, likely impervious to ordinary threats. However, if they intended to spend the night inside it, it could pose a danger. Let us go down. Regardless of whether they listen, we must at least convey our message. Sanshu glanced at the sky and made a decisive choice as the two swiftly descended the mountain toward the RV. They're coming.
Huh.
Why are there only two of them? Seeing them approach, Chu Yue warned the others, though her brow remained furrowed. Something felt amiss. She noted the two individuals and their lack of formidable weaponry. Their brazen approach seemed to underestimate them. Or perhaps they had more formidable weapons concealed nearby. With a series of knocks, Sanshu and the bearded man quickly reached the side of the RV, lightly tapping on the driver's door while lowering their voices to call out, "Is anyone there? Come out. We are from a nearby village, and need to discuss something." From the village? Chu Yue exchanged glances with the others. Qiming entered the driver's seat, rolled down the window, and greeted the older man outside. "Uncle, what's the matter?" Sanshu, seeing Qiming appear, hurriedly replied, "Young man, listen. We are villagers from the vicinity. Recently there have been monsters in the mountains, and it's perilous to stay outside. Trust me. Gather your people and come with us to take refuge. It will be too late if you wait any longer." Qiming observed Sanshu and the man behind him, noting their anxious expressions, which made the situation seem credible. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he inquired, "Monsters in the mountains? What kind of monsters? What do you care what kind of monsters? Just hearing about them would terrify you. Do you want to see one? A single glance could cost you your life. Enough chatter, let us move." The bearded man behind spoke impatiently. Observing his demeanor, it seemed somewhat exaggerated, and Qiming glanced at the bearded man without uttering a word, feeling somewhat relieved. Uncle Qiao patted the bearded man and turned back to persuade Qiming, "Young man, we are not deceiving you. I, Zhao Yong, have served as the village chief for over 20 years and have never committed a single immoral act. Trust your uncle. Come with us quickly." As Uncle Qiao gazed at the darkening sky, his expression grew increasingly grave. "Thank you for your warning. However, we are not afraid of monsters. Rest assured, if they come, we have our methods to deal with them. Given the peril outside, you should return as well." Qiming observed the uncle's face darkening and, not wishing to prolong the discussion, firmly rejected him and began to roll up the car window. "Young man, have you also acquired special abilities?" Uncle Qiao suddenly inquired. Qiming was taken aback. "What do you mean?" He halted his actions, casting a sharp gaze at Uncle Qiao. With a look of sorrow, Uncle Qiao replied, "Young man, do not think that having special abilities renders you invulnerable. There were others in our village who gained powers. Some could breathe fire, manipulate earth, and several could summon vines. Initially, they were quite effective against zombies, but later, they all disappeared. That creature preys on those with abilities like you. All those in our village with powers were consumed."
Oh.
That truly is frightening. Upon hearing this, Qiming understood it was merely a fabricated tale to instill fear. This uncle was becoming increasingly adept at spinning stories, even concocting the notion that monsters favored those with abilities. "Why are you so ungrateful? My uncle and I came to warn you, to guide you to our shelter, risking our lives in the process. How can you be so unappreciative?" the bearded man exclaimed as he attempted to pull Uncle Qiao back. "Uncle, let us not bother with them any longer. We've said what we needed to say. If they choose not to believe us, what can we do? Frankly, people like that deserve whatever fate befalls them." Qiming raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is this a case of good cop, bad cop?" Uncle Qiao, being tugged by the bearded man, sighed as he looked at Qiming in the vehicle. "In these dire times, it is prudent to be vigilant. But excessive wariness can be problematic. Chu Yue, while keeping an eye on the vehicle's occupants Qi Ming and Uncle Zhao, was also silently searching for traces of Uncle Zhao's group. Knowledge of both friend and foe is essential for victory. At the very least, one must ascertain the opponent's personnel and equipment. However, after scanning the area several times, she found no sign of others. Could it be that this place truly held only these two individuals? Their weapons, a mere makeshift bow and a hammer, hardly suggested they were professional robbers. What was their true intent? Extending her mental reach further, Chu Yue still found no signs of ambush, yet an unusual disturbance in the air alerted her instincts to a looming danger. Chapter 100. The Giant Serpent. Young man, if you are truly unwilling to accompany us, I shall not force you. However, heed my advice. Do not remain in the vehicle. It is far too perilous. The mountain has many caves. It would be wiser to seek shelter in one rather than stay here. Uncle Zhao warned, his brow furrowed, before sighing and turning back. Wait, let us discuss this. Chu Yue suddenly called out from the vehicle. Qi Ming and the others looked at her in surprise. What was she thinking? In this desolate wilderness, two strangers suddenly appeared, urging them to abandon their vehicle and follow. Few would comply. Yet, why was Chu Yue advocating for it? Seeing the trio's puzzled expressions, Chu Yue quickly lowered her voice. I have not detected any of their companions nearby, but a dangerous presence lurks further away, one I cannot identify. The monsters they speak of might indeed be real. The oppressive feeling is too strong. If we encounter it tonight, we may not be able to withstand it. It would be prudent to follow them. The three were taken aback. They were well aware of Chu Yue's extraordinary mental sensing abilities, superior to any satellite detector. She could discern whether a mosquito several hundred meters away was male or female, yet now she could not identify the source of the danger, only feeling its presence. This was indeed unsettling. What? There really are monsters? If even you cannot ascertain what it is, then it is indeed quite troublesome. Let us go. We shall see what their intentions are. They might genuinely mean well. Qi Ming was the first to express agreement, and both Dandan and Jie began to gather their belongings in tacit understanding. The four of them each slung a pack over their shoulders, locked the car, and followed Uncle Zhao and the bearded man up the hillside. As they walked, Chu Yue observed her surroundings. The sense of danger seemed to shift, and she vaguely felt the peculiar waves of energy, yet could not pinpoint their origin. With no moon or stars in the sky, the area was enveloped in darkness. They dared not illuminate their path, instead proceeding cautiously. However, as their eyes adjusted to the dark, they could discern some outlines. They ascended along a ravine carved by flowing water, and upon reaching the mountainside, Uncle Zhao led them to the left. There, a large boulder jutted out, and Uncle Zhao stopped before it, waiting for everyone to catch up before allowing the bearded man to squeeze through a crevice behind the stone. Chu Yue was taken aback. No wonder she had not spotted their companions earlier. They were hidden within the cave. Quickly, she sent her mental energy ahead, probing the crevice before the bearded man could enter. The opening was only as wide as half a bedroom door, and the bearded man, being rather large, had to sidle through. The crevice extended for approximately 30 meters before opening into a spacious cave. A few camping lanterns illuminated the interior well, revealing around 20 people, men and women of various ages, including a little girl who appeared to be no more than 3 years old. Some rested against the cave walls while others paced anxiously, frequently glancing toward the entrance. Hurry inside, Uncle Zhao urged, nudging Qi Ming beside him. Qi Ming noticed Chu Yue give him a slight nod, gritted his teeth, removed his backpack, and squeezed through the opening, followed by Dandan, Chu Yue, and Jie, and finally Uncle Zhao. The crevice seemed as though it had been cleaved into the mountainside, with smooth stone walls, as if polished by hand. Although high, the opening narrowed progressively, and the ground was strewn with loose stones, slanting steeply downward. After traversing 4 or 5 meters, Chu Yue's mental energy, which she had left outside, suddenly jolted. A massive shadow surged swiftly toward them from the distance. Indeed, it was swimming. Chu Yue's eyes widened in alarm. It was an enormous python. Its body was thicker than a truck, its scales a deep ebony, coiling and gliding toward them, causing rocks to tumble and trees to be obliterated in its wake. It resembled a monstrous serpent from a film come to life. Indeed, it was a formidable beast. Chu Yue realized that she had not failed to notice it earlier. It had simply been coiled and motionless, resembling a small mountain. And she had overlooked it. The python seemed to sense prey within the mountain wall, lunging violently against it. The individuals nestled within the crevice felt the forceful impact reverberate through the air. Small stones tumbled down the mountainside with a clattering sound. With little regard for their surroundings, they hastened deeper into the cave. Outside, the colossal serpent continued to batter against the cliff face, dislodging a large rock and sending countless stones cascading down the slope. At last, the group reached the end of the fissure, where those already inside the cave, alerted by the commotion outside, rose anxiously, their worried gazes fixed on the last to enter, Uncle Zhao San. Noticing the concern etched on their faces, Zhao San quickly reassured them. Fear not, fear not. It is merely that creature returning, but do not worry, it cannot enter. He then gestured towards Chu Yue and the others, explaining. These children passed by here today and parked their vehicle at the foot of the mountain. The noise you heard was theirs. I brought them into the cave. If left outside, they would surely face peril tonight. The crowd, upon hearing Zhao San's words, nodded kindly towards Chu Yue and her companions before resuming their previous activities. Uncle, was that creature outside truly a monster? Qi Ming inquired softly, inching closer to Zhao San. The sheer force capable of shaking the mountains was unimaginable. Just how enormous must this beast be? Zhao San nodded, a blend of resignation and concern crossing his face as he sighed. Rest assured, we are safe here. It cannot breach our sanctuary. Once it hears noise from elsewhere, it will depart. Chu Yue and her companions nodded obediently, their hearts heavy with trepidation. Had they remained in their vehicle, they would have faced a grim battle, with little chance of survival. Zhao San led them to a middle-aged woman, addressing her. Xiaomi Niang, please find a suitable place for these children. Xiaomi Niang appeared to be a forthright woman, accompanied by a small girl of around 3 years. Responding promptly to Zhao San, she said, No worries, Senga, you can count on me. As she rummaged through her bag, she produced several buns, offering them to Chu Yue and her friends. Here, have some food. You 2 girls can sleep beside me, and the boys can rest over by the pond. The group quickly declined, aware that the supplies in the cave were limited and they felt uncomfortable consuming another's provisions. Moreover, despite Zhao San's apparent good intentions in bringing them to safety, they understood the necessity of remaining vigilant. Xiaomi Niang, seeing their insistence, did not press the matter further. Although she appeared to have a substantial supply, it would diminish rapidly among so many. Chu Yue and her companions gathered together, pulling out some biscuits from their own supplies to nibble on. As they ate, Chu Yue quietly recounted her observations. It was a gigantic snake. Its head nearly the size of a car, moving with astonishing speed from the far side of the mountain, almost in an instant. Is it truly that formidable? Can we contend with it? Qi Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Though he had felt the creature's might, he had not witnessed its form and could only speculate about its size. As Chu Yue spoke, his imagination conjured a vivid image of the monstrous serpent, sending a shiver down his spine. It was no wonder Zhao San had spoken of it in hushed tones, reluctant to describe its appearance. It's hard to say, Chu Yue replied, clenching her teeth. The immense snake exuded a potent aura of oppression, reminiscent of the hierarchical pressures she had felt among those with supernatural abilities in her past life. They would likely find it challenging to vanquish such a creature. Not far from Xiaomi Niang, the little girl peeked from behind her guardian, her eyes fixed longingly on the biscuit in Chu Yue's hand. Her tiny mouth licking in anticipation, yet she refrained from approaching to ask. Noticing the girl, Chu Yue smiled gently, offering her a piece of biscuit, saying softly,
Here you go.
The girl reached for it but hesitated, glancing up at Xiaomi Niang. The woman, observing the offered biscuit, quickly pulled the child close, saying no.
No.
It's hard to come by food these days. You can't take theirs. You eat it yourself, don't share. Disheartened by the admonition, the little girl lowered her head but remained quiet, snuggling closer to Xiaomi Niang. Auntie, please don't be modest. I still have plenty left. It's perfectly fine to give a piece to the little sister, Chu Yue insisted, standing up and walking over to Xiaomi Niang, placing the biscuit in the girl's hands. The child held the biscuit but did not eat it, her eyes filled with yearning as she looked up at Xiaomi Niang. Sighing at the girl's gaze, Xiaomi Niang finally relented, saying, Well, you can hold on to it, But remember to thank your sister. The little girl beamed, revealing her tiny teeth, clenching the biscuit tightly as she chimed, "Thank you, sister. There's no need to thank me." Chu Yue replied warmly, then turned to Xiaomi Niang, asking, "Annie, is this your granddaughter?" Alas. Xiaomi Niang shook her head, a sorrowful expression crossing her face as she stroked the girl's head. "This child is unfortunate. Her entire family has succumbed to the zombie plague. It's unclear who locked her in the garage before transforming, allowing her to escape a grim fate. Such a small child. It's truly a pity she lives in this world." "Oh," Chu Yue said, lowering her gaze slightly before asking, "Andy, how long have you been hiding here?" Xiaomi Niang patted her bag, pulling the girl close as she contemplated. It should be around 2 days now. Within the cave, the passage of time was indiscernible, illuminated only by the camping lamps. Xiaomi Niang had lost track of how long they had truly been there. When Zhao Sen mentioned that night had fallen, she realized it must have been more than 2 days. 2 days? Where were you before this? Chu Yue raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. The cave's condition hardly reflected a mere 2-day stay. The stone platform bore evidence of having been carved for cooking, its markings suggesting a presence of at least 1 or 2 years. Yet, Xiaomi Niang did not appear to be lying. We had been in the village the entire time. It's a long tale of misfortune. Once the conversation began, Xiaomi Niang could hardly contain herself, recounting the harrowing experiences of her village following the outbreak of the undead. Most of the inhabitants hailed from Zhao, a large village that once boasted over 500 residents before the zombie apocalypse. Over the past 2 years, under the leadership of Zhao San and the 2 children, the young adults returned to the village to develop tourism and agriculture, thriving in their endeavors. Although business had waned somewhat this year due to the flu outbreak, they were still faring relatively well. Who could have anticipated that one day, someone would turn into a flesh-eating zombie? Those who were bitten often barely had any flesh left on their bones before rising to attack others, resulting in entire families succumbing to the plague. Initially, chaos ensued, with everyone hiding in their homes, too terrified to emerge. Eventually, Zhao San rallied the villagers, rescuing them one by one and sheltering them at the inn owned by Da Wei at the village entrance. Those who were injured were spared from execution, bound and set aside until they transformed into zombies, at which point they were put to rest. Unexpectedly, a few managed to survive the ordeal without turning, even acquiring supernatural abilities. From that point onward, they began to gradually eliminate the zombies in the village, collecting resources from the homes, as each household had some degree of provisions stored away. Consequently, they faced no scarcity of food. After clearing the village of the undead, they fortified the inn with a protective wall. It was not that they had never contemplated venturing outside. It was merely that the once bustling village of over 500 souls had dwindled to a mere 100, the toll of loss too great to bear. The world beyond was teeming with the undead, and uncertainty loomed. They dared not embark on a perilous journey, thus choosing to remain in the village. Days passed in a semblance of tranquility until one fateful day, the monstrous creature appeared, devouring several individuals in a single gulp. Fear gripped the villagers as they huddled within their homes, scarcely daring to breathe. To their horror, the houses crumbled under the beast's assault as if they were made of mere paper. Some were consumed, while others met a tragic end beneath the collapsing walls. In their panic, they were at a loss as to where to flee, until one individual recalled the cave nestled in the mountain. The villagers had played in this cave since childhood, and in recent years, some had even envisioned transforming it into a quaint tourist attraction, often bringing supplies inside. The notion of seeking refuge in the cave was met with approval, and they began their flight towards it. However, the journey from the village to the cave was fraught with distance, and it was only thanks to a handful of individuals with extraordinary abilities that the creature was temporarily diverted, drawing it away from the fleeing crowd. Curiously, the monster seemed to favor those with abilities, pursuing them instead of the larger group. Ultimately, from the 100-odd villagers, only 20 or so made it to the cave, with none of the gifted individuals returning. Oh, how sorrowful. Aunt Xiaomi concluded her tale, wiping away tears and taking a deep breath. Her family reduced to just herself and her son amidst the chaos. Now, they found themselves hidden in this cave, merely enjoying a fleeting sense of safety. Chapter 102. The Weight of Oppression. Provisions in the cave were running low, and the scant supplies they had were salvaged by Uncle Qiao, who, upon spotting the serpent's movement, had risked his life to retrieve them. Today, Uncle Qiao gathered a few brave souls to strategize a return for more food, but before they could navigate around the mountain, the creature reemerged from an unknown direction. Fortunately, they had not ventured far and managed to retreat back to the cave in time, narrowly avoiding further casualties. Yet, without a means to procure sustenance, they faced a grim fate of starvation. Chu Yue exchanged glances with her companions, contemplating the veracity of Aunt Xiaomi's words. Indeed, Uncle Qiao and the bearded man had risked their lives to aid them. With little to occupy their time in the cave, most lay about resting, while Uncle Qiao and a young man kept vigil at the entrance, ever watchful for the serpent's movements. Chu Yue had retracted her psychic energy, realizing that each time she projected it, the serpent would thrash against the cave walls. Now that her energy was withdrawn, the creature lay still. Yet all were acutely aware that it remained, guarding the entrance, waiting for them to emerge. Chu Yue felt a tinge of despair. Such a formidable beast was evidently not easy to vanquish, and it seemed to possess powers that surpassed their own. However, it was imperative to devise a plan to eliminate the serpent. As long as it remained, crossing the mountains would be an insurmountable challenge. Yet, venturing out now would be folly. The outside world was cloaked in darkness, and an ill-fated misstep could lead to their demise. The four of them huddled together, deliberating briefly before deciding to rest for the night within the cave, planning to scout the situation at dawn. They adhered to their previous arrangement for watch duty. Chu Yue and Jordan would guard the first half of the night, while Kaiming and Anja would take over the latter half. The night passed relatively peacefully. The serpent did not resume its attacks against the walls, perhaps sensing the futility of the effort. As dawn approached, Chu Yue opened her eyes, stretching her stiff neck. She had only managed to doze off briefly. The cave's damp chill and the jagged stones made for an uncomfortable rest, and she found herself longing for the plush comfort of her RV bed. Indeed, transitioning from simplicity to luxury is a far easier endeavor than descending from luxury to simplicity. The cave remained illuminated by the camping lantern, leaving her uncertain of the weather outside. Chu Yue glanced at her watch. It was just past 5 in the morning, and soon the light would break. Beside her, Aunt Xiaomi cradled a little girl in deep slumber. Concerned for the child's warmth, she draped her outer garment over the girl, instinctively clutching her tightly, even in sleep. The little girl, nestled in her embrace, grasped the fabric with tiny hands, her mouth slightly agape, her cheeks rosy as she slept soundly. So young, yet she had lost all her kin and remained blissfully unaware of the profound implications, only knowing that those she loved most were no longer by her side. She resolved to be more obedient, to refrain from the tantrums of her past. Chu Yue shifted her gaze, extending a thread of her psychic energy cautiously toward the cave's entrance. Just as she reached it, she encountered a vast expanse of dark gray scales, tightly packed as if the serpent donned a heavy armor. Carefully manipulating her energy, she ventured further outside without alerting the beast. From her vantage point, the colossal serpent lay coiled on the slope, motionless and blending seamlessly with the mountainous terrain. One might mistake it for merely a small hill adjacent to the larger mountain. As the saying goes, to strike a serpent, one must aim for its vital point. Chu Yue's psychic energy circled around the serpent, assessing its formidable, armored body. Where might its Achilles heel lie? Perhaps its head? The serpent's triangular head rested atop its coiled body, seemingly in slumber. As Chu Yue's psychic energy approached its head, the serpent suddenly opened its eyes, and her energy collided with its piercing brown-yellow slits. The creature seemed to sense danger, slowly raising its head, its eyes scanning for the source of the threat. Chu Yue hastily withdrew her energy. Though the serpent emitted no psychic waves, it was acutely aware of its surroundings. Even the slightest disturbance could rouse it. Kaiming and Anja, who had been feigning sleep during the latter part of the night, approached upon noticing Chu Yue's awakening, and Jordan, who had been lightly dozing, stirred at the commotion. "What's the situation? Has it left?" Kaiming inquired, lowering his voice as he settled beside Chu Yue. Shaking her head, Chu Yue whispered, "This serpent is exceedingly sensitive. Even the faintest sound can awaken it. Moreover, I suspect its level may surpass ours, meaning our abilities might not inflict significant damage. Charging out now would be a gamble with low odds." "Surpassing our level? What kind of monster is this?" Kaiming exclaimed, astonished. Is it becoming a sentient being? Chu Yue bit her lip, contemplating her strategy for dealing with the serpent. An idea struck her. She remembered the enormous billboard she had recently acquired. If she could position it above the serpent and let it fall, it might crush the creature. Even if it did not succeed, it could temporarily restrict its movement, making it easier to slay. She shared her plan with the others, and they found it to be viable. Yet, a pressing concern loomed. The serpent was blocking the cave entrance, and how could they possibly escape? How could Chu Yue maneuver herself above the beast? I've heard that snakes are afraid of fire. I could use flames to distract it, and you, Xiaoyu, could seize the opportunity to climb atop and place the billboard. Jordan suggested after some contemplation. Chu Yue hesitated slightly. The enormous serpent was so colossal that Dandan's fireball might merely serve as a decorative manicure for its scales. We should venture out and test our chances. Speaking endlessly here proves futile. Whether we succeed or fail can only be determined through action. If we cannot prevail, we shall retreat and devise another plan, for that serpent cannot enter. Qiming clenched his teeth and asserted that since we have a plan, we should execute it. We must at least step outside to ascertain our prospects. Lingering here in idle speculation yields no results. Very well. I concur that we should first venture out and see. And Jie remarked gravely, casting a glance at Chu Yue. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, Chu Yue finally declared, then let us proceed, but we must not engage directly. If it proves too dangerous, we will retreat immediately and rethink our strategy. After confirming with nods from the others, she rose and made her way towards the cave entrance. Chapter 103. The unyielding Scales' Uncle Qiao stood vigil at the cave's mouth, his eyes bloodshot as he fixated on the stone crevice. Seemingly having gone without sleep the previous night. Upon noticing Chu Yue's approach, he swiftly obstructed their path. What are you planning to do? You cannot go out now. The beast is still lurking at the entrance. I don't know why it has remained here all night when it left so quickly last time. Uncle, we are not going out. We merely intend to peek at the entrance and return. We are not foolish enough to offer ourselves as a feast for such a massive creature, Qiming replied with a smile. Feeling a sense of gratitude towards Uncle Qiao for the risks he took to rescue them the previous day. What is there to see? Do you think it is like a zoo animal that you can admire? Return. Stay inside the cave. I will notify you when it leaves, Uncle Qiao snapped. His frustration evident. The curiosity of the youth was overwhelming, and he feared for their lives. Yet, while he spoke, several individuals had already squeezed through the stone crevice. Uncle Qiao wished to scold them but ultimately could only chase after them, urging, do not get too close, take a distant glance and return. Do you hear me? The group nodded in acknowledgement and ventured forth through the crevice. As they neared the entrance, the colossal serpent seemed to sense their presence, directing its head towards the opening. Its brownish-yellow eyes peered through the fissure like immense glass orbs, while its thick, scarlet tongue flicked in and out, almost reaching into the cave itself. Qiming and Jie and Dandan were witnessing the serpent for the first time, their eyes nearly bulging with astonishment as they involuntarily gasped in fear. No wonder Chu Yue had been so cautious. This serpent was far larger than they had imagined. The fears they had conjured in their minds the night before paled in comparison to its terrifying presence. As they observed its shimmering scales glistening in the morning light, they silently assessed their own capabilities and quickly felt inadequate in the face of such a behemoth. My goodness! How many years must it have lived to grow so vast? Qiming marveled, almost in a daze. Perhaps it is due to the apocalypse. The mutated wolves and wild boars we encountered before were also several times larger than the norm, and Jie speculated. That may be true, however. I suspect this serpent was already formidable before the apocalypse. According to Uncle Qiao, it seems particularly fond of devouring ability users. Perhaps drawn out of the mountains by their abilities, Chu Yue posited, but her words were cut short as the serpent suddenly charged its head violently against the mountain wall. The group pressed tightly against the rock, the impact reverberating as if it had struck beside them. Chu Yue, observing her terrified companions, retrieved several AK rifles from her spatial pocket and distributed them, saying, let us first try our hand with conventional weaponry. We have come this far. We must explore all methods to assess the damage our skills can inflict. We cannot simply retreat in fear. Inside the cave, Uncle Qiao's heart raced at the sound of the serpent colliding with the wall. He feared the youngsters had ventured too far and provoked the beast. "Dai Wei, Xiao Shuo. Yangzi, grab your gear and follow me. We must see what is happening." Uncle Zhao called to a few companions, only to be restrained by a nearby youth. "Uncle, those individuals are not from our village." Allowing them to take shelter in the cave was already a generous act. "They disregarded your warnings not to venture out. Should trouble arise, must we risk our lives to save them?" The youth's words resonated with most of the group, prompting the bearded man to rise and agree. "Indeed, uncle. We saved their lives yesterday. If they choose to venture out to their doom today, there's no stopping them. Why should we risk ourselves for their recklessness?" Seeing the consensus among the group, Uncle Zhao lowered his voice. "Do you not understand? Our village is down to just a few of us, trapped by the beast in this cave, with dwindling supplies. Do we plan to starve to death here?" The group fell silent at Uncle Zhao's words. Indeed, if they did not devise a means of escape, they would inevitably perish from hunger within the cave. "Uncle, do you have a plan?" the bearded man inquired, his eyes alight with hope. Over the years, Uncle Zhao had led their village to prosperity, resolving countless issues, and it seemed he might have a solution now. Uncle Zhao glanced at the group, speaking solemnly. "If we are few, we must seek out more allies. If we are many—" Before he could finish, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from outside the cave. "Uncle, they have firearms!" exclaimed the youth beside Zhao, rushing to the cave entrance, the thunderous gunfire resonating like music to his ears. Uncle Zhao's expression brightened as he waved to the earlier group, urging them to arm themselves and follow him outside. At the cave's mouth, Chu Yue and her companions positioned themselves, weapons raised, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the colossal serpent. The creature's size made it an easy target, and even Qi Ming, a novice, managed to strike true. However, most of his bullets merely ricocheted off the serpent's scales, leaving behind only minor dents. Astonished, Qi Ming thought, "The serpent's scales are incredibly resilient. Firearms are not my forte. I shall abandon this approach." He discarded the gun and conjured a series of sharp earthen spikes, aiming directly for the serpent's eyes. Jordan Dan, once a marksmanship champion at the police academy, still maintained her skill despite not having fired a rifle in some time. She crouched at the cave entrance, methodically taking aim and firing at the serpent's vulnerable eyes and gaping mouth. While it was understandable that the bullets could not penetrate the tough scales, it was astonishing that a protective layer seemed to shield the serpent's eyes. Both bullets and Qi Ming's earthen spikes bounced off harmlessly. Only the bullets that found their way into its open mouth seemed to draw blood. Chu Yue and Jia approached their task differently. They controlled their shots, targeting every inch of the serpent's body, yet aside from its gaping mouth, none of their bullets could breach its defenses. The serpent remained unperturbed amidst the hail of gunfire, seemingly indifferent to the bullets striking its mouth, becoming more exhilarated as it detected its prey. It continued to flick its tongue and ram its head relentlessly against the mountain wall. The serpent's head collided with the cave entrance, mere steps away from Chu Yue and her companions, allowing them to observe the intricate patterns of scales upon the serpent's head, with individual scales as large as a top hat. Unable to penetrate the outer armor of the colossal serpent, Chu Yue ceased wasting bullets on its impenetrable shell. She and Jia each took charge of one eye, while Dandan targeted the serpent's forked tongue, and Qi Ming focused on sealing its nostrils with earth. If they could eliminate these key features, at least half of its vision would be lost. As the bullets imbued with their abilities continued to strike, one finally found its mark, piercing the giant serpent's eye. The serpent thrashed violently, writhing in agony along the slope, causing a cacophony of chaos as countless stones tumbled down. Chapter 104. The Super Lollipop. With firearms rendered temporarily ineffective, Qiao stowed her weapon away and summoned a formidable bolt of lightning into her palm, directing it forcefully toward the serpent's head. Crackle! A bolt as thick as her arm descended upon the serpent's crown, causing its body to convulse violently, singeing a patch blackened by the electric strike. A sense of triumph surged within Chu Yue as she swiftly exited the cave, her hands a flurry of motion as she conjured another thick bolt of lightning, keenly gauging the serpent's position before unleashing it. Once more, the lightning struck the serpent's head, forcing it down again as its massive body coiled and rolled chaotically on the slope, indicating it had indeed suffered injury. Seeing Chu Yue had dashed out, Qi Ming and the others followed suit, regardless of their abilities, unleashing their skills upon the colossal serpent. Qiming conjured the sharpest earth spikes he could muster, aiming for the serpent's neck. It was said that striking a snake at its vital point was crucial. Yet he was uncertain where that lay on such a gargantuan creature, so he simply thrust repeatedly below the head. When one attempt failed, he redoubled his efforts. However, those earth spikes, which could pierce concrete walls, shattered upon contact with the serpent's neck, leaving no trace of injury whatsoever. Disheartened, Qiming felt his earth abilities were utterly ineffective against the creature. What could he do? He could not stand idly by while his teammates fought valiantly. In the meantime, Jie, with hands transformed into blades, charged toward the serpent. His blades, however small, left mere scratches upon the serpent's scales, failing to inflict any real harm. Determined, Jie transformed his hands into blades again, leaping closer to the serpent's side, where he managed to sever a scale near its head, exposing the white flesh beneath. Elated, he prepared to plunge his blade into the exposed flesh, only to be flung away by the serpent's thrashing tail, landing amidst a pile of rubble. Fortunately, as a wielder of metal abilities, he had been reinforced and sustained no serious injuries, though he felt the rush of blood and a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth as he stood again. Wiping the blood away, Jie dashed forward once more. Beneath the scale he had just severed, he noticed something pulsating. It must be the serpent's critical weakness. Yet, hidden beneath the scales of its head, it was nearly impossible to locate without getting closer. Chu Yue continued her relentless assault, bolts of lightning striking the serpent's head, which was now charred and smoldering, seemingly numbing the serpent's body. It had become lethargic. Seizing the opportunity, Jie sprinted towards the serpent's head. However, just as he approached, the serpent flipped violently, sending him flying once more. Suddenly, the serpent, as if awakened from a trance, surged towards Chu Yue.
Xiao Yu,
Watch out! Both Qiao Dandan and Qiming cried out in alarm, throwing their abilities desperately in her direction. Qiming, recalling his training, conjured a towering earthen wall, standing 3 meters high, to shield Chu Yue. Yet, the wall failed to deter the serpent, which crashed into it, splitting it asunder. Qiao Dandan's blazing fireball struck the serpent's scales, scorching them and leaving only singed marks, but the serpent recoiled as if burned. It feared fire. Seizing this moment, Chu Yue swiftly darted aside, witnessing the serpent's sudden contraction. Unfortunately, Qiao Dandan's abilities were still too feeble. The fireballs could only inflict a momentary sting, not a fatal blow. Yet, igniting a larger fire was not an insurmountable task. Observing the crumbling wall, Chu Yue narrowed her eyes and called out, "Old Qi, quickly, build a wall beneath my feet and elevate me." Without hesitation, Qiming complied, raising a 3-meter wall beneath her, lifting her high above the ground. Standing atop the wall, Chu Yue gazed down at the approaching serpent, a smile curling at her lips. "Come forth, my little darling, for I shall reward you with a super lollipop." With a flourish, she summoned a massive advertisement sign from her spatial pocket and let it crash down upon the serpent. Pinned beneath the sign, the serpent thrashed in a frenzy, attempting to escape, but Chu Yue had not yet finished her assault. She released a barrel of gasoline from her space, slicing it open with her hand, dousing the serpent with fuel while shouting, "Dandan." Understanding Chu Yue's intent upon seeing the gasoline, Qiao Dandan quickly hurled her prepared fireball at the gasoline-soaked serpent.
boom.
The serpent ignited in an inferno, the advertisement sign catching fire alongside it. As the serpent writhed beneath the burning sign, Chu Yue felt it was still insufficient. She raised her hand, releasing another barrel of gasoline, tossing it into the flames, and dropped several gas canisters for good measure. The fire roared even higher, the flames threatening to scorch Chu Yue atop the earthen wall. The serpent struggled violently, the sign teetering precariously under its might. How could it still possess such strength after enduring such flames? Chu Yue was taken aback as she witnessed the serpent gradually emerge from beneath the sign. Resolute, she slammed a truck down upon it. The truck crashed onto the sign, forcing the serpent back down to endure its fiery banquet. Emerging from the rubble, Jie looked upon the serpent engulfed in flames, exhaling a sigh of relief. The fire blazed fiercely, and Chu Yue, feeling the heat becoming unbearable, leapt down from the wall.
Boom.
Just as her feet touched the ground, A deafening explosion erupted behind her, the source unknown, perhaps a gasoline barrel or a gas canister. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as more explosions rocked the mountainside. The wall behind Chu Yue crumbled, but she had escaped in time, narrowly avoiding being toppled by the shockwave. The four of them regrouped at a safe distance, astonished to see the serpent still struggling amidst the flames. How resilient it was! Such an inferno and explosion had yet to claim its life. Chapter 105. It has come back to life. At that moment, Uncle Qiao and several burly men emerged from the cave entrance. They had arrived at the cave's mouth just in time to witness the serpent's colossal form sweeping across the slope, leaving them too frightened to venture out. After the resounding explosion subsided, the group cautiously emerged from the cave entrance, their eyes immediately drawn to the raging inferno consuming the hillside. The colossal serpent was pinned beneath some debris, struggling feebly, yet it appeared its end was near. The young man trailing behind Uncle Qiao looked on enviously at the others, his eyes alight with fervor as he exclaimed, "You possess firearms and explosives. How impressive! Uncle San's foresight is remarkable. Yesterday, we were displeased when he brought people back to the cave, hardly paying them any mind. Had we known of their prowess, we should have endeavored to befriend them last night." Uncle Qiao sighed with relief, a smile gracing his face as he approached Chu Yue and the others. He extended his hand, clasping Qiming's firmly, his voice trembling with emotion. "Young man, your capabilities are truly extraordinary. You are ridding us of a great menace. I thank you on behalf of our entire village." Tears welled in his eyes, for the trials faced by their village in recent days had been insurmountable. Qiming, witnessing Uncle Qiao's heartfelt gratitude, felt powerless to console him and sought assistance from Jia, who, equally unskilled in such matters, nonchalantly stepped aside. Dandan glanced at them before turning back to Chu Yue, both of them fixated on the gigantic serpent, apprehensive that it might spring forth as it had moments before. Chu Yue, however, did not divert her gaze from the flames, her eyes locked on the fiery mass. The serpent was still writhing. It had not yet succumbed. Chu Yue possessed a commendable habit. As long as her adversary drew breath, she would not allow her gaze to waver, even for a second. Though she, like everyone else, believed the serpent to be on the brink of death, it had yet to perish completely. The flames blazed fiercely, igniting nearby branches and threatening to spread further up the slope. Chu Yue urged Qiming to procure some soil to smother the fire. The forest was awash in the vibrant hues of autumn, with fiery maple leaves painting the landscape, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairyland, though layers of fallen leaves had accumulated. Should they inadvertently allow the flames to escape, the entire forest might be consumed in a catastrophic blaze. Qiming, held back by Uncle Qiao, was at a loss for how to proceed when he heard Chu Yue's urgent call. He quickly informed Uncle Qiao and rushed off to gather earth to extinguish the flames. Suddenly, the burly man pointed at the serpent and shouted in alarm, "Look! It's moving!
Run!"
He then turned and dragged his companions towards the cave. The others followed his gaze, witnessing the serpent rise from the inferno, its head charred and riddled with wounds, flames licking at its flesh like a grotesque crown. The upper half of its body was a gruesome sight, riddled with gaping holes, blackened and burnt, resembling a tattered rag discarded carelessly. Yet its head rose higher still, poised to burst forth from the flames. Chu Yue summoned a bolt of lightning in her palm and hurled it at the serpent. What the hell? How can this creature be so resilient, rising again after such devastation? The lightning struck the serpent, sending it crashing back to the ground, its torn flesh quivering as electric arcs flickered across it, a sight that was agonizing to behold. Yet, the serpent seemed impervious to pain, continuing to struggle as it extracted its upper body from the blaze. With another flash of lightning, the serpent opened its mouth at an impossible angle, letting out a piercing shriek before exerting itself and surprisingly freeing itself from beneath the remnants of an advertising board and a charred truck, its scales torn away in the process. As the grotesque mass of the serpent surged towards them, Chu Yue and the others quickly united their abilities against it. Uncle Qiao grabbed his makeshift crossbow and loosed an arrow, but it fell short of the serpent's form. A nearby man urged him towards the cave, but Uncle Qiao bellowed, "The monster is our common foe. How can we abandon our comrades and retreat at such a moment?" The man grasped his trembling hand, Desperately attempting to reason with him, Brother San, look at their skills. You cannot contribute here. You would only hinder them. Glancing at Chu Yue and the others, Uncle Zhao sighed heavily and followed the man back into the cave. Qi Ming found his moment to act. He sharpened the soil spikes and aimed them at the serpent's exposed flesh. The spikes plunged into the serpent's body, embedding themselves in the exposed areas and tearing fresh wounds. And Jia, undeterred, brandished his hand blade and charged at the serpent. He believed the spot he had observed earlier was the serpent's Achilles heel. If it could endure such torment, perhaps he could strike true. However, the serpent's speed was formidable, and Jia resolved to climb onto its back, gripping its scales as he ascended towards its head. Enraged, the serpent ignored Qi's lightning, and Jia's blade, Qiao Dandan's fireballs, and Qi Ming's soil spikes, charging directly at Chu Yue. Blood trailed in its wake, staining the hillside crimson. Qi suspected it might soon bleed out completely. Seeing that none could outrun the serpent, Qi Ming hastily erected a dirt wall before it, but the serpent collided with it, collapsing the wall and nearly dislodging Jia, who had barely reached the creature's head. Yet, this momentary pause allowed Jia to plunge his knife deep into the soft flesh beneath the serpent's head. Fearing the serpent's massive size would thwart his aim, he extended the blade further, twisting it forcefully within. At the moment the knife penetrated, the serpent unleashed a ferocious roar, thrashing its head violently before rolling on the ground. And Jia was thrown from its back, narrowly avoiding being crushed beneath the writhing beast, tumbling far down the slope. Chu Yue observed the attack, and it seemed evident that Jia had struck a vital area, for the serpent's agony was palpable. Yet, why did it not perish? Was it merely wounded? It was plausible that if Jia had indeed struck its vital point, that area would house its heart. Given the serpent's size, its heart would be proportionally larger, and Jia's blade was insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. However, there was no opportunity to climb back onto the serpent and strike again. It was now thrashing about like a wild beast, any proximity inviting disaster. Chapter 106. Capture it. This creature was immense, and slaying it proved exceedingly arduous. As Chu Yue dodged the wildly thrashing serpent, she rifled through her skills, searching for something that might prove useful. A spark ignited in her mind. The fresh fish in her spatial storage could serve as a lethal weapon, though she had yet to test the skill. The enormity of the serpent left her uncertain of its efficacy. However, with no better options available, this serpent had proven nearly impossible to kill. And if they continued to exhaust their abilities, they would be left defenseless. Desperation surged within her. She had to make this work. At that moment, the serpent charged towards her, frenzied and relentless. This time, Chu Yue did not evade. Instead, she advanced, deftly sidestepping the serpent's head, and with a few swift strides, reached out to touch the colossal snake's body. Just as she was about to make contact, the giant serpent suddenly twisted and lashed out with its tail, opening its maw to strike at her. What exactly enabled this creature to sense its foes? Even with its head so severely scorched, it could still accurately pivot to bite her. Nonetheless, this realization brought her a flicker of joy. Remaining stationary was indeed a wise choice. After all, given the serpent's immense size, if it were to coil and thrash about, she would have to run herself ragged just to keep pace. As Chu Yue watched the grotesquely deformed mouth of the snake racing towards her, she chose not to retreat. Instead, she boldly surged forward a couple of steps, appearing as if she willingly offered herself to the gaping jaws of the giant serpent. Xiaoyu, come back! Qi Ming and the others, scattered by the serpent's charge, could only watch in horror as Chu Yue approached the serpent's gaping mouth, prompting them to unleash a barrage of attacks aimed at its maw. At this moment, the giant serpent had reached its limits. Under normal circumstances, it would have fled. Yet, the presence of these humans on the hillside exerted an irresistible allure, compelling it to remain and attempt to devour them despite its grievous injuries. Its primal instincts whispered that consuming these few humans could lead to its evolution, alleviating all its suffering. Thus, even in excruciating pain, the serpent lunged at the humans on the slope, sensing Chu Yue directly before it. It turned its head and lunged to bite her. In a moment of peril, Chu Yue instinctively crouched and dodged, slipping beneath the serpent's head, her hand reaching up to grasp the underside of its jaw. Qi Ming and the others arrived just in time to witness the serpent vanish before their eyes. leaving behind a hillside stained with blood and remnants of flesh, amid a raging inferno. Chu Yue felt a twinge of regret. Had she known it would be so simple, she could have merely leapt forward to touch it earlier, avoiding the dramatic struggle and the waste of several barrels of gasoline and liquefied gas. However, the success of their endeavor could only be determined once the giant serpent was fully released. For now, they could only consider the immediate threat temporarily averted. Upon hearing silence outside, Uncle Qiao and the others cautiously emerged, only to find the giant serpent had vanished. Where is that beast? Uncle Qiao's heart raced as he suppressed his unease. It fled, Chu Yue replied, her demeanor calm and unfazed. We inflicted severe injuries upon it, and it likely perceived it would be defeated, hence it ran away. Ran away? Oh no! How could we let it escape? Uncle Qiao's expression turned grave as he exclaimed, snakes are vengeful creatures. Having let it go, it will surely return to exact revenge once it has healed. Fear not, uncle. It is gravely injured. Even if it has fled, it will not survive for long, Qiming reassured, though he too felt a sense of uncertainty regarding the serpent's fate. You have no idea of the peril it poses. Alas. Uncle Qiao sighed in resignation. Quickly, gather your belongings. We must depart. This place is no longer safe. As he spoke, he made his way back toward the cave. Those inside the cave, upon hearing that the giant serpent had been injured and fled, became frantic. In their lore, snakes were considered enigmatic creatures. To kill one, it must be done thoroughly, and even then, the head and body must be separated and buried to prevent it from returning for vengeance. With the serpent's escape, the villagers feared retribution, and as Uncle Qiao urged them to leave, they hastily gathered their belongings and followed him out of the cave. Outside, Chu Yue and her companions had just extinguished the flames on the mountain and were in the process of collecting the advertising boards and the frames of the trucks. Upon seeing Uncle Qiao and the others emerge, they approached to bid farewell. Uncle Qiao and his group planned to return to the village for supplies. Chu Yue informed them that they could take the national road to the Yamping base, a well-established official base located not far from the provincial capital of the former Hong province, which had developed significantly and boasted excellent security, ideal for their group of elderly and young alike. Uncle Qiao sincerely invited them to join him and the villagers in gathering supplies before proceeding to the Yamping base together. However, Chu Yue and her companions declined, explaining that their intended route diverged completely from that of the Yamping base. Upon learning that they intended to traverse the Great Mountain Range, Uncle Qiao grew increasingly anxious, pleading with them, this 800-mile mountain range is no trivial feat to cross. Who knows what other monsters may lurk within the woods? You should come with us to the Yamping base. He harbored no ill intentions. He simply recognized that for the elderly, weak, and ill among them, journeying 200 kilometers to the Yamping base would indeed pose a considerable challenge. The group had some abilities, and if they could persuade them to join in heading for the Yamping base, it would not only facilitate their journey, but also offer them greater security upon arrival. Moreover, the mountains were genuinely perilous, and Uncle Qiao was genuinely concerned for their safety. Chu Yue and her companions, however, were resolute in their decision not to accompany Uncle Qiao to the Yamping base. Seeing that his entreaties bore no fruit, Uncle Qiao resigned to their choice. The safety they currently enjoyed was but a temporary reprieve. Who could predict what dangers might emerge from the forest at any moment? As the day wore on, they prepared to set forth, hoping to reach the Yamping base by nightfall. Uncle Qiao led the villagers back to their home, and as they departed, the little girl, Xiaomi Niang, urged her to say goodbye to Chu Yue and her companions. They returned her farewell with smiles, aware that such innocent children were all too rare in the apocalypse, many of whom did not survive long. They wondered if she would be able to thrive in the future. While Xiaomi Niang seemed to be treated well now, the nature of humanity could shift in apocalyptic times, and the future remained uncertain. Once the villagers departed, Chu Yue and her group resumed their descent down the mountain, preparing to continue their journey. However, upon reaching the road below, they were all left in stunned silence. Chapter 107. An Unexpected Pain. The road was strewn with boulders that had rolled down from the mountain, several of which had struck their RV, leaving deep dents in its exterior. Chu Yue approached, tenderly caressing the dents on the RV, and activated her metallic powers to mend the damage. The indentations were swiftly repaired, Yet the scraped-off paint could not be restored, leaving the RV resembling a dog afflicted with alopecia. With the road littered with stones, driving through was impossible. Chu Yue decided to store the vehicle in her space, and the group carefully navigated through the rubble. Xiao Yu, when you stored that giant snake in your space, will it be dead or alive when you release it? If it's alive, won't we have to slay it again? With no outsiders around, Qiming finally voiced the question that had been weighing on his mind. I am uncertain whether it is alive or dead. We can only ascertain its condition when we find an opportune moment to release it. However, I suspect it is most likely dead, Chu Yue mused, recalling the crystal cores consumed by her space in the past. A creature of such magnitude surely could not have escaped unscathed. Your spatial abilities are truly remarkable, a veritable boon for travel and daily life. Dan remarked with a laugh, impressed by the capacity to store resources and even a giant serpent. Had it not been for Chu Yue's space, they would have struggled to move the stones along the road. Chu Yue smiled but remained silent. She felt fortunate in this life. Not only did she possess a space, but she also had acquired an array of extraordinary powers. She sincerely hoped that the journey ahead would be smooth, allowing everyone to reunite with their families. As she walked, Chu Yue suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head. She abruptly halted, swaying unsteadily, and reached out to steady herself against a nearby stone. Dandan, noticing the pallor of Chu Yue's face, hurried to support her, repeatedly inquiring, "Little Yu, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Is it a headache?" Chu Yue was unable to articulate her distress, raising her hands to clutch her head tightly, her brow furrowed in an agonizing knot, her teeth clenched tightly. The intensity of the pain was akin to a nuclear explosion within her mind, and for a brief moment, she felt as if she had departed from this world. Her thoughts had become a muddled mess. The torment was more severe than any mental assault, as if something were forcibly invading her consciousness. Fortunately, the agony was fleeting, dissipating within a minute or two. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, she shivered as the morning breeze swept by, only then realizing that her entire body was drenched in perspiration, as though she had emerged from a deluge. Raising her head, she saw Qiming and Jia and Xiao Dandan gazing at her with concern etched on their faces. She managed a weak smile, summoning the remnants of her strength, and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine now. Let us proceed." "What exactly happened? Little Yu, you must tell us if something is amiss. Do not bear it alone." Xiao Dandan frowned at Chu Yue. In her current state, with damp hair and a ghostly pallor, even her lips were devoid of color, resembling a specter, clearly indicating that she was not truly all right and merely putting on a brave front. Qiming and Jia also regarded her with deep concern, echoing, "Little Yu, where do you feel unwell? Did you sustain an injury just now?" Chu Yue waved her hand dismissively as she moved forward, explaining, "I am not injured. It was merely a brief headache. I am fine now. We must hasten, for we still need to cross this mountain today." Observing Chu Yue leaning against a stone and swaying slightly, Xiao Dandan quickly caught up to support her. Feeling a tremor of worry when she touched her hand, it was as cold as ice. Qiming and Jia exchanged worried glances as they watched Chu Yue stubbornly press on. Qiming sighed and said, "Let us move ahead and retrieve the vehicle. We can discuss matters once we are inside. It is unwise to linger on this road, especially in your condition." And Jia nodded, although his furrowed brow remained tense as he strode forward to catch up with Chu Yue and Xiao Dandan. Chu Yue trembled uncontrollably. Her clothes, soaked with cold sweat, were now chilled further by the brisk wind, causing her teeth to chatter. She suspected her bones were frozen, each step accompanied by a cacophony of cracking joints. Despite having traversed a considerable distance, the road seemed interminable, littered with stones. Xiao Dandan grasped Chu Yue's hand, sensing her incessant shivering. She crouched down before her, urging, "Climb onto my back. I will carry you." Chu Yue shook her head. Although she was cold, she was not incapacitated and felt no need for someone to carry her. And Jia, seeing Chu Yue refuse Xiao Dandan's offer, resolved to take matters into his own hands, announcing, "Little Yu, I will carry you." Before she could react, and Jia swiftly lifted her into his arms and strode forward, quickly reaching a stretch of road free from falling rocks. And Jia radiated warmth and nestled in his embrace. Chu Yue felt significantly more comfortable, almost reluctant to descend. However, Considering the dwindling daylight and the lengthy journey ahead, she hastily jumped down, retrieved the camper van, and dashed into the bathroom for a hot shower. After washing and changing into fresh clothes, Chu Yue felt revitalized, as if she had been reborn. When Qi Ming and the others observed her, exuberantly drying her hair, they felt a sense of relief, believing she was no longer in distress. In truth, Chu Yue was utterly exhausted, so fatigued that she had no appetite for food. By the time Dandan prepared breakfast and came to awaken her, she had already fallen into a deep slumber. Alarmed, Dandan rushed over to touch Chu Yue's forehead, even checking her breathing, only to breathe a sigh of relief when she confirmed everything appeared normal. After a night spent in the cave, none of them had rested well, and with another grueling morning behind them, Dandan surmised that Chu Yue was likely worn out and slightly unwell, thus her earlier distress. Since she was sleeping so soundly, it was best to let her rest. However, Chu Yue's slumber extended from morning until the afternoon, undisturbed. Dandan, Qi Ming, and Jia couldn't help but check on her several times, yet she remained tranquil, merely lost in sleep. Although they felt some concern, witnessing her deep slumber, they lacked the heart to rouse her. She was the youngest in the group, yet throughout their journey, she had been the steadfast backbone, diligently caring for them. Now that she was fatigued, they would protect her rest. Outside the camper, the wind swept through the mountain woods, rustling autumn leaves, stirring the fur of animals, and wafting into the moving vehicle. In a realm unseen by them, countless colorful orbs of light ascended from the foliage, from the bodies of passing creatures, and from the nearby wandering zombies, converging into vibrant ribbons that soared towards the slumbering Chu Yue within the camper. Chapter 108. Spatial Anomaly. Animals and zombies alike seemed to sense the looming danger, retreating far from the camper's vicinity. Qi Ming, driving, found that today's journey was unusually smooth. The road was pristine, devoid of even a single wandering zombie, as if their vehicle were the sole remnant of the world, traversing the mountain roads. Chu Yue remained in deep slumber, entirely unaware of the events unfolding outside, and they were oblivious to the cataclysmic changes occurring within her spatial domain. Originally, the space was an ethereal realm, where everything floated aimlessly, akin to drifting in the cosmos. Yet now, transformations were underway. Vibrant ribbons of color began to penetrate the void, infusing the luminous orb that enveloped the youth. The orb grew increasingly radiant and elevated, illuminating the entire space in a brilliant glow. Subsequently, countless colored orbs emerged, dispersing throughout the realm, gradually coalescing into a kaleidoscopic world. In the closed bedroom, Chu Yue's figure suddenly vanished, leaving only an empty cocoon of blankets. Chu Yue had finally entered her space once more, yet it was now entirely transformed from its previous state. Standing within this realm, she gazed vacantly at the magnificent expanse before her. It was a boundless, picturesque locale, featuring a cerulean sky, a radiant sun, distant mountains, sprawling grasslands, verdant woods, and serene lakes. The once drifting elements had settled, scattered across the meadow. Was this still her space? Were it not for the familiar items strewn about, she might have thought she had entered the wrong domain. Had her spatial treasure indeed upgraded under her careful nurturing? But why had it chosen this moment for transformation? Was it the result of the colossal serpent from earlier that morning? As she recalled the giant serpent, a massive snake suddenly plummeted before her. Yes, it must be the one from the morning. Gazing at the mangled remains of the serpent, Chu Yue was confident in her identification. After all, the majority of those injuries were her handiwork. Yet now, the serpent could no longer be called colossal. It had shrunk considerably, now no larger than her thigh. Moreover, it is still alive. The giant serpent itself is bewildered, having inexplicably found itself here, dazed and immobile after a rather jarring fall. Had it not curled its body upon descent, Chu Yue would have assumed it had met its demise. However, the creature now lacks the vibrant spirit it once possessed. It appears no different from an ordinary python. Relieved, Chu Yue seized the bone-slicing knife and swiftly ended the serpent's life. The thought of a live snake writhing in her space unsettled her. What if it slithered over or gnawed at the food she had brought in? Could she still consume it? Furthermore, given its grievous state, its continued existence would only prolong its suffering. Thus, she deemed her act a merciful release. Yet, what had caused its transformation? Gazing at its body, so drastically altered from this morning, Chu Yue couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief. What had this serpent endured? Even if it had been deceived into northern Myanmar, surely it wouldn't have been drained to such an extent? A little more, and it might as well become a mere worm. As she ambled through her space, feeling the tender grass beneath her feet and the moist earth, she crouched to touch the soil, pondering whether it could yield something fruitful. The innate talent for cultivation seemed to be embedded in her very being. Although her family had always dwelled in the city, upon acquiring a 200-square-meter terrace, her parents eagerly partitioned it into plots to cultivate a variety of fruits and vegetables. Even if their harvests were often meager, their enthusiasm never waned. They sowed seeds punctually with each season. Upon discovering land in her space, Chu Yue immediately thought it a waste not to plant something in such a vast area. After a few steps, she suddenly recalled the boy from the luminous orb. Having finally arrived in this space, she must find him, and this time, she vowed to discern his true appearance. But where could she search for him? This expanse was simply too vast. Chu Yue began to run across the grass, scanning her surroundings. The boy radiated light, so surely there would be illumination nearby, and following it would lead her to him. After circling the grassy area, she turned her gaze toward the distant woods. Could he be hidden among the trees? Yet, the forest seemed too far. By the time she reached it, she might awaken from this dream. Just as that thought crossed her mind, she found herself suddenly amidst the woods. Teleportation? Chu Yue widened her eyes in disbelief as she beheld the vibrant greenery of the forest before her. Unlike the withering trees outside, this grove was lush and orderly, as if meticulously cultivated. Although the glowing boy was absent from the woods, Chu Yue stumbled upon something intriguing. Within this space, she could teleport at will and summon objects to her side. It felt as though she were the sovereign of this realm.
Now.
Bring that boy from the orb before me, she said with a faint smile, reveling in the sensation of power. Yet this time, silence ensued.
Why?
Confused, she called out again, but still, nothing materialized. Failing at such a trivial task warranted criticism. With the space not delivering the boy, Chu Yue resolved to seek him out herself, convinced he must be within this domain. However, the sheer size of the space left her disheartened. She had wandered far without catching even a glimpse of the boy. Feeling somewhat discouraged, she grappled with the vastness of the space, which now seemed to hold too many mysteries. She even questioned the authenticity of her surroundings. Perhaps this place and that boy were mere figments of a dream. In dreams, anything could transpire, and she had been foolish to take it for reality. From her vantage point, the grass was strewn with an array of items, remnants of a sumptuous dinner laid out as if someone had picnicked there. As long as she remained in this dream state, Chu Yue resolved to tidy up. The disarray was too much for her mild obsessive-compulsiveness to bear. Organizing the items proved to be an engaging task. With a mere wave of her hand, she could categorize everything, even effortlessly managing the heft of several tons of oil drums. Such a sensation was surely reserved for dreams. The space contained an abundance of items, and as she tidied, she began to believe in its genuine existence. Everything she had previously collected was present in this realm. Suddenly, her hand froze as a realization struck her. In the entirety of the space, only one spot radiated light. Chapter 109. Let the boy float a while longer. She abruptly lifted her gaze to the sun above. Upon closer inspection, it was not a sun but a glowing orb, within which the faint outline of a figure could be discerned. So he had been there all along. The orb hung high in the air, and Chu Yue could only stand and silently gaze up at it. Who are you? Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. Chu Yue suddenly heard Qiao Dandan's voice, snapping her back to reality. As she found herself back in the RV, stunned, she stood at the foot of the bed, staring at the empty quilt. Hadn't she just been dreaming? Xiao Yu, where did you go just now? I searched the entire RV for you. Qiao Dandan entered from outside, pulling on Chu Yue as she questioned her. Heaven knows how frantic she had been upon discovering the vacant bed. She had been at the bedroom door and had not seen Chu Yue leave, but upon entering, the quilt had been empty, sending her into a panic. Chu Yue was equally bewildered. I must have been sleepwalking. Qiao Dandan patted her chest, relieved to see Chu Yue. Perhaps realizing her earlier panic had led her to overlook the details. I think you were just groggy. Do you know how long you've slept? Are you feeling unwell? she asked, observing the dazed expression on Chu Yue's face with a smile. No, Chu Yue replied, still somewhat dazed, and did not inquire about the time. I'll go prepare something for you to eat. You haven't eaten all day, Qiao Dandan said, tooling Chu Yue's hair. At that moment, Chu Yue resembled a docile little kitten, evoking an irresistible urge to ruffle her hair. As Qiao Dandan turned to leave, Chu Yue's thoughts shifted, and she found herself back in her space. She slightly parted her lips and pinched her face. It hurt. This was real, not a dream. She could enter the space at will, with her body intact. After exploring her surroundings, she raised her gaze to the glowing orb above, then exited the space. Finally regaining her composure, a new realm of understanding had opened in her mind. Even outside the space, she could now sense its contents. She truly felt a connection with the space, no longer oblivious to its workings, and free from the anxiety of it potentially ceasing to function. This was indeed wonderful. As for the boy floating in the sky, she would allow him to linger a while longer. One day, she would uncover his true identity. Having slept throughout the day, Chu Yue now felt an intense hunger as she stepped out of the bedroom, where Qiao Dandan was in the kitchen preparing a meal for her. The provisions within the RV were scant, consisting primarily of instant noodles and rice. Jordan Dan prepared a generous bowl of egg noodles for her. After Chu Yue finished her meal, she noticed that the sky outside was adorned with the brilliant hues of dusk. The RV had traversed the expansive mountain range that spanned from east to west, and now, gentle hills flanked their route. She felt a surge of delight. She had anticipated running into mutated beasts within the mountains that would delay their journey, yet they had emerged with such ease. Given their current pace, it seemed they would reach the last plain of Hong Province today, and tomorrow they would enter Shu Province. The first base in Shu Province was the place where their previous lives had met a tragic end, Dawn Base. However, in Chu Yue's plans, there was no intention of visiting Dawn Base. The Shu Guang Base had only just been established, and that perverse Jiang Yi likely hadn't yet arrived with his team at Dawn Base. Even if he were there now, Chu Yue had no desire to seek him out. The cataclysmic rain was imminent, and after its descent, all zombies would become more formidable while flora and fauna would begin to undergo rampant mutations. The earlier energy explosion had sown the seeds, and everything had absorbed these seeds. Some sprouted quickly, mutating first, while the majority remained dormant. That rain seemed to act as a catalyst. After the downpour, not only would the zombies grow stronger, but all plants would begin to thrive uncontrollably. Water sources would become contaminated, temperatures would plummet, earthquakes would become frequent, and humanity's survival would become exceedingly challenging. Thus, other matters paled in comparison. The most pressing concern was to hasten their return home and reunite with their loved ones. Eventually, the RV halted beside the national road at dusk. The vista of the plains was expansive, with fields stretching on either side of the road and clusters of quaint villages in the near distance. Beyond that lay the shadow of the mountain they had just crossed. Qi Ming and Jie returned to the cabin and, upon seeing Chu Yue awake and energetically rearranging the remnants of last night's meal on the table, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Xiao Yu,
How do you feel now?
that nap you took nearly gave us a fright. You mustn't take the night watch anymore. A young girl like you needs her rest. Look at you. You were on the verge of exhaustion. Qi Ming remarked, scrutinizing Chu Yue's complexion. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he felt she appeared more vibrant after her rest. It seemed his wife was right. Sleep truly was the best form of rejuvenation. However, this one too do. With zombies becoming increasingly formidable, an extra pair of eyes for the night watch is essential. Don't worry. Keeping watch for half the night won't tire you out. Today was just an anomaly. Chu Yue had intended to share the news of her space upgrade with them, yet reconsidered and chose to remain silent. She herself was still grappling with the implications of it all and would struggle to explain. Moreover, the notion of a person hanging in her space felt peculiarly unsettling. It was best not to mention it and alarm them. After all, as long as the space could contain items, that sufficed. Qi Ming was about to urge her further when Jie interjected, "Let her keep watch. After all, it's only until midnight. Just think of it as her playing on her phone until then." Qi Ming pondered for a moment and nodded with a smile. True. There are no entertainment activities at present. In the past, midnight would have seemed rather early for sleep. As they reminisced about the past, a solemn silence enveloped them. The apocalypse had arrived so abruptly, and in just half a month, the memories of the past felt like echoes from another lifetime. Come on, dinner's ready. We're almost home. Why dwell on the past? Chu Yue chimed, rapping her knuckles on the table to lift them from their melancholic reverie. In her previous life, at the onset of the apocalypse, she too often found herself yearning for the days gone by. However, she eventually grasped that such sentiments offered no aid. To survive in a post-apocalyptic world, one must adapt swiftly and strive to become resilient. Otherwise, one would merely be devoured to the last crumb.
Indeed.
This world has transformed entirely. What good does sighing do? Regardless, we have journeyed this far. Home is just around the corner. As for the future, we shall confront it as it comes, whatever challenges arise. Now, let us eat. After Qi Ming spoke, he grasped his chopsticks and reached for the platter of smoked meat in the center. Just as he was about to snag a piece, Chu Yue suddenly called out, "Wait.
Don't eat yet.
We need to go. Quickly, let us get out of the vehicle." Chapter 110. Enemies on a Narrow Path. Qi Ming and the others were taken aback as they observed Chu Yue hastening towards the door of the vehicle, prompting them to follow suit. As she walked, she spoke rapidly. A convoy is approaching this way, and they're being pursued by a massive horde of zombies. They're still firing at the rate they're going. By the time they reach us, the zombies will form a tidal wave. We need to exit the vehicle, stow it away, and quietly retreat to that village over there to hide. Upon hearing Chu Yue's explanation, the three fell silent and hastily exited the vehicle behind her. Although they possessed supernatural abilities and were generally unafraid when encountering zombies, being surrounded by a horde at night posed a perilous threat. Chu Yue raised her hand to stow the vehicle, and they quietly crossed the road barrier, making their way toward the village. Before they reached the settlement, the distant sound of gunfire reached their ears. They quickened their pace toward the nearest house. The sounds of gunfire and vehicular engines grew louder, and the village's zombies were roused, with several emerging from the settlement. Chu Yue distinctly spotted a mutated zombie darting towards the road in the distance. They soon encountered around 10 zombies, but fortunately, they were all of the ordinary variety, easily dispatched by Qi Ming and Jia without a sound. The group swiftly approached a house at the edge of the village. It resembled a quaint 3-story villa, surrounded by a tall courtyard wall, with the main gate ajar, revealing a spacious yard. Within the yard, 2 elderly zombies, drawn by the commotion from the road, were lumbering toward the exit. Qi Ming and Jia each took down a zombie, and the group cautiously closed the courtyard gate behind them as they proceeded into the house. Inside, the house was quite well furnished. The expansive living room featured mahogany furniture, and a large fish tank had been shattered on the floor, glass shards strewn about. The group ascended to the second floor, where they could observe the scene on the national road through the large windows of the second-floor living room. The zombies from the village had been lured out, surging like a tide towards the convoy that had made the noise. The convoy approached swiftly from a distance, consisting of 6 vehicles that exuded an imposing presence. Leading the pack was an armored vehicle, its front modified with a large blade that plowed through the zombies in its path, maintaining speed as it barreled forward. Bringing up the rear was a military truck with its roof open, mounted with a machine gun from which the gunfire emanated. Their aim was remarkably precise, targeting only the faster zombies or those attempting to climb onto the vehicle, while ignoring the ordinary ones that had managed to reach the truck's sides. Of course, they weren't entirely defenseless against zombies. There were specialized supernatural beings tasked with clearing away the regular ones. Following the convoy were several off-road vehicles, each with a supernatural being standing at the sunroof, unleashing wind blades to decimate the encroaching zombies. In the vicinity, robust vines sprouted, effectively barricading the encroaching zombies from the vehicle's exterior. Meanwhile, a figure wielding a large blade dazzled the onlookers as he dispatched the advancing undead, cleaving them off the road's edge. Although the number of zombies appeared overwhelming, none managed to obstruct the convoy. At the center of this procession was a luxurious RV, seemingly even more opulent than the one belonging to Chu Yue and her companions. This 2-story vehicle boasted floor-to-ceiling windows on its upper level, where several individuals sat, seemingly enjoying a leisurely outing as they laughed and chatted, observing the approaching horde of zombies. They indeed had the luxury of carefree banter, as this convoy seemed impervious to the surrounding undead, unless, of course, they encountered the terrifying behemoth that Chu Yue and her group had faced the previous day. As the number of zombies behind the convoy swelled, forming a miniature tide, the occupants of the RV appeared utterly unconcerned, continuing to speed forward with reckless abandon. Chu Yue, intrigued by the audacity of those inside, extended her mental energy towards the RV, having never encountered such brazen individuals in her 2 lifetimes. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what manner of extraordinary beings dared to roam so freely. Inside the RV, there was a diverse group of people, both men and women, dressed in an array of casual styles. A woman with fiery red hair, seemingly bored, vacated her seat by the window and descended the stairs towards the lower compartment. Upon attempting to enter the circular lounge area, she was halted at the doorway by 2 men clad in black. One of them, a bespectacled gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses, sat on the circular sofa, engrossed in the documents before him, oblivious to the commotion at the entrance. Chu Yue's eyes widened in recognition. It was none other than the perverse Jiang Yi. How fortuitous! Just when she had resolved to set him aside until she found her parents, he had delivered himself right into her hands. Oh, dear heavens, you are more benevolent than my own father. This opportunity was too precious to squander. A testament to your meticulous orchestration. Maximizing her mental energy, she concentrated it into an immense needle-like force, following the speeding RV. Perhaps Jiang Yi had already evolved into a mental energy manipulator, and his control surpassed that of many. Chu Yue, unsure if her abilities could surpass his, unleashed her full strength. Jiang Yi, initially absorbed in his research, suddenly lifted his gaze, his expression sharp, fixating on the ethereal assault that breached his mental barrier. A mental attack. Could there be mental-type zombies here? Chu Yue watched as her mental force neared the target, only to be thwarted by his mental shield. Halting just shy of his mind, this twisted individual had grown so formidable. Gritting her teeth, Chu Yue pressed her mental energy forward, gradually penetrating Jiang Yi's protective barrier. Today, she would ensure he felt the sting of a mental assault. Jiang Yi, drenched in cold sweat, gripped the table tightly, his brow furrowing deeper as his bodyguards. Noticing his distress, inquired, "Mr. Jiang, what troubles you?" Through clenched teeth, Jiang Yi managed to rasp, "Call Mr. Luo for assistance." Upon hearing this, the tall bodyguard recognized the gravity of the situation, seizing his radio to urgently broadcast, "Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo, we have a crisis with Mr. Jiang. It's urgent. Please hurry. If you don't come soon, Mr. Jiang may not make it." Jiang Yi nearly lost his composure at the bodyguard's words, infuriated by the implication of his imminent demise. From the radio, a languid voice replied, "Understood." "Hey, Mr. Luo." The bodyguard persisted. This Mr. Luo was undoubtedly capable. Yet his arrogance was excessive. Jiang Yi was in agony, yet he dawdled. By the time he arrived, it might be too late. Just then, a tall young man appeared at the entrance, swiftly approaching Jiang Yi. Noticing his pained expression, he scrutinized. Such a potent mental attack. Is there a formidable mental-type zombie here? Jiang Yi, unable to articulate due to the pressure, conveyed his plight through his anguished gaze, sensing that this attack was intent on his demise. As if it bore a deep-seated grudge against him, his mental barrier was fracturing, on the verge of collapse. Thankfully, Mr. Luo was not one to dither. He concentrated his mental energy to reinforce Jiang Yi's barrier, countering the assault. After a moment's contemplation, he dispatched a slender tendril of mental energy to trace the source of the attack. A mental-type zombie of such strength was a rarity. Capturing its core could elevate his own abilities. Chu Yue, perceiving Mr. Luo's mental energy enveloping Jiang Yi's barrier, narrowed her eyes in frustration. Just as she was about to pierce through, he had layered an additional defense atop her efforts. As the convoy distanced itself, urgency gripped Chu Yue. If they escaped too far, her mental reach would diminish, weakening her attack. Suddenly, she detected a thin thread of mental energy approaching her own, a fragment from Mr. Luo. With a swift mental maneuver, she entwined her energy with his, thinking, "You seek assistance? First, prioritize your own safety." Merging her mental force with Mr. Luo's, she easily breached his shield, transforming her energy into a needle that plunged into his mind, wreaking havoc within. Mr. Luo experienced a sudden, excruciating headache, realizing he was under attack. Just as he prepared to resist, Chu Yue intensified her assault, causing him to collapse to the ground. Jiang Yi, having found some relief with Mr. Luo's aid, had momentarily sensed the retreat of the assault, only to be struck by the realization that it had merely shifted its target to Mr. Luo. Yet, Mr. Luo's mental prowess was formidable, perhaps even surpassing his own. How had this mental-type zombie so effortlessly breached his defenses? A chilling thought crossed Jiang Yi's mind. Perhaps the true wielder of this mental force was not a zombie. Alarmed, he hastily consumed a crystal core, reconstituting his shattered mental barrier. This was his sole mental-type core, originally intended to awaken someone, but in this life-or-death moment, he could not afford to hesitate. The force was too overwhelming for him to contend with. Mr. Luo's sudden collapse shocked the nearby bodyguards, who rushed to assist him, only to discover he had perished. Stunned into silence, they glanced back at Jiang Yi, who remained in evident agony, realizing they had stumbled upon a formidable adversary. With Mr. Luo incapacitated, Chu Yue refocused her efforts on Jiang Yi. Yet, his mental barrier had not only been repaired but appeared even more fortified, thwarting her colossal mental needle once more. The convoy continued to recede into the distance, although Chu Yue's mental acuity still managed to keep pace. Her offensive prowess had waned significantly, rendering it seemingly impossible to breach Jiang Yi's mental barrier once more. Damn it! Watching the direction in which the convoy had vanished, Chu Yue struck the window with palpable frustration. Such a splendid opportunity had slipped through his fingers. The next encounter would render it far more challenging to eliminate him. However, judging by their trajectory, it appeared they were headed toward the Dawn base, which seemed rather peculiar. As far as she was aware, Jiang Yi had only arrived at the Dawn base a year after the apocalypse, ascending to the role of second-in-command within a mere 6 months. Was this not the case? Chu Yue found herself perplexed as to why they chose to travel under the cover of night, appearing as though they were in a hasty retreat. Anyone with a modicum of common sense in the apocalypse understood that traveling at night was akin to courting death. Despite the convoy's current semblance of invincibility, it was merely the onset of night. If they continued on this path, in just an hour, the abilities of the supernatural beings would be depleted, and the horde of zombies trailing behind would only grow. They would find themselves ensnared in a tide of the undead, unable to escape, and even seeking refuge would be futile, unless they could locate a fortified sanctuary willing to risk opening its doors amidst a siege of zombies. Yet, did such a place even exist? The convoy on the national highway was mired in dire straits. The supernatural beings in the SUV at the rear had nearly exhausted their abilities while clearing the zombies. Their initial plan had been to alternate in the cleanup. As their powers waned, they would retreat to the vehicle to recuperate, allowing others to take their place. However, they had not anticipated such rapid depletion of their powers coupled with a sluggish recovery, leaving them incapable of further extermination efforts. With several key members absent from the task, the number of zombies on the road quickly multiplied. The machine gun mounted on the military vehicle now had to contend not only with the faster zombies, but also with those spilling onto the roadway, the gunfire intensifying even as their speed diminished. The convoy was on the brink of collapse. Jiang Yi stood atop the RV, observing the increasingly dire situation below, his heart filled with a touch of anxiety. Beside him stood a bespectacled man who had lost the earlier leisure of watching the zombies from the window, now anxiously wringing his hands as he addressed Jiang Yi. Professor Jiang, how much longer until we reach the destination you mentioned? At this rate, we might not make it out. Indeed, perhaps we should halt our progress and find a place to take cover. Yes. We need to find somewhere safe. We can't continue like this. It's far too perilous outside. Maybe we should turn back. The others in the vehicle echoed their agreement. What nonsense are you all spouting? In this situation, how can we stop? What are you afraid of? We'll soon reach our base. Stopping here means certain death. If you wish to perish, I won't stop you, but don't drag me into it, Jiang Yi. The red-haired woman cast a disdainful glance at the group, her temper flaring. She could not fathom why Jiang Yi had brought along such a useless lot, neither capable fighters nor elite talents, merely a burden. Chapter 112, Almost Home.
Hong Yu.
Jiang Yi called out to the red-haired woman. Why waste your breath on them? They're merely a bunch of bookworms. He adjusted his glasses, playing the peacemaker, calming the irate woman before turning to the others with a smile. As you all know, we cannot turn back now that we have ventured forth. Since you have chosen to follow me, I assure you, you shall not leave empty-handed. However, I implore you to remember this. We are a team, and we must stand united through thick and thin. Jiang Yi's words were accompanied by a chilling smile. Moreover, we have number one in our possession. We have gone to great lengths to bring him out. Do you wish to squander all our efforts? The group fell silent, although their expressions were tinged with complexity. Number one, despite his past prowess, lay in a deep slumber. Who could say when he might awaken, or whether he would assist them in achieving their desires for supernatural abilities? Within the largest room of the RV, life-sustaining equipment surrounded a youth lying on the bed, his complexion pale and emaciated, as if immersed in another realm. The number of zombies on the road increased, and the convoy slowly advanced through the sea of corpses, gradually becoming engulfed. Chu Yue and her companions stood by the window, observing that most of the zombies on the national highway had followed the convoy, while a few meandered aimlessly around them. They decided to spend the night in the small building. In the upstairs living room, a large tea table was dusted off, and Chu set out the meal that should have been consumed the previous evening. Qi Ming, chopsticks in hand, instinctively reached for the smoked meat, but abruptly halted midway, diverting to grab the braised pork instead. He was now so rattled that he felt every attempt to pick up the smoked meat would bring misfortune. He resolved to abstain from eating it altogether, lest he end up with nothing. True to his instinct, as long as he avoided the smoked meat, nothing untoward occurred, and they managed to enjoy a peaceful dinner in the small building. They spent the night there, with the convoy having drawn away the majority of the zombies, resulting in a tranquil evening. The following morning, upon returning to the national highway, they found that the zombies had mostly dispersed, leaving behind heaps of corpses and various severed limbs. The thought of the crystal cores nestled within the zombies' brains made Chu Yue's mouth water. Yet she had no time to excavate them. Instead, she gathered the bodies into her space as she walked, subsequently discarding them to leave behind a collection of shimmering white crystal cores. Chu Yue released the RV, and they all climbed aboard, the vehicle rolling forward over the impressions left by the convoy the previous night, everyone buzzing with excitement at the prospect of entering Shizhou province today. The national highway was littered with zombie carcasses, but gradually, the bodies became fewer, and fresh blood began to dry along the road. Chu Yue raised an eyebrow, keenly observing the situation as she pondered where Jiang Yi might have faced his demise amidst so many zombies last night. She hoped he would fall victim to this road. Although it was regrettable not to have dispatched him personally, the outcome remained favorable as long as he was dead. She wondered whether Jiang Yi had traversed this path in his previous life. If so, it would be a pity, indicating he might safely pass through this time. The convoy's trajectory altered at a fork leading to a county town, where a multitude of zombies lay lifeless, and the tire tracks multiplied, suggesting they had encountered rescuers. That deranged individual was likely still alive. Judging by their direction, the deranged one must be heading toward a nearby safe base. It appeared he had indeed only arrived at the Dawn base later on. Chu Yue clenched her teeth and sighed. It was best to adhere to her original plan of returning home to find her parents, and she could settle accounts with him later, as it was not far off. By noon, the landscape on either side of the road transformed into towering mountains, the path winding and treacherous, often presenting consecutive sharp turns. They had embarked upon the arduous journey through the Qiao. As afternoon approached, the frequency of vehicles on the road increased, all hastening toward the Dawn base upon hearing the news. After passing the Dawn base, the sky was still early, and they continued to drive for more than 2 hours until darkness enveloped the surroundings. With a sense of resignation, Qi Ming finally parked the vehicle halfway up a mountain. If circumstances allowed, he would have preferred to drive back to Shu territory tonight. Towering trees flanked the road, and the mountainsides were shrouded in darkness, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere. Yet, a palpable excitement bubbled within the group. Tomorrow, they would finally return home. Chu Yue, suppressing her exhilaration, extended her mental energy to scan the vicinity. The closer they drew to home, the more vigilant she needed to be. She had learned this lesson the hard way in her previous life, which had left them vulnerable to an ambush. However, since passing the Dawn base earlier that afternoon, she could barely contain her joy. She was aware of her current restlessness, yet it was impossible to quell. Mom and Dad, I am finally one step closer to you. Mom and Dad, Yue will be home tomorrow. You must wait for me. After dinner, Chu Yue climbed onto the roof of the vehicle through the sunroof, inhaling deeply the scent of the undulating mountains. Indeed, The essence of her homeland was distinct. Qiao Dandan, observing Chu Yue's demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. So happy? Chu Yue's lips curled into an uncontainable smile. Yes.
Happy.
Qiao Dandan joined in the laughter momentarily, but soon turned her gaze towards the distant mountains. A shadow of melancholy crossing her features. If Sure were still alive, she would surely be overjoyed. 2. What might they be doing now? Xiao Yu. Do you think they will be waiting for us at home? She softly inquired, her mind always considering the broader picture, unlike Chu Yue's unwavering optimism. While she hoped for the best, she couldn't help but contemplate the worst. They absolutely will. Chu Yue replied, turning to look at Qiao Dandan. Her eyes brimming with determination. This belief had sustained her through 2 lifetimes. Without it, she would have perished amidst the horde of zombies in her previous life. Yes, they will. Qiao Dandan nodded vigorously, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Regardless of the circumstances, she was resolute in her quest to find her beloved. Even if she returned to find only a corpse, she needed to witness it for herself. The wind howled through the forest, and amidst its whispers, a peculiar sound suddenly reached Chu Yue's ears. Instantly alert, she directed her mental energy towards the source of the noise. After thoroughly scanning the mountain peak, she finally discerned the origin of the sound at the foot of the mountain, without needing to see its face. The massive silhouette of a gigantic gas canister revealed its identity. Chapter 113, Acquiring a Grand Pet. As the stout figure turned, Chu Yue found herself momentarily stunned. This panda had remarkably pronounced dark circles under its eyes. Unlike other pandas, which sported mere rings around their eyes, this colossal creature bore nearly half a blackened face, seamlessly merging with its dark ears, resembling a Batman mask. Could it be that mutated pandas appeared thus? This giant panda was several times larger than a typical one, ambling slowly through the dense forest, seemingly approaching them. Chu Yue speculated that these mutated creatures might have a penchant for devouring human abilities, or perhaps they preferred to feast on other mutated animals. For in this vicinity, besides the mutated panda, she had not encountered another altered creature. The last time they encountered the giant snake, it had been similarly devoid of nearby large animals. The panda's approach suggested it had caught a whiff of their scent, drawn by the promise of a delectable treat. As a native of Shu, Chu Yue instinctively felt a strong protective urge towards the panda, despite its formidable size and strength. Even in its mutated state, upon seeing it, she hesitated for a moment, feeling that it should not be harmed. However, no matter how fond she was of pandas, she was unwilling to serve herself as a meal. Yet this creature was known as the Iron Eater, a legendary beast from ancient times, a mount of the mighty Chu, a pinnacle among ferocious animals. If it were to approach them, they would stand no chance against it under the cover of night. Even if they attempted to flee in their vehicle, they would likely not outrun it. What if she could somehow draw it into her space? A flicker of thought crossed her mind. Last time, after an arduous battle with the giant snake, she had ultimately resolved the situation by containing it within her space. And it had not perished, it had merely shrunk considerably. If she could store the panda in her space, it too should survive, right? This would not only resolve the immediate crisis, but also spare its life. She could later set up a fence and cultivate bamboo within her space, allowing her to care for it. The mere thought of raising a panda filled her with excitement. Without further ado, as the panda lumbered closer, swaying with each step, Chu Yue resolved to act. Dandan, stay here for a moment. I'll go check down below. She called to Qiao Dandan before leaping down from the RV and sprinting into the woods below. Qiao Dandan, taken aback, quickly descended from the roof and returned to the vehicle to summon Qi Ming and Njia. Qi Ming, unable to sleep from the anticipation of returning home the next day, was already awake. And Njia, too, kept his eyes open, his emotions a tumultuous blend of eagerness and trepidation. It had been nearly a decade since he had left his hometown. Over the years, he had yearned to return but hesitated, as the memories of his family haunted him. The people within that home felt more frightening than strangers. He wished only to see his master. After that incident, only his master had believed in him, advocating for him with fervor. Yet, ultimately, he had fled, and he was sure his master must be disappointed in him. When Qiao Dandan called them down from the roof, the two men initially thought an attack was underway and quickly sprang into action. It's good that you're awake. Xiao Yu went alone into the woods below. She must have discovered something, and I'm worried. I plan to find her, Dandan said as she moved towards the vehicle's door. Qiming wrapped himself in his clothing and, along with Jie, followed her outside. We should go too. In this desolate wilderness. How can we let two girls venture into the forest alone while we sit idly by? That is simply unreasonable. And Jie remained silent, his expression serious. Yet he quickened his pace, aware that in the dark forest, danger lurked unseen. Chu Yue moved through the night as effortlessly as in daylight. But her companion struggled to see anything in the darkness. Dandan conjured a small flame in her palm, a mere flicker akin to a tiny torch. Careful not to amplify it. Utilizing this faint light, they cautiously made their way downward. Meanwhile, Chu Yue darted through the dense underbrush, swiftly reaching the vicinity of the giant panda. The panda, having noticed her approach, emitted a joyful sound, bending down as if to rush towards its delectable snack. However, its enormous size and the dense trees around it meant that, in its eagerness, it failed to perceive the obstacles in its path. Just a few steps into its run, it found itself wedged between two large trees. The giant panda struggled, causing the two towering trees to sway violently from top to bottom. Yet it still could not free itself. Upon witnessing this, Chu Yue thought to herself, what a fortuitous opportunity this is. She hurriedly dashed forward, reaching out to touch the panda trapped between the two trees. However, at that moment, the panda managed to extricate itself and lunged toward Chu Yue, attempting to bite her. With a swift twist of her waist, she evaded the panda's formidable jaws, but her body collided with its claw. Though she was not injured, the impact left her in considerable discomfort. Ouch! Chu Yue couldn't help but grit her teeth and let out a muffled groan. At the same instant, she conjured her thoughts, and as the claw made contact, she drew the panda into her spatial realm. Just like that, she vanished from the scene. Upon entering the space, Chu Yue was momentarily stunned by the sight before her. The panda was suspended in midair, with colorful specks of light emanating from its massive body, coalescing into a luminous orb floating above. Its grand, rotund form was visibly shrinking at an astonishing rate, reducing in size within moments. So this is how it is being absorbed. Observing the panda grow progressively smaller, Chu Yue felt a twinge of concern that it might be drained completely. Reflecting on the giant snake, which had diminished to a mere fraction of its original size, she wondered if this panda, being significantly smaller, would also suffer the same fate. Gradually, the panda ceased to emit any more light, and with a plop, it fell from the air, landing on the tender green grass. Its current size was only slightly larger than that of a typical adult panda, and its distinctive dark eye patches had returned to their normal appearance. It landed on the ground without a hint of injury, bouncing pleasantly before rolling over, shaking its head side to side in a daze. Gazing blankly at the spot from which it had descended, Chu Yue's heart melted at the sight of its adorably bewildered expression. A voice within her urged, "Hurry, and find it some bamboo, don't let it go hungry." Chapter 114 finally arrived. The area where the panda landed was cluttered with various supplies, including hazardous items like gas canisters and oil tanks. Concerned for its safety, Chu Yue swiftly guided the panda into the nearby woods by the lake. Once outside the spatial realm, she contemplated her next move and decided it was best to return to the camper first. Having rushed away earlier, she knew Jordan must be worried about her, so she needed to inform her. Indeed, Jordan was quite anxious for Chu Yue. The three of them had ventured a fair distance down the woods, and just as Chu Yue returned, she spotted Jie, who was about to step into a large pit.
Jekka, stop.
Chu Yue called out urgently, and Jie instinctively withdrew his foot, and upon looking down, he realized the danger beneath him. The trio collectively sighed in relief upon hearing Chu Yue's voice. This dense forest was no place for humans. Each step felt like teetering on the edge of an abyss, and several times they had nearly stumbled down the slope. It was a mystery how Chu Yue navigated with such clarity. "Xiao Yu, what did you see?" Jordan asked, sensing that Chu Yue wouldn't have ventured into the woods for no reason. "Hee, it's a panda. I've brought it back to my space to see if I can raise it," Chu Yue replied with a mischievous grin. The idea of raising a panda was unfathomable before the apocalypse, and now she was genuinely doing it. "A panda?" Jordan exclaimed in astonishment. "A wild one? Those are fierce. You dare to raise it? That's still a bear." Don't worry, it's quite docile in my space and can't harm me. Chu Yue reassured with a beaming smile. But you must be cautious. Wild animals aren't easily tamed, Qiming added, expressing concern. By the way, how can you even raise animals in your space? Last time, didn't you say that giant snake would likely perish? That's different. I've dealt with that snake already, Chu Yue replied hastily. This time, I'm just experimenting to see if I can keep it alive. Curiosity piqued, Qiming asked, how do you care for it in your space? Do you let it out to eat and then put it back? I want to let it out. I'll just provide food in the space. Chu Yue thought it too cumbersome to let the panda roam free. Regardless, keep your distance. And Jia interjected. A little girl raising such a furry pet will surely want to pet it. Just be careful not to get hurt. As they spoke, the group made their way back to the path. Although Qiming and the others had felt they had traveled a great distance, it was merely a few meters. With Chu Yue leading the way, they soon returned to the camper. The hour was still early, and Qiming and Jia decided to catch up on sleep. After the excitement, they quickly fell into slumber. Chu Yue and Jordan returned to the rooftop of the camper to keep watch. Chu Yue extended her mental energy, slowly scanning the surroundings for bamboo, as she needed to find food for the panda. She wondered if bamboo could thrive in her space. If not, she could always gather some and store it there, as the items in her space were certainly preserved well. At that moment, the mountainous forest seemed to come alive. Chu Yue noticed that ever since the panda was absorbed into her space, the creatures around began to stir. It appeared that these mutated animals had a hierarchy among them. Yet, when they detected Chu Yue's mental energy, they sensed danger and retreated. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Yue noted their sensitivity. At the foot of the mountain lay a vast bamboo grove, and it seemed the panda had likely emerged from its den. Discussing with Jordan, she said, Dan, I'm going to gather some bamboo from the foot of the mountain. You stay in the camper, okay? I've scanned this area, and it's safe. Don't worry, I'll be back quickly. Jordan nodded, although reluctant to admit it. Her recent trek through the woods had made her aware that following Chu Yue at night would only serve to complicate matters. Seeing Jordan assent, Chu Yue leaped from the camper and sprinted to the bamboo grove at the mountain's base. It was an expansive bamboo forest, with lush green stalks towering high. And the ground was littered with bamboo shoots nibbled by pandas, along with panda droppings. Unsure how to transplant the bamboo into her space, she simply placed her hand on one and mentally commanded, transfer to me. With a release of her grip, the bamboo clump she had touched vanished, leaving a sizable hole in the ground. Rushing into her space, she found the bamboo already standing at the edge of her forest. What a considerate spatial companion. Knowing this amount of bamboo wouldn't suffice, Chu Yue exited her space and returned to the grove, collecting a substantial portion of the bamboo.
Now,
even if the bamboo didn't thrive, the panda wouldn't be lacking in food for the time being. Having gathered the bamboo, Chu Yue hurried to locate the panda, needing to bring it to the bamboo grove. After searching, she found it dozing on a tree branch, a fluffy black and white ball, resembling a large, adorable pom-pom. Her hands itched to ruffle its fur. However, she ultimately refrained from getting too close and instead used her less respectful summoning ability. The panda was unceremoniously dropped at the edge of the bamboo grove, promptly waking it up. It rolled on the ground, yawned, and, astonishingly, closed its eyes again, attempting to resume its slumber. Oh, dear, did you know you just went on a roller coaster ride? Suddenly, the panda sprang to its feet, shaking its large head before dashing into the bamboo grove. Climbing up a stalk, it bit down forcefully, snapping it in two, and began to munch on it with gusto, the sound of its gnawing echoing in the air. Observing the panda relish its meal with such delight, Chu Yue felt a pang of hunger herself. Hey, from now on, you belong to me, understand? Your name shall be Gun. Remember to be a good and obedient Gun, alright? The panda, Gun, paid no heed to her words and continued to savor its bamboo. Chu Yue, unperturbed, rested her chin in her hands, smiling as she watched for quite some time before reluctantly exiting the space to return to the RV. The following morning, before dawn had even broken, Qiming was already seated in the driver's seat, brimming with energy as he awaited the first rays of sunlight. As soon as the light pierced the horizon, the RV set off towards the land of Shu. By mid-morning, they had entered the basin, where the mountains receded, revealing increasingly flat fields and villages on either side of the road. To facilitate their entry into the city, Chu Yue stowed the RV in the space after leaving the mountainous region, and the group now traveled in an off-road vehicle. After days of driving the RV, Qiming and Njie felt a refreshing sense of liberation as they exchanged it for the off-roader, akin to shedding heavy winter coats for lighter spring attire. At noon, they casually snacked on bread and cookies in the vehicle, and by 3 in the afternoon, they reached the outskirts of a city in Shu. They had finally returned. Chapter 115. A Difficult Journey. Not far from the city's edge lay an official survivor base. As they approached, the number of survivor vehicles increased dramatically, with some even riding shared bicycles or small electric scooters alongside the convoy heading towards the base. The disheveled appearance of these individuals suggested they had endured considerable hardships to reach this point. Qiming disembarked to inquire about the situation, and according to those survivors arriving from various directions, the military had begun to advance into the city to rescue survivors. However, due to the overwhelming number of zombies in the urban area, their progress was slow, and most of these individuals had fled under the military's protection. Both Qiming and Chu Yue resided in the main urban area, albeit in different directions, while Dandan's family lived on the outskirts in the economic development zone, just on the other side of the city, with a high population density. And Jia had never mentioned his family or his home. And all Chu Yue knew was that the martial arts school he longed for was situated in an old neighborhood within the city. The group quickly decided to search for their homes in order of proximity, with their first destination being the old neighborhood where Jia's master resided. On their way to the martial arts school, they observed military trucks transporting groups of survivors back. Following the military vehicles was a long convoy, with a truck full of soldiers bringing up the rear. The military trucks bore signs of bloodshed, with armed soldiers standing vigil around the periphery of the cargo area, instilling a sense of security. Unfortunately, their homes lay too far from the base, and it remained uncertain how long they would have to wait for assistance. The soldiers in the military trucks regarded them with curiosity as they made their way into the city. At the base, ordinary survivor teams had begun to organize, some of whom possessed special abilities. The base would issue tasks to accompany the military into the city to gather supplies or rescue survivors, rewarding participants with corresponding points upon completion. Some teams, particularly those with stronger capabilities, would undertake tasks independently, yet they had never encountered anyone heading into the city at such a late hour. Unbeknownst to them, the soldiers' gazes fell upon their group. As they were solely focused on hastening their journey home, they longed to fly back to their respective abodes in an instant. The route had been cleared by the military, and the occasional zombie that emerged posed no threat. Qiming drove the off-road vehicle at a speed surpassing that of a sports car. After half an hour of swift travel, a row of high-rise buildings gradually came into view, some pockmarked with bullet holes, while traces left by special abilities were evident. In certain areas, structures had been reduced to rubble by explosions. The streets were littered with the bodies of zombies, and Chu Yue, with her keen eyes, noticed that the majority had their skulls crushed, indicating the military's awareness of the significance of crystal cores. Most shops along the roadside had been emptied, their doors flung wide open, revealing a scene of chaos within. As they pressed forward and turned onto another street, their progress was impeded, with zombies and vehicles strewn about in disarray. The route to the martial arts school was unfamiliar to everyone. Chu Yue, Qiming, and Dandan had rarely visited, while Njie had not returned in a decade. The changes surrounding them had rendered him disoriented. Compounded by the zombies and abandoned vehicles blocking the way, they found themselves needing to alter their course frequently. Were it not for Chu Yue, their human GPS, they might still be wandering aimlessly. However, the city of Shu, with its population exceeding 20 million, was inundated with zombies, making it nearly impossible to find an entirely clear path. Sometimes, even the routes Chu Yue meticulously selected were similarly obstructed. In such instances, they had no choice but to exit the vehicle, stowing it away in the space before battling through the zombie hordes on foot, only to retrieve the vehicle once they reached an unblocked area. Fortunately, their abilities had grown considerably stronger, allowing them to navigate through the zombie throngs with relative ease. Even when confronted by mutated zombies, a single bolt of lightning from Chu Yue would suffice to neutralize them, and she skillfully avoided the more formidable foes. Ordinary zombies posed little challenge. A single jolt from her would incinerate a considerable swath. And Jia wielded his blade, carving a path through the masses, while Qiming's earthen spikes dispatched zombies in neat rows, as if harvesting crops. Although Qiao Dandan's abilities were comparatively weaker, her fire was a formidable asset. While Chu Yue and the others targeted specific areas, Qiao Dandan could ignite a single zombie and set ablaze the entire cluster surrounding it, making the process remarkably efficient. Moreover, she had been diligently practicing her fire control skills, now capable of managing the infernos she conjured. If necessary, Qi Ming would assist by burying the flames with earth. Chu Yue, reluctant to part with the crystal cores, collected the bodies of zombies within reach as they fought, subsequently discarding them by the roadside before boarding the vehicle. The skulls of these zombies remained untouched, appearing as if they had never been disturbed, leaving one to wonder if anyone would venture to excavate them in the future. The pile of crystal cores in her space continued to grow, and Chu Yue smiled at the prospect, envisioning them as future pocket money. Their commotion caught the attention of those trapped inside the buildings above. A man leaned out of a window, desperately calling for help. "Help! Save me! I'm here! Please! I beg you, save me!" One voice led to many, and soon, windows along both sides of the street were flung open, with numerous individuals crying out for rescue.
Some,
fearing their voices might not carry enough weight to attract the attention of these seemingly powerful individuals below, resorted to banging on stainless steel pot lids. The cacophony of voices coalesced, rousing the dormant zombies in the vicinity, drawing them towards the street. Chu Yue and her companions furrowed their brows, hastening their steps to flee. A man on the upper floor, witnessing their imminent departure, angrily seized a nearby flower pot and hurled it downwards, cursing vehemently. "How can you stand by and do nothing? This is utterly inhumane." Chu Yue narrowed her eyes, casting a piercing glance at the man, who suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if pricked by 1,000 needles, causing him to clutch his head and roll on the floor in agony. The clamoring of the group deterred the zombies on Chu Yue Street, rendering them unwilling to pursue. The vehicles were immobilized, and the group was left with no choice but to sprint ahead desperately, finally escaping the street, albeit having deviated from their intended route. By the time they arrived at the martial arts school, dusk had nearly settled. Chapter 116. The Past of Njia. The four disembarked from the vehicle, Chu Yue stowing it away in her spatial pocket, while Qi Ming and Njia forged ahead, together plunging into the school. The interior was devoid of life, though an abundance of zombies lurked within. As they bolted into the premises, a speed-oriented zombie charged towards them from the opposite end. Judging by the tattered martial arts uniform it wore, it had once been a member of the school, now grotesquely transformed. The group hastily sidestepped, and Qi swiftly pulled the door shut, causing the speed zombie to collide violently with the glass, leaving a portion of its face embedded in the door. Taking advantage of the creature's disorientation, Njia swiftly severed its head. Aside from this aberrant zombie, the others within the school were of the ordinary variety. The group secured the doors, efficiently dispatching the remaining zombies. Njia meticulously searched the premises, finally exhaling in relief upon discovering that Master Wu was not among the undead. It remained uncertain whether Master Wu had wandered off to another locale or had managed to escape on his own. However, they all preferred to believe that Master Wu had successfully fled and would be found at the base in due time. With Master Wu unaccounted for, their next destination was Qi Ming's home. Yet, as night had fallen, traversing to the main city before the apocalypse would take over an hour, making it impossible to reach now. Thus, despite the urgency in both Qi Ming and Chu Yue's hearts, they had no choice but to spend a night at the martial arts school and set off for the main city at dawn. The martial arts school spanned two interconnected floors, with entrances on both sides, one facing the street and the other leading into the neighborhood. It was spacious and, typically, the instructors resided on the upper level, where Master Wu's quarters were also located. The old community boasted a pleasant landscape, with several sturdy yellowwood trees in the courtyard, their deep green canopies encircling a ring of concrete benches. Adjacent to them stood a row of lofty ginkgo trees, shedding their fan-shaped yellow leaves, which now blanketed the ground in a thick layer of golden hues, though the only beings wandering the courtyard were the decaying zombies. Njia stood at the entrance facing the neighborhood, lost in thought as he gazed at the building directly across from him. Chu Yue felt a twinge of guilt. She had deceived Njia into believing she was a student from this place, though she had never visited before. Since entering, she had endeavored to minimize her presence, anxious about speaking too much. However, as she passed through the corridor, she unexpectedly spotted a photograph of Njia, proudly displaying his championship title in a martial arts competition. The boy in the photo, still youthful, donned a martial arts uniform with a serious expression, undeniably in Jia. Chu Yue exhaled, relieved to have validated her falsehood. And Jia lingered at the door for an unusually long time, likely reminiscing about his master. Approaching him, Chu Yue offered him a boxed meal she had retrieved from her spatial pocket, gently suggesting, "Brother Jia, you should head back tomorrow to search for Master Wu at the base. There is no need to accompany us further into the city." If Jia's master were indeed at the base, it would be unwise for him to venture deeper into the perilous city. With a population exceeding 20 million, the sheer number of zombies was daunting, and no one could guarantee that Jia would be able to return if he continued onward with them. Chu Yue sincerely wished for all of them to reunite with their loved ones and not perish on a journey to find them. And Jia turned to Chu Yue. Accepting the box meal while declining her suggestion, "We've already traversed such a long distance together. What difference does this remaining stretch make?" However, as Chu Yue attempted to speak again, and Jia halted her. With a smile, he pointed to the top floor of the building across the street, saying, "That was once my home." He then gestured towards a floor below, adding, "That is where my sister fell to her death. I was 16, and she was merely 12. With that, Jia closed his eyes, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "They all claimed I pushed Qiao Yue off, seeking revenge on my stepmother. I protested, insisting I was saving her, yet no one believed me." He raised a hand to touch the scar by his mouth, recounting, "That old man brandished a kitchen knife, intent on killing me. Had I not evaded swiftly, my skull would have been cleaved open. Only my master believed in my innocence. The woman demanded my sister's life in return, asserting she had witnessed me push her, but I was desperately trying to pull Qiao Yue up. Did she truly not comprehend the difference between pushing and pulling?" Chu Yue, along with Qi Ming and Qiao Dandan, stood speechless. Realizing why Jia never spoke of his family, such kinship was worse than none at all. "She demanded my life, yet I was determined to survive. Did you see that blonde-haired zombie outside? That is her." And Jia chuckled darkly, gazing at the wandering zombies outside. "I loathe that woman. Had she not been a mistress, my mother would still be alive. Yet I never wished to harm Qiao Yue. In truth, I held no animosity towards her. As a child, I would bully her because of that woman, but she, like a naive little fool, would cling to me, calling out 'brother, brother.'" And Jia smiled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "When that woman withheld food from me, Qiao Yue would secretly share her snacks. Whenever my father lashed out at me, she would plead on my behalf. What a foolish little girl." As time passed, she grew distant, no longer seeking my help even in times of need. And Jia sighed, lowering his gaze to Chu Yue, softly inquiring, "I did not push her. She fell while trying to catch a bird that had landed on the balcony. I truly did my utmost to pull her back, but I couldn't hold on. Do you believe me?" "I do." Chu Yue nodded earnestly, fully convinced. "But did the police simply disregard the evidence? Surely there must have been traces left at the scene." Confusion clouded her mind. Police investigations were not merely dictated by hearsay. They relied on tangible proof. Initially, the police ruled it an accident, but they were unsatisfied. "On my first day back home, my father nearly killed me. It was Master Wu who saved me, hiding me from them. They threatened to take me to court, demanding my life in recompense. During the first trial, they ruled it manslaughter. Master Wu urged me to endure. He would assist in my appeal. Yet, I couldn't withstand the pressure. I fled, bearing the label of a murderer." Anja spoke with a detached tone, as if discussing the affairs of others, yet beneath his calm facade surged tumultuous waves. Chapter 117. Bamboo shoots emerged. Abandoned cruelly by those he held dear, even years later, he found it impossible to achieve tranquility when reflecting on the past. Qi Ming stood behind him, indignantly exclaiming, "How can a father like this exist? Intent on driving his own flesh and blood to the brink of death, as if he were nothing more than refuse scavenged from a heap of garbage? It's entirely plausible. With a stepmother comes a stepfather. It's always this way." Qiao Dandan sighed, revealing her profound understanding of such matters accumulated over the years. Unlike Anja, who was fortunate enough to have a good younger sister from his stepmother, her own stepmother had given birth to a little tyrant. Her father and stepmother lavished such excessive affection on that little rascal that she had never witnessed him displaying any sense of maturity throughout her life. Moreover, she had a stepsister brought in by her stepmother, who feared that she might steal her father's attention from the favored younger sibling. Each time Qiao Dandan returned to her father's house, she was met with an overwhelming sense of anger as that family seemed determined to prove to her that she was an outsider. Eventually, she simply ceased returning altogether. Anja lingered in the doorway, watching as the blonde-haired female zombie drifted out of his sight. After all these years, he had finally returned to this place. A return he once believed he would never make. In the lead-up to his return, his emotions had been a jumbled mess, yet upon arriving, he discovered that it was merely the same as before. Anja raised his gaze to the top floor of the building, shrouded in darkness. Unable to discern whether any living souls resided within, he bore no concern for his despicable father's survival. From the moment he had delivered a fatal blow to his head, all ties between them had been severed. He had returned for his master. Once all his comrades found their families, he would seek out his master at the base, convinced that his master still lived. That night, they rested in Master Wu's home on the second floor. After Chu Yue finished her watch during the first half of the night, she hurriedly seized a moment to check on her beloved Rolling. She hadn't had the chance to see him that day and wondered if he had adapted to his surroundings. Upon entering the space, Chu Yue was taken aback by the sight within the bamboo grove. Numerous shoots had sprouted, and Rolling sat amidst them, clutching a shoot in each paw, noisily munching away, devouring one after another. Beside him lay a heap of discarded shoot husks, leaving her to ponder just how many he had consumed. Upon noticing Chu Yue's sudden appearance, Rolling paused mid-bite, his round eyes wide with surprise, as if the scene had frozen in time. After a prolonged moment, he averted his gaze, brushed off the husk that had fallen onto his round belly, and resumed his noisy feast. Chu Yue raised an eyebrow. Was he truly ignoring her? And where had all these shoots come from? Was it the season for bamboo shoots? Had they really grown so tall in just a day? Well, those details were trivial. What truly mattered was that her beloved Rolling now had fresh bamboo shoots to enjoy. How adorable he looked while eating those shoots. Chu Yue gulped, the sight making her crave a bite for herself. Rolling, are those shoots truly that delicious? Rolling glanced at Chu Yue, who was staring at him with an infatuated expression, and disdainfully turned his chubby body, directing his fluffy head away to continue eating. This foolish human, what was there to gawk at while eating? He had once ruled freely in the mountains, but now she had brought him here, draining his energy and forcing him back to his original form. Were it not for the abundance of fresh bamboo shoots, he would have surely scratched her a few times. Yet, those shoots were undeniably delectable. He had never tasted anything so sweet and fragrant before. Rolling snagged another shoot, but as he bit into it, a chunk of tender bamboo flesh flew out. Chu Yue quickly retrieved it, placing it back on his round, furry belly, while absent-mindedly stroking his fur. In that moment, Rolling froze. This human was actually petting his belly. How utterly outrageous. Observing Rolling's astonished expression, Chu Yue continued to pat his head, indignantly declaring, "What's the matter? Is it wrong to give a few pats? I don't care. Having eaten my bamboo shoots means you're my bear, and I shall pet you." Before Rolling could fully process what was happening, his head was patted several more times. He felt a surge of indignation, but, paradoxically, it felt so delightful. It was reminiscent of being patted on the head by his mother during his childhood. Rolling, unable to maintain his composure, squinted his eyes in pleasure, nudging his large head towards Chu Yue's hand. Human, do it again, please." Chu Yue, delighted by such a request, eagerly obliged, both hands vigorously massaging Rolling's head. Despite its seemingly soft appearance, his head felt somewhat firm to the touch, and by the time Chu Yue finished, her hands were slightly numb. Rolling lay comfortably beside Chu Yue, a satisfied expression on his face as she leaned against his plump form. Such a life, filled with food, drink, and affectionate head pats, wasn't he so bad after all? He could reluctantly accept this diminutive human for now. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Chu Yue and the others exited the martial arts hall. After clearing a few zombies from the entrance, Chu Yue brought out the vehicle, and they began their journey towards the main city. The road conditions in the main city were even worse than those they had encountered on their way to the martial arts hall the previous day. The density of people here was noticeably greater than in the peripheral districts, with abandoned vehicles nearly clogging the streets, and many areas were infested with formidable mutated zombies. Attempting to traverse directly into the main city from this side posed quite a challenge. A major thoroughfare stretched through the city, from north to south, still 3 streets away from where Chu Yue and her companions were. Although the thoroughfare was also congested with vehicles, it was wide enough to allow for some movement, making it feasible to drive. Ultimately, the group decided to take that north-south thoroughfare, while it would require a detour. It was significantly easier to navigate and might even save some time. In her quest for a more navigable route, Chu Yue, akin to a human radar, nearly overcooked her brain. After much winding, the group finally stumbled onto the north-south thoroughfare. Spacious and devoid of height restrictions, Chu Yue took the liberty of bringing out the RV, and they drove towards the community where Qi Ming resided. Qi Ming's home was a luxurious riverside property along the Jing River, and the RV barreled through, resembling a beast on the prowl, until they reached the entrance of the community. Outside the community stood a vast square teeming with zombies. They gathered there in a seemingly organized manner, occasionally swaying as if a group of elderly women were dancing in synchrony. Qi Ming maneuvered the large RV, crushing zombies under its weight as it charged straight to the entrance of the community. Chapter 118. The Qi family reunited. The security booth at the entrance was smeared with blood, and a half-eaten zombie lay inside, struggling to crawl out as it heard the sound of the approaching vehicle. The surrounding zombies, drawn by the commotion, hurried over, with 2 particularly speedy ones arriving at the forefront in no time. Anja swung his knife, dispatching each of the fast-moving zombies with precision, effortlessly extracting their cores in the process. A row of densely packed earth spikes felled the approaching zombies before Qi Ming, who felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, wishing fervently to dispatch all the undead in a single move. The earth spikes were abundant and closely set. Qiao Dandan hurled several fireballs, igniting a circle of zombies at the perimeter. Those zombies, amidst their ghastly shrieks, set ablaze the ones behind them, swiftly transforming the outer area into a sea of flames, incinerating the oncoming horde to charred remains. The zombies within the community, drawn by the commotion, congregated at the entrance, reaching out with grasping hands through the gate, fervently expressing their insatiable hunger for fresh flesh. The security gate at the community's entrance stood at a modest height, approximately 1.5 meters, perfectly exposing the heads of the zombies. From outside, Chu Yue peered in and was met by an ever-growing mass of zombie heads clustered at the gate. She conjured an electric net and ensnared the grotesque heads, prompting the zombies to perform a frenzied dance before collapsing, smoldering, to the ground. Qi Ming turned his gaze, frowning at the zombies within the community. He finally grasped the sentiment that had consumed Njie yesterday as he meticulously examined each zombie's body in the dojo. He dreaded the possibility that among these monsters could be his beloved wife and daughter. Qi Ming leaned against the door, taking a cursory glance, however. The zombies were already grotesquely disfigured and had been singed by Chu Yue's lightning, rendering any recognition impossible. Chu Yue was the first to scale the security gate, collecting the smoking corpses within into her spatial pocket. Qi Ming followed closely, hastening toward the building where his home resided. The community, once adorned with lush greenery, serene waterways, and charming pavilions, had now transformed into a veritable hellscape. The ground bore witness to extensive dried bloodstains, decaying limbs, and disemboweled entrails. Zombies, dragging their shattered bodies, staggered through the courtyard, drawn to the sounds at the entrance. The outbreak had coincided with a time when mothers were out strolling with their children, leaving behind the most tragic figures, the grotesquely gnawed baby zombies. Despite their diminutive size, these little undead moved swiftly, some even dragging their own strollers. The sight of such infantile zombies tightened the heartstrings. Qi Ming resided on the 26th floor, and with the elevators rendered inoperative, he and his companions could only ascend by the stairs. The stairwell revealed no zombies, yet the bloodstains on the walls and steps indicated fierce battles had occurred here. Although the 26th floor was somewhat elevated, Qi Ming's desperate yearning to reunite with his wife and daughter propelled him upward, as if he had scaled the stairs in mere 2 minutes. Cautiously, he pushed open the stairwell door, only to be met by a zombie with disheveled hair lunging at him. Instinctively, he thrust a spike of earth through her, but then recalled this was his own floor, and upon closer inspection, He recognized the female zombie as his neighbor, who often conversed with his wife. 2 more zombies lingered in the corridor, but were swiftly dispatched by Jia. Qiming arrived at his doorstep, trembling as he entered the passcode several times before finally succeeding. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a silver-gray steel panel that blocked the entrance. He paused momentarily before realizing it was the backside of their double-door refrigerator. A surge of joy coursed through Qiming's heart. Using the refrigerator to barricade the door meant his wife must still be alive. Eagerly, he pushed against the refrigerator, but it remained immovable, likely obstructed by other items within.
Wife.
Are you in there? It's me. Open the door, I'm back. Inside, hidden behind the shoe cabinet and clutching a kitchen knife, Xia Zini froze upon hearing Qiming's familiar voice. How could he possibly have returned from their hometown in Lan City amid such chaos?
Daddy.
It's Daddy.
You?
Hiding behind Xia Zini with a frying pan in hand, couldn't he contain her joy, calling out at the sound of her father's voice. Xia Zini, gazing at the disarray piled at the door, incredulously questioned, Husband, is it really you? Yes, it's me. Qiming pressed his body against the refrigerator. As if this proximity could bring him closer to his wife and daughter, his voice dripping with warmth. Wife, you, I'm home. Husband. Xia Zini's eyes welled with tears, and she quickly wiped them away, joining Yu in clearing the clutter at the door. Despite her young age, Yu possessed strength surpassing her mother's, effortlessly dragging a corner of the sofa into the living room, while a gentle nudge returned the marble dining table to its original position. As the path cleared, Qiming finally managed to push the refrigerator aside just enough to glimpse the faces of his longed-for wife and daughter. Husband, Daddy. Xia Zini and Yu, tear-filled yet nimble, pulled him inside, only to realize several others trailed behind him. Hurry, come in. Qiming hastily ushered Chu Yue and the others inside, while Qiao Dandan, bringing up the rear, secured the door and pushed the refrigerator back into place. Upon entering, the sight of Qiming enveloped in the embrace of his long-cherished wife and daughter struck them all. In that moment, Qiming realized how drastically his once plump wife had slimmed down to mere bones. He could only imagine the hardships she had endured in his absence. Feeling the tangible warmth of their embrace, the anxious heart Qiming had carried throughout their ordeal finally found solace. This was no dream. His wife and daughter were truly alive and well. Xia Zini, noticing Chu Yue and the others at the door, felt a twinge of embarrassment as she gently pushed Qiming away. It was then that Qiming remembered to introduce his wife to his companions. Wife. This is Xiao Yu, this is Jia, and this is Qiao Dandan. They are all my good teammates. He then introduced his family to his friends, and Xia Zini quickly smiled and greeted them. Thank goodness you asked Xiao Yu's mother to bring me back with her, otherwise I would have been lost somewhere. Qiming exclaimed. Xia Zini paused, her eyes flickering. On the day of the outbreak, Yu had been feverish and clinging to her, leaving her unaware of the chaos outside. By the time she comprehended the situation, she could no longer reach anyone. She couldn't recall ever asking anyone to bring Qiming back. Chapter 119. Yu's Secret. Qiming continued to chatter. Wife, you have no idea what we encountered on the way back. Had it not been for Xiao Yu's familiarity with the area, we might not have made it at all. Let me tell you, we even encountered a snake thicker than a truck. And it terrified me since witnessing those women forced into submission on the road. Qiming had been weighed down by a heavy heart, often silent and focused solely on driving. Now, upon seeing his wife and daughter, his chatter resumed with the enthusiasm of a child, carrying a hint of endearment. Xia Zini discreetly assessed Chu Yue, noting the girl appeared youthful and exquisitely delicate, her eyes bright and clear, seemingly uninterested in her middle-aged husband. Yet why did she claim to have sent someone to fetch Qiming? Xia Zini discreetly suppressed the doubts swirling within her heart, deciding to reserve the matter for a more opportune moment to discuss with Qiming, lest it be mentioned now. After all, the girl had not deceived Qiming into a dire fate, but had safely returned him home. For this alone, Xia Zini felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards her. To confront the girl immediately upon arriving home would indeed be a display of poor judgment. Thank you for bringing Qiming back. We truly owe you a great debt, Xia Zini expressed, gently bowing her head in gratitude to Chu Yue and the others once Qiming had finished speaking. No. It was mutual care. Old Qi is quite remarkable himself, they hastily waved off her thanks, feeling unworthy of such gratitude. Chu Yue had felt a sense of impending doom since Qi Ming had mentioned that it was his wife who had insisted on retrieving him. Initially, her focus had solely been on how to swiftly secure him, leaving little room for concern about how to engage in conversation later. Their previous lives had been steeped in despair, leaving Chu Yue with an ever-present feeling that returning home was a distant dream. Thus, she had not considered this aspect at all. Without foresight, one must confront immediate worries. Well, this is troublesome, Chu Yue mused, contemplating how to shift the blame onto her mother when the opportunity arose. Her mother, being socially adept, would undoubtedly assist her in maintaining the facade. The notion of reincarnation was so bizarre that no one would believe it if she were to share it. However, her parents would certainly accept her word. Unexpectedly, Xia Xinyi did not broach the subject, leaving Chu Yue both relieved and more anxious. The hour was still early, just shy of noon, and as their home was not far, they could easily reach Chu Yue's community in time. Qi Ming urged his wife to gather their belongings. They would pick up Chu Yue's parents and her fiancé, Qiao Dandan, and head directly to the safety base, bypassing their home entirely. Having endured the past few days, Xia Xinyi was acutely aware of the dangers at home. Upon hearing they would go to the government's secure facility, she sprang into action. In truth, there was little to pack, as their food supplies had dwindled. As a full-time housewife, she typically enjoyed preparing meals for her daughter and husband, resulting in a decent stock of provisions. Under normal circumstances, they could last a month or two without issue. However, since Yu Yu had recovered from her fever, her strength had multiplied several times over, and her appetite had surged, as if no amount could suffice. Xia Xinyi was deeply concerned, but could not bear to see her daughter go hungry. As the food supplies diminished, she had been eating only a meager portion, saving the majority for Yu Yu. After half a month, their food was nearly exhausted. In recent days, Xia Xinyi had been contemplating venturing out to procure more food, and was currently practicing her knife skills at home. Now that Qi Ming instructed her to prepare for departure, she found herself at a loss regarding what to gather. Deciding to grab 2 large backpacks, she hastily packed a few essential items and clothes, leaving ample space within the bags for any food she might find outside. Chu Yue observed Xia Xinyi's minimal packing and blinked in surprise, recognizing her as a rather clever individual. This was their first meeting, and despite the evident questions in Xia Xinyi's mind, she refrained from voicing any of them, leaving Chu feeling somewhat unsettled. Indeed, with more people around, the matters requiring attention multiplied. Armed with memories from her previous life, Chu Yue firmly believed that Qi Ming and the others were trustworthy friends, thus, she held nothing back from them. However, she was unaware of the nature of their families, as she had never reached this point in her past life. It seemed prudent for her to exercise some restraint moving forward. The days of carefree living were evidently over. As the group exited the corridor, their presence quickly attracted a horde of zombies. Xia Xinyi watched in awe as her husband conjured a row of earthen spikes with a mere wave of his hand, impaling the encroaching zombies. This must be what they referred to as superpowers. She could hardly believe she had married a superhero. Was Yu's sudden surge in strength the result of inheriting Qi Ming's genes? She then glanced at Chu Yue and Jie and Xiao Dandan, each possessing their unique skills. No wonder they had made it back from Lan City. They were a formidable bunch. This was undoubtedly a real-life Avengers assembly. Chu Yue refrained from collecting cores from the zombies, opting instead to gather a few from the mutated ones, disregarding the rest as they hastened toward the community's exit. When they had initially entered the community, Chu Yue hesitated and did not store the RV in her space. Now, a few zombies had appeared around the vehicle, but they were easily dealt with, and the group dispatched them in no time. Once inside the RV, Xia Xinyi was taken aback by the impressive array of equipment within. Considering that the family had only recently reunited, and Jie took over driving the RV from Qi Ming, while Chu Yue navigated from the passenger seat. The RV glided majestically down the main road, and just beyond it lay the community, where Chu Yue's family resided. She was finally able to return home. Upon hearing his daughter lament that she had gone days without food, Qi Ming immediately cooked a large bowl of noodles for both Xia Xinyi and Yu Yu as they entered the vehicle. Propping himself up on his hands, he sat beside his wife on the sofa in the back of the RV, watching with satisfaction as the mother and daughter relished their meal. While he slowly recounted the events of the past few days to Xia Xinyi, Xia Xinyi shared her concerns regarding Yu Yu's unusual behavior, to which Qi Ming speculated that she might have awakened a power-type ability. However, he found it curious that Yu Yu had fallen ill before the zombie outbreak and had not been scratched or bitten by any zombies. How could she have awakened her abilities merely from a fever? Scratched? Suddenly, Xia Xinyi recalled. Yu Yu had indeed been scratched that day she had fallen ill. When she had picked her up, she had noticed a mark on her neck, but the little one herself had no idea how the injury had occurred. I'm not confused. I know how it happened, but the teacher forbade us from speaking of it and told us to say we didn't know when we got home. Chapter 120. Home at last. As Yu Yu enjoyed her noodles, she listened to her parents' converse. While she paid little heed to other matters, she could not tolerate being labeled as confused. Qi Ming and Xia Xinyi were momentarily taken aback, sensing that something was amiss. Xia Xinyi quickly inquired, "What exactly is going on? Qi Yu, did you lie to your mother?" "Oh no, I let it slip." Yu Yu immediately covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide with guilt as she glanced at her parents. What to do? She had promised her teacher to keep the secret. Seeing her mother's serious expression, Yu Yu quickly crumbled, pouting as she softly replied, "We all promised the teacher not to say anything. But I can tell myself, and if you happen to overhear, that's just a coincidence." Turning away, she patted her hands like a little adult, asking herself, "Did you get scratched by that crazy teacher at school?"
Yes.
She was terrifying. She even bites. But then the police took her away, so she won't come back to bite anyone anymore. Hearing Yu Yu's words, Qi Ming's heart raced in alarm. She bites? Could it be that zombies had already appeared the day before the outbreak? Why had there been no whispers of such a thing? Even children had been strictly instructed not to speak of it. Realizing that his daughter had already brushed perilously close to the jaws of a zombie, Qi Ming instinctively pulled her small body into a tight embrace. Thank heavens for divine protection. His Yu Yu had not turned into a zombie. "Daddy, that teacher is so terrifying. He even bit our PE teacher until he bled. Just like those monsters we hear about now." Yo-Yo, cradled in her father's embrace, had tears welling in her large eyes. All the children in her class were frightened, and she yearned to return home to tell her mother. However, the teacher instructed them not to disclose this matter to their parents, warning that any child who did would be taken away by the police for being a naughty child who leaked a significant secret, forever barred from attending school. Yo-Yo, having just begun the first grade, was filled with anticipation for her new life in elementary school. The thought of never being able to attend school again if she spoke up made her hesitate. Even though she longed to confide in her mother, she merely told her, "I don't know." Yet, Yo-Yo was unafraid, for her father would protect her from those monsters. Qi Ming gently patted his daughter's back to soothe her. "Yes, I know, Daddy is formidable," Yo-Yo replied, her small face lifting with hope. "So, once you defeat the monsters, I can return to school, right?" She had witnessed her father's heroic act against the monsters, thinking him braver than the police officers clad in black. Once her father vanquished the monsters, she could return to school, for she had always aspired to attend B University. Absolutely. You must remember one thing. Regardless of what happens, always communicate with your mommy and daddy. Do not listen to others, understand? Qi Ming's expression darkened. It was outrageous that such incidents occurred in school, and children were forbidden from returning home to discuss them. Yet, he understood that this was likely not the school's doing, but rather directives from higher authorities. Seeing Yo-Yo obediently nodding, Qi Ming turned to Xia Xinyi and said, "Xiao Yu understands these matters better. I will ask her later to see if she knows what is going on." Upon mentioning Chu Yue, Xia Xinyi's interest piqued, and she softly inquired, "Xiao Yu said I sent her to find you?" "Indeed, otherwise, what could it be?" Qi Ming responded, "I did not send anyone to find you. In fact, by the time I realized it, I could no longer contact anyone. Why would she claim I sent her?" Xia Xinyi, in front of her husband, did not hold back her curiosity and voiced her doubts. Qi Ming frowned slightly. He certainly believed his wife, yet throughout the journey, Chu Yue had proven herself to be a loyal ally. Even though his wife's words left him perplexed, he had no doubts about Chu Yue's intentions.
"Dear."
Regardless of who entrusted Xiao Yu to pick me up, there were several moments along the way where my life was saved by her. I trust she would never harm me. Qi Ming spoke with unusual seriousness, causing Xia Xinyi to respond quickly. "I do not doubt she would harm you. If she intended to do so, she would have long ago. Why would she wait for our family to reunite? I merely wish to understand if someone indeed sent her to fetch you, then we must know who that person is for our peace of mind, right? Just ask her when you have a moment. All right, I will ask her when I can. But rest assured, who sent her is of no consequence. What matters is that she has risked her life for mine. We share a bond of trust. Qi Ming earnestly stated as he held Xia Zini's hand. Okay. Just remember to ask and let me know afterward. I do not want to dwell on this matter any longer. I trust you, and I also trust your judgment. Xia Zini smiled, revealing her former profession as an accountant. With a slight tendency for perfectionism, she found it hard to let go of unresolved issues. Qi Ming, holding his wife's hand, expressed his concern. My love, you have truly endured great hardships during this time. Your hands have become so thin that even the dimples on the back of your hands seem to have disappeared. Xia Zini withdrew her hand nonchalantly, saying, What's the big deal? If I am hungry, it's simply called losing weight. You see, I could never shed a pound before, but now look, I'm below 100. I could never have imagined this weight. Chu Yue, sitting in the driver's seat, inadvertently overheard and smiled slightly. Having a teammate she could trust implicitly felt incredibly gratifying. It seemed that old Qi's wife was quite a remarkable person as well. However, had there been signs of zombies before the outbreak? This was something she had never encountered in her previous life. The RV had left the north-south avenue and turned onto a wide side street. Chu Yue gazed at the chain store at the street corner crowded with zombies and let out a small sigh. That was their family's supermarket. As they reached the end of the street and turned onto Riverside Road, Chu spotted her family's building from a distance. She was finally home. Eagerly, she extended her mental energy towards her home, longing to see her parents. This was a moment she had awaited for lifetimes, and now, she could not wait even a second longer. Her mental energy surged into her longed-for home like a bird returning to its nest, filled with joy. However, the living room was empty, the bedroom was vacant, and the balcony was deserted. Where were Mom and Dad? A chill crept up her spine, and she felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 121. Missed connections. Chu Yue could hardly believe her mental scan. Could her parents possibly? No, that could not be. Steadying her nerves, Chu Yue scanned her home once more with her mental energy. Everything appeared as usual, tidy except for a layer of dust. The cabinet doors in her parents' room were ajar, the bed covers slightly disheveled, and clothes and jewelry were scattered, as if they had been hastily packed into a suitcase and then emptied. A thought struck Chu Yue, and her mental energy instantly traveled from the upstairs to the basement. Their car was not in the parking spot. Several zombie corpses lay scattered along the path to the stairwell, indicating that the battle had taken place some time ago. Her parents must have gone to find her. Chu Yue bit her lip hard, tears suddenly filling her eyes. Her greatest fear had always been that her parents would come looking for her, only to miss her along the way. She never imagined that after all her struggles to return home, she would truly miss them. In this chaotic world, without any means to contact them, where could she possibly search for them? Where had they gone? Would they see the message she had left on the signpost? Anja and Jordan, seated in the back, saw Chu Yue suddenly overwhelmed with tears and mistakenly thought she was finally home and joyous. Jordan teased, We're almost there. Save your tears for when you see your parents. Why are you crying now? Chu Yue swiftly wiped her tears and, with a calm voice, instructed Anja, Turn around, head back to North-South Avenue, and go directly to the Economic Development Zone. Anja and Jordan were taken aback. What was happening? Why were they passing their home without stopping? My parents are not at home. We're going straight to the Economic Development Zone, to Jordan's house. Chu Yue's eyes were now devoid of tears, her gaze resolute as she faced forward. Crying was of no use. In this apocalypse, tears were the most futile of expressions. She needed to quickly return Jordan home, and then she would turn back to search for her parents. Anja and Jordan exchanged glances. Anja remained silent, turning back to focus on driving, but the vehicle's speed noticeably increased as he turned around. Qiao Dandan squeezed through the seats and gently embraced Chu Yue, softly inquiring, Little Yue, is the door at your home closed? Though somewhat cruel, Qiao Dandan felt compelled to assist Chu Yue in analyzing the situation at home, in case Chu Yue had overlooked something in her agitation. After listening to Chu Yue, described the various traces at her home, Dandan breathed a sigh of relief and reasoned. Little Yu, do not fear. These signs indicate that your parents left with intent and purpose. Perhaps they have sought refuge elsewhere. Consider if there are any other relatively safe places at your home, or they might have gone to the base. They are undoubtedly still alive. We will search slowly, and we shall find them. Chu Yue nodded, nuzzling her head against Dandan's shoulder, her voice clear and resolute. Yes, I will definitely find them. Thus far, the only one who had successfully located family members was Qiming. It was uncertain what circumstances awaited Dandan's family. The apocalypse was merciless, despite one's utmost efforts. Not everyone could reunite with their families. The RV turned around, heading back to the North-South Avenue, and as they proceeded along the road, they found it surprisingly smooth, allowing them to traverse the city unimpeded, nearing the boundaries of the economic development zone. Qiming approached the driver's seat, questioning. Weren't we told there were only a few streets? Why haven't we reached Little Yu's house yet? Is the road too congested? He found it perplexing. Logically, they should have long since arrived at Chu Yue's home, yet they were still on the North-South Avenue. Upon learning that Chu Yue's parents were not at home, Qiming inquired further about the specifics and thoughtfully remarked, Little Yu, your parents are surely safe. They must be searching for you. If my daughter Yu were in this situation, my first instinct would be to take my wife and go looking for her. There's nothing to worry about. You are so capable, your parents must be equally so. If necessary, we can turn back and search for them. Indeed, those who had children tended to think first of finding them. Lunch was prepared by Dandan and Xia Xinyi together. Xia Xinyi was pleasantly surprised to discover fresh vegetables and meat in the RV's refrigerator, invigorating her spirits. She and Yu had not had vegetables for quite some time. Initially, when there was electricity and gas, she managed to cope, but after the power outage, she had turned all the meat into jerky, fearing the gas might also fail. Exhausted after 2 days, she had transformed all the rice and flour into long-lasting rice cakes and dried pastries, leaving the vegetables mostly pickled or preserved. Now, seeing fresh vegetables, she was overjoyed and conspired with Dandan to prepare stir-fried pork with green peppers, sliced cucumbers with meat, blanched greens, and a vegetarian soup. Chu Yue picked at her lunch. Fully aware that this was not right, how could she find her parents without sustenance? Yet her chest felt heavy with anxiety, compelling her to force down a few bites. In the rear of the RV, Xia Xinyi, upon learning that Chu Yue's parents were not home, felt sympathy for her. After journeying thousands of miles only to find no one, how heart-wrenching that must be. It was no wonder she had eaten so little. However, skipping meals was not an option. After some contemplation, she crafted small rice balls the size of dumplings, lightly roasted them in the oven, and had Qiming deliver them to Chu Yue as snacks. The roasted rice balls had a slightly golden exterior, crisp on the outside yet chewy within, carrying a delightful aroma of toasted rice. Upon tasting one, tears streamed down Chu Yue's face uncontrollably. As a child, she had not been fond of eating, yet her mother often made various rice balls for her. And these roasted ones had been her favorite. After crying, the heaviness in her chest dissipated. Chu Yue finished the rice balls and devoured 2 large bowls of food. Reinvigorated, she had already mapped out a new route in her mind. No worries. She had traversed these roads for 3 years in her past life and had only walked them for half a month in this one. She was intimately familiar with the paths and was determined to find her parents. After lunch, the RV entered the economic development zone. The roads here were not as wide and accommodating as the North-South Avenue, and despite Chu Yue's meticulous selection of routes, they found themselves stuck in traffic in the middle of the street. Unable to proceed, they exited the vehicle and ran forward. Chu Yue surveyed the few vehicles congested ahead and deemed the distance manageable, even with Xia Xinyi and Yu in tow. Xia Xinyi, following Qiming and Yu down from the vehicle, was informed by Qiming that they had to disembark due to the blocked road. She couldn't help but glance back at the RV, feeling a twinge of regret. Such a fine vehicle, left abandoned on the street. Chu Yue was the last to exit, and as her hand released the RV, it abruptly vanished from the street behind her. Xia Xinyi and Yu widened their eyes in astonishment. How could such a large vehicle simply disappear? Qiming, having unleashed a barrage of spikes to fend off a wave of zombies, turned to see the astonished expressions on his wife and daughter's faces and remarked, "That's Little Yu's ability. Hurry, follow me. We need to move quickly." Xia Xinyi, still bewildered, nodded, and led Yu to follow Qi Ming onward. The zombies on the street vastly outnumbered those in their community, clustering together with decayed, greenish hands reaching out towards them, a sight that could send chills down anyone's spine, likely causing the average person to falter before even engaging. Yet, there was no trace of fear on the faces of Chu Yue and her companions. Their roles were clearly defined, and their coordination was seamless. Qi Ming and Jie tackled the zombies up close, while Qiao, Dandan, and Chu Yue managed the periphery. After a flurry of sparks and flashes, they swiftly carved a path through the encroaching zombies. Upon navigating past the obstructed area filled with abandoned vehicles, Chu Yue frowned as she observed the street ahead. Her earlier choice to avoid a neighboring street due to the presence of a rotund mutated zombie had led her to this narrower route. Unexpectedly, the seemingly cumbersome creature was not slow. It had already maneuvered to the entrance of this street. If they charged ahead now, they would be rushing into the embrace of that round behemoth. Turning back was not an option. She could not fathom how long it would take to find another way. Damn it! Life and death, she regarded lightly. If challenged, she would fight. Today, with her spirits low, she would take out her frustrations on this round mutant. As the creature slowly advanced, an oddity emerged. Wherever it passed, any zombies it touched were absorbed into its corpulent body, leaving no trace of bones behind. This was a devouring-type mutated zombie. Everyone, be cautious. A devouring-type mutated zombie is approaching. This kind of zombie is troublesome, so refrain from attacking too hastily. Chu Yue urgently warned her companions. The term devouring-type zombie left Qi Ming and the others puzzled, yet they would soon comprehend its nature. From a distance, they spotted a massive, grayish, round mass shambling towards them, nearly 2 stories tall, devoid of a head or limbs. The lower part of its body undulated like water, and within, they could vaguely see the limbs of other zombies. With that force, the mass inched forward. As Chu Yue saw it approaching, she gathered a bolt of lightning in her hand and directed it towards the creature. Lightning struck the corpulent creature, dispersing into myriad small currents that coursed through its form. Yet it did nothing to impede its relentless advance. Instead, it seemed to be gradually absorbed by its very being. Chu Yue's heart sank as she realized the dire situation. There were numerous varieties of devouring zombies, some susceptible to supernatural abilities, while others found such powers to be fortifying rather than damaging. This particular one undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. Seeing that Chu Yue had already engaged, Qi Ming and the others hastened to unleash their own abilities against the devouring zombie. However, their efforts proved futile. Jordan's fireball struck the zombie's fleshy body, extinguishing in an instant without igniting it, rather invigorating the creature to lurch forward with renewed vigor. Following this, a barrage of formidable earth spikes, accompanied by a thunderous sound, was thrust into the upper half of the devouring zombie, seemingly intent on transforming it into a sieve. To their astonishment, these spikes sank into the creature as if dropped into water, causing not even a ripple. Everyone was taken aback. Why did it seem that all their attacks were utterly ineffective? Chu Yue had initially dispatched her bolt of lightning to assess the type of zombie they were confronting. Observing the ineffectiveness of their powers, she recognized the need for an alternative strategy. Having encountered this type of zombie in her previous life, she surmised that it likely belonged to the water element. While Jordan's fire abilities should have been its nemesis, the unfortunate truth was that Jordan's flames were still too feeble, and the zombie had grown too large from its excessive consumption, rendering her fireball as ineffective as tossing a torch into a river. Her lightning and Qi Ming's earth spikes were similarly ineffectual, merely adding some bricks to the zombie's body without inflicting any real harm. However, this creature was not bereft of weaknesses. Given its water-based constitution, it should have been reduced to a puddle under normal circumstances. Yet, it stood upright and was capable of ingesting numerous objects. Thus, it must possess a layer of water membrane within its body. Once that membrane was breached, it would reduce to a mere pool of water, and then locating its fatal weakness would be a trivial matter. Nonetheless, breaching this layer of water membrane would likely prove challenging, as it appeared to shift like a Newtonian fluid, capable of breaking and healing at will. Old Qi, erect 2 walls to block it. Brother Jie, let's make an incision. Chu Yue called out, already charging ahead. And Jie, proficient in close combat, had refrained from engaging previously, believing his small throwing knives would be of little use against such a massive creature. Instead, he had quietly dealt with a few ordinary zombies that had approached. Upon hearing Chu Yue's command, he promptly followed her towards the devouring zombie. As the two reached the creature, Qiming swiftly erected a wall taller than the devouring zombie beneath their feet. Standing atop the wall, Chu Yue and Jie finally discerned that the zombie possessed a face. However, it was no longer three-dimensional but rather like a flat painting floating atop its head. The water-based nature of the devouring zombie rendered the wall akin to a dam, hindering its progress. Its flat visage furrowed in apparent distress, clearly agitated by its inability to advance. Chu Yue pursed her lips, pondering whether this face could indeed be the creature's critical vulnerability. Before she could contemplate further, the devouring zombie spotted Chu Yue and Jie atop the earthen wall. Excitement ignited in its eyes, and it began to undulate, rising like a tide as it attempted to reach the two standing above. Observing the increasingly animated expression on the creature's flat face, Chu Yue felt no doubt. That face was undoubtedly its Achilles heel. Then let us strike at its face. Chapter 123. Infuriating Stench. Chu Yue retrieved several large blades from her spatial pocket and fused them into two imposing, meter-long cleavers. She handed one to Jie, instructing him to stow his hand knife. Brother Jie, use this to strike that face. This type of devouring zombie cannot be directly engaged. Should it make contact, it could consume you whole. This was also the reason Chu Yue had not considered directly enclosing the devouring zombie within her spatial realm. Such a creature had an insatiable appetite, capable of swallowing anything. She could not ascertain whether she would capture it, or if it would engulf her instead. Moreover, even if she managed to secure it, the perils within her space were daunting. She had scarcely explored it herself. And there was no telling if this creature would devour all her precious items. It was far safer to eliminate it outright. Chu Yue awaited the moment the devouring zombie reached the height of the earthen wall before leaning down to score a deep gash across its face. Ack! The devouring zombie let out a pained shriek, recoiling rapidly. A deep fissure appeared in the center of its flat face, from which a viscous black liquid began to ooze. It seemed to value that black liquid immensely, as its face contracted rapidly, striving to absorb the fluid back into the wound. As the liquid retreated, the injury on its face healed at an astonishing speed. There's a weakness. Chu Yue realized that the black liquid was crucial to the devouring zombie's existence. Let us release it all and see what happens. Jie, having observed the transformation on the creature's face after Chu Yue's strike, quickly grasped that whatever lay beneath that flat visage was of great significance. Seizing the opportunity while the zombie was still gathering its face, Jie hooked his foot around the earthen wall, hanging upside down as he swung his blade, delivering several swift cuts to its face. Ack! Ack! The devouring zombie's flat face was mercilessly slashed by both Chu Yue and Jie, leaving multiple deep gashes from which the black liquid gushed forth. It shrank rapidly, the center of its face nearly caving in. Yet, the flow of liquid was so forceful that some still erupted from the top of its immense body, cascading downwards until it pooled on the ground. The devouring zombie's once flat face was now a grotesque sight, relentlessly leaking black liquid, reminiscent of a shredded sketch submerged in ink. Its previous healing speed could not keep pace with the severity of its wounds, and the sole remaining eye was filled with fury and resentment. As the black liquid continued to pour forth, the zombie's size diminished further, until it ultimately transformed into a large puddle of dark brown substance on the ground. The corpses it had previously consumed were expelled, some reduced to mere bones, while others remained in various stages of digestion. The outer layer of flesh lay deflated, resembling a vast sacrificial site. The stench was overpowering, rendering one's eyes water and inducing a visceral urge to sever one's own nose to escape the odor. Zombie flesh was already notoriously foul, but this heap was several times worse, surpassing even the most devastating biological weapon. Chu Yue could not suppress a gag. Hastily retrieving 2 towels from her spatial pocket, dampening them, and swiftly tying one around her face before offering the other to Jie, whose complexion had turned green from the stench. Once their towels were secured, the two leapt down from the earthen wall, advancing towards the dark brown liquid pooling on the ground. The liquid writhed as if it possessed consciousness, retreating away from their approach. Is it not yet dead? Chu Yue strode forward, brandishing a large blade and striking at the pool of liquid. Upon being cleaved, the substance, seemingly sentient, swiftly reformed and retreated. Indeed, it was still alive. Among all the mutated zombie types, the devouring zombie was undoubtedly the swiftest and most prone to enhancement, capable of incessantly consuming everything in its vicinity to facilitate its own evolution. Thus, while the surroundings remained populated by mere small fry, this devouring zombie was on the cusp of attaining consciousness. If it endured until after the heavy rain, it would likely transform into a zombie king. In the midst of the dark brown liquid, a flat face gradually reemerged, appearing somewhat rejuvenated. It began consuming the nearby zombies, devouring several within moments, its body showing signs of re-erecting itself. The flat face was encircled by the pool of liquid, spreading wide, and with Chu Yue unable to step onto the liquid, she found herself at a loss to strike it. At that moment, Qi Ming and Qiao Dandan arrived with Xia Xinyi and Yu Yu. The group was evidently affected by the stench, covering their mouths and noses in distress. Xia Xinyi nearly retched from the fumes but, recalling the difficulty of procuring a hearty meal, managed to suppress her nausea. Upon seeing Qiao Dandan's arrival, Qi was struck with an idea. She retrieved a barrel of gasoline from her space, unscrewed the lid, and poured it over the pool of liquid, dousing it thoroughly. The remaining gasoline barrel was then hurled onto the flat face at the center, and she glanced back at Qiao Dandan. Understanding immediately, Qiao Dandan conjured a fireball in her palm and hurled it onto the pool. The liquid ignited with a thunderous roar, flames soaring high. The liquid beneath the flames appeared to writhe desperately, coiling itself into a tangle. The gasoline barrel nestled within the flat face was consumed, and the fire spread through the liquid mass. The devouring zombie, aware that the gasoline barrel was no benign entity, expelled it from the side. Yet, it could not expel the gasoline that had already spilled inside. It was left to endure the inferno engulfing its newly upright body. The expression on its flat face morphed into one of agonizing despair, howling and thrashing, as if striving to form a three-dimensional visage. How can it still transform? Chu Yue mused. It somewhat resembles that symbiote from the movie. Do you recall the film we watched? Who would have thought we'd witnessed something akin to it in reality? Qi Ming observed the grotesque form of the devouring zombie before him, a chill creeping over him, prompting an instinctive urge to shield his daughter's eyes. However, reflecting on the brutalities they had encountered in this apocalyptic world, he recognized that his daughter would inevitably confront such horrors. He lowered his hand, though concern for her fright lingered, and began recounting elements from the movie to distract her. To his surprise, before he could finish, he caught sight of his daughter, mouth covered, enthusiastically nodding at him, her demeanor far from that of a frightened child. Chapter 124. Qiao Dandan's fortune. The pool of the devouring zombie continued to diminish as it burned, and the group observed the spectacle while occasionally dispatching encroaching zombies. Even Xia Xinyi, under Qi Ming's protection, managed to slay several zombies. Despite having mentally prepared herself for days, she trembled when she struck her first zombie. However, thoughts of her daughter and the gruesome fate of those they had seen devoured by zombies spurred her on. If she did not eliminate the zombies, those people would be her inevitable end. While Qi Ming would protect them, she could not remain merely a passive recipient of protection. Gritting her teeth, she plunged the knife into the skull of the zombie Qi Ming had provided her, discovering that it was not as daunting as she had imagined. With the first kill, the second and third became markedly easier, although she could not suppress a retch when a splatter of the zombie's putrid blood hit her face. Yu Yu, though strong, was too small to reach the adult zombies even when jumping, managing only to inflict superficial cuts. Chu Yue guided her on how to extract the crystal core from a zombie's head, simultaneously instructing her on how to cleave the skull with a single strike. True to her heritage as Qi Ming's daughter, Yu Yu exhibited no aversion to the gruesome task. Soon, she became adept, extracting crystal cores with ease. Entirely unfazed by the grotesque nature of the endeavor, Chu Yue silently commended her. This child would surely thrive in this harsh world. After approximately 20 minutes of burning, the flames finally subsided, leaving only a carpet of ashes. Chu Yue sifted through the remnants and unearthed a round, pale blue crystal core. She picked it up, watching it swiftly vanish between her fingers. Her consciousness immediately delved into her space, witnessing the crystal core transform into a blue speck of light that soared toward the luminous orb above. Once the orb absorbed the light, it appeared to swell slightly. So it was indeed true. The crystal cores absorbed into the space were consumed by it. Yet, why did the abilities from the absorbed cores ultimately manifest within her? Was he perhaps a second personality birthed from her own psyche? No, that was impossible. Chu Yue shook her head, dismissing the notion. She had acquired mental strength, not mental illness. After one last glance at the orb, she withdrew her consciousness from the space. In due time, she would need to provide him with more mutated zombie cores to consume, with hopes that he would one day become an immensely powerful entity descending from the heavens. With the devouring zombie dealt with, the remaining zombies in the street grew increasingly agitated, rendering driving impossible. The group was compelled to continue running while dispatching zombies, eventually escaping the street and arriving at an alternate road. Just as Chu Yue prepared to summon the vehicle, a loud voice from an upper floor caught her attention.
Dandan.
Dandan turned abruptly, spotting a figure on the rooftop of a nearby building, waving and calling out to her. Dandan, over here. I'm here.
Kong Ning.
Dandan's voice trembled slightly. The figure was her beloved fiancé. The group was taken aback, astonished to encounter Dandan's fiancé in this place. What extraordinary luck. The building across was an old structure of around 10 stories, and Kong Ning fervently waved to Dandan from the rooftop. Her eyes welled with tears as she dashed toward him. Chu Yue and the others quickly followed, aware that the zombies ahead were too numerous for Dandan to handle alone. Upon reaching the base of the building, they discovered the entrance was completely sealed, rendering it inaccessible. Suddenly, a window on the second floor swung open, and a makeshift rope ladder crafted from unknown materials was tossed down. Kong Ning's had appeared from within, urging them, hurry, climb up. Everyone grasped the rope ladder and ascended, with Qi Ming and Yu Yu being the first to reach the top, while Chu Yue and Jie brought up the rear. Once on the upper level, Chu Yue sensed an unusual atmosphere. Dandan's expression was peculiar, maintaining a distance from her fiancé, who appeared somewhat awkward. One would expect a joyful reunion, perhaps akin to Qi Ming embracing his wife, yet the air felt tense. Casting a glance at Kong Ning, she noted that he was indeed an attractive young man. His sharp brows and bright eyes complemented his tall stature, embodying a principled demeanor. Dandan had mentioned he was a police officer. However, why was there a timid woman lurking behind him? Chu Yue turned to the already ascended Qi Ming and inquired, "What is happening?" Qi Ming gestured subtly towards the woman hiding behind Kong Ning, shaking his head with pursed lips. He, too, was perplexed. Upon his arrival, he initially mistook the two as siblings and had exchanged a few casual words with them. When Dandan arrived, Kong Ning was the one to catch her as she joyfully leaped down from the window ledge and embraced him. However, before she could utter more than a couple of words, the woman approached and excitedly interjected, "Sister, it's so wonderful that you're alive." In that instant, Dandan's expression darkened, and she extricated herself from the peculiar embrace, casting a wary glance at the woman. The latter seemed to cower in fear, retreating behind Kong Ning as if Dandan posed a threat, a sentiment even Qi Ming, a typically oblivious man, could discern as the woman exhibited a hint of cunning. Noticing that everyone had arrived, Kong Ning beckoned them to ascend the stairs, seemingly aware of the reason behind Dandan's displeasure. He walked beside her, quietly elucidating, "Dandan, please don't be upset. I encountered her while searching for you at your father's house. Your father and stepmother have turned into zombies, and she is the only one left. If I hadn't brought her along, she would have inevitably perished alone. After all, you are still family." Upon hearing this, Dandan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Kong Ning had indeed sought her out at her father's residence. During her visit to Shishi, Kong Ning had been on a mission, and she had refrained from informing him of her whereabouts, intending to share it only upon his return. The unexpected revelation of his visit to her family stirred feelings of gratitude within her. She managed a faint smile and nodded, accepting his explanation, though a lingering discomfort remained in her heart. This woman, named Luo Wenjia, was the daughter brought over by her stepmother, merely a few months younger than Dandan. Initially, they had coexisted amicably, characterized by mutual respect, albeit lacking intimacy. However, it wasn't long before the mother-daughter duo began to engage in deceitful antics. Twisting the truth and sowing discord, gradually tipping the scales in their favor within her father's affections. After her stepmother bore him a son, he completely overlooked Qiao Dandan. In contrast, he lavished attention on Luo Wenjie, even financing her education at a prestigious university after her dismal college entrance examination results, while he refused to cover Qiao Dandan's application fees. Although Qiao Dandan didn't harbor overt hatred towards Luo Wenjie, encountering her elicited a visceral revulsion akin to that of a bothersome fly. Chapter 125. A gathering of souls. Chu Yue was scanning the building with her mental acuity, eavesdropping on the unfolding events and gradually piecing together the situation. It became clear that this woman was Qiao Dandan's unwelcome sister, a topic Qiao Dandan rarely broached. With only a few mentions in her previous life, instigated by Qiao Shishi, Luo Wenjie had initially walked ahead, but when Kongning turned back to find Qiao Dandan, she attempted to follow, only to be obstructed by Chu Yue and Jie, who were positioned behind her. Frustrated, she called out, "Kongning!
Kongning!
Kongning instructed her to stay put, leading the way himself, which finally quelled her agitation. Upon witnessing Kongning converse with Qiao Dandan, Luo Wenjie felt a surge of desire to return, but as she glanced at the barrier formed by Chu Yue and Jie, she gritted her teeth and, in her haste, stumbled on the stairs.
Ah!
Chu Yue and Jie, who were following closely behind, were taken aback by her sudden fall, inadvertently stepping on her in their surprise, which escalated her mild tumble into a cacophony of piercing screams. As they retracted their feet, intending to assist her, the distant growls of zombies echoed from above. Though the zombies remained confined within their homes, the ruckus of Luo Wenjie's cries had triggered a frenzy, with the upstairs and downstairs zombies beginning to pound on their doors. Luo Wenjie, startled, realized that maintaining silence was paramount while hiding in the building. Her recent scream had undoubtedly served as a wake-up call for the zombies. The group held their breath, suspended in the stairwell until the cacophony of growls subsided. Chu Yue reached out to assist Luo Wenjie, only to have her push him away, her voice tinged with indignation as she softly lamented to Kongning, "Kongning! I didn't mean to scream. Those two pushed me down and stepped on me. I couldn't help it. It hurts so much." Her adeptness at shifting blame was remarkable, and Chu Yue could hardly tolerate her antics. "Who pushed you? Have you lost your mind? You were walking just fine, then suddenly sat down. We nearly tripped over you and you dare to blame us? What a preposterous lie. Were you a pyramid scheme leader in your past life?" Luo Wenjie bit her lip in silence, crouching there with a pitiful gaze directed at Kongning. He frowned slightly and gently inquired, "Are you all right?
Can you stand?"
"If you can, please get up and move on. This place isn't safe." Luo Wenjie nodded, her downcast eyes reflecting a hint of resentment. This man was too straightforward, utterly unresponsive to her subtle charms. Yet if he held no interest, why would he risk so much to save her? Supporting herself against the wall, she rose, grimacing as she took a couple of slow steps aside in the stairwell, addressing Chu Yue. "My foot hurts. I can't walk fast. You all go ahead." Chu Yue observed her demeanor, realizing that she was intent on intruding upon the reunion of the long-lost couple. She turned back to Qiao Dandan, suggesting, "Dandan, perhaps you two should lead the way. Without guidance, we wouldn't know where to go." Qiao Dandan nodded, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, as she took Kongning's hand and moved to the front, casually introducing their names while deliberately omitting Luo Wenjie. Gritting her teeth, Luo Wenjie yearned to catch up with Kongning but found herself pushed to the back by Chu Yue, who solicitously remarked, "Aren't you in pain? Take it slow at the back. Don't blame me if you fall again." Stuck at the rear, Luo Wenjie noticed Qiming's family approaching, and she dared not linger at the back alone. Hastily, she followed suit, abandoning her pretense of limping. Behind her, Xia Xinyi couldn't help but roll her eyes at the sight, thinking how shallow her act was, yet she persisted in putting on a show. Upon reaching the top floor, they found a makeshift shelter constructed from corrugated steel, the original purpose of which was unknown. But it had been repurposed by Kongning and his group as their temporary refuge. The occupants appeared to be older individuals, and upon spotting Qiao Dandan, a woman in her 50s rushed towards her, her eyes lighting up as she grasped Qiao Dandan's hands. Without uttering a word, tears welled in her eyes. Qiao Dandan's own eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gently called out, "Auntie, are you all well?" This woman was Kongning's mother, And upon hearing Qiao Dandan's inquiry, tears streamed down her face as she choked out, "Your uncle has passed away, but my dear child, you're alive. And that's what matters." Gently embracing Kong's mother, Qiao Dandan remained silent, but beside her, Luo Wenjie stepped forward. Seizing Kong's mother's arm and cheerfully chiming in, "Annie, see, I told you, sister is perfectly fine. Look, she's back safe and sound.
Now.
There's no need to trouble Brother Kongming to search for her everywhere." After saying this, she glanced at Chu Yue and the others, then consulted with Aunt Kong. "Aunt, should we prepare some food for my sister and her friends? Look at them. They aren't even carrying bags, and it's evident they haven't eaten in quite a while." Aunt Kong observed the group. Aside from the childbearing Xia Xinyi, who carried a deflated bag, the others were all empty-handed, causing her to feel a hint of dissatisfaction. With so many people, how could they not carry anything with them? But then she thought, considering the state of the world, merely surviving is a blessing. Since they were all friends of Qiao Dandan, she had nothing to say, and turned back to fetch them some food. Qiao Dandan hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Aunt, there's no need. We have already eaten and are not hungry." Aunt Kong chuckled as she patted her hand, saying, "Silly child, why be polite with me?" After saying this, she turned and headed into the house. Qiao Dandan attempted to pull her back, but was restrained by Kong Ning. Seeing his mother going to get food, Kong Ning held onto Qiao Dandan, wanting to exchange a few words, when Luo Wenjie interjected, "Brother Kong Ning, why don't you go get some water for your sister and her friends to wash up? They still have zombie blood on their faces. We can't tell if they are injured." The inhabitants of the Color Steel House had been observing the newcomers, most of whom had some impression of Qiao Dandan, as they were neighbors of Kong Ning, having fled alongside him and Aunt Kong. Upon hearing the mention of injuries, they all turned their gazes towards the group, as if fearing one might suddenly transform into a zombie. Kong Ning ignored Luo Wenjie, rolled up the sleeves, and wiped Qiao Dandan's face with a shirt, saying, "They're not injured. I checked on them when I went upstairs. If they were hurt, I wouldn't have brought them up here." Qiao Dandan allowed Kong Ning to wipe her face, not even casting a glance at Luo Wenjie. In her previous home, she and her mother had always acted in such a manner. The mother-daughter duo guarded her like a thief, bustling around, urging her father to do this and that, fetching water, cutting fruit, and insisting it was time to entertain the children, leaving no opportunity for the father and daughter to converse privately. It was as if allowing them to speak alone would result in the family fortune being whisked away. However, such tactics did not work on Kong Ning, who was not like her father, whose ears were as soft as noodles. Chapter 126. The Indecisive Kong Ning. Indeed. Chu Yue and the others looked rather disheveled, having emerged from a horde of zombies, hardly able to be deemed clean. However, they had no intention of tidying up, as they would have to go back down soon. They merely needed to smear their faces to make them presentable. At that moment, Aunt Kong approached with several bags of bread, only to be halted by an old man in a trench coat. "Mr. Su, I have no objections to giving food to your daughter-in-law, whom we brought out with great effort, but I cannot agree to providing food to these unknown individuals." "Exactly. We are barely managing to scrape by ourselves. If we give them food, what will we eat? Who knows if that monster will return? If it does, we won't be able to go out to get food." Some in the crowd echoed this sentiment. Chu Yue glanced at the group inside the Color Steel House. Some were lost in their own worlds and had not even looked their way. A few regarded them as if they were intruders in their home. And upon seeing the provisions Aunt Kong was offering, their disdain became evident. Aunt Kong felt somewhat embarrassed. The supplies they had brought were already consumed, and the remaining provisions in her hands were primarily those Kong Ning had retrieved. Offering her son's hard-earned supplies to her future daughter-in-law and her friends, only to be met with resistance, was quite humiliating for her as a prospective mother-in-law. "Sister, look at you. Bringing so many people here puts Aunt in a difficult position," Luo Wenjie said gleefully from the side. Qiao Dandan shot her a glance before turning to Aunt Kong, gently insisting, "Aunt, really, there's no need to get me food. My friends are quite capable. They came with me to find you. I'm here to take you to the base." Upon hearing about the base, Aunt Kang's interest piqued, and she remarked, "To the base? We also want to go to the base. However, the journey has been treacherous. We've wandered for days, and several have perished." She sighed and continued, "You have no idea. There's a formidable monster on these two streets, tall and large, that chases people to devour them. Anyone it encounters is eaten. It's truly terrifying. For the past few days, we've had to hide here, afraid to go down. You're lucky not to have encountered it, otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Kong Ming added, yes, Dandan, it's not that we want to stay here. It's just that thing is too powerful. Our vehicle is out of fuel, and we simply cannot move on. We just saw a lot of smoke rising over there. Not knowing what has happened. Fortunately, you all have not encountered it. After listening to them, Qiao Dandan realized they were referring to the devouring type of zombie. She glanced at Chu Yue and the others, then said to Kong Ning, you're talking about that big meatball, right? That's a devouring type of zombie. My friends and I have already dealt with it, so there's no need to worry about it anymore. Aunt Kang's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she grasped Qiao Dandan's hand tightly, asking really? However, Kong Ning appeared skeptical. That creature was so large, how could these few people possibly have defeated it? Upon learning that such a formidable zombie had been vanquished, the others perked up, standing eagerly to inquire. Is that true? That's wonderful. We can finally leave. Luo Wenjia, standing aside, scoffed. How is that possible? That monster is enormous. Even Brother Kong Ning with a gun couldn't handle it. How could you few manage to kill it? Sister, it's fine to boast sometimes, but this matter concerns everyone's lives. You must speak recklessly. Those who had previously been excited now turned doubtful, casting skeptical glances at Qiao Dandan and her companions. Indeed, they did not appear particularly capable. It seemed improbable that such a small group could have slain such a massive creature. Chu Yue, now losing patience, had initially followed Kong Ning up here, merely to wait for him to gather his things and leave. Little did she expect so many people to rely on him. And even more frustrating was that these people were not listening to him. How long would this back and forth continue? The day was not early, and they could not afford to linger any longer. Chu Yue could no longer restrain herself and called out, Dandan, it's getting late. We need to hurry and leave. Please get Aunt and the others to pack quickly so we can go. Qiao Dandan noticed the skeptical look in Aunt Kang's eyes and softly urged, Aunt, when have I ever deceived you? Kong Ning, please gather your things and come with us. We should leave early to reach the base sooner. Kong Ning, of course, understood Qiao Dandan. She would never lie to him. He just found the situation too incredible. As Qiao Dandan pressed him, he pondered and voiced his concerns. It's almost 3 o'clock. Where can we go? You don't know. The roads are heavily congested and impassable. We came through the city, so we are well aware of the traffic, but should we not go just because it's congested? Are we to remain trapped here indefinitely? If we don't leave now, will it be smoother tomorrow? The military rescue is still circling the outskirts. Who knows how long we'll have to wait for them? Qiao Dandan felt a surge of frustration. Did she not deserve his trust? Observing Xia Xinyi's decisiveness, one cannot help but admire her ability to depart at a moment's notice without any delay. She managed to ascend and descend the building in just over half an hour. In stark contrast, he, accompanied by a group of individuals, remained mired in suspicion and doubt, as if the rooftop shelter had forged an emotional bond that made them reluctant to leave. Qiming glanced at the time and gently inquired of Chu Yue, Xiao Yu, if we leave now, it's likely we'll find ourselves caught out after dark, especially if we happen to be in the city center. Chu Yue shook her head, responding, we shall not retrace our steps. Instead, we will exit the city from this side and circumvent it from the outside. If we act swiftly, we should reach the area cleared by the military, where it would be relatively safer to spend the night. Qiming's eyes lit up, and he smacked his thigh, exclaiming, of course. Why didn't I think of circumventing from the outside? It's not that you didn't think of it. Rather, the external route is indeed somewhat lengthy, Qi replied. Jordan Dan and Kong Ning overheard their exchange. Kong Ning furrowed his brow, deliberating before ultimately deciding to trust his fiancée. He rallied the group, declaring, everyone, please rise and gather your belongings. We are leaving this place for the base. Some individuals hastily began packing, while others hesitated, uncertain about following them, especially since they had come with only a handful of people and lacked any proper weapons. How could they dare to proceed? In the beginning, they had rashly decided to accompany Kong Ning to the base. After several days, not only had they lost several members, but they had yet to even glimpse the base itself. They might as well have stayed at home. where at least they had a place to sleep. Kong Ning. Uncle Zhang has watched you grow up. It's not that he doesn't trust you, or he wouldn't have followed you this far. However, he does not trust these people. A slightly graying elder stopped Kong Ning and spoke softly. Uncle Zhang, Dandan is my fiancée. She is also a police officer. What is there to worry about? Kong Ning replied, a hint of helplessness in his voice. When he decided to take his mother to the base, the elderly neighbors had flocked to him as if he were their savior, eager for him to lead them away. They were all familiar faces from his childhood, making it difficult for him to refuse. Thus, he had brought them along. The youth in their old neighborhood were already scarce. And the day of the zombie outbreak had been a weekday, meaning most young people were at work. Consequently, the group he had gathered consisted primarily of elderly individuals in their 50s and 60s. After several exhausting days, he found himself utterly drained, yearning to lead these people to safety at the base as swiftly as possible. You trust your fiancé, but do you trust the others? Uncle Zhang's voice carried a tone of irritation. Kong Ning frowned slightly. Uncle Zhang was notoriously obstinate, and he struggled to find the right words to persuade him. Come on, old Zhang, we are not familiar with the outside situation. Since we have chosen to follow Shao Kong, let us heed his guidance. We cannot offer any assistance. So, let us not add to the trouble. After all, we've lived long enough. What is there to fear? An elegantly composed elder interjected, attempting to counsel Uncle Zhang. You've lived long enough, and yet you still wish to run around? You might as well stay home and wait for death. Uncle Zhang retorted sharply to the elder. The elder shook his head, choosing silence as he began to pack his belongings with his spouse.
Clap, clap.
The sound of 2 hands clapping echoed in the spacious area as Chu Yue stood in the center, declaring loudly, we will leave here in 5 minutes. Participation is voluntary. Those who wish to leave should expedite their packing, while those who choose to stay are not compelled. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang turned to Chu Yue and said, Young lady, what do you mean by voluntary participation? You've taken Kong Ning away. What are we old folks supposed to do? You are effectively leaving us no choice. Chu Yue cast a glance at the seemingly refined elder, responding coolly, and who are you? Do I know you? What do you possess that I would find admirable? Do you think anyone wishes to take you along? If you lack the capability to rely on yourself, then you should simply comply and follow. If you do not wish to listen, you may choose to remain behind. You cannot expect to follow while simultaneously seeking validation as an elder. How brazen of you. You young people only know how to speak flippantly. You have no idea what true power entails. Ignore the wisdom of the elders, and you may find yourself suffering the consequences. Chu Yue was already moving towards the exit when she turned back to appraise Uncle Zhang, retorting, Not all elder wisdom is worth heeding. The likes of your counsel, I would gladly forego for many more years. Uncle Zhang was incensed by Chu Yue's disdainful scrutiny, nearly choking on his indignation. Observing that Kong Ning's mother and the others were indeed packing their belongings, he could no longer afford to engage in a verbal spar with Chu Yue and hurriedly began stuffing his possessions into his bag. Soon, everyone had gathered their belongings, and Chu Yue led the way downstairs. It was certain that they would not allow the RV to be used for their transport. They needed to procure several vehicles. The streets were bustling with cars, and Chu Yue and Jia managed to locate a few with keys. They cleared out the zombies within and tidied the surroundings. Once everyone had ascended from the rope ladder, Chu Yue instructed them to hurry into the vehicles. When Luo Wenjia saw Kong Ning and Jordan Dan settle into a car, she attempted to follow but was seized by Chu Yue and unceremoniously shoved into Uncle Zhang's vehicle. She dared not protest, her frustration evident in her glare at Chu Yue. After shoving her inside, Chu Yue turned and departed, placing her among a group of headstrong individuals positioned at the back. If they complied, they would reach the base without issue. Should they choose to cause a ruckus, she would not hesitate to take decisive action. Remember, once the convoy sets off, we cannot stop. Therefore, those in the rear must stay close. If you stray along the way, no one will stop to look for you. Chu Yue concluded before boarding the first vehicle. This time, they could not afford the luxury of disembarking at congested spots. With so many people, running ahead to find another vehicle would prove troublesome. Thus, Chu Yue chose routes that were less likely to be blocked, even if it meant taking a longer path. As the convoy progressed, the passengers soon realized that Chu Yue was leading them in circles, prompting some to exclaim, "What are they doing?" This is not how one navigates the road. At this rate, we won't exit the city until next year. The road beside us clearly leads out. Many echoed the sentiment, yet none dared to venture down a different path, leaving Chu Yue feeling a tinge of regret. After nearly 2 hours, the convoy finally exited the city, driving along a riverside avenue toward the base. There was a long park by the river, its scenery as lovely as ever. Yet no one had the heart to appreciate its beauty anymore. Once outside the city, everyone relaxed, the air noticeably fresher than within the urban confines. Although a faint stench of decay lingered, significantly milder than that of the city. While this journey had not been entirely successful, having only located Qi Ming and Jordan Dan's family, it had not been in vain. As night fell, the group found a roadside inn to rest. The inn still had some provisions, and together they cleared out the zombies, managing to prepare a meal that resembled something substantial. After dining, they each retreated to rest. Chu Yue sat on the rooftop balcony, watching as a clear pool of water gradually formed in her palm. She brought it to her lips and tasted it. Ah, yes, this flavor. It is the essence of water conjured by a water elemental practitioner. She had indeed regained her water manipulation abilities. The enigmatic youth, enveloped in a radiant orb of light, raises profound questions about his origins and the formidable powers he possesses. Chu Yue has begun to harbor suspicions that her own reincarnation may be intricately linked to this extraordinary boy. At that moment, Dandan approached and sat beside Chu Yue. Gently, Chu Yue nudged her companion. What are you doing here keeping vigil? You should hasten to join your fiancé. If you delay any longer, that little green tea will surely bring him water. Dandan cast a glance at Chu Yue, but remained still. Chu Yue pressed on, so, how do you plan to deal with her? Chapter 128. Base. A spark of curiosity flickered within Chu Yue as she considered Dandan's character. She hardly deemed her the type to tolerate provocation, especially from Luo Wenjia, who so brazenly pursued her fiancé. No rush. Let her prance around for few more days. Kong Ning possesses a stronger sense of justice than I do, and I prefer not to appear too cold-blooded in his presence. I'll deal with her once she makes a bigger splash, Dandan replied softly. Are you foolish? Allowing her to seduce your man so freely? If she truly ensnares him, it will be you who weeps. Chu Yue expressed her bewilderment. Though she had never been in love, she was resolute that anyone daring to encroach upon her relationship would face her wrath. Rest assured, she cannot steal him away. If he can be swayed by such a woman, it would merely signal a timely loss for me, Dandan stated with nonchalance. But don't you love him? Aren't you both set to marry? Chu Yue inquired, puzzled. Indeed, I love him. Yet I cherish myself even more. If I can share my life with him until old age, that would be my greatest fortune. However, should he fall for another, I can still release him and focus on nurturing my own self, Dandan explained, turning to Chu Yue. Remember this, my dear. No one can guarantee perpetual love. Thus, never invest your entire heart in a man. Even in love, maintain your clarity. Do not allow affection to cloud your judgment. Chu Yue nodded, recalling her parents' teachings to always love oneself. Dandan smiled faintly as she observed Luo Wenjia retreating the moment she approached. She believed in their love, yet pondered how long such affections could endure. Her parents had once shared a profound love, with her mother defying familial opposition to marry her father, even resorting to theft of their household registration to do so. In her childhood, they seemed inseparable, but eventually, they grew to despise one another. She struggled to trust in love, yet was unable to resist Kong Ning's fiery passion. She craved the warmth of the home he provided. She would lay down her life for him, yet dared not wholly trust in his affections. After a night devoid of incidents, the following morning, the group readied themselves to head to the base. By midday, they encountered military personnel dispatched to clear the roads. The presence of soldiers instilled a sense of safety, yet the vehicles behind them began to grow chaotic. Chu Yue glanced back, pressed the accelerator, and swiftly distanced herself from the trailing cars, which hurriedly attempted to catch up. Fearing abandonment on the road, by around 2 in the afternoon, the number of survivor vehicles on the road had multiplied. After more than an hour in the traffic, they finally caught sight of the grand gates of the base. Initially, Chu had no intention of entering, but a remark from Dandan reminded her that if her parents were indeed at the base, venturing outside would be futile. Despite her belief that the likelihood of finding her parents there was slim, she could not gamble on that possibility. Thus, she chose to follow Qi Ming and the others into the base. The Shuda base was vast, accommodating vehicles. However, a parking fee was required. Armed soldiers maintained order at the entrance. Upon entering, they encountered several channels resembling train ticketing booths, where a long queue had formed. A gentle and melodious voice echoed through the air. "Welcome, dear survivors, to the Shuda base. To create a safe haven, please cooperate by queuing for inspection. Those with injuries or exhibiting symptoms of high fever, please proceed to the right for isolation, where you'll be observed for 24 hours before entering the base. For your safety and that of others, we ask for your active cooperation. Failure to comply will result in enforced measures." The group disembarked and lined up for inspection, with men and women separated into different areas. Outside the inspection room, a line of primarily young women awaited, with Chu Yue's group being the only one featuring individuals of varying ages. After approximately half an hour, it was their turn. Only 5 individuals were allowed inside at a time, and Chu Yue entered with Qiao Dandan, Xia Xinyi, and her mother, while Luo Wenjie, attempting to act coy, was gently turned down by Kang's mother. The physical examination required disrobing, a process with which Chu Yue was well acquainted. She swiftly shed her garments, prompting Qiao Dandan and the others to follow suit without hesitation. The examination was conducted by a middle-aged woman in a white lab coat, who, upon noticing Chu Yue's youth and compliance, felt a surge of tenderness, reminiscent of her own child. Chu Yue seized the opportunity to inquire about the process for locating missing persons in the base, and the woman kindly elaborated on the procedures. Upon exiting the examination room, they proceeded to the information hall to register. The hall featured around 10 windows, 7 dedicated to registering new survivors, 1 for inquiries, and the remaining 2 for locating missing persons. Chu Yue joined the registration queue, realizing that seeking someone required points, which could only be obtained through the identity cards of those registered at the base. Each individual filled out a form, and to her surprise, she noticed a section inquiring about any special abilities. After some contemplation, she filled in strength type under her abilities. The registration process was swift, and identity cards were promptly issued. Each card bore 50 points, a welfare measure from the base designed to ensure basic survival for 5 days. Anticipating that some newcomers might arrive with nothing and risk starvation before they could contribute, Chu Yue and Jie proceeded to the missing persons window. The base's system for locating individuals was quite sophisticated. Anyone registered could be found. If not, they could leave information to be notified if a match was made. Anxiety gripped Chu Yue as she awaited her turn at the window. When the staff member looked up and shook their head, she felt a pang of disappointment. "I'm sorry. There is no one matching your search criteria. Your information has been recorded, and you will be notified promptly if a match is found." Next. While she had anticipated this outcome, a sense of loss settled in nonetheless. The staff member did not rush her, having witnessed numerous others in the same plight, some breaking down in tears, pleading for assistance in finding their loved ones. In such moments, what power did she possess to guarantee their reunion? Behind her stood Jie, who inquired about Master Wu, and to her astonishment, he was indeed at the base, though his condition was far from favorable. Chapter 129. Alone on the Road. Master Wu had arrived at the base 3 days prior and was currently receiving treatment at the base hospital. The staff were unaware of the other circumstances, as the network infrastructure at the base remained rudimentary, limiting them to recording only the most basic information. Upon learning that Master Wu was in the hospital, Anja felt a surge of restlessness and desired to visit him immediately. However, after much persuasion from everyone, he decided to settle in first, and then go,
as it would only take a short while.
Moreover, if Master Wu were to be discharged, he would certainly need a place to recuperate. Upon exiting the registration hall, they entered the actual base, where individuals possessing identity cards could move about freely. The base was vast. In addition to the original military installation, a nearby small town had been incorporated, giving the streets a bustling and somewhat prosperous atmosphere. A group then drove to the mission trading hall, which primarily served as a venue for the government and individuals to post and accept missions, as well as a hub for various point exchanges, including rental arrangements. There were no free accommodations at the base. However, options for shared dormitories and private rentals were available. The shared dormitories featured bunk beds with 8 occupants per room. equipped with communal washrooms and toilets, yet individuals were responsible for providing their own bedding. New arrivals at the base could stay in such dormitories free of charge for 5 days, after which they would need to pay a modest rent of 50 points for a month's stay. Those like Qi Ming and Jordan, who had families, would certainly opt for private housing. A wide range of rental choices was available. With sufficient points, one could even rent a standalone villa. With their hands empty and lacking items to exchange for points, Qiao smiled slightly and suggested that everyone retrieve supplies from the vehicle to trade for points. Anticipating the possibility that she might not enter the base, she had thoughtfully stored various items in the car, including rice, flour, instant noodles, and compressed biscuits, valuable commodities for point exchanges. Zhang Shu and his group began to explore the base freely, and upon reaching the hall, they immediately exchanged their vehicle for points, dividing them among themselves. Noticing the abundance of supplies in Chu Yue's vehicle, Zhang Shu could not resist approaching and making a snide remark. "How come you have so many supplies in your car? Shouldn't these belong to everyone?" Kong Ning found it utterly absurd that Zhang Shu would make such a claim. They had exchanged the vehicle for points without involving him. Yet, Zhang Shu's audacity to covet their supplies was beyond comprehension, making Kong Ning feel as though he had embarrassed Jordan in front of her friends. "Zhang Shu, let us not forget that your vehicle was also acquired by them. Are you not planning to return it?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu's face stiffened, and he awkwardly laughed as he wandered off to find a place to rent. At that moment, Luo Wenjie timidly approached, helplessly exclaiming, "Kong Ning, what should I do?" Kong Ning glanced at her and replied, "Now that we are at the base, you are safe. Let's first find a place to stay." "But Kong Ning, I don't have any points and can't rent a place." Luo Wenjie rushed to grab his arm as he turned to walk away. Kong Ning, puzzled, asked, "Didn't you just exchange that vehicle for points?" "But they didn't share any with me," Luo Wenjie replied, biting her lip, looking as forlorn as a forsaken kitten. Zhang Shu, not far off, overheard this and quickly turned back to clarify. "Hey, don't say such things. We clearly allocated points to you. Everyone was present and witnessed the points being credited to your card." Luo Wenjie bit her lip, appearing as if she wished to speak but hesitated. Zhang Shu, feeling the pressure, became agitated. Despite being at the base now, they would still require Kong Ning's assistance in the future, and her accusations could tarnish their reputation. She was sobbing without uttering a word, which could solidify the notion that they had bullied her, and that was unacceptable. "Stop crying and give us a straight answer. Did they or did they not give you the points? If necessary, we can verify at the window. Don't take advantage of us, while making us look foolish." Initially, Luo Wenjie had waited for the elders to depart before approaching, but Zhang Shu's unexpected return had left her cornered. With everyone insisting on clarification, her face flushed like a monkey's, she finally managed to mutter they did. Zhang Shu threw up his hands and looked at Kong Ning, exclaiming, "See, I told you I wasn't lying. Kong Ning, I advise you to keep your distance from this girl. We old fellows have noticed her feelings for you, and getting involved with such a woman can only end poorly. Your girlfriend is a good girl. Don't be foolish." Kong Ning felt embarrassed by the accusations and was pulled away by Kong's mother to choose a rental. Kong's mother had a strong aversion to Luo Wenjie, believing her to be inferior to their own daughter, Dandan. Jordan cast a dispassionate glance at Luo Wenjie before turning away as well.
Such antics,
where one claims to have not received something they indeed have, likely only work with her father. The points exchanged for that vehicle were substantial. It amounted to 1,600 points, divided among 4 individuals, granting each 400 points, plus the additional 50 points provided by the base. Thus, Luo Wenjie's immediate needs were secured. However, her aspirations extended beyond mere points. As she observed the family happily renting their new home, she hurriedly pursued them, only to find herself left behind with nothing but the sight of a departing vehicle. Qi Ming's family rented a modest 2-bedroom apartment for 400 points a month, which appeared satisfactory with basic living amenities. Chu Yue, Anja, and Jordan's family rented adjacent units, albeit with differing layouts. Chu Yue opted for a 3-bedroom, intending to leave behind supplies for Qi Ming and the others after her departure, so they could retrieve them when needed. Currently, the base's supplies were exorbitantly priced. While one could undertake missions to earn points, why purchase overpriced items when the points could be spent on acquiring things one did not already possess? After dropping off their belongings, Anja headed to the hospital to visit Master Wu, with Chu Yue accompanying him. Master Wu had sustained injuries from a car accident during his escape, but he was now largely recovered. Upon seeing Anja, he was so moved that he nearly fainted. It took considerable effort to calm him, but when Anja turned around to seek Chu Yue, she had vanished. Chu Yue, on her own, retraced her steps to Qi Ming's home, where she enjoyed a meal. Her residence was directly opposite Qi Ming's, separated only by a corridor. After dining, Qi Ming escorted her out, smiling as he said, "Shall you give me 2 days? Once I have arranged for those 2, I will head north with you to find uncle and aunt. Rest assured, with my good fortune, we will surely locate them." Chu Yue nodded with a smile, handing him a spare key to her home and softly stating, "I've stocked up on plenty of supplies. Feel free to come by any time you need something. There's a share for you as well." "Thank you. The food here is exorbitantly priced," Qi Ming replied, taking the key and leaving while grumbling. Once inside, Chu Yue began organizing her supplies. She had already given Qi Ming the ordinary crystal cores to distribute among the group, as they were currently of some value. At dawn, Chu Yue quietly departed from the Shida base, embarking once more on her quest to find her parents. Chapter 130, On the Road. Chu Yue sped along the national highway, having meticulously analyzed the route her parents had taken the previous day. She encountered no one on her journey back, which indicated that they must have taken a different route. The only viable path north, aside from the one she had returned on, was the very one she was currently traversing. In the vast, desolate expanse, only Chu Yue's vehicle sped forward, while the surrounding zombies seemed to have fallen into a hushed stillness, rendering the world suddenly eerily quiet. Without Qi Ming and the others by her side, she felt a tinge of unfamiliarity in her solitude on the road. However, Qi Ming had a wife and daughter to care for, and Jia had an injured master. And Qiao Dandan was preoccupied with her green tea friend, who was intent on seducing her fiancé. None could accompany her any further. Even without these circumstances, Chu Yue could not impose upon them to traverse this unknown path alongside her any longer. She felt a sense of completeness, knowing that they had all reunited with their families. Once she located her parents, she would consider returning to reunite with them if circumstances permitted. Since noon, the sky had darkened as if it were sulking, gradually becoming more ominous. Chu Yue sighed internally, anticipating the impending downpour. Around 3 in the afternoon, distant rumbles of thunder began to echo ominously across the horizon. November's thunder had an unsettling quality, evoking a sense of foreboding that something was amiss. Soon, torrential rain cascaded from the heavens, its overwhelming force reminiscent of someone tearing a rip in the sky and pouring water down. Onlookers would be left trembling in its wake. Chu Yue had set the windshield wipers to their maximum speed, yet they could not clear all the rain. Resigned, she relied solely on her mental acuity to navigate the road ahead. In such weather, most would hesitate to drive, opting instead to pull over and wait for the storm to subside. However, Chu Yue intended to seize the opportunity when others halted to advance a distance closer to her parents. Based on her earliest calculations, her parents should have embarked on their search for her the day after the apocalypse began. It had been over 10 days, and their whereabouts remained uncertain. Yet, during these rainy days, they could not have made any progress, so she hoped to at least cover the distance they would have traveled in 3 days. In such inclement weather, even the zombies would remain dormant, which allowed Chu Yue to press onward without stopping even as night fell. After all, she had been relying on her mental power to navigate, rendering the need for headlights negligible amid the torrential rain. However, fatigue eventually set in. By a little past 1 in the morning, Chu Yue found herself weary, not just physically, but mentally as well, as she had been expending her psychic energy for hours. Pulling over to the roadside, she closed her eyes to calculate her distance traveled, pleasantly surprised to find she had covered over 400 kilometers, a commendable achievement. Outside, darkness enveloped her, punctuated only by the cacophony of wind and rain battering her vehicle. In that desolate realm, a sudden wave of loneliness washed over her. Deciding to retreat into her space with the car, she found it free of rain, basking instead in clear skies, where the bear, rolling, was contentedly munching on bamboo shoots. In just a few days, it had visibly plumped up. Upon spotting Chu Yue, it scampered over eagerly, nudging its head against her hand, as if imploring her for affection. Come on, scratch my head."
It seemed to say.
Chu Yue gave its head a cursory pat, summoned a bed, and lay down, ready to sleep. Tomorrow would require her to drive blind once more, and she needed to replenish her energy. There was no time to indulge this little creature. Rolling, feeling snubbed after being patted just once, thought it was utterly unfair that this foolish human would neglect its affection. Pouting, it climbed onto the bed and nestled beside Chu Yue. "Humph, if you don't scratch my head today, you can forget about sleeping." When Chu Yue opened her eyes to see Rolling's large face, she playfully rubbed it a few times, resting her head against its warm belly, and quickly drifted off to sleep. In her drowsiness, she contemplated constructing a small villa in her space, as sleeping outdoors felt somewhat insecure. Satisfied after receiving some head rubs, Rolling yawned and promptly fell asleep, while Chu Yue lay peacefully on the grassy floor of the space. The glowing orbs in the sky began to emit numerous tiny lights, swirling around her before gradually penetrating her form. Suddenly, Rolling opened its eyes, casting a wary glance upward, only to close them once more after a moment. When Chu Yue awoke, Rolling had returned to the bamboo grove to continue its feast. She glanced at her watch, realizing she had only slept for less than 2 minutes, yet felt as though she had rested for at least an hour. How could she feel so rejuvenated and invigorated otherwise? Convinced of her newfound energy, she decided to hit the road once more. After a quick freshening up in her space, she nibbled on a piece of bread before settling back into her vehicle. With a mere thought, she and the car materialized outside. The tempest raged on, and as soon as her vehicle hit the ground, it was nearly swept away by the fierce winds. Fortunately, the car's weight kept it grounded. Chu Yue unleashed her psychic energy, guiding her through the pitch-black deluge as she continued onward. For the duration of the storm, she remained steadfast in her driving, resting in her space whenever fatigue struck and snacking when hunger arose. Despite the rain slowing her pace, she managed to cover another 400 kilometers. The relentless downpour persisted for 3 days, eventually turning the rain a murky gray, polluting the water supply upon contact with the ground. When they had just secured their rental home, Chu Yue had forewarned everyone to stockpile water in anticipation of the base's supply interruption. Her residence was stocked with half a bedroom's worth of bottled water, ensuring that her family had drinking water until the base restored its supply. Low-lying areas of the plains became inundated, while mountainous regions faced landslides and flash floods, leaving Chu Yue trapped amidst a cascade of debris. The road she had just traversed had completely collapsed. Had she not entered her space swiftly, she would have been buried beneath the mud. Even as she hastily retreated with her vehicle, the windshield had sustained cracks. If she exited her space now, she would find herself precariously perched on the slope of that landslide, where even standing would pose a challenge, let alone driving. The most prudent course of action was to remain in her space until the rain ceased, before devising a plan to navigate her way out. In the face of nature, humanity felt insignificantly fragile. A single storm and landslide could render Chu Yue immobile in the mountains. After this rain, the flora would undergo a frenzied mutation, and she could only imagine the bizarre plants that might sprout in these mountains, making her exit a meticulous endeavor. Chu Yue played with Rolling for what felt like an eternity, glancing at her watch only to find that not even a minute had passed. It was astounding. Even in a day that felt like an eternity, time could not possibly crawl this slowly. She felt she had entertained Rolling for at least an hour, yet time seemed to have stood still. Realizing this anomaly, she began counting seconds in her space, pulling a blade of grass every time she reached 60. As she held 10 blades of grass in her hand, Chu Yue glanced at the time once more. Indeed, the hands of her watch had remained utterly still. Thus, it became evident that time was suspended within this space. No wonder, just a couple of days prior, she had felt as though she had slept for an eternity, only to awaken to find that time had not advanced. It was as if she had merely indulged in a brief nap. She had attributed her restlessness to her fervent longing for her parents, believing that her anxious spirit had kept her awake. The true reason, however, lay in the discrepancy between the time within this space and the time outside it. Consequently, items stored within this realm remained unspoiled, for if time had not progressed, they could not possibly deteriorate. Yet, what then could account for the growth of bamboo shoots within this space? With this realization, Chu Yue felt her meticulous plans unraveling. She had intended to wait until the rain subsided before venturing outside, but now what was she to do? Regardless of how long she lingered in this space. Upon her exit, She would return to the same moment in time, effectively vanishing only to reappear instantly. How could she possibly wait for the rain to cease while hiding in this space? Previously, she had thought it a refuge to escape danger until it passed, but now it seemed futile. Was she merely playing hide-and-seek? It appeared that she could not evade the cleansing storm. Chu Yue donned a pair of waterproof overalls she had discovered in the warehouse of the bald-headed Liu, a veritable treasure trove of the most peculiar items. Once fully equipped, she steeled her resolve and charged into the deluge of mud. The rain instantly drenched her from head to toe. The soil and rocks from the slope, mixed with grass,
continued to cascade downward.
As soon as she emerged from the space, she was unable to steady herself and was swept away by the torrent. Despite her frantic flailing, she could do little more than slide down with the debris, desperately striving to maintain her balance and avoid being overwhelmed by the shifting mountainside. Otherwise, she would be buried beneath it. As long as her life was not in jeopardy, she had no intention of retreating into the space. Even if she did, she would still have to contend with the downward slide upon her return. After a while, the landslide finally ceased, and Chu Yue exhaled a sigh of relief. If she continued to slide down, she would find herself tumbling into the raging river below. At this point, she had already distanced herself significantly from the original road, as the mud and rocks that had descended from the mountain formed a gentle slope leading down to the churning, murky waters of the river. What was once a small creek had transformed into a wide, turbulent river, its swift current swirling with trees and stones, making it impossible to escape if one were to fall in. Small rocks continued to roll down from the slope, and Chu Yue's feet sank into the soft earth, becoming ensnared up to her thighs. She attempted to extricate herself, but the seemingly pliable soil clung to her legs with a grip stronger than glue, and despite her efforts, she found herself sinking deeper. Unable to free herself, Chu Yue opted to transition into the space momentarily. When she emerged, her legs were liberated, and she stood freely on the muddy slope. The space was indeed a means of circumventing difficulties. With each cautious step, Chu Yue advanced along the slope, occasionally finding her foot trapped in the muck, and had it not been for her considerable strength and the advantage of her spatial refuge, she would have surely been left to perish in that mire without assistance. Having traversed barely 2 meters, she felt the area encircled by tape on her head begin to leak. The rainwater had turned a grimy black, carving channels down the mountainside, resembling serpents slithering through the terrain. This tainted rainwater harbored viruses that would cause one's skin to rot upon contact, akin to being doused in sulfuric acid. Should anyone ingest this water, they would face internal decay, a fate more horrendous than becoming a zombie. There were whispers that this rain carried remnants of the zombie virus from the atmosphere to the ground, contaminating both water sources and flora. Hurriedly, Chu Yue retreated into the space to change her equipment. Upon returning, she was coated in mud and water, prompting her to halt the relentless pursuit of her companion. Gun. She swiftly donned a waterproof suit and ventured back out. Today, she was determined to escape this quagmire. Re-entering the mud, Chu Yue was now wiser. When she felt herself teetering on the brink of falling, she quickly grasped a small branch pinned beneath the debris, using it to propel herself forward. Chu Yue lost track of time, finding herself mired in the mud several times and retreating into the space for fresh supplies. As night fell, she finally managed to exit the treacherous landslide. Clambering up the stones, she finally reached the road, and at this moment, she found herself yearning for Qi Ming. Had he been with her, he would have surely navigated this slope without a hint of difficulty. She was grateful she hadn't brought Qi Ming and the others along. Had she done so, perhaps they would all be buried beneath the earth now. The space was now her solitary sanctuary. After a brief wash and rest in the space, Chu Yue returned with her vehicle, seizing the opportunity to escape before any further slides occurred. The sky had darkened, and the off-road vehicle crept forward through the torrential downpour, akin to a stealthy beast prowling in the shadows. On the opposite mountain peak, nestled among the rocks, a concealed watchtower housed 2 men clad in camouflage, idly lamenting the relentless rain outside. This downpour is incessant. Who knows how long it will last? If it keeps up, I worry it might flood the laboratory below us. One of them grumbled. The other shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Why should you be concerned about such matters? That falls to the professors and the officials. Even if the sky were to collapse, they would handle it. Just focus on your post." The stout fellow chuckled and continued, What is there to see in this miserable weather? Who would be foolish enough to venture outside in such conditions? Look, there's not a shadow in sight. He pointed to the enveloping darkness outside. Hey, Lao Hai, come look. Isn't that a vehicle moving over there? Upon hearing this, Lao Hai quickly rose to peer in the direction indicated, and indeed, he spotted a car slowly progressing along the road. In a night like this, one could barely see even the road ahead, let alone the distant mountains, yet both men possessed enhanced vision, allowing them to see remarkably far in such extreme conditions. Are they out of their minds? Driving around in weather like this? The stout fellow exclaimed, while Lao Hai remarked, anyone brave enough to venture out now must possess some skills. Look, they're driving without headlights or any visible means of navigation but seem to maneuver quite steadily. They might be one of us, a fellow, enhanced vision individual. What should we do? Should we report this? The stout fellow inquired quietly. Just make a note of it. Our duty here is to monitor those entering and exiting. We need not concern ourselves with passers-by. Isn't this a peculiar time? The stout fellow bent down to jot down notes, and then looked up with a conspiratorial air. I wonder when Academician Long will arrive. We've been stationed here for 3 days. At this, Lao Hai grew agitated, scratching his head in frustration. Is it really that easy? The road is teeming with zombies. And now we are beset by this bizarre rain. We should wait until the downpour subsides before proceeding. However, the outcome remains uncertain for now. We must simply hold our ground. Ping Tu nodded thoughtfully and continued, by the way, where do you think that Jiang fellow has hidden subject 1? Why, isn't the professor eager to retrieve him? Lao Hai settled back down, speaking somewhat nonchalantly. What is the point of bringing him back? We have plenty of samples at the Institute. That individual is reportedly brain-dead, and the Institute has decided to abandon him. Only Professor Jiang insists he can be revived. Let him take him and try to do so. The Institute is well aware of their whereabouts, and if he truly manages to revive him, we can just go and reclaim him later. Why waste effort now? Ping Tu's eyes flickered and he whispered, so you're suggesting they intentionally let them go? Lao Hai couldn't be bothered to look at his naive partner, feeling that if he weren't so bored here, he wouldn't even want to engage. Nonetheless, he lazily replied, what do you think? A handful of individuals could pilfer from the Institute? Ping Tu, realizing the implications, couldn't help but slam his hand on the table, exclaiming, brilliant. The director's strategy not only expelled Professor Jiang, who has consistently opposed him, but also cleared out those who sided with Jiang. If they do manage to revive Subject 1, we can legitimately reclaim him. It's a masterstroke. Lao Hai casually cautioned. Keep your voice down. Just be aware of it yourself. Don't go shouting it everywhere. Ping Tu nodded with a grin. Rest assured, this place is just the two of us. You know me well enough. I won't speak out of turn where there are others. He glanced back at the vehicle across the way, which was nearly out of sight on the road. In the vehicle, Chu Yue felt a strange sensation that something on the mountain was watching her, yet when she concentrated, she found nothing but the relentless rain and the indistinct vegetation on the mountainside, as if a subtle barrier was obstructing her mental probing. Alarm bells rang in her mind. Something here was suppressing her psychic abilities. Quickly retracting her mental energy, she focused solely on the journey ahead. The mountains were fraught with unknown dangers, so it was prudent to leave this place as soon as possible. She was no longer a curious child. She had no desire to uncover what lay beyond the mountains. She merely wished to reunite with her parents and then find a base to survive in this apocalyptic world. After navigating 2 treacherous landslides, Chu Yue finally emerged from the mountains. It was now the afternoon of the second day, and the rain had gradually subsided. She parked the vehicle on a hillside. The lower area had become a vast expanse of water. The roads were completely submerged, and most of the houses along the roadside were inundated, with only their rooftops visible. Some even drifting downstream. The murky, dark gray floodwaters carried a multitude of discarded human items, occasionally revealing a few zombies thrashing about within. Rubbing her face with her hand, Chu Yue realized that, given the current state of the road, she could not proceed in the vehicle, not until the waters receded. However, waiting for the water to lower enough for driving could take an indeterminate amount of time, and she could not afford to waste the precious time she had fought so hard to secure. She rummaged through her supplies, recalling she had once found a rubber boat in an outdoor store. Retrieving the inflatable craft, she inflated it and pushed it to the water's edge, adding a layer of metal protection to the bottom for precaution. Despite the seemingly calm surface, the water was at least 2 meters deep. Who knew what lurked beneath? Some zombies wouldn't float with the current, but would remain anchored in the water, ready to drag down and tear apart anything living that approached. Climbing into the rubber boat, she wielded her large knife as a makeshift paddle, prepared to fend off any unwelcome zombies that might attempt to seize her. As she paddled forward, something indeed began to scratch at the bottom of her craft. With a swift stroke, she sliced down, and a layer of brownish-green murky blood surfaced. It was unmistakably the blood of a zombie. However, in the desolate wilderness, zombies were not overly abundant. Encountering one or two was not a significant issue. If there were too many, she would not dare to risk the rubber boat. Seeing the water depth was manageable, Chu Yue retrieved a propulsion device from her supplies, thankful she had the foresight to pack it. Otherwise, relying solely on her arms would not get her very far. Once the device was secured, she pulled the lever, and the boat surged forward, leaving a trail of murky waves in its wake. Chapter 133, An Unexpected Encounter. After more than an hour of navigating in the rubber boat, Chu Yue passed through a small county town. The water level there was not high, only about a meter, with most zombies' heads bobbing above the surface, surrounded by debris and refuse floating in the water. Chu Yue skirted the edge of the town, intending to circumvent it from the outside when she suddenly heard a barrage of gunfire erupting from a row of houses ahead. The gunfire was intense. It seemed a fierce battle was underway. Not wishing to meddle, she steered the boat to the side. Suddenly, several individuals scrambled onto the rooftops, armed and retreating while firing their weapons. Two of them spotted Chu Yue in the rubber boat and shouted, "Hey, you in the rubber boat! Come over here, help us." Ignoring their pleas, she maneuvered the boat further away, continuing her forward journey. Although the boat was not fast on the water, to those trapped in the buildings, it appeared to be a miraculous means of escape. Seeing Chu Yue's intention to flee, the people on the roof shouted even louder. One voice struck a chord with her. It sounded familiar, but how could the owner of that voice possibly be here? Unable to resist, she glanced up. And there he was, Jiang Cheng, standing on a rooftop and calling out to her. "Instructor Jiang? How did he end up here?" According to the previous trajectory of events, he should have just arrived at the Lawn City base with that group of students. On the rooftop stood 7 or 8 individuals, all in matching attire, though not military uniforms. However, the company of Jiang Cheng suggested they were likely soldiers. They fiercely repelled the zombies attempting to climb the building, protecting an elderly man with silver hair among them. The elder held a silver box in his left hand and a handgun in his right, occasionally firing at the advancing zombies with surprising accuracy. While not every shot was a headshot, each bullet found its mark. Chu Yue squinted. If she wasn't mistaken, this elderly gentleman was none other than the renowned medical expert, Academician Long. Academician Long was a pivotal figure in virology, hailed as one of the greatest polymaths of the century. He had aided the country through several global viral crises, saving countless lives, and was revered by the public as a guardian of health and a bane to viruses. The influenza outbreak preceding the zombie apocalypse had been successfully navigated under his guidance. Little did they know that just as the flu ended, a catastrophic zombie virus would emerge. In her past life, as she struggled to survive in the apocalypse, she had often heard tales of him. The zombie virus inhibitor developed at Chongqing base was based on his theoretical foundation. How could someone of such stature be cornered by zombies here? Surely, he could find a way to escape. Though Chu Yue was pressed for time and understood that even without her assistance, they would surely find a way out. The presence of Academician Long and Instructor Jiang compelled her to intervene. The inflatable boat veered towards the row of residential buildings, and upon sighting the vessel, the individuals on the upper floor opened fire while shouting, "Quick, bring Academician Long down to the inflatable boat." As Chu Yue made her way forward, she extended her mental energy toward the building. In addition to those on the rooftop, there were over a dozen individuals dressed in similar attire, well-trained, stationed on the 3rd floor, launching a counterattack against a mutated zombie. Among them were several ability users. The mutated zombie, having been struck repeatedly, was darting about in a panic until suddenly it was ensnared by a wood-type ability user, seemingly unable to contend with the well-equipped individuals. Deciding to disregard the situation within the building, her gaze began to search the surroundings below for a suitable rendezvous point for the people above. Suddenly, as she approached the residential building, a violent explosion erupted from within, creating a gaping hole in the structure. The forceful shockwave and debris nearly sent Chu Yue tumbling from the inflatable boat. As the smoke dissipated, she lowered her hand from her face and shook off the dust. Fortunately, her iron body technique had protected her. Otherwise, the shards of glass and concrete would have turned her into a sieve. A person standing at the edge of the rooftop was also knocked off balance by the explosion and fell. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly, grabbing hold of the rooftop railing during his descent, preventing a direct fall. Just as Chu Yue and the rooftop occupant sighed in relief, a slender tongue suddenly emerged from the newly created cavity in the building, ensnaring him and dragging him into the abyss.
Zhang Xiyuan,
cried out a person on the rooftop, urgently alerting their comrades below. Shenbei, Zhang Xiyuan has been bitten by that creature. Chu Yue quickly extended her mental energy through the hole and glimpsed an entirely black mutated zombie hanging upside down on the staircase of the adjacent building. Its maw clamped around the person who had just been ensnared by the tongue. The individual's shoulder was caught in the zombie's jaws, his body drenched in blood, his head drooping, appearing gravely injured. Upon closer inspection of the mutated zombie, she noted its peculiar appearance, rendering it difficult to classify its type. This mutated zombie, while not particularly large, only slightly bigger than an average person, possessed an exceedingly large head, at least twice the normal size, resembling a black ET. Its glossy black body was dotted with round depressions, seemingly from bullet wounds, which were slowly healing. The individuals inside the building, wary of their teammate caught in the zombie's jaws, refrained from firing at it, while a few ability users cautiously utilized their remaining powers to evade friendly fire. A wood-type ability user launched numerous vines toward the mutated zombie, which quickly ensnared it, wrapping it tightly. Simultaneously, another speed-type ability user dashed forward, intent on rescuing the teammate trapped in the zombie's mouth. Just then, the mutated zombie opened its gaping maw and bit down, severing the head of the unfortunate individual it had captured. The speed-type user managed to snatch away only half of their comrade's body, becoming drenched in a shower of blood. Damn it! Again, blow it up. I refuse to believe that so many explosives can't take it down. The speed-type user shouted in anguish, witnessing the mangled remains of his teammate. Nearby, a soil-type ability user was simultaneously directing soil spikes towards the eyes of the mutated zombie while trying to restrain the frenzied crowd around him. However, the large-headed mutated zombie seemed utterly unfazed by these attacks. It appeared to have a membrane surrounding its eyes, rendering the soil spikes ineffective, akin to mere tickling. It continued to voraciously consume its captive, seemingly confident that the humans before it posed no threat and would inevitably become its next meal. Currently aboard the inflatable boat, Chu Yue found herself unable to confront the mutated zombie directly, yet there was no doubt it was the principal antagonist hindering their group. Steering the inflatable boat to the base of the building, Chu Yue secured it to a security window before leaping and scaling the stainless steel bars to the third floor. On the rooftop, Jiang Qing spotted the girl maneuvering the kayak and urgently called out to her, "Don't come up. It's dangerous up there. Wait below. Do you hear me? Don't come up." However, Chu Yue was undeterred. Before Jiang Cheng's warning could fully register, she had already ascended to the third floor, stepping through the massive hole created by the explosion. Inside the building, a fierce battle raged anew. The large-headed mutated zombie had freed itself from the vines, and a live figure was engaged in a tactical dance with it. This individual appeared to be a speed-type ability user, seemingly attempting to lure the mutated zombie elsewhere. Yet, the creature was not deceived. After a brief pursuit, it turned back, charging at the speed-type user who had just rescued someone from its jaws. The speed-type user, once advantaged by his speed, found his mobility hampered by the building's obstacles. He decided to confront the threat head-on, brandishing a cluster of grenades, and shouted defiantly, "Come on. You bastard, I'm not afraid of you. Wang Wei.
No.
Wang Wei. Come back." The team members shouted his name in alarm, while simultaneously firing at the mutated zombie and unleashing their abilities. Yet, Wang Wei had long since cast aside concerns for his life, determined to take the creature that had claimed the lives of several comrades with him. With a resounding boom, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the air, momentarily blinding everyone with its brilliance. The large-headed mutated zombie, which had seemed poised to pounce on Wang Wei, was reduced to a charred carcass, smoldering on the ground. What just happened? Was that divine retribution? Wang Wei exclaimed in astonishment, facing the remains of the mutated zombie, still dazed by the blinding flash. The residual energy crackled around him, causing his hair to frizz as he stood there, stunned, before slowly turning to look at his teammates. The others were equally bewildered. Shunbei squinted, raising his eyes to the girl emerging from the explosion's aftermath. That's not divine retribution. It must be a lightning-type ability. If he was not mistaken, this girl wielded lightning powers, a formidable and rare ability. To his knowledge, only the South China base and the Baiqing base had seen individuals awaken such powers. Lightning-type abilities? So this is what they entail. The onlookers, having only heard tales of lightning powers, were now witnessing their magnificence firsthand. Unable to suppress their admiration for Chu Yue's breathtaking display of skill, they toiled tirelessly here for most of the day, yet failed to subdue that colossal-headed zombie. But this girl, with a mere flick of her hand, turned it to ash. It's utterly disheartening to witness such disparity in strength. The group resumed firing, pushing back the wave of zombies that had crawled up the staircase. Only then did Vice Captain Shunbei lower his weapon and address Chu Yue. "Thank you, young lady. Your assistance has been invaluable to us. I am Shunbei. May I inquire your name?" The girl, appearing no older than 17 or 18, bore an unusually calm demeanor in her eyes. Upon receiving his gratitude, she offered a faint smile and replied, "I am Chu Yue. Let us hasten our departure." Shunbei nodded. After the fierce battle, the building was increasingly swarmed by zombies, and their ammunition was nearly depleted. If they did not leave soon, they would find themselves trapped. Before departing, however, Shunbei instructed several team members to quickly pry out the crystal cores from the zombies on their floor. With the protection of their comrades, their ammunition was scarce, and their vehicles were stranded on another street, submerged in water, making resupply impossible for the time being. Acquiring some crystal cores would at least replenish the energy of the ability users, allowing them to endure a bit longer. Shunbei directed that the crystal core of the colossal-headed zombie be handed to Chu Yue. It was common knowledge that the cores of mutated zombies were far more valuable than ordinary ones. Since this particular mutated zombie had been dispatched by the young girl, the core rightfully belonged to her. Chu Yue graciously accepted it and proceeded with the group upstairs. As they cleared the zombies from the stairwell, they finally reached the rooftop, where Jiang Cheng and others had constructed a makeshift shelter using the asbestos tiles from the roof of the adjacent building. Once everyone was across, they removed the tiles, leaving the zombies on the opposite roof to merely claw at the edge and howl in frustration. It was then that Shunbei recounted the events that had unfolded below to Jiang Cheng, expressing a tinge of envy when discussing Chu Yue's lightning abilities. Both Shunbei and Jiang Cheng were devoid of special powers, yet their skills were not inferior to those of many ability users, some of whom were even less capable than they. Thus, prior to meeting Chu Yue, Shunbei had not regarded abilities as particularly remarkable. However, witnessing Chu Yue's prowess today had stirred a newfound admiration within him. To his knowledge, it was rumored that the esteemed Dr. Long was working on a technology at the experimental base that could grant individuals abilities, and he pondered the possibility of acquiring such for his team. As the leader, Jiang Cheng felt compelled to express gratitude to the girl who had helped them vanquish the mutated zombie. He approached Chu Yue, saluting her with military respect, and said, "Thank you, young lady." Jiang Cheng studied Chu Yue, a slight furrow creasing his brow. She bore a striking resemblance to a girl who had gone missing from C University. His memory was sharp, and he had been quite taken by Chu Yue, convinced he could not have mistaken her identity. Yet, the missing girl was far away in Lan City, while this girl stood here thousands of miles away. It seemed improbable they were one and the same. Chu Yue smiled sheepishly and urged, "Let us hurry. It is not safe here." Jiang Cheng's gaze lingered on her smile, which made her even more reminiscent of the girl he remembered. Chapter 135. Surviving is what matters. In a heartbeat, Jiang Cheng concluded that the girl before him was indeed the missing student. He recalled vividly how she had approached him to swat a mosquito and how she had smiled at him in the cafeteria restroom. However, later that morning, when breakfast was served, two girls were discovered missing, and despite searching the cafeteria thoroughly, they were never found, leaving the matter unresolved. He had felt a profound sense of loss. This girl had shown remarkable physical prowess and reflexes, only to vanish under mysterious circumstances. Never did he expect to encounter her again in this small county town. "Your name is Chu Yue, is it not?" Jiang Cheng inquired, certain of her identity.
Wait.
"Lao Jiang, I don't think I mentioned the young lady's name to you. How did you know?" Shunbei, standing nearby, questioned, sensing familiarity between the two. There was no shame in admitting it. Chu Yue flashed a toothy grin and boldly declared, "Yes, Instructor Jiang." "Indeed, it's you," Jiang Cheng exclaimed, incredulous, and asked, "What brings you here?" "I walked all the way here to find my parents," Chu Yue replied candidly, seeing no need for concealment. "By yourself, traversing thousands of miles?" Jiang Cheng was not underestimating her. The roads post-apocalypse were treacherously arduous. Their elite team had struggled even when airlifted, let alone a young girl alone. A few teammates had already reunited with their families, leaving only her to continue the journey. After pondering Chu Yue's response, Jiang Cheng nodded thoughtfully. Well, surviving is what matters. He refrained from probing further into her circumstances. This was neither the time nor place for reminiscing. Though they felt temporarily secure atop the building, a long line of zombies on the opposite side continued to wave enthusiastically at them. However, with the threat of the colossal-headed mutated zombie eliminated, Jiang Cheng and his team felt no rush to leave. Surrounded by water, albeit not excessively deep, departing would not be straightforward. This was no ordinary water. It was toxic and corrosive. Dr. Long had advised them against entering. Yet the first two team members who had ventured and found their flesh rotting upon contact with the water, and even Dr. Long had been unable to save them. Chu Yue's inflatable raft could accommodate a maximum of 3 people and was rather slow. If they attempted to leave in it, they would need to split into numerous groups, increasing their risk of danger. Ultimately, Jiang Cheng and Shinbei decided to find a safer room within the building to secure Dr. Long before using Chu Yue's raft to search for any nearby boats or other means of transport. Once they procured a suitable vehicle, they would leave together. The county town was not far from the amping base, and most residents had already been relocated there, leaving the houses along the outskirts abandoned. To facilitate a swift escape, Jiang Cheng led the group to the topmost floor of the building, selecting a room situated centrally. The door was locked, but this posed no challenge for the elite team. Jiang Cheng skillfully picked the lock with a slender wire, demonstrating a proficiency that rivaled Chu Yue's. Upon entering, they discovered a 3-bedroom apartment, spacious and oriented north-south. Aside from a bit of disarray, everything else appeared normal. A quick search revealed that all food had been depleted, even the pickled vegetables were gone. Evidently, this family had been fortunate, as they had not turned into zombies, but had been safely evacuated to the base. Although Dr. Long seemed alert and sprightly, he was in his 90s and had shown signs of fatigue after a day filled with perilous escapes. He was assisted by Shunbei as he settled onto the sofa, taking a moment to catch his breath before hastily retrieving the box he had been holding, opening it to inspect its contents. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he exhaled a sigh of relief and accepted the water that Shunbei handed him, taking a sip. Academician Long placed the water down and, noticing that everyone was still standing, spoke up. "Xiaoshen, you have all worked hard. Let us sit down and rest for a while. Even if more zombies come, we must be rested in order to face them." Shunbei nodded, instructing everyone to rest in place while he and Jiang Cheng remained vigilant of their surroundings. The team members, exhausted, settled down in small clusters on the floor to recuperate. Academician Long expressed his gratitude to Chu Yue. "Young lady, I cannot thank you enough. I never expected someone so young to be so formidable." "Excellent. This is wonderful. You young people are indeed the hope of humanity." Chu Yue was taken aback by the praise, flustered as she waved her hands, astonished that one day she would receive compliments from an esteemed figure like Academician Long. "Oh my, I've made it." Jiang Cheng stood straight by the window, unable to help but turn his face away at Chu Yue's smug demeanor. He thought to himself, "Look at her boasting. She better not claim to be my student once we get out of here." He glanced outside, carefully observing the situation. The surrounding zombies had lost their targets and gradually quieted down. Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, then turned his attention back to the resting team members. His gaze flickering. They had suffered significant losses in this battle. The team now comprised only 11 members, having lost 6 since they had set out. Just moments ago, That mutated zombie had claimed the lives of 3 of their comrades. Their team had arrived at the amping base directly via helicopter from the Beijing base. But they could not reach their destination by air due to reports of magnetic field disruptions in the area, causing aircraft to lose control.
Consequently,
They were forced to escort Academician Long by road. However, shortly after departing the base, a sudden storm trapped them in this county. In the first couple of days, perhaps due to the heavy rain, the zombies had been relatively inactive, and although they were confined indoors, they encountered little danger. But since the rain ceased today, as they ventured outside to assess the situation, all the zombies seemed to awaken, launching a frenzied assault on them. In Chapter 136, Finding a Boat, they initially managed to handle the zombies they encountered, even taking down a massive, tentacled creature with the combined efforts of Jiang Cheng and Xinbei, until they faced the formidable mutated zombie. This creature was impervious to blades and bullets, which merely seemed to tickle it, and even a barrage of grenades proved ineffective. They had no choice but to split into 2 groups, with Xinbei holding the rear, while Jiang Cheng led Academician Long forward. No one knew what Jiang Cheng felt as he moved ahead with the group, but as a soldier, ensuring Academician Long's safety was their mission. And completing that mission was paramount. Fortunately, they later encountered Chu Yue, who possessed lightning-based abilities. Otherwise, they might have faced even greater losses today. After a brief respite, everyone had regained some strength. Noticing the evening drawing near, Jiang Cheng and Xinbei discussed the necessity of heading into the city to find something akin to an inflatable boat. It was untenable to remain in this house waiting for the water to recede, as they had no idea how long that might take. However, searching for a boat in a zombie-infested county was no simple task. The surrounding water was not particularly deep, and actual boats were unsuitable. They could only search for inflatable boats or speedboats, but whether such items could be found in this small county was uncertain. Nonetheless, they didn't necessarily need to find a boat. Acquiring a suitable power source would suffice, allowing them to construct a makeshift vessel. Wang Wei, Lu Rui, you 2 come with me, Jiang Cheng called to 2 team members, preparing to head out. Chu Yue hurriedly followed, softly saying to Jiang Cheng, Instructor Jiang, I want to go too. I know where we can find inflatable boats. Jiang Cheng hesitated for a moment, then nodded, allowing Chu Yue to join them. This girl had the ability to reduce mutated zombies to cinders with a single strike and had traversed a great distance from Lan City to here. She was certainly no delicate flower. If she knew where inflatable boats could be found, that would be advantageous. Chu Yue had considered this decision carefully. Since Jiang Cheng's team needed to leave and their vehicle was blocked by floodwaters, her single inflatable boat would not suffice. They had to seek out larger vessels. Whether any boats existed in this county was uncertain, but by accompanying them, she could use her psychic abilities to assist in their search, covering a larger area and helping them avoid dangerous, mutated zombies. If all else failed, she could always retrieve the 2 items from her space to aid them, thus repaying Jiang Cheng's previous acts of protection. As they opened the door, the group cautiously descended the stairs, maintaining silence to avoid drawing the attention of the zombie horde. When the zombies in the stairwell spotted them, they lunged forward with snarls. Chu Yue lingered at the back, observing as Jiang Cheng and the 2 team members seamlessly dispatched the zombies with quiet efficiency, leaving her feeling quite at ease. The group made their way to Chu Yue's inflatable boat and steered it toward the county. The entire area was inundated, with most ground-level shops submerged, and lighter merchandise floating atop the murky waters. The surrounding zombies had been drawn to a nearby building, allowing the stretch to remain relatively calm. The inflatable boat, accommodating 4, felt somewhat cramped, with Wang Wei and Lu Rui seated on one side, while Chu Yue and Jiang Cheng occupied the other, with Jiang Cheng controlling the steering. On the boat, Wang Wei looked at Chu Yue with a sincere smile and said softly, Miss, I'm Wang Wei, a speed-type ability user. Thank you so much today. If you hadn't turned that big-headed zombie into charcoal, I surely would have perished alongside it. A great debt of gratitude is owed. Just remember, I, Wang Wei, owe you a life, and should you ever need anything, just call on me. Chu Yue nodded, smiling in acknowledgement. Such goodwill should not be taken lightly, for one never knew when it might come in handy. However, she replied with courtesy, anyone would help in such circumstances. But don't worry, Brother Wang. I certainly won't be polite if I need your assistance in the future. Wang Wei clapped his thigh in delight and exclaimed, Ah, I like your straightforward nature, girl. From now on, I'll just call you Little Yu. Sure. Chu Yue responded with a smile, appreciating the forthright personalities of these soldiers. Wang Wei, you really shouldn't be so presumptuous. Little Yu is far more capable than you. There's no need for you to assist her. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, you should give her those mutated zombie cores you have. Lu Rui chimed in, playfully nudging Wang Wei. Wang Wei, relying on his speed abilities, had collected the most cores in the team, but they had a hard time getting him to part with any. He was as tight-fisted as a miser. The comrades had long harbored feelings of envy and resentment towards him, occasionally teasing him by plucking a feather from this iron rooster. Naturally, these antics were mere jest among allies and did not tarnish their camaraderie. So let us take a look at your crystal cores and see just how many you've amassed, interjected Jiang Cheng, standing beside Chu Yue. After all, she was one of his own students, and it was not unreasonable to assist her in extracting a few cores from this miserly fellow. Wang Wei scratched his head, noticing the eager gazes of the three upon him. Steeling himself, he retrieved a plastic bag containing his collection of crystal cores from his pack. The bag, layered in multiple wrappings, resembled something an old vendor might use at a market. Wang Wei opened the bag and pushed it towards Chu Yue, gritting his teeth as he said, "Sister Yu, take your pick. Choose whichever you fancy." Lu Rui and Jiang Cheng leaned in to peer into his bag, with Jiang Cheng scoffing, "With just a few cores, why hide them? Look at your lack of ambition." Wang Wei and Lu Rui's eyes lit up in unison as they turned to Jiang Cheng and asked, "Boss, do you have even more than this?" Jiang Cheng remained silent, directing his gaze towards Chu Yue. "What are you dawdling for? Pick a few." Chu Yue indeed had a limited number of mutated zombie crystal cores, and upon discovering several colored cores within Wang Wei's bag, she felt a twinge of desire. Not one to be greedy, she selected a green wood-type crystal core, which she did not yet possess, eager to experiment with this new ability. Seeing that Chu Yue only chose one, Wang Wei exhaled in relief. It was not that he was unwilling to part with more, but rather he wished to accumulate them. Lu Rui encouraged her, "Sister Yu, why not take a couple more? This guy is quite stingy. It's rare for him to be so generous, so why not seize the opportunity?" Just as Chu Yue opened her mouth to respond, Jiang Cheng abruptly interrupted. "The number of zombies is increasing. Remain vigilant." Wang Wei immediately stowed his precious items, and he and Lu Rui sharpened their gazes, scanning the surroundings for potential threats. Chu Yue extended her mental energy, sweeping over a significant portion of the county town, and indeed, she located several outdoor supply stores. This county town, being close to the mountains, often attracted outdoor enthusiasts, and one street boasted several large outdoor retail shops. As their rubber boat glided into the street, the submerged zombies, only showing half their heads above water, began to thrash about, attempting to reach the boat. Chapter 137. Every individual possesses mental power. The occupants of the inflatable boat clutched short knives, their eyes fixed on the ever-increasing number of zombies encircling them. There were simply too many zombies. Relying solely on short knives was insufficient, and they risked being dragged into the toxic waters. Under normal circumstances, water would pose no issue for seasoned soldiers like themselves. But this water was laced with poison. However, they were currently in the county town, and unless absolutely necessary, discharging firearms could lead to being trapped, unable to escape. Jiang Cheng squinted, maneuvering the inflatable boat, retreating from the street before the zombies closed in. "Boss, are we going to check out those stores?" Lu Rui inquired quietly, puzzled. "We need to pull back first, find a place to ascend to a higher floor, and then access those stores. We cannot afford to be overwhelmed by zombies in the water," Jiang Cheng replied tersely, all the while steering the boat and scanning the vicinity for a safe spot to dock. Chu Yue retracted her small hand, initially planning to unleash a thunderous attack on the zombies in the street, but Jiang Cheng had already retreated. Perhaps it was for the best. She harbored some reservations, as she had reinforced the inflatable boat with metal, and unleashing too much electricity could inadvertently harm the others aboard. At the rear of the street lay a narrow alley, with a residential area on the opposite side, separated by a wall. The end of the wall connected with the buildings along the street, creating a dead end where one could climb from the wall to the second floor of the street. This alley, typically quiet, was devoid of any zombies at present. However, the alley was too narrow for the inflatable boat to enter, so Jiang Cheng secured it at the entrance, tethering it to a decorative banyan tree. While the group climbed onto the wall, The wall stood over 2 meters high, but with the accumulated water rising to about 1 meter 60 to 70. It was easy for them to scale it from the boat. Yet, the wall appeared rather aged, with remnants of broken glass embedded at the top, making it precarious to traverse. Jiang Cheng ascended first, advising Wang Wei to be the last to climb, as Chu Yue had not undergone any training and might slip if she lost her footing. However, after a few steps, he turned back to see Chu Yue confidently climbing, her pace surpassing that of Lu Rui and Wang Wei. The group cautiously made their way along the wall to the end of the alley, where they grasped a drainage pipe to ascend to the second floor of the street. The second floor window led to a balcony secured with a metal grill, where 2 garments and several pairs of shoes hung out to dry. Shadows of rigid figures flickered within the window. It seemed the family had succumbed to becoming zombies, trapped inside their home. Leading the way, Jiang Cheng confronted the stainless steel grill, but without any tools to dislodge it, he remained unfazed. With his legs firmly gripping the pipe, he leaped towards the grill, using all his strength to pry the steel bars apart, surprisingly creating an opening just large enough for a person to slip through. As Chu Yue witnessed this display, she silently applauded Jiang Cheng's strength, rivaling that of a power-type ability user. Jiang Cheng squeezed through the grill, stealthily opening the window and slipping into the room, closely followed by Lu Rui. By the time Chu Yue leapt through the window, Jiang Cheng and Lu Rui had already dealt with the 3 zombies within the household quietly. Jiang Cheng raised his head, casting an approving glance at Chu Yue, acknowledging her agility as she had kept pace without hindering their progress. However, Chu Yue suddenly furrowed her brow when she noticed Wang Wei, the last to enter, swiftly closing the window and crouching low, concealing himself behind the wall.
Sure.
Jiang Cheng inferred from Chu Yue's actions that she had sensed something. Just as he was about to inquire, she silenced him with a finger pressed against her lips. The 3 within the room held their breath, their heartbeats subdued, trusting that Chu Yue would not urge silence without cause. Moments later, a loud clatter erupted outside the window, revealing a colossal figure blocking their view. Through the glass, they could only discern the cascading layers of white skin, resembling a once massive figure that had suddenly shrunk to a gaunt silhouette, its skin sagging. The creature had small claws, yet its sharp nails scraped against a stainless steel grill with a screeching sound. It lingered at the window, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Jiang Cheng and the others crouched behind the sofa, silently observing the shadow, striving to diminish their presence. Although being discovered could lead to a fierce battle, the ensuing chaos would undoubtedly attract even more zombies, complicating their escape. If they could remain undetected and successfully retrieve their objectives, that would be the ideal outcome. After a brief moment of scrutiny, the creature, failing to locate anything of interest, swiftly scaled the window and disappeared from sight. As Chu Yue observed the mutated zombie retreat into the distance, she waved her hand towards the others and declared, "It has gone." The group, including Jiang Cheng, collectively exhaled in relief. Lu Rui approached Chu Yue and inquired softly, "Sister Yue, how did you perceive its arrival while we remained utterly oblivious?" Jiang Cheng remained silent, yet his gaze upon Chu Yue conveyed his curiosity. He prided himself on being attuned to danger. But he had felt nothing until a moment ago when he finally heard the sound of the creature skimming across the water surface. Chu Yue had sensed its approach long before, which indeed seemed extraordinary. "Are you familiar with the concept of spiritual power?"
Chu Yue asked.
The others nodded, and Lu Rui replied, "I've heard of it. It is said to be a capacity that aids in combat, enabling those with spiritual power to sense their surroundings within a radius of several miles or even dozens of miles." Suddenly, Lu Rui's eyes widened in realization as he stared at Chu Yue, saying, "So, you possess a spiritual power ability as well? I thought you were solely a lightning-type ability user." Chu Yue shook her head and continued, "In truth, every awakened individual possesses spiritual power. After awakening, have you not noticed that your senses have heightened, allowing you to see further, hear more acutely, and feel more sensitively?" She gazed at Lu Rui and Wang Wei, the 2 ability users present. Without hesitation, both nodded, especially Lu Rui, who exclaimed, "Indeed. I certainly feel it, especially in my vision. I used to be nearsighted, and though my vision was not severely impaired, I often felt as if a veil obscured my sight. Without my glasses, I could hardly recognize someone walking by. After awakening, I can now clearly read the smallest letters on the vision chart. That does not count." Chu Yue retorted playfully. That merely indicates that your abilities have restored your physical functions upon awakening. The essence of an ability user's power is rooted in their spiritual strength. It is this spiritual force that activates their abilities. Initially, due to the relative weakness of their spiritual power, ability users can only perceive an enhanced sensitivity, unaware of their spiritual power or how to utilize it effectively. Chu Yue's explanation was not entirely fabricated. In her past life, despite her lightning ability reaching level 5, she had never realized the connection between spiritual power and abilities. However, in this life, she discovered that regardless of which ability she employed, it was always her spiritual power that acted first. Later, while training Qiao Dandan in harnessing fire, she guided her to sense her own spiritual power, which remarkably accelerated Qiao Dandan's ability development. Qi Ming and Jia also benefited from this method. Although their spiritual powers had yet to manifest outwardly, they had made significant progress in wielding their abilities. Such an enigmatic phenomenon. Lu Rui pondered, feeling he grasped the concept. He closed his eyes to sense his own spiritual power, but before he could achieve this, Chu Yue interrupted. Now is not the opportune time to delve into understanding spiritual power. Once we return and find a safe, quiet location, we can explore it at our leisure. The higher your level, the more potent your spiritual power becomes, enabling you to detect your surroundings. Lu Rui and Wang Wei promptly opened their eyes, realizing that indeed, now is not the moment for such explorations. Their impatience had led them astray. Jiang Cheng regarded Chu Yue and solemnly inquired, "So, Sister Yue, what is the current level of your ability? Is your spiritual power truly this formidable?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yue replied, "I believe I am at level 4. Which is why I can now perceive my spiritual power." In truth, she was uncertain of her exact level. Her abilities in this life diverged significantly from her past, defying conventional classifications. No wonder you were able to incinerate that large-headed zombie with a single strike. Your level is indeed impressive, while we remain at a mere level 1. Lu Rui's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Chu Yue. That was simply because the mutated zombie happened to be of the metal type. And lightning is the nemesis of metal. If I were to encounter a water-type zombie, I might not fare as well, Chu Yue patiently explained. She hoped that her insights would empower them to grow stronger, thereby enhancing their chances of survival during perilous missions. Chu Yue had always held a deep respect for soldiers. Though she could not emulate their selfless dedication, she was willing to assist them within her capacity. Isn't this just the principle of the 5 elements? Our ancestors were truly wise. It's remarkable that even in this apocalyptic era, such theories remain applicable, Wang Wei exclaimed, slapping Lu Rui on the back, a look of enlightenment illuminating his face. Thus, when we embark on missions in the future, we can summon ability users of the 5 elements. Surely, one of them will possess a power to counter the mutated zombies we encounter, maximizing our efficiency. Absolutely, Chu Yue replied with a beaming smile. This understanding would soon be shared among others, but their early awareness granted them a tactical advantage. Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered. He had previously shared a dismissive view of those who had awakened abilities, believing that despite their powers, they could not surpass him. However, the potential for limitless upgrades intrigued him. After all, who wouldn't desire to grow stronger? It seemed that upon reaching their destination, they would need to seek out Dr. Long to arrange for everyone to acquire abilities, though he remained uncertain about the veracity of those legends. If given the choice, it would be even better. For instance, Chu Yue's lightning abilities appeared far more advantageous than Wang Wei's speed abilities. As they conversed, they observed the street below, where the zombies had once again fallen into a state of eerie silence. Chu Yue scanned the area and, finding no formidable mutated zombies in sight, the group began their descent. The ground floor housed an outdoor supply store, its door ajar, yet the majority of its contents lay submerged in dark, murky water, rendering retrieval a challenging endeavor. Chu Yue instructed Jiang Cheng and the others to position themselves on the stairs while she unleashed a thick bolt of lightning into the water. Let's eliminate the surrounding zombies first, lest they pose a threat while we search for supplies. The lightning illuminated the water, casting a brilliant white glow that forced the others to squint. In its wake, all the zombies convulsed and emitted smoke. Some sank beneath the surface, while others floated like logs. Jiang Cheng and his companions raised their eyebrows in astonishment. Had they known Chu Yue possessed such a powerful technique? they would have charged in rather than taking the long way around. With the zombies dispatched, the four began to scavenge the outdoor supply store for necessary items. The submerged goods were beyond reach, so they focused on the shelves still above water. Chu Yue used her spiritual power to search beneath the surface. But the store lacked inflatable boats. However, she did spot a row of air mattresses on a shelf against the wall. Jiang Cheng and Lu Rui quickly gathered them. If they could not find anything better, these mattresses could serve as materials for crafting a makeshift boat. Subsequently, the group leaped from rooftop to rooftop, exploring several nearby outdoor shops until they finally discovered a few unopened inflatable boats on the second floor of a large outdoor store, with even a speedboat hanging on one wall. This delighted several individuals, who eagerly removed the inflatable boat from the wall, hastily stowing the rubber dinghy and any available propulsion devices inside before carrying it downstairs. Just as they reached the stairway, Chu Yue suddenly instructed everyone to retreat. The flaccid-skinned mutant zombie had returned. In truth, this mutant had never strayed far, as this area appeared to be its territory, and it had been circling nearby all along, with Chu Yue keeping a vigilant watch on its movements. This zombie seemed to possess a high level of threat. Chu Yue felt that she would struggle to confront it directly. Not only was its size imposing, but she could also sense the surging waves of its supernatural abilities, indicating that this was a mutant zombie capable of wielding powers. Chapter 139. Let us have a fight. In the apocalyptic world, mutant zombies, while varying in form and possessing distinct attributes, primarily relied on instinct to attack, akin to how those with metal-based mutations would strengthen their own bodies to become impervious to weapons. Nevertheless, when they attacked their prey, they acted solely on instinct, tearing and bludgeoning without employing their powers. The most common zombies that utilized abilities to assault their victims were those with psychic powers. They inherently controlled hordes of zombies and targeted the nervous systems of their adversaries. Such psychic zombies became increasingly difficult to handle later on, often evolving into formidable zombie kings. Some eventually regained their consciousness and intellect, their physical forms restored to resemble ordinary humans. Others, like the mutant zombie currently encountered by Chu Yue and her companions, seemed to possess innate capabilities. While many zombies remained oblivious, these had already learned to evolve by consuming or devouring their kin. As they progressed in evolution, they not only attacked their prey with supernatural powers, but also established their own territories, becoming zombie kings akin to the psychic varieties. These zombie kings posed an even greater challenge than their psychic counterparts, as they wielded superior combat prowess. At this moment, Chu Yue and Jiang Cheng had retreated back into the outdoor store, gently setting down the inflatable boat and taking shelter beneath the erected tent inside. It was best to avoid confrontation with such a creature. Currently, being suspended over water did not afford them any significant advantages, and should a confrontation arise, escape would be futile in this toxic environment. They resolved to wait until it had moved on before making their departure. With a resounding crash, the large glass window of the outdoor store reverberated as the mutant zombie pressed its body against the glass, peering inside. Its form was massive, yet its head appeared diminutive, with its eyes dominating most of its face, entirely black and perhaps unable to truly see. This mutant zombie was equally perplexed. It could distinctly smell an aroma that was irresistibly captivating to it, yet despite its relentless pursuit, it could not locate its prey. The tantalizing scent lingered in the air, fueling its insatiable desire to consume the source and thereby achieve further evolution. Evolution was its sole aspiration and objective. After circling back, it determined that the source of the scent was strongest in this vicinity. The mutant zombie pressed its face against the glass, its obsidian eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of its target. The individuals within the tent, peering through a small opening that had not been fully secured, began to grow anxious as the zombie lingered outside. As the daylight waned, their urgency to return intensified. They had found what they were looking for, and the desire to return grew more pressing. If they did not leave soon, nightfall would render their return impossible. Chu Yue sat motionless in a corner of the tent, her mind intricately weaving strands of psychic energy, gradually ensnaring the mutant zombie. This zombie, exhibiting supernatural fluctuations, likely possessed a degree of consciousness. As long as it had a modicum of cognitive ability, Chu Yue could capture and dismantle it. However, the outcome left her uncertain whether to feel relieved or disappointed. The creature, despite its imposing appearance, turned out to be devoid of any evolved intellect. She remained baffled as to what fueled its abilities, as the strength of its fluctuations was compelling, yet she could not discern the nature of its powers. It was, quite frankly, a peculiar anomaly. Gritting her teeth, Chu Yue's earlier apprehension stemmed primarily from the concern that it might control other zombies to assist in an attack. She also worried about the possibility of being pursued by this entity during their return journey, which would place them at a significant disadvantage in the toxic waters. Now that she recognized its empty skull, she surmised that it likely lacked the ability to summon lesser zombies. What was there to fear? Observing the encroaching darkness and the persistent mutant zombie outside, Chu Yue resolved not to hide any longer. Enough of this. It was time to engage in a confrontation. She opened her eyes, tugged at Jiang Cheng's sleeve, and leaned closer to murmur her proposal. Instructor Jiang, hiding like this is not a solution. Why don't we lure it inside and eliminate it here? Jiang Cheng felt a familiar tingle at her words, but there was no time for contemplation. He pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. They had already located their objective. If it were not for the mutant zombie blocking their path, they would have been on their way back. Were they to remain trapped here until darkness fell? This was not his style. He preferred to take the initiative. The water pooling below posed no threat to the zombies, but it was a lethal vulnerability for the group. The best course of action was to lure the mutant zombie into the store and confront it there. The group huddled together, quietly strategizing how to attract the mutant zombie inside. Among them, Chu Yue possessed the strongest abilities, making her the primary attacker. Jiang Cheng, lacking powers but skilled in combat, would serve as support. Wang Wei, with speed-based abilities, would distract the mutant zombie, while Lu Rue, with earth-based powers, would assist Jiang Cheng. Once their roles were assigned, Wang Wei was the first to dart out of the tent, standing inside the store to wave at the mutant zombie clinging to the window.
Hey,
you ugly creature. Look over here. The moment the mutant zombie caught sight of Wang Wei, it became exhilarated, letting out a roar as it lunged forward. Yes, this was the scent of evolution. However, it was unaware of the glass barrier before it. With a sudden charge, it crashed against the window with a loud thud. The glass trembled but held firm, causing the mutant zombie to lose its grip and tumble away from the window, disappearing from view.
Splash.
A heavy splash echoed from below as the mutant zombie plunged into the water, sending a spray that even reached the second floor. Chu Yue and the others exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by the creature's foolishness. Just then, a loud splash resonated from downstairs, prompting them to heighten their vigilance. Though the mutant zombie appeared dim-witted, they knew better than to underestimate it. Such seemingly foolish creatures could often prove to be the most dangerous. In the next moment, the mutant zombie reappeared outside the window, clinging to the wall and beginning to ram its massive body against the glass. Chapter 140. The Power of Natural Force Transformation. I must commend the outdoor store for its commendable decor. The windows are remarkably sturdy. They have withstood several fierce impacts from the mutated zombies without shattering, to the point where Chu Yue contemplated lending a hand. Waiting for the zombie to strike the window felt like a waste of time. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the resilient floor-to-ceiling window finally succumbed to the relentless assault of the mutated zombie. The creature, draped in damp, sagging skin, surged into the room. In that very instant, Chu Yue dashed forward, conjuring a bolt of lightning as thick as her arm to strike the mutated zombie. The creature did not flinch. It charged headlong into her attack, absorbing the blow. However, the lightning, which typically incinerated zombies, merely left a faint black mark on the zombie's loose skin. It seemed impervious to the electrical strike. Or perhaps, for this particular mutated zombie, the lightning was not a form of harm, but rather a delectable enticement. Towering at over 2 meters, the zombie was oddly flat, lacking thickness, as if it had been flattened by a millstone. Chu Yue's lightning seemed to be absorbed by its flaccid skin, and she could see the area struck by the lightning slightly swell. It was as if the creature was siphoning off her powers. Could this mutated zombie possess the ability to devour abilities? Realizing this, Chu Yue hesitated to unleash her full lightning power and instead engaged the creature with smaller lightning strikes. The mutated zombie absorbed her smaller lightning bolts into its withered form and, feeling unsatisfied, lunged at Chu Yue, intent on seizing her for a hearty meal. However, at the moment it leapt, it suddenly crashed to the ground. "Instructor Jiang, now's your chance," Chu Yue shouted. While she had been diverting the mutated zombie's attention with her lightning, Lu Rui had quietly conjured an earthen barrier, causing the creature to trip as it lunged for Chu Yue. Before it could recover, Jiang Cheng seized the opportunity and drove a knife into its brain. To everyone's astonishment, the mutated zombie did not perish. Instead, it thrashed wildly, flinging Jiang Cheng off its body. Jiang Cheng was hurled against the wall with a heavy thud. The wall of the outdoor store was not smooth. It was adorned with various outdoor equipment, and he collided with a row of shelves.
Ugh.
He groaned in pain, rolling to the ground, his back aflame with agony, tasting the metallic sweetness of blood in his mouth, accompanied by several camping lamps tumbling down with him. Swallowing the blood, Jiang Cheng looked up in disbelief at the rampaging mutated zombie. It had been thoroughly enraged. It lifted its head, its mouth gaping wide as it began to inhale deeply. Its emaciated body swelled rapidly like a balloon, soon resembling a perfect sphere. Then, the mutated zombie expelled the air it had inhaled, transforming it into razor-sharp wind blades that sliced toward Jiang Cheng and the three others nearby. The room filled with indiscriminate attacks of wind blades, forcing everyone to seek cover. Despite their swift movements, aside from Chu Yue, Jiang Cheng and the others sustained various injuries from the wind blades. Chu Yue was taken aback, realizing the mutated zombie's power was utilized in such a manner. The internal structure of the creature allowed it to convert air into lethal wind blades. This meant that as long as its skin remained intact, it could continuously absorb air and transform it into wind blades to attack them. Who could endure such an onslaught indefinitely? Rather than retreating, Chu Yue pressed forward, knowing that the wind blades could not harm her. She swiftly charged at the creature, transforming her hand into a blade and thrusting it toward the inflated body of the mutated zombie. At that moment, the creature had finished unleashing a wave of wind blades, and its skin had returned to a relaxed state. Jiang Cheng and the others emerged from their makeshift cover, seizing the opportunity to advance while it prepared to inhale again. The mutated zombie quickly inflated once more, and Chu Yue reached its front, bracing against the wind blades as she plunged her sharp blade into its skin. As Chu Yue's blade pierced the mutated zombie's skin, Jiang Cheng simultaneously wielded a makeshift chair in one hand and a knife in the other, striking at the creature. The zombie's skin, loose and cotton-like in its relaxed state, was nearly impervious to cutting. However, once inflated, it was easily pierced. With a sharp sound, the mutated zombie began to deflate, its wind blades weakening. Unwilling to relent, it opened its mouth wide, attempting to inhale once more. Seizing this chance, Chu Yue and Jiang Cheng relentlessly struck at its neck and body. Its critical vulnerability did not lie in its head, and they could not ascertain whether it existed in its paper-thin body. At that moment, they disregarded all else, launching a furious assault on its form. Chu Yue aimed for its neck while Jiang Cheng relentlessly attacked around its head. The mutated zombie thrashed violently, unable to summon wind blades. It could only flail its emaciated body, attempting to throw off the two assailants. With Chu Yue's final strike, the creature's head was severed, its body riddled with wounds. Collapsing like a deflated sack, motionless, Jiang Cheng was covered in blood, his clothing nearly shredded by the wind blades, and his face bore several gashes. As the mutated zombie fell, he too collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath while offering a relieved smile to Chu Yue. Noting that he appeared relatively unscathed, she turned her attention back to the now motionless creature, intrigued to discover that its core was located not in its head but in its chest. This suggested a remarkably different mutation process. Its ability was equally peculiar, harnessing the forces of nature for transformation. Were it not for the three pairs of eyes upon her, Chu Yue would have loved to store the mutated zombie's body in her space for further study at her leisure. If she could unravel its secrets, she might even learn to channel natural forces to enhance her own abilities. Such a development would render her powers inexhaustible, a truly exhilarating prospect. On the ground, Jiang Cheng extended his hand toward Chu Yue, utterly drained of strength. As she gazed at the corpse of the mutated zombie with gleaming eyes, he felt abandoned. It seemed that retrieving the core was not enough. She was now rummaging through the creature's sagging skin, oblivious to his plight as he lay on the floor. Chapter 141, Jiang Cheng's Kindness. Chu Yue glanced back at Jiang Cheng's outstretched hand, raising an eyebrow. Did he really need assistance with such minor injuries? She thought that in his current state, he could still manage to rise and fend off any approaching zombies. Regardless, it would be impolite to ignore his gesture. So she reached out and helped him up. His hand was calloused, the palm unyieldingly tough, and the pole was quite jarring for Chu Yue. With her assistance, Jiang Cheng regained his footing, his gaze flickering briefly. He had just fleetingly seen Chu Yue wielding a blade against the mutated zombies, and it was unlike any ordinary knife. It seemed as though the weapon had sprouted from her very being, entirely different from the dagger he had given her. However, given the urgency of the situation, he did not take a closer look at the time. Now, as Chu Yue pulled him along, he took a moment to sense it, realizing it was not as he had imagined. The girl's hands were no different from those of an ordinary young woman, small, soft, and warm, offering a surprisingly pleasant grip. For a fleeting moment, he found himself reluctant to let go. Jiang Cheng silently scolded himself. How could he entertain such thoughts? Was it possible that Chu Yue's swift strikes had dazzled his eyes? He covertly glanced at Chu Yue again, although her clothing was indeed tattered. He saw no signs of injury on her. She appeared as if clad in legendary soft armor. Jiang Cheng vaguely sensed that Chu Yue must harbor her own secrets, but since she chose not to disclose them, he felt no inclination to pry. In this world, it was prudent for a young girl of her appearance to possess both skill and caution. As he pondered, he approached and kicked the injured Wang Wei and Lu Rui,
who were seated nearby.
Both bore wounds that looked severe but had not struck vital areas. The three of them hastily bandaged one another, and Jiang Cheng, like a miser, urged them to rise quickly and load up the speedboat to leave this place and return. Wang Wei, noticing Chu Yue's torn clothing, furrowed his brow in concern and asked, "Xiao Yu, how badly are you hurt?" Chu Yue brushed her hand over the fabric torn by the wind blades and replied, "This outfit is made from special nanomaterials, which are quite resistant to cuts. Those wind blades only damaged the clothing. I am not seriously injured." "So advanced? Is it expensive? Where did you buy it?" Lu Rui and Wang Wei's eyes lit up at the prospect of such battle gear. "I found it on the road earlier. I don't have it anymore." Chu Yue quickly made an excuse, not expecting their reaction to be so intense. "Damn, I need to be more careful in fights from now on, otherwise, one lie will lead to countless others to cover it up. It's exhausting." "What?" "I was thinking of getting one for myself. This is even better than a bulletproof vest." Wang Wei's voice dripped with disappointment, and Lu Rui beside him looked equally crestfallen. "Hurry up. It's getting late." Jiang Cheng cast a bland glance at Wang Wei, urging him on. Indeed, the sky was darkening, and the two hastened their movements, following Jiang Cheng as they carried the speedboat directly to the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, lowering it with ropes, which was faster than squeezing it down the stairs. Jiang Cheng slid down the rope to the speedboat and urged Chu Yue to descend quickly. However, Chu Yue shook her head vehemently, citing Wang Wei and Lu Rui's injuries as reasons to push them down first. As Lu Rui descended, she swiftly turned back and collected the corpse of the mutated zombie into her space, casually snatching up some small items from the outdoor shop before finally sliding down to the speedboat. Jiang Cheng maneuvered the speedboat around to the back, finding the rubber dinghy parked there, and ushered Wang Wei and Lu Rui onto it while he piloted the speedboat under Chu Yue's direction toward the city edge. The speedboat was significantly faster than Chu Yue's dinghy, but Jiang Cheng could not go too quickly, otherwise, he might leave the two behind. He controlled the speedboat to advance slowly, maintaining a distance of 4 or 5 meters from the dinghy. "That nanomaterial outfit of yours doesn't look like what you described," Jiang Cheng remarked suddenly, glancing at Chu Yue sitting at the bow. Chu Yue raised an eyebrow and turned back with curiosity, asking, "Instructor Jiang, do you have knowledge of clothing materials?" "Not specifically about clothing materials, but I have some understanding of nanomaterials," Jiang Cheng replied. Chu Yue showed no sign of alarm upon hearing this. Instead, her innocent large eyes widened in admiration as she eagerly questioned, "Oh, then could you help me identify what material this outfit is made of? I found it and know it's useful, but I'm not aware of its principles. The more I know, the better I can scavenge in the future." Jiang Cheng, observing her earnest expression, could not help but twitch his lips. He had intended to tease her. Surely only those two dimwits behind her would believe such a story about nanomaterials being able to stop blades. Yet, seeing Chu Yue's sincerity, he found himself partly convinced, though he knew she was likely fabricating it. Nevertheless, perhaps it was for the best. With her demeanor, she might navigate this apocalypse more effectively. Jiang Cheng, Noticing Chu Yue still gazing at him, spoke earnestly. It is wise to remain cautious around strangers and not reveal all your cards. I would not pry into your reasons, but remember to concoct a more believable story next time. Not everyone is as gullible as those two fools behind you. Chu Yue, maintaining a serious demeanor, countered. Instructor Jiang, you are mistaken. Brother Wang and Brother Liu are not fools. They simply lack your level of caution. However, though she verbally disagreed, deep down, she agreed with Jiang Cheng. Lying required a certain depth, otherwise, it could backfire spectacularly. As dusk settled, the speedboat finally returned to the building where Academician Long and the others were hiding. Shen Bei, stationed above, had been keeping an eye on the situation below and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them return safely with the boat. He quickly called for assistance to help them. After placing the speedboat and dinghy on the ground floor, Jiang Cheng felt a twinge of unease. After all, they would be left unattended overnight, and if they were stolen or damaged by zombies, their efforts would have been in vain. Ultimately, Jiang Cheng let some air out of the dinghy and speedboat, opened a room on the second floor, and had a wood-based ability user hoist the equipment up through the window and store it inside. Unbeknownst to them, this brief delay inadvertently attracted the attention of the zombie horde in the adjacent building, with countless zombies rushing toward them, including several fast-running mutated ones. At this moment, no one dared to fire a weapon. It was nearly dark, and they could not afford to make a commotion that would draw even more zombies their way, or they would be in for a long night. As the fast zombies closed in, Lu Rui urgently unleashed a barrage of earth spikes toward the mutated zombies. The wood-based ability user activated their powers, conjuring numerous vines to restrain the lunging zombies, effectively tripping countless ordinary zombies behind them. However, those that had collapsed in the stairwell continued their relentless attempts to crawl upward, with some being squashed beneath, their eyeballs popping out. Jiang Cheng and the others drew their knives, charging toward the few mutated zombies. Once they dispatched these, the remaining ordinary zombies would gradually retreat, provided they did not make a sound. Chu Yue gathered the thick bolts of lightning in her hands, splitting them into 4 or 5 serpentine bolts that she hurled at the mutated zombies clinging to the wall ahead. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the scene, a series of brilliant white lightning flashed, illuminating the surroundings with blinding clarity. In that fleeting moment, the foremost mutated zombies were struck down, smoking as they fell amidst their brethren. The members present looked at Chu Yue with awe-filled eyes, recognizing her extraordinary power that bordered on the grotesque. However, this was not the time for them to express their admiration, as a horde of zombies was still surging upwards from below. Instructor Jiang, you handle the zombies above, and I will take care of those in the water. Chu Yue called out to Jiang Cheng before pivoting and sprinting downstairs. Upon seeing her direction, Jiang Cheng understood her intent to unleash her thunderous attack in the water. Although he acknowledged the potency of her ability, he felt a twinge of unease letting her face this peril alone. With a swift motion, he plunged his short blade into the eye of an approaching zombie, then briefed Shinbei before dashing after Chu Yue. By the time Chu Yue reached the ground floor, she was already embroiled in a throng of zombies. Wielding her long blade with a ferocity that sent gusts of wind swirling, she executed her strikes with such fluidity and precision that there was no hint of hesitation as she severed heads from bodies, leaving a trail of carnage in her wake. The foul blood and decaying flesh splattered upon her, yet she remained unfazed, her expression cold and focused as she continued to reap the lives of the undead. Jiang Cheng was taken aback. He had presumed Chu Yue's strength lay solely in her abilities, but her mastery of the blade was equally formidable. He even mused that if he were to face her, he might not even stand a chance. Narrowing his eyes, he leapt down the staircase to land behind her, shouting, "Leave these to me. You hurry and unleash your ultimate move." Chu Yue glanced back at Jiang Cheng, who was already engaged in battle, and after a moment's hesitation, she decided to trust him, turning her back to him. Although she was aware of his reliability, relinquishing her safety to him still made her uneasy. Yet, as they approached the flooded ground floor and noted that the zombies on the stairs had been largely dealt with, the immediate danger lessened, allowing her to tentatively place faith in Jiang Cheng. The first floor was a dismal sight, littered with the heads of zombies, extending endlessly before her. They all fixated on Chu Yue, struggling in the water with a singular desire to drag the delectable figure before them down and feast upon her. As she observed the relentless tide of zombies emerging from the depths, Chu Yue clasped her hands together, summoning a dazzling sphere of lightning that crackled with energy. Its edges alive with serpentine bolts of electricity, emitting a hissing sound. In the next instant, she hurled the sphere into the water, and as the electric tendrils danced wildly, the densely packed zombies were reduced to charred remains. While Chu Yue unleashed her thunderous attack, Jiang Cheng fought valiantly, ensuring not a single zombie breached her defenses. With the water now devoid of any approaching threats, they turned their attention to the remaining zombies on the staircase, which were considerably easier to handle. As they ascended, they found that Xinbei and his team had nearly vanquished the zombies above. They quickly gathered a few crystal cores before retreating upstairs, where they tended to Jiang Cheng and his companion's wounds. Chu Yue, unscathed, sought a change of clothes in the family's bedroom, discarding her bloodied attire for fresh dress. The stench of zombie gore clung to her hair, prompting a grimace. Though she longed for a proper wash, the presence of so many others made it impractical. So she settled for a quick wipe with a towel. Emerging in her new outfit, she joined the others for a meal, fortuitously receiving a share. Xinbei offered her a packet of biscuits, a cup of instant noodles, some jerky, a bottle of water, and a can, while the others had to make do with mere water and bread. Their supplies had dwindled significantly, as their provisions from earlier were nearly exhausted, and while water was plentiful due to the presence of a water-based ability user in the group, food remained a pressing concern. After some searching, the team managed to procure a few pots from the kitchen, dismantle a wooden chair, and secure the bedroom curtains, creating a makeshift stove to prepare noodles. Chu Yue reclined on a single sofa in the living room, slowly savoring her biscuits while watching her teammates excitedly prepare the noodles, the aroma wafting through the air. The flickering flames cast a warm glow on their faces as they urged her to join them, but she politely declined, preferring to save her appetite for her own delectable provisions stored in her space. Having consumed a substantial amount of mutated crystal cores, Chu Yue sensed a shift within her space. Though she could not articulate the nature of this change, she would have to investigate further. After finishing most of her biscuits, she offered the can and noodles to her teammates, encouraging them to enjoy the meal. Jiang Cheng, noticing her meager intake, gently coaxed her, "You should eat more. Once the noodles are ready, let them serve you a bowl. You look too thin. This won't do." "No, thank you, Instructor Jiang. I tend to eat lightly, fearing that overindulgence may stretch my stomach, leading to dire consequences when food is scarce," she replied earnestly. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, finding her logic sound as he glanced at the third bread he had intended to devour, ultimately setting it aside. After their meal, darkness enveloped the outside world. To avoid attracting attention, they extinguished the fire used for cooking. The room was plunged into darkness, and after a brief period of adjustment, they could discern the outlines of each other in the gloom. Given the presence of so many soldiers, it was clear that the night watch would not fall to Chu Yue. In fact, Jiang Cheng had gone so far as to reserve a separate room for her, an honor only bestowed upon her and the esteemed Dr. Long. Chu Yue saw no reason to be modest. Being a girl, it seemed entirely reasonable to have her own space amidst a group of men, facilitating her comings and goings to her own realm. Upon entering her room and shutting the door, she immediately stepped into her space. As she did so, a sudden gust of wind greeted her, momentarily disorienting her. Wind? She recalled that everything in her space was typically still. There had never been a breeze before. The only entities capable of movement were herself and the creature she was nurturing, yet now this wind swept through the space, causing the grass to sway gently and sending ripples across the lake's once calm surface. Where could this wind possibly be originating from? Could it be due to that flaccid-skinned mutated zombie from earlier today? Shouldn't she possess wind-related abilities herself? Chu Yue had previously attempted to manifest them. She had already acquired wood abilities, yet the wind powers eluded her. Initially, she thought it was merely a delay in their arrival, only to discover that they were never intended for her at all. Apart from the gentle breeze flowing through her space, everything remained unchanged, devoid of any significant differences. Chu Yue pouted in dissatisfaction, having fed her space at least 6 mutated zombie cores today. She was left with nothing more than this mere gust of wind aside from her wood abilities. Was there truly any distinction between this and a mere fart? With a sigh, she could only silently grumble within, as after all, her space was the master. Perhaps it was best to let go of her aspirations for control. especially since she had continuously enjoyed the benefits and conveniences bestowed upon her by this space. Looking up at the glowing orb in the sky, she mused that perhaps she would only learn the full truth about her space once that boy descended. For now, it would be prudent to eat, as the few biscuits she had consumed earlier were nearly digested. Setting the table, Chu Yue prepared herself a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup: braised pork, stir-fried shredded meat with green peppers, and a cold cucumber salad, accompanied by a sour pickled vegetable vermicelli soup. The braised pork was tender and fragrant, rich yet not greasy, and the steaming sour soup was both tangy and delicious, providing her with great satisfaction as she ate. Enjoying the crisp and refreshing cucumber salad, her thoughts drifted to Qiao, Dandan, and Qi Ming. She wondered how they were faring, whether they would scold her after reading the note she left, and if they were doing well at the base. As she continued to eat, she glanced skyward again, sensing, perhaps mistakenly, that the glowing orb seemed to have grown slightly larger. In any other place, witnessing someone floating above would be quite disconcerting. Yet, she felt no fear toward this figure. Rather, his presence brought her a sense of reassurance. After finishing her meal, she intended to exit her space when suddenly, she noticed several bamboo stalks in the grove across the lake swaying violently. Rushing over, she found Dandan clinging to a few of the bamboo, shaking them vigorously with its now rounder paws, its movements reminiscent of a wild dance. Watching the bamboo bend nearly to a right angle under the strain, she feared it would snap at any moment. Upon closer inspection, she realized several bamboo stalks had already broken, indicating that this wasn't Dandan's first reckless escapade. Dandan, come down.
You need to get down right now.
Chu Yue shouted. Did Dandan not realize its own weight? How could it dare to climb so high, unafraid of the bamboo breaking and sending it tumbling down? Upon noticing Chu Yue's arrival, Dandan shot her a disdainful glance and shook the bamboo even more vigorously. Humph, annoying human. You can find me here, and now that I'm playing across the lake, you don't come to check on me or give me a pat on the head. You have no idea what terrifying things I've just experienced. It had narrowly escaped being sliced into ribbons by the gust of wind. Had it not been clever enough to climb the bamboo to hide, it would have perished. It sulked, feeling neglected. With a series of cracking sounds, the bamboo finally succumbed to Dandan's antics and snapped, sending Dandan plummeting from a height of several meters. Dandan! Chu Yue gasped, relieved to see it had finally fallen. Yet, fearing it might have sustained injuries, especially with the broken bamboo around, she hurriedly called its name and teleported it to her side. Dandan landed beside her, ready to nuzzle against her hand for a comforting pat, but suddenly recoiled, shaking 3 times as it caught a whiff of her scent. It bypassed the head pat entirely and instead tugged at her leg, attempting to pull her toward the lake. No wonder it hadn't come to play. It had become as foul as those monstrous creatures it seemed to despise. Dandan, I can't bathe right now. Don't pull me. Chu Yue recognized Dandan's desire to wash and gently rubbed its head, speaking soothingly. After receiving her affection, Dandan's eyes widened momentarily before it plunged headfirst into the lake. Chu Yue stood bewildered, feeling a bit disheveled. Was she really that odorous? The audacity of Dandan to react so dramatically. She took a whiff of herself and thought she smelled just fine, not that bad at all. Watching Dandan frolic freely in the water, she couldn't help but chuckle as she exited her space. The bedroom remained as tranquil as before, with the wind howling outside, carrying the impatient growls of zombies. In the darkness of the night, something seemed to be stirring. Chu Yue extended her mental energy and cautiously peered outside, her brow furrowing slightly. Chapter 144, The Little Zombie King. The surrounding zombies were all moving toward a singular direction. They struggled through the water. Yet nothing seemed to deter them. Their heads were stretched forward, walking with a fervent devotion. The faint starlight illuminated their decaying heads, creating an eerie spectacle. They congregated in clusters, as if drawn by some unseen force. Chu Yue followed them with her mental energy, carefully probing their destination. The zombies continued their march. In areas where the water was too deep, they would suddenly plunge beneath the surface only to resurface from shallower waters, persisting onward. Approximately 4 or 5 streets away from the building where Chu Yue resided lay a vast plaza, surrounded by shopping malls and centers. A former hub of bustling activity in the city. At the center of the plaza stood a sculpture resembling a phoenix in flight. Atop this sculpture, where the bird's head would be, sat a zombie child. The child, around 8 or 9 years old, showed minimal signs of decay. Its pale face almost indistinguishable from that of a living person. It sat there, head tilted slightly back, gazing up at the sparse stars above, seemingly lost in contemplation. As the number of zombies swelled around it, clustering densely, it appeared as though the entire county's zombies had converged upon this plaza. Several mutated zombies lingered near the phoenix sculpture, observing the throngs of regular zombies below with their oddly shaped faces. A wave of alarm surged through Chu Yue. This was... She exhaled slowly, focusing intently on the zombies that had gathered in the plaza. In the air, faint strands of mental energy, thinner than hair, became discernible, each connecting to a zombie. All these strands converged upon the head of the zombie child. This was a psychic zombie. Moreover, it was a highly ranked psychic zombie king. She looked back at the zombie child, which seemed to sense her gaze, turning its pale eyes directly toward her through the mental energy. Quickly, Chu Yue withdrew her mental energy from under the child's scrutinizing gaze. This psychic zombie king possessed a mental power that was evidently on par with her own, if not slightly superior. It was controlling the zombies to march toward the plaza. Why? Was it the allure of something on that side, or was something grand in the works? Suddenly, Chu Yue noticed a delicate thread of mental energy extending from the head of the zombie child, drawing towards her own mental force. It had found her, without hesitation. Chu Yue responded in kind, though the zombie child's mental energy might surpass her own. At that moment, it was controlling a multitude of zombies, leaving it with little energy to spare for an assault. This was the perfect opportunity to confront it. Chu Yue concentrated her mental energy into a thick strand, ensnaring the zombie child's mental force within, and propelled it towards its head.
Ah!
The zombie child seemed to recoil in pain, letting out a shrill, piercing scream that echoed like that of a terrified child, reverberating through the air and causing Chu Yue's mind to throb painfully. Chu Yue was taken aback. Despite wrapping the zombie child's mental force and forcing it back into its mind, how could it still retaliate? Outside the door, anguished cries erupted, rousing both the watchful and resting team members from their slumber. They clutched their heads and covered their ears, with some even bleeding from their ears.
Doctor.
Long pressed his hands against his ears and emerged from the room, shouting amidst the chaos, "Quick! This is a sonic ability attack. Retrieve the earplugs we prepared earlier." Everyone put them on. Each team member scrambled to produce their earplugs, which were notably damp upon opening, releasing a pungent medicinal aroma. These earplugs had been specially issued as they departed the base, 1 pair per person, due to prior encounters with zombies employing soundwave abilities. Those afflicted by such attacks would lose all capacity to resist, becoming easy prey for the zombies. Jiang Cheng retrieved his earplugs from his bag while making his way to the room where Chu Yue was. He only had 1 pair, but he believed he could endure. He ought to give the earplugs to her. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Cheng opened the door without knocking. As the door swung wide, an overwhelming pressure surged towards him, forcing him to stagger backward.
Get out!
Chu Yue, seated on the floor, cast a sharp glare at Jiang Cheng, her voice icy. Jiang Cheng steadied himself. In the dimness, he could only discern the vague silhouette of Chu Yue, clearly not dismissing him due to any gender-related reasons. Recalling the intense pressure when he had opened the door, he hesitated before softly replying, "If you need anything, just say so. I'll remain at the door." After speaking, he gently closed the door and sat against it, clutching the earplugs in his hand, enduring the cacophony of piercing screams until his ears bled. Yet he refrained from tearing them open to wear. Inside, Chu Yue gritted her teeth. After the zombie child screamed, the mutated zombies under its control began to stir, seemingly intent on following Chu Yue's mental energy to launch an attack on her. However, Chu Yue refused to grant the zombie child that opportunity. She thrust her mental force, entwined with the zombie child's, directly into its mind. Suddenly, she discovered that within the brain of this mental-type zombie, she could directly locate its core. Just as she identified the core of the mental-type zombie child and began to divide her mental energy into countless fine strands to envelop it, Jiang Cheng's abrupt entry interrupted her. Seizing the moment of disconnection, the zombie child swiftly retracted its dispersed mental force controlling the zombies, forming a protective barrier around itself. Chu Yue's renewed surge of mental energy was thwarted by this barrier, momentarily preventing her from breaching it. Frustration welled within her. What an utterly incompetent creature. The mental-type zombie child continued to scream, attempting to disrupt Chu Yue's assault through this method. Chapter 145. Supplies from the Spatial Realm. Chu Yue found the screams irritating. Aside from the initial shock that had caused her head to throb, now, they merely vexed her. It felt as though countless unruly children were wailing before her. And she yearned to stride up to that zombie child and silence it with a smelly sock. With the zombie child's mental control dissipated, the gathered zombies began to disperse aimlessly, and several mutated zombies, previously poised atop the phoenix statue, leapt down, vanishing into the night. Chu Yue, however, could not afford to ponder where the mutated zombies had fled. Her foremost priority was to eliminate this mental-type little zombie king. Otherwise, not just her, but every soul within the room would be doomed. Focusing her mental energy, she exerted all her strength to breach the zombie child's mental barrier. The barrier encased the child like a cocoon, and Chu Yue's mental needles merely grazed its resilient surface, failing to penetrate. A sheen of sweat broke on her forehead. This stalemate was untenable. She needed a new strategy. As she circled the barrier with her mental energy, she suddenly discerned a flaw within it. Composed of myriad strands of mental force, the barrier appeared solid, yet it harbored gaps. Elated, she devised a plan. She abruptly fragmented her thick mental needle into countless threads even finer than the zombie child's mental strands, infiltrating the barrier. Clearly unprepared for such a maneuver, the zombie child was caught off guard as Chu Yue's mental energy slipped through. Still, the little zombie king was not to be underestimated. As Chu Yue's mental force dispersed into myriad strands, it instinctively ensnared her energy in a counteraction. To it, Chu Yue's mental force was irresistibly alluring. Should it claim this power, it could command even higher-tier mutated beings. The two strands of mental energy entwined tightly, and Chu Yue instantly felt the creeping sensation of impending control, yearning to withdraw but finding herself ensnared by the little zombie king's grasp. This was disastrous. She could not permit this little zombie king to dominate her. Steadying her resolve, Chu Yue swiftly contemplated a means to extricate herself from this mental control. The little zombie king aimed to dominate her, but it would not succeed easily. However, she could seize the opportunity to absorb the little zombie king's mental energy, while their forces intertwined. In the realm of energy absorption, Chu Yue was quite adept. As she diligently propelled her mental strands to siphon the little zombie king's energy, the child quickly sensed the anomaly. Not only had it failed to control the source of this mental energy, but its own vitality was being relentlessly drained. Realizing this, the little zombie king hastily relinquished its hold on Chu Yue's mental force, attempting to retract its energy. But how could Chu Yue, in the throes of energy absorption, allow it to escape? She exerted her mental energy, tightly ensnaring the little zombie king, leaving it no opportunity for escape. Enraged, the little zombie king channeled more of its mental energy into the strands, causing them to thicken considerably. It forcefully twisted around Chu Yue's delicate mental threads, attempting to shatter them. A sharp pain surged through Chu Yue's mind, and it was not only her head that throbbed. Every joint in her body began to ache. The little zombie king's mental energy entwined with hers, akin to a colossal serpent constricting her entire form, making her bones creak painfully. It hurt. She needed to extricate herself from this predicament. Yet, Chu Yue's mental energy was still too distant from the battlefield. Her current output seemed to have reached its limit, leaving her incapable of infusing more energy into the fray. Damn it! Was all that energy I consumed for naught? Was this the end? At that very moment, a commotion erupted within the luminous sphere in the space around her, as countless transparent specks shot forth, swiftly merging with Chu Yue's ensnared mental strands. Instantly, her delicate threads thickened several times over, straining the little zombie king's mental energy to the brink of rupture. Following this, her augmented mental threads suddenly sprouted numerous smaller branches, diving into the fissures of the little zombie king's mental energy, voraciously siphoning its power. The little zombie king, like a desperate creature severing its own tail to survive, sacrificed a significant portion of its mental energy to reclaim what it could, turning to flee. It could not afford to lose this mental energy, lest it incur even greater losses. Bolstered by this spatial energy, Chu Yue could not let such a prized prey escape. she promptly directed her mental energy to pursue. Observing Chu Yue's relentless advance, the little zombie king hastily erected a mental barrier behind it, continuing its arduous escape through the puddles. Chu Yue, undeterred, swiftly penetrated the barrier with ease. The little zombie king was too naive, having been startled by Chu Yue's recent voracious absorption of its energy. It was now entirely oblivious to counterattack, fixated solely on fleeing. After breaching the little zombie king's mental barrier, Chu Yue's threads rapidly coalesced, churning violently and reducing the barrier to mere fragments. The little zombie king emitted a wretched scream, a sound far more piercing and resonant than its earlier sonic assault. Echoing through the night sky, the team members inside the house, donned with earplugs, felt their heads throb painfully, let alone Jiang Cheng, who had not equipped himself with any protection. Beads of sweat streamed down his face, blood trickled from his ears, yet he remained rooted at the doorway, furrowed brows straining to discern the commotion within. He knew that Chu Yue was undoubtedly contending with this mutated zombie possessing sonic abilities. However, in the face of such an unseen and intangible entity, there was little he could contribute, and even his earlier intrusion may have inadvertently hindered her. Thus, he stood vigil at the door, hoping to be of assistance to her when the need arose. For the first time, he earnestly wished for an ability of his own, if only to alleviate the sense of helplessness that enveloped him during this silent battle. Within the room, Chu Yue was hardly in a more favorable situation. The little zombie king's anguished cry felt akin to a heavy hammer striking her chest, momentarily stealing her breath away. What kind of ability was this? It was far more formidable than the roars of the river Dong lion. Yet at this critical moment, despite the pain, Chu Yue dared not allow her focus to waver. Chapter 146, Symbiosis. She thrust her concentrated mental energy into the little zombie king's head, swiftly dividing it into countless fine strands that scoured for the crystal core within. Soon, she rediscovered the crystalline core, ensnaring it with her myriad strands of mental energy. Feeling the energy coursing through the core as she gradually absorbed it, the little zombie king thrashed its head in agony, rolling in the puddles of the plaza, its pale blue face contorted with expressions of suffering unbefitting a zombie. However, submerged in the water, it could no longer emit even the most piercing of screams. The core was brimming with energy, and after a considerable time, Chu Yue finally drained it completely. The sudden influx of energy sent her mental power surging wildly, as if it were too abundant and sought an outlet. This sensation bore a striking resemblance to her previous experience of ability advancement. Could it be that by consuming this crystal core, her mental powers might undergo a proper progression? She quickly focused her mind, reining in the surging energy. These energy clusters, enveloped by her mental force, were gradually absorbed, yet ultimately transformed into radiant, crystalline points that soared into the space, contributing to the luminous sphere above. Chu Yue sighed softly, deciding to cease her inquiries into the current stage of her abilities. If following the standard progression, absorbing such vast energy, and the core should have elevated her to the max level of power long ago. Yet, her abilities appeared to remain in a nebulous phase beyond the 4th tier, but not entirely so. It seemed as though her powers were inexhaustible, free from the fear of depletion. While others at the 4th tier could unleash 10 attacks, her powers could unleash 100. Moreover, the recently acquired wood and water abilities did not seem to be at the novice level, rather hovering around the 3rd or 4th tier. Chu Yue began to comprehend that her relationship with the spatial energy was likely one of symbiosis, when she did not require it. All surplus energy sustained the youth within the luminous sphere. However, whenever she needed it, the energy contained within could be wielded at her discretion, even propelling her abilities several tiers higher. Thus, during her recent confrontation with the little zombie king, her mental energy could surge instantaneously, suppressing its counterattack. Chu Yue opened her eyes to find tranquility restored around her. The zombies had largely reverted to silence, with only a handful still vocally practicing their growls. "Boss, what happened? Why is there so much blood?" The panicked voice of Wang Wei came from outside the door. Chu Yue rose and opened the door, only for Jiang Cheng, seated at the threshold, to unexpectedly topple forward, his head colliding painfully against her foot. He quickly righted himself, looking at Chu Yue with a serious expression. Was it successful? Chu Yue raised an eyebrow. It seemed Jiang instructor had an inkling of what she had just been doing. How astute of him. Nevertheless, knowing was inconsequential. After all, She had mentioned her mental abilities to him before. It's nothing. Everyone should sleep if they can, and those on watch should keep their posts. Chu Yue nodded and replied to Jiang Cheng. At that moment, Jiang Cheng found it increasingly difficult to hear her, yet seeing her nod and appear at ease. He finally relaxed the tension he had been holding. Only then did he notice the throbbing pain in his head and ears, clutching his head in discomfort.
Boss.
Why weren't you wearing earplugs? With all this blood, you won't go deaf, will you? Wang Wei observed Jiang Cheng holding the unwrapped earplugs in his hand. Seeing his pained expression, Wang Wei felt a surge of anxiety. It was then that Chu Yue realized everyone else had donned earplugs, while Jiang Cheng was the sole exception, merely holding them in hand. So, he had come in to deliver earplugs to himself? Chu Yue recalled the words spoken by Jiang Cheng when he closed the door, and suddenly understood why he sat at the entrance without wearing earplugs later. Was it out of fear that he might not hear her call when she needed him?
Indeed.
Instructor Jiang remains as dependable as ever. Instructor Jiang, allow me to assist you to the sofa for a moment, Chu Yue said, extending her hand as she, alongside Wang Wei, helped Jiang Cheng toward the couch. In an unseen corner, a cascade of white light emanated from the palm of Chu Yue, coursing along Jiang Cheng's arm towards his injured ear and brain. Jiang Cheng felt a delightful tingling sensation in the arm that Chu Yue was supporting. So pleasurable that he couldn't suppress a muffled groan, which caused Wang Wei, standing nearby, to become flustered. The commander must be severely affected by that sonic ability. Otherwise, how could this iron-willed man, who bears gunshot wounds in silence, make such sounds? Quickly, you two, come over and lend a hand. Help lift the commander, so he can lie down. Wang Wei frantically called to two nearby team members. Knowing that Chu Yue lacked the strength to assist the imposing figure of Jiang Cheng, they had taken ages to cover a mere few steps. The two team members hurried over, taking Jiang Cheng from Chu Yue's hands and swiftly placing him on the sofa, while someone urgently summoned Academician Long. Jiang Cheng reluctantly released Chu Yue's hand, feeling a profound sense of loss. That previous sensation was indescribably wonderful, so much so that his head and ear no longer ached. He found himself longing for that feeling, an experience he had never encountered in over 20 years. Upon seeing the considerable blood flow from Jiang Cheng's ear, Academician Long grew concerned about potential damage and promptly conducted an examination. With this amount of bleeding, will his ear still function? After the examination, Academician Long sighed in relief. There was hardly any issue, and his symptoms were significantly milder than those of other team members, though the blood loss appeared alarming. These soldiers were indeed the cream of the crop, enduring even such sonic abilities. The military had high hopes for this operation. However, Academician Long was less optimistic about the mission. The notion of awakening abilities in soldiers while keeping them safe from zombies seemed utterly implausible. The higher-ups' intentions were commendable, but executing them was far from simple. Even with the consumption of crystal cores, not everyone could awaken their powers. Yet, the laboratory had been researching supernatural abilities before the apocalypse, reportedly yielding commendable results. After the cataclysm, they had approached the central authority, claiming they could awaken abilities in all ordinary people, which was akin to delivering a monumental piece of good news. Following careful consideration by the higher-ups, it was decided to send him for an on-site investigation, hence the current operation. Chapter 147. I can handle it myself. The capital's base placed immense importance on Academician Long's visit to the experimental base, sending them directly via helicopter to Anping Base. However, after departing from Anping Base, they had traversed a mere 200 kilometers over the span of 4 days. The challenges they encountered grew increasingly complex, and Academician Long harbored an unshakable concern about whether they could safely reach the experimental base. His life was inconsequential, having lived for so many years. He felt he had fulfilled his quota. If he could contribute even a little to this sudden catastrophe facing humanity, then even death would hold no regret. Yet, he feared the loss of so many exemplary soldiers would yield nothing in return. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was stable, Chu Yue turned and returned to her room. The battle with the little zombie king had been arduous, leaving her feeling as if her muscles had been stretched. She was uncertain whether to feel discomfort or relief. Perhaps it was best to rest early. At last, the night passed peacefully. As dawn broke, Jiang Cheng took his team downstairs to launch the rubber boats and speedboat. Chu Yue also rose, making her way slowly downstairs. Spotting Jiang Cheng alone, she approached him with a smile and said, "Instructor Jiang, may I discuss something with you?" Jiang Cheng, noticing her petite face draw closer, instinctively stepped back. His heart raced at the sight of Chu Yue. Had his complexion not been so dark, he feared he might blush. He felt a twinge of annoyance at his own reaction. After all, she was just a young girl, and he shouldn't harbor such thoughts about her. "What is it?" Jiang Cheng inquired, striving to maintain a calm tone. "Well, Instructor Jiang, I see you currently have 3 rubber boats and 1 speedboat, correct?" Upon seeing him nod, Chu Yue continued with a charming smile, "If you proceed as is, even if the speedboat is fast, it will still have to wait for the rubber boats, won't it?" Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, observing the gleam of mischief in her expression. What scheme was she concocting now? The propulsion system of the speedboat was indeed more powerful than that of the rubber boats, allowing for greater speed. Was she worried the speedboat would leave her behind? "Rest assured, I will certainly wait for you," Jiang Cheng replied, his tone unexpectedly gentle, leaving even him surprised. Chu Yue was momentarily taken aback by his words. Wait for what? She quickly shifted back to her proposal. "Instructor Jiang, how about this? Let's swap boats. You take my rubber boat, and I will pilot the speedboat. This way, your speeds will match, and neither of us will have to wait for the other. Plus, my rubber boat is reinforced with metal, so it's safe from the zombies lurking beneath the water. It would be perfect for clearing the way. Wouldn't that be the best arrangement?" At that moment, Shunbei and Academician Long also descended the stairs. And upon hearing Chu Yue's words, Shunbei couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Yu, are you saying you won't be traveling with us?" Chu Yue turned to face Shunbei. "Of course, I want to be going with you. I need to head north to find my parents. That's out of the question. It's far too dangerous for you to travel alone." Shunbei immediately objected, aware of her capabilities, yet recognizing the inherent risks of solo travel. While awake, she might manage, but even the mightiest grow weary and require rest. Who would dare to sleep outside without someone to guard them against a sudden zombie attack? Jiang Cheng, too, recognized her intention to commandeer the speedboat. However, he was equally concerned for her safety. Such a beautiful girl could attract attention not only from zombies. "Xiao Yu, it's far too perilous for you to travel alone. Why not accompany us instead?" Jiang Cheng urged patiently. "Once we return to the base, we can disseminate information regarding your parents' whereabouts. If we receive any concrete leads, wouldn't it be better for me to accompany you to find them than for you to wander aimlessly?" Shunbei chimed in, "Exactly. After we return, we can help you search for them. Moreover, you have no way of contacting them now. How can you be sure they're looking for you? They might just be hiding in a safe place, and your aimless search will yield nothing." Chu Yue's expression grew cold as she firmly rejected, "No need. I know they are definitely coming for me. I know they are ahead. They wouldn't go to any base. They just want to reach their destination quickly and find me." She lowered her gaze slightly, reflecting on her decision to stop and rescue Jiang Cheng and his companions yesterday. To her, it felt like a waste of time. Yet she could not bear to watch them meet their demise. Since childhood, her parents had instilled in her the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. Had it not been for Jiang Cheng and his instructors in her previous life, Chu Yue might have been devoured by zombies on the very day the outbreak occurred. Thus, both Jiang Cheng and the accompanying Dr. Long were individuals she simply could not abandon. However, if they were willing to exchange the speedboat with her, she could make up for the lost time from yesterday. How perfect that would be. Chu Yue looked at Jiang Cheng, her eyes resolute as she continued. "I understand that every minute I spend here may mean missing them, but I know they will not give up until they find me. I, too, will not rest until I locate them." Jiang Cheng regarded Chu Yue with a frown, recognizing her stubbornness. Dr. Long, having listened to their conversation from the sidelines, finally interjected. "Very well, here's what we shall do. Since Xiao Yu wishes to find her parents, we cannot obstruct her. However, traveling alone can indeed be perilous. Why not select someone from the team to accompany her? That way, everyone can feel at ease." Upon hearing this, Chu Yue quickly objected, No. They are here to protect you. How could I allow someone to accompany me? Besides, if they leave with me, they would be punished upon their return. This is not something I can allow." Jiang Cheng and Shunbei exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. This was indeed a brilliant plan. Dr. Long chuckled heartily. "What's the matter? Had it not been for you yesterday, I might not have made it through. Rest assured, since they are here to protect me, I certainly have the authority to assign them to other tasks without fear of punishment upon their return. Chu Yue shook her head vehemently, refusing to let anyone accompany her. What a joke. I am far more comfortable on my own. I certainly do not require company. Chapter 148. Is it so bad to be alone?
No. No.
I traveled here alone just a few days ago. You need not worry about me. I can take care of myself. It truly isn't necessary. I only wish to exchange for a speedboat. If that is inconvenient, then so be it. With that, Chu Yue turned and walked towards her inflatable boat. Jiang Cheng hurriedly grabbed her arm, sighing as he said, "Why must you be so obstinate? We are merely concerned for your safety on the road. We can facilitate the exchange, can't we?" Chu Yue glanced back at the group of helpless faces, her eyes twinkling with a smile.
Do not worry about me.
I am perfectly fine. Jiang Cheng offered a reluctant smile. As the captain of this mission, he could not accompany her to find her parents, no matter how much he wished to. Yet he trusted that Chu Yue was more than capable. Her abilities surpassed those of the elite forces in their group. He genuinely believed she could take care of herself. As they parted ways, Jiang Cheng handed her a bag filled with a generous supply of food.
Take this.
Always keep it on your back. When you find food, add it to your pack so you won't go hungry. Chu Yue accepted the bag with gratitude. Thank you, Instructor Jiang. I had a bag before, but I accidentally dropped it in the water. This incident was indeed a lapse in Chu Yue's judgment. While traversing the road alone, she had stored everything in her space for convenience and had forgotten to retrieve a bag when she went to rescue someone. It seemed she would need to carry a bag even when alone, lest she find herself without sustenance in an emergency. Seeing her accept the backpack, Jiang Cheng suddenly remarked, "Please, do not call me Instructor Jiang. My name is Jiang Cheng. Once I complete this mission, I will come to find you and accompany you to locate your parents. That won't be necessary. I believe I will find them soon," Chu Yue replied as she slung the backpack over her shoulder. Her words were far from empty. She had been calculating the route her parents would take and believed they would reach Hong Province swiftly. For the past 2 days, she had been relentlessly pursuing their path, eager to close the distance. Once they passed Hong Province, if they avoided heavily populated areas, they would likely choose to traverse the grasslands. That was her best-case scenario. If they opted for the grasslands, they would undoubtedly encounter the messages she left along the way and would turn back. Yet the grassland routes were convoluted, and she feared her parents might be too anxious and take alternate paths. Should they choose to navigate through the densely populated provinces, it could spell disaster. After bidding farewell to Jiang Cheng and his team, Chu Yue piloted the speedboat onward without looking back. The vicinity of Hong Province was renowned for its expansive plains, and the recent downpour had transformed it into a vast sea. However, once she crossed this flat expanse and reached the highlands, she would no longer encounter standing water and could proceed with her journey. The speed of the speedboat indeed surpassed that of Chu Yue's inflatable craft by a significant margin. She sped along, and by mid-afternoon, she was nearing Anping Base. Chu Yue had no intention of entering Anping Base, so she maneuvered the speedboat to skirt around it. As she continued on her path, she suddenly heard the roar of engines behind her. Glancing back, she saw 3 fiberglass speedboats racing toward her, powered by diesel and moving at remarkable speed, quickly closing the distance. As the 3 speedboats reached her, one cut directly in front of her, blocking her path, while the other 2 flanked her on either side, maintaining a matching pace. Chu Yue gradually reduced her speed, casting a calm gaze at the burly men aboard the vessels. The men laughed boisterously among themselves, and one with a scruffy beard shouted, "See, old heir? I told you this girl is quite a catch. You didn't believe me, did you? Look at her. She can't be too old. It's worth the chase." The man referred to as Old Heir had disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest and a towering physique. Despite the drastic drop in temperature following the rain, most people donned light jackets. He, however, remained in a short-sleeved shirt, revealing muscular arms that indicated he was a strength-type ability user. Old Heir leered at Chu Yue, surveying her from head to toe, and smirked. "Not bad. The chase was worth it. You lot better not fight me for this one. It's been ages since I got first pick." As he spoke, a man with a buzz cut reached out to grab Chu Yue. She met his gaze with indifference, and in an instant, the buzz-cut man froze, his eyes glazed over, blood trickling from his nose. One of his companions nudged him, mockingly scolding, "What a loser. You're so entranced by a glance?" However, as he pushed him, the buzz-cut man teetered and would have fallen into the water had he not caught himself.
Great.
The man panicked, preparing to alert the others about the buzz-cut-esque condition, when suddenly a sharp pain pierced his head, causing him to sway and collapse. Chu Yue slowly turned to regard the remaining individuals on the other boats, who were now realizing that two of their comrades had been incapacitated by this woman. Old Air's eyes widened in outrage, and he bellowed, "Damn it. What have you done to my brother?" With a clenched fist, he lunged toward Chu Yue's speedboat. But before he could reach her, he lost control and plunged into the water. Chu Yue deftly evaded the splashes of water, only to find several vines suddenly thrusting toward her. With a slight raise of her brow, she watched as the vines unexpectedly redirected and lunged at the individual who had summoned them, ensnaring his neck and contorting it grotesquely. The remaining few, gripped by fear, dared not launch another attack and maneuvered the speedboat to make a hasty retreat. Chu Yue narrowed her eyes and cast a glance at them, and in an instant, they crumpled to the deck, clutching their heads. A bunch of worthless fools. With their collapse, the speedboat naturally came to a halt. Chu Yue drew it closer and commenced her routine of scavenging corpses. The bodies bore identification cards from the amping base, indicating they were sent on a mission by the establishment. She collected the cards, knowing that the points contained within could later be transferred to her own card, amounting to a modest sum. The individuals possessed no other valuables, not even a common crystal core. They were utterly destitute. In this post-apocalyptic world, both official and private bases are plagued by abilities users who, emboldened by their powers, act with impunity towards ordinary folk. Yet, when confronted by true danger, such as zombies, these individuals surely falter. Otherwise, how could they lack even a single ordinary crystal core? The 3 speedboats were laden with numerous bottles of water, suggesting their mission was to procure water. Chu Yue pushed the bodies into the water and stowed 2 of the speedboats, along with her own, into her spatial pocket, opting to pilot the remaining fiberglass boat herself. This diesel-powered speedboat belonged to the base, and its speed was far more exhilarating than that of electric motors. As Chu Yue navigated the newly acquired vessel, she pressed onward. At her current pace, she should reach the plateau region by nightfall. Chapter 149. The Rolling Wound. Chu Yue continued her journey until darkness enveloped the sky, finally catching sight of the dim silhouettes of small hills in the distance. However, as the saying goes, to see the mountain is to tire the horse, and though she could now see the hills, it would take considerable time to reach them. The engine of the speedboat roared loudly, echoing like thunder in the stillness of the wilderness. During the day, the zombies were less active, and she deftly evaded them with serpentine maneuvers, while the mutated zombies that managed to pursue her delayed her progress slightly. She welcomed the opportunity for the mutant crystal cores they offered. Yet, come nightfall, even ordinary zombies became sharper than during the day. Despite her ability to see clearly in the dark, she refrained from taking unnecessary risks while traveling at night. Extending her mental perception, Chu Yue sensed the restless undead lurking beneath the water. She resolved to find a safe spot to wait for dawn. In this desolate wilderness, with toxic waters all around, she had no desire to meet an untimely end. Not far ahead lay a small village submerged in water, featuring a slightly leaning 2-story building at its entrance. Chu Yue assessed the precarious structure and grimaced slightly. Very well, this will do. She piloted the speedboat to the base of the building, climbed up the railing to the 2nd floor, and as she prepared to retrieve the speedboat, a zombie clad in pajamas burst forth from a room. Unfazed, Chu Yue swiftly stored the speedboat in her spatial pocket, propelled herself upward, and found herself face-to-face with the decaying visage of the charging zombie. She sidestepped the zombie's ravenous bite, her palm transforming into a sharp blade, which she used to sever the zombie's head with a single stroke. Though it was merely an ordinary zombie, she did not disdain its crystal core. As she extracted the core, she surveyed her surroundings. The upstairs appeared secure, yet downstairs, a horde of zombies was converging. Contemplating her options, she tossed a thunderball down below to clear the encroaching undead. Although she could retreat to her space to rest, she would still need to remain in this building for the night. With zombies swarming below, she felt a twinge of unease. The long night stretched ahead, and she feared that she might inadvertently doze off. The upper floor contained 3 bedrooms, and Chu Yue meticulously searched each one, stowing several wardrobes into her spatial pocket. Previously, her clothing had been haphazardly piled within her space. While it was impervious to moisture and decay, its chaotic appearance unsettled her. With the wardrobes, she could organize her belongings. After thoroughly searching the upper floor, she sealed the staircase leading up to it and retreated into her spatial sanctuary. Now alone, she yearned for a shower, a hair wash, and a delectable meal. In truth, her current circumstances were vastly improved compared to her previous life, where water for bathing was a luxury, and simply having enough to drink was a triumph. Yet, who could tolerate being unclean when conditions allowed for cleanliness? Inside her spatial realm, all was as usual. Chu Yue entered her RV and treated herself to a refreshing shower. With her 4th-tier water ability, she had no need to worry about a lack of water. After bathing, she even bypassed the need for a hairdryer, using her water powers to absorb the moisture from her hair until it was perfectly dry. She admired her now fluffy locks in the mirror, marveling at the convenience. Perusing her food supplies, she suddenly craved hot pot, but eating alone seemed lackluster. She decided to wait until she could share it with her parents. Instead, she roasted a duck and prepared a bowl of lotus root and pork rib soup for a simple meal. Another day passed, filled with longing for her parents and companions. The roasted duck, prepared with care, was crisp on the outside yet tender within, its enticing aroma wafting through the air, far surpassing the cold duck from the restaurant. Enjoying her meal, she paired the duck with 2 bowls of rice, finishing with a soup, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Sated, Chu Yue strolled to the edge of the bamboo grove, hoping that Dandan would no longer find her displeasing. Within the bamboo, Dandan was indeed dining, albeit with newfound selectiveness, discarding the older shoots and only nibbling on the tender tips. It devoured merely a third of a shoot, and Chu Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. Such extravagant eating habits were beyond her means. Dandan, do you realize how wasteful you are being? She admonished. If you continue like this, you'll deplete the bamboo grove and have to resort to old bamboo. She crouched before him, pointing at the discarded shoots. How could it be that when he first entered her space, he would chew a bamboo shoot and even pick up the tiniest morsel that fell? How quickly he had learned to indulge. Dandan paused, his large, shiny eyes reflecting confusion and discontent. What's wrong with eating bamboo?
He seemed to ask.
Do you know that only the tips can replenish energy quickly? Do you have any idea how much I exercise daily? Seeing Dandan gaze at her with his adorably dazed expression, Chu Yue's heart melted, and she quickly reassured him. Go ahead and eat as you wish. It will grow back anyway. It's just bamboo after all. Once you finish the tender shoots, it won't be my concern if you have to eat the old stuff. She affectionately patted Dandan's large head, eliciting a delighted squint from him. However, as she continued to stroke him, she noticed something amiss. There were wounds on his body. Just as she leaned in for a closer inspection, Dandan suddenly sprang up and bolted away. In the blink of an eye, he was several meters away from her. Chu Yue was somewhat taken aback. When had Dandan learned to run so swiftly? Had it awakened a new ability related to speed? Dandan, come here. Let me see if you climbed up a bamboo and injured yourself while playing, she called. Such a rascal, refusing to show her its wounds. The bloodstains scrubbed clean. Was it truly afraid of receiving a playful swat on its rear? Dandan hesitated to approach, having lost a skirmish against its adversary. It felt too embarrassed to let Chu Yue see it, fearing it would lose face as a bear. Refusing to come over, are we? Chu Yue's brows knitted slightly as she pursed her lips and inquired. Dandan understood there was no escaping. If Chu Yue wished to summon it, it would inevitably fly to her side without a moment's hesitation. Reluctantly, it ambled back to her, squatting before her. Chu Yue conducted a thorough examination, revealing numerous long, gash-like wounds. Although none were life-threatening, they were indeed serious injuries. The cuts were long, tidy, and rather deep. They certainly did not appear to be the result of bamboo, but rather seemed inflicted by a blade. As Chu scanned the bamboo grove, she noticed that many of the bamboo stalks bore similar cuts, with some even severed completely. What on earth is happening? Could there be someone else in this space? She pondered, feeling a chill run down her spine. This was a threat that could not be tolerated. She needed to root out this danger. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to the sky, her brows furrowing as she surveyed her surroundings. It was certainly not him. Their symbiotic bond allowed her to sense his movements almost instinctively. This entity is quite adept at hiding, had it not tormented Gongon. I might never have discovered its presence. Lowering her gaze to the pitiful Gongon squatting beside her, Chu Yue extended her hand, activating her healing powers to mend its wounds. Gongon, tell me who did this to you, and I shall seek vengeance on your behalf. As she healed Gongon, she inquired. The healing energy enveloped Gongon, bringing comfort and alleviating the pain. The bear stretched out, rolling on the ground a few times. Yet it remained tight-lipped about Chu Yue's question. It was acutely aware that it had been at a disadvantage in its encounter with that entity and was unwilling to disclose such a humiliating experience. Gongon feigned indifference. And Chu Yue chose not to press the matter. She had not expected to glean any answers from it, merely asking out of casual curiosity. After tending to Gongon's injuries, she surveyed the space around her. Everything remained unchanged, devoid of any hint of danger. She felt entirely secure in her domain. As the sovereign of this realm, she could manipulate every element within it, save for the luminous orbs floating above. Chu Yue furrowed her brows slightly. What could possibly have caused Gongon such injuries? Besides Gongon and the boy, was there another sentient force within this space? A gentle breeze brushed against her freshly washed hair, tickling her forehead with stray strands. She swiftly gathered her hair with a rubber band, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. She had an inkling of what this entity might be. You see, I allowed you to enter my space, but I did not grant you permission to roam freely within it. If you've come in, you must abide by my rules. With her healing powers having fully restored Gongon, the bear playfully rolled on the ground before affectionately rubbing against Chu Yue's leg, seeking a gentle pat. It was not particularly averse to pain, but the wound hindered its movements. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly bested that entity in their last encounter. Surprised by the human's impressive skills, Gongon decided to stick close to her from now on. A sudden gust of wind swept through, ruffling Gongon's fluffy fur. In an instant, it flipped upright and playfully tugged Chu Yue towards the bamboo grove. Chu Yue found herself being dragged into the thicket, where Gongon nestled her among the bamboo stalks. The wind picked up slightly, rustling the leaves in a cacophony. Chu Yue observed as Gongon maneuvered adeptly among the bamboo, its plump, round body transforming into a picture of agility. The wind seemed to swirl around it, avoiding contact. While leaves fluttered down, their descent a mystery, whether dislodged by Gongon or the wind itself. Chu Yue stood between the bamboo, scrutinizing the wind. It felt no different from an ordinary breeze, gentle as it caressed her. However, Gongon's reaction indicated the wind bore an aggressive nature and had attacked more than once. Clearly, this entity possessed a tendency to prey on the vulnerable. Closing her eyes, she focused her mental energy to perceive the wind's form. Before her mind's eye, the wind coalesced into a swirling current, embedded with luminous energy particles. These pale azure orbs adhered to one another like glue, relentlessly assaulting Gongon as it dodged and weaved through the bamboo. Yet, Gongon exhibited a remarkable understanding of the current's patterns, deftly slipping into the crevices of the bamboo while swiping at the wind with its paw. Each time it connected, several energy particles were dislodged, yet they quickly returned to the current, seemingly unwilling to stray far from their source. Suddenly, all the energy particles converged, and the current compressed into a crescent shape, transforming into a scimitar aimed at Gongon. The bear swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the strike. While the two bamboo stalks before it were severed cleanly, Chu Yue opened her eyes, realization dawning upon her. This wind was the manifestation of a wind-type zombie's crystal core. Unlike other cores, this one, while infused with wind energy, was not solely wind-based. It resembled a conversion of wind energy. It could consolidate into a wind blade or expand into a gentle breeze. Remarkably, it could also elude absorption by the luminous orbs. This entity was indeed intriguing. Now that she had discerned its nature, Chu Yue decided to take action. This was her space, and she would not allow such an uncertain element to persist within it. With resolve, Chu Yue charged towards the swirling wind. Just as she was about to make contact, the crescent wind blade transformed again into a gentle breeze, attempting to evade her grasp. However, Chu Yue would not grant it such an opportunity. In her domain, she could not permit the existence of something whose intentions were unclear. There would be but two outcomes today. Either it would be subdued and made to serve her, or it would be annihilated. The entity seemed aware of its disadvantage against Chu Yue and transformed into a gentle breeze, seeking to flee. Chu Yue reached out, grasping a handful of the energy particles within the current, refusing to release them as she forcefully absorbed them into her palm. Although it was merely a small handful, she sensed that these energies were far more rebellious, eager to escape her grasp. Channeling her lightning abilities, she quickly subdued them, ensuring their compliance. The wind had drifted to the opposite shore of the lake, flitting about as if reluctant to part with the energy it had lost, yet it dared not approach again. "Come here," Chu Yue commanded softly, her gaze unwavering. In the next instant, a gust of air was summoned before Chu Yue, from which she swiftly extracted a handful of shimmering energy orbs. Though they attempted to flee, she retained dominion over them, rendering them immobile. Like a fruit picker deftly harvesting from a tree, Chu Yue meticulously gathered every last orb of energy, absorbing them into the palm of her hand. With the energy depleted, the gust gradually transformed into a genuine gentle breeze, dissipating as it brushed against the bamboo grove behind her. Observing the pulsating orbs of energy still swirling within her palm, a sly smile crept across Chu Yue's face as a bolt of lightning coursed down her arm and struck the orbs. Chapter 151. Oh, Yu. The energy orbs were instantly shattered by the intense voltage, the once rebellious little entities, now wilting in her palm. Chu Yue brought her hand closer for inspection, noticing that the orbs were tightly clustered together, forming a pale blue sphere. Puzzled, she wondered why, now that they were free from the gust, they were not being absorbed by the large luminescent orb above. Lifting her hand slightly, she found the sphere languidly resting in her palm, showing no inclination to be absorbed. At that moment, Gun dashed out from the bamboo grove, circling around Chu Yue, its fur bristling as it expressed its dissatisfaction vehemently. It had been confident in its ability to conquer this entity, only to have its moment snatched away by Chu Yue. Unhappy, Chu Yue paid no heed to Gun. After all, who could fathom what it was dissatisfied about? She had just saved it, hadn't she? Attempting to absorb the sphere, she found that while it entered her grasp, it did not respond to her commands like other energies did. They remained obstinately still, seemingly deaf to her directives. If they were so stubborn, then perhaps it was time to extinguish them. Chu Yue had no desire to prolong this encounter. She possessed an abundance of abilities, and such a disobedient one was of no use to her. Gathering her lightning powers in the hand that had absorbed the energy sphere, she decided it was better to eliminate this potential threat now, rather than later. The energy orb sensed her intent to destroy them, beginning to dart chaotically within her arm. But a surge of electricity rendered them powerless. The energy sphere struggled, attempting to escape her grasp, swirling around her in circles. Chu Yue suddenly felt a subtle shift, as if these energies were beginning to yield to her. Alas, it was too late. Such a rebellious entity, even if it now appeared compliant, could not be trusted. The feeble orbs lined up within her body, fervently expressing their submission. Chu Yue regarded them with a dispassionate hum, retracting her lightning, signifying her acceptance of their surrender. In truth, she had merely intended to intimidate them. If she had wanted them destroyed, she would have done so long ago. She actually found them quite desirable. If controlled properly, they could serve as an inexhaustible weapon. Gathering the energy sphere back into her palm, Chu Yue sought to test their capabilities. However, the sphere remained utterly still in her hand. What was this? Were they beginning to slack off? Just as she was about to lose her temper, she recalled that the previous energy spheres had moved with the gusts of air. Perhaps they could not move on their own. With this realization, Chu Yue swiftly exited her space and stepped onto the balcony of the small building, summoning the energy sphere once more. Upon encountering the air currents, the energy sphere immediately scattered into the atmosphere, forming a swirling blade of wind. She directed it towards a nearby zombie, and the wind blade effortlessly cleaved it in two. The blade then returned to her side, circling around her hand in a playful manner. Chu Yue raised an eyebrow, impressed. This was indeed quite handy. She decided to utilize it for zombie extermination henceforth, capitalizing on the air itself. How convenient. Yet, she remained perplexed. This conscious energy seemed fundamentally different from the energy she had absorbed previously. Were they entirely distinct, or was this merely a refined version of the same energy? Such questions eluded her understanding. Since her rebirth, she had encountered numerous phenomena that had been foreign to her in her past life. the early emergence of mutated zombies. The energy orbs that only zombies and mutated beings could absorb from the fissures created by earthquakes, and the mention of the biting zombies that appeared before the outbreak. Each of these elements seemed to conceal the secrets behind the world's transformation into its current state. However, at present, Chu Yue felt like she was piecing together a puzzle, having only gathered a few fragments, rendering her unable to envision the complete picture. She exhaled softly, resigning herself to the situation, unwilling to dwell on questions beyond her comprehension. She was merely an ordinary person, not a scientist nor a leader. Her singular wish was to locate her parents and ensure their survival in this apocalyptic world. There were undoubtedly others who possessed a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of these matters. Why should she torment herself over mere fragments? With a wave of her hand, she recalled the energy orbs and returned to her space, where Gun had gone back to munching on bamboo shoots with a vengeance. Now even more selective in its choices. Chu Yue paid it no mind. Retreating to the bedroom of her RV, she shut the door and collapsed into slumber. She had no idea how long she slept, but when she awoke and returned to the small building, the surroundings were still enveloped in darkness. With a resigned sigh, she prepared herself to endure the long night ahead. Finding herself alone was undeniably tedious, so Chu Yue summoned the wind blade and practiced its usage tirelessly. She slashed, cut, jabbed, and thrust until dawn broke, by which time she had mastered the wind blade with remarkable finesse. After hastily consuming a bit of breakfast, she set off in her speedboat towards the distant mountains, finally able to escape the toxic waters of this area. Meanwhile, along a highway in the plateau, a vehicle emerged. Traversing the early morning light, this vehicle bore little resemblance to its former self. The front was dented, and the body was marred with dried blood and dust, indicative of the arduous journey it had endured. Inside, two individuals occupied the car, a young woman with disheveled hair resembling that of a dog-esque chew toy, holding a map and intently studying the route. Despite her disheveled appearance, her delicate features suggested that she had once been a great beauty. The driver, a middle-aged man with a robust build and a scruffy beard, appeared weary as he focused intently on the road ahead. The path was fraught with uncertainty, as dangers lurked around every corner and the challenges only seemed to escalate. The woman set down her map, turning to the man with irritation. "I told you not to take the prairie route. Look where we are now. If we had gone through the right province, we would have been there by now. The prairie route is so winding. How long will it take us to reach Lawn City?" The man did not turn to face her, maintaining his gaze on the road as he softly advised, "Dear, didn't we agree on this? Although it's a longer route, there should be fewer zombies on the prairie, which might save us time. Moreover, there's a greater chance of finding fuel at the gas stations there. I understand your impatience. I share it as well. But if we do not find a way to survive, how will we ever find our daughter?" The woman struggled to suppress her mounting anxiety. It was not merely impatience she felt. Each day, her heart was subjected to the torment of boiling oil. The original plan had been delayed for several days due to the rain, and now they had to take a longer route. She truly feared that her daughter would not be able to wait for them to come and fetch her. Yet, she also recognized the validity of her husband's words. With her parched eyes closed, she slowly exhaled and murmured, "I'm sorry, I know you are right. I just can't help it." The man nodded gently, reassuring her. "It's all right. We'll soon be able to access the national highway leading to the grasslands. You should rest for a while. You didn't sleep a wink last night." The woman nodded, leaning against the car window, her gaze lost in the fleeting scenery outside. The world had transformed into a realm rife with flesh-eating zombies and monstrous entities, and their daughter was thousands of miles away, leaving her parents feeling utterly powerless. How could she have thought that getting her daughter into that school was a good decision? Why did she agree to let her study so far from home?
Now,
she could only pray to every deity she knew, "Please, protect my daughter. Let her remain safe. Even if we cannot reach her in time, allow her to survive. You must live." Chapter 152. Having seen the message, the car was now rounding a bend, and the man had begun steering it onto the national highway leading to the grasslands. The woman sighed, closing her eyes in an attempt to sleep. But it wasn't too long before she jolted awake. In these days, whenever she shut her eyes, even for a moment, her mind was haunted by visions of her daughter trapped among the zombies, crying out for rescue. She understood that these were merely her nightmares, and she recognized that no amount of urgency would change their situation. With no planes or high-speed trains available, the only way to find their daughter was to drive through these arduous conditions. Staring blankly out the window, she gently adjusted her breathing. Stay calm.
Stay calm.
She could no longer afford to take her frustrations out on her husband. He was suffering just as much as she was. Suddenly, a massive billboard flashed by, emblazoned with a message in bold red spray paint. Chu Guanhao, Yu returned to Xing Bei from here. The woman felt momentarily stunned, but quickly snapped back to reality. Sitting upright and leaning against the window, shouting, "Stop the car. Chu Guanhao, stop immediately." The man slammed on the brakes, turning his head in alarm. "What's wrong, darling?" With trembling lips, she pointed at the billboard they had just passed, tears streaming down her face like pearls on a broken string, her voice quivering as she exclaimed, "Look, is that Yu? Did she write that?" Following her finger, the man's eyes fell upon the words on the billboard. A smile unfurled at the corners of his mouth as tears welled in his eyes, nodding vigorously. "Yes. Yes. It must be. Who else but our daughter would have left a message at Xing Bei? How clever of her to know we would come looking for her and to leave us a sign. Husband, Yu is alive. She is alive." The woman wanted to laugh, yet tears continued to pour from her eyes. She raised her hands to cover her face, taking a deep breath before turning to the man, still staring at the billboard in disbelief, and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Turn around. Our daughter has come back for us. We must hurry."
Chu Guanhao not dead for Ventin.
Right, turn around. Yu is heading home. She's coming back. Yu, wait for Daddy. Mommy and Daddy will be there soon. The battered car swung around and headed down the national highway, the rising sun casting a crimson glow of hope ahead. At midday, Chu Yue finally reached the highway. She selected an SUV from her spatial storage and drove towards the highlands. Uncertain of the route her parents would take, she guessed they would likely choose the road into the grasslands. If they did, they would surely see her message and turn back. However, she worried they might rush into heavily populated areas. Torn, she instinctively chose the path leading to the grasslands. She would drive to the end of that road, where countless billboards awaited. Surely, they would find one. If they didn't encounter any signs, it would mean they had taken a different route, in which case she would turn back and pursue them from there. "Mom and Dad, please choose this road." Due to the toxic rain, many who had been sheltering at home were forced to leave, flocking in groups towards various bases. The traffic was significantly denser than on their return trip. Chu Yue scanned every vehicle they passed with her mental power, acutely aware that any car could potentially belong to her parents, and she dared not let her guard down for a moment. As the sun began to set, Chu Yue furrowed her brow and gradually brought her vehicle to a halt amidst the vibrant red sky. Several cars ahead had also stopped, their occupants anxiously standing by the roadside, gazing at a rather spectacular sight. A large group of bizarrely shaped frogs was making its way across the road, blocking the passage like a flood. It was November, and the weather had suddenly turned cold. These creatures should have been hibernating, yet here they were, gathering in droves, sending a wave of fear through the onlookers. Even in the apocalypse, animals had retained their basic instincts. This was the fourth time she had witnessed such a migration today. The mutated animals ignored the delectable humans they usually craved, instead rushing westward. Something was amiss. What could be drawing them there? Looking up at the unusually crimson sky, Chu Yue pondered whether the true danger lurked beneath their feet. As the frogs crossed, the crowd hastily returned to their vehicles, the growing unease palpable. Chu Yue bit her lip and followed the convoy forward, seizing every opportunity to overtake the cars ahead, eliciting shouts and curses from those behind her. Dismissing their voices, she focused on the road ahead. She needed to cover as much ground as possible before any unforeseen calamity struck, for the path ahead might not be as easily traversable. As dusk approached, Chu Yue suddenly felt her vehicle losing control. She slammed on the brakes at the roadside, but the car behind her failed to stop in time, crashing into her rear and propelling her forward into the steering wheel. Yet, in that moment, no one could concern themselves with such matters. The surroundings were violently shaking, rocks and soil cascading down the hillside. Chu Yue pushed open her car door and stepped out, watching as the gap between the mountains widened, the road ahead crumbling away, with a nearby vehicle tumbling down the slope. It was an earthquake. Chu Yue was aware that heavy rains could trigger earthquakes, but she did not know the specific timing of such events. Seeing the fleeing animals and the abnormal red sky earlier had made her suspect that an earthquake might occur here. Yet, she never anticipated it would strike so swiftly. Chapter 153. The ground beneath her feet continued to tremble, with large chunks of earth occasionally collapsing from the hillside. As she looked around, the mountains rolled violently, trees and homes being obliterated in an instant. The entire world appears to be collapsing. The geological structure here is rather unique, with the mountains formed from accumulated loess. The recent torrential rains have rendered the soil loose in many areas, and landslides are frequently visible along the roads. The current earthquakes exacerbate the disintegration of these soil masses, with vast sections of mountains continuously crumbling, seemingly intent on swallowing all traces of humanity on this land. Those who disembark from their vehicles stand unsteadily on the highway, swayed by the tremors, clinging to the incessantly shaking car, crouching behind it while shivering in fear. In the face of nature's fury, humanity feels so insignificant that even ants seem more formidable. Chu Yue gazes at the fragments of rock and soil cascading down from the mountains like raindrops. Momentarily tempted to retreat into her space, yet she refrains. What good would it do to enter the space when she would ultimately have to confront this reality again? There is nothing here that poses an immediate threat to her life. She must find a way to weather this storm herself. Like others, she takes refuge behind her SUV, striving to evade the splattering debris. Time stretches on, perhaps an hour, perhaps just a few minutes, until the earth finally settles. Chu Yue shakes off the dust from her hair and rises from the ground. Glancing at the time, she realizes that what felt like an eternity was merely a span of 10 minutes. In this brief interlude, the mountains have been irrevocably altered. Most of them have collapsed, revealing the stark, bare loess beneath. Many sections of the mountain roads are now in ruins, some crumbled by the tremors, others buried beneath fallen debris. Gradually, the surrounding people begin to rise, though a few remain trapped beneath overturned vehicles, unable to extricate themselves. As they survey the devastation wrought by the earthquake, relief mingles with sorrow as they realize their paths forward are severed. Driving away from this place is impossible. Chu Yue casts a reluctant glance at her SUV but ultimately decides against stowing it away in her space. She retrieves her backpack from the vehicle, slinging it over her shoulders, and scans her surroundings for a more stable spot to begin her ascent of the mountain. Seeing her action, some others start gathering their belongings as well. With the roads in disrepair, driving is no longer an option. Abandoning their vehicles is a necessity. Given the magnitude of the earthquake, who knows if aftershocks will follow? It is best to leave as soon as possible. Yet, many others remain unperturbed, retreating into their cars, watching the pack-up efforts with bemusement. As dusk approaches, although no zombies are currently visible, the lurking threat of such creatures is ever present. Venturing out now, in this desolate wilderness, could lead to peril without a place to hide. With darkness falling and the mountains rife with precarious soil, one misstep could send them tumbling down. Leaving now would be tantamount to courting death. Better to spend the night in the relative safety of their vehicles and depart at dawn. Chu Yue disregards the others behind her, resolutely climbing the slope, her heart racing with urgency. The roads here are certainly impassable, and she can only navigate this disarray one step at a time. The earthquake's magnitude was significant, its impact likely widespread. If her parents were within the quake's reach, she could only hope they were fortunate enough to evade harm. When faced with zombies, humanity still has a chance to resist. But in the face of such a catastrophic earthquake, one is left to gamble on luck. What if her parents were inadvertently buried beneath falling debris? What if they suffered injuries from the falling rocks? The mere thought ignites a sense of anxiety within her. She must swiftly traverse this chaos. At this moment, more than ever, Chu Yue wishes her parents had taken a different route, bypassing the mountains entirely for the right province. At least they wouldn't be in the mountainous region, where the risk of encountering an earthquake would be significantly lower. She sprints up the hillside with remarkable speed, her agility enhanced by her ability, moving with such grace that she appears to fly across the terrain, leaving those behind her only able to perceive a fleeting shadow darting through the mountains. As twilight envelopes the landscape, Chu Yue covers a distance of over 10 kilometers, the surroundings eerily silent, leaving her seemingly alone on the vast expanse of earth. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she pauses to catch her breath. This simply will not do. Although she runs swiftly, the condition of the terrain is abysmal. Moreover, she has been using her mental energy to scan the vehicles along the way, searching for any signs of her parents, not neglecting even those that are collapsed or buried beneath the earth. The visible ones are manageable, easily discernible. However, those hidden beneath the soil require her to expend far more of her mental energy, transforming it into fine threads to probe through the dirt-esque crevices, which is quite taxing. As a result, she struggles to focus on her path, nearly stumbling off the mountainside several times. Uncertain whether to feel disappointed or relieved, she finds no trace of her parents along the way. A loud growl emanates from her stomach, prompting her to touch it. She realizes she hastily consumed her meals earlier in the day and truly needs to refuel. With a thought, Chu Yue enters her space and retrieves a box of food to eat. As she savors her meal, her mind races with ideas, rifling through her supplies to find a suitable tool that might aid her in traversing this stretch of road, allowing her the energy to concentrate on scanning the path ahead. However, after searching, nothing seems appropriate. After finishing her meal, she nibbles on a pack of jerky, gradually making her way toward the lake opposite. There, the giant panda is energetically bounding through the bamboo grove, moving with such agility that it seems to traverse the terrain effortlessly. Chu Yue, chewing on a piece of jerky, raises her eyebrows slightly. She has heard that the ancestors of the giant panda were once mounts for someone of significance, right? Chapter 154, Reunion. In the pitch-black night, across the vast expanse of earth, a lithe, robust figure races swiftly, its eyes glowing with a blue luminescence, its fluffy fur tousled by the wind as it runs, brushing against the girl seated on its back. The girl clings to its neck, eyes closed, intently utilizing her mental energy to scan the road below. Occasionally, she seizes the moment to sincerely praise it. Wow, giant panda, you're amazing. You run so fast and so steadily. You're far more impressive than I am. No wonder you can serve as a war god's mount. The giant panda, flattered by Chu Yue's compliments, seems momentarily dazed, suddenly accelerating its speed.
Oh, dear.
This fellow is indeed too kind. Not only does it take her out to play, allowing her to run freely, but it also acknowledges her superiority. Of course, it is more formidable than she is. But who is the war god anyway? Who cares? As long as it acknowledges its own greatness. Perched upon the giant panda, Chu Yue's praise is genuine. This delightful creature, when it runs, can truly be described as swift as the wind. It even surpasses the speed of a vehicle, and initially, her mental energy struggled to keep pace with its velocity. After running for most of the night, the giant panda has carried Chu Yue over 200 kilometers. And the road conditions here are markedly improved compared to before. It seems that the mountain she had traversed earlier was the epicenter of the earthquake. Having found no sign of her parents along this journey, Chu Yue feels a slight sense of relief. Gong Gong was brought back into the space, and Chu Yue rewarded it with a large apple. Gong Gong hugged the apple and gnawed at it eagerly, savoring its sweetness. Watching this, Chu Yue couldn't resist grabbing an apple for herself and leaned against Gong Gong to indulge as well. Before she could finish her apple, fatigue overtook her, and she fell asleep against Gong Gong. The mental energy she had expended during the night had truly drained her. Approximately 10 kilometers away from the location where Chu Yue had vanished into the space, the area had also been affected by the earthquake. The ground was fissured with numerous cracks, and a filthy vehicle had collided with the roadside guardrail. Sitting on the road was Chu Guanhe, bloodied and bruised, his face and clothes stained with crimson, the pavement beneath him soaked in his blood. Tears streamed down his face as he trembled, clutching his wife tightly in his arms. Her complexion was pallid, and a long gash marred her abdomen, a piece of guardrail embedded within it. You, the woman called weakly, her voice barely a whisper as she sought her precious one. Wife. Hold on, you will be okay, you will recover. We will find you together. The man wept uncontrollably, calling out his wife's name, fully aware that she was slipping away. He could not accept the truth. They had fought through hordes of zombies and escaped the jaws of the swiftly moving monsters. Why, at this moment, when they were on the brink of finding their daughter, must fate intervene to take her away? It was all his fault. When the earthquake struck, the road undulated like a turbulent sea. He had failed to brake in time, and the vehicle collided with the guardrail. The guardrail pierced through the passenger side, impaling his wife. After a frantic effort, he managed to cut her free from the metal. But he dared not remove the shard embedded in her abdomen. Without doctors or medicine, pulling it out would only hasten her demise. Yet even leaving it in, her life was gradually ebbing away, and he felt her slipping from his grasp. I can't hold on much longer, Chu Yue. Promise me, you will find Yu. You must find her. The woman's eyes fluttered, her strength waning as she implored her husband.
Wife.
He held her tightly, desperately trying to warm her fading body. Don't be afraid. Even if I die, I will always be with you. Her eyes closed, her consciousness drifting away. I'm sorry, my darling. Mommy can't come to find you anymore.
See you.
Hold on just a bit longer. If you're gone, you will have no mother. How can I explain this to her? The man broke down in tears, oblivious to the dangers of zombies and mutated beasts lurking nearby. In the tranquil space, Chu Yue awoke with a start. Had she just heard her father's voice? Surely, it couldn't be mere hallucination. She had never experienced anything like this in 2 lifetimes. It must be her father. Chu Yue exited the space, scanning her surroundings. The wilderness was eerily quiet, with only the sound of the wind. Her mental energy radiated outward, and she faintly detected cries in the wind. She saw him, her father, cradling her mother as he wept. Her mother was injured. Her mother was fading. Gong gong. Chu Yue summoned Gong Gong, pointing in the direction of her parents, urging it to race there as swiftly as possible. Hurry, Gong Gong, I beg you. Sensing her urgency, Gong Gong trembled and dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Moments later, her father's figure came into view. Father, mother, Chu Yue called out, her voice echoing across the distance. After 2 lifetimes, she finally beheld the silhouettes of her parents once more. Chu Guanhe was engulfed in sorrow, sobbing loudly, entirely oblivious to her cries. Yu. Suddenly, the woman in his arms opened her eyes, raising a hand to grasp his sleeve tightly. Chu Yue stopped crying.
It's Yu.
The man was momentarily stunned by his wife's sudden exclamation, halting his tears to listen intently as the wilderness echoed with her calls. Father, mother, it's Yu. It's our precious voice. Quicker than her husband, the wife struggled to push him away, weakly murmuring, Yu. Yu, where are you? Mother. In an instant, Chu Yue reached her parents, clearly seeing her mother's condition. Mother, her voice trembled as she rushed to her mother's side, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her mother was gravely injured. How much pain must she be in? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yue extended her hands, gently pressing them against her mother's wound. Healing light surged from her palms, racing into her mother's body. As the healing energy penetrated, it hastened to mend the torn flesh. Father, help me pull this shard out.
No.
We have no doctors or medicine. If we remove it, your mother will die. Chu Guanhe was terrified to move the shard, knowing that any shift would cause blood to pour forth. If he extracted it, you would surely bleed out. Father, I possess healing abilities. Quickly remove it. It's obstructing my mother's healing. Chu Yue poured every ounce of her power into healing, visibly accelerating the closure of nearby wounds. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chu Guanhe glanced at his daughter and then at his wife. Ultimately, he understood that even if he didn't remove it, she wouldn't last long. He trusted his daughter. With gritted teeth, he trembled as he pulled the shard from his wife's abdomen. Blood gushed forth, splattering both Chu Guanhe and Chu Yue, who urgently commanded, Father, remove your hand. That's all the stagnant blood that needs to be expelled. Hesitantly, Chu Guanhe withdrew his hand, watching as the healing light emanated from Chu Yue's palms and the wound gradually sealed. Yu, how wonderful! Mother, we finally found you. Chapter 155, Reunion. Ren Xiu gazed weakly at her daughter, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. So wonderful. I thought I would never see you again. She lifted her hand to caress her daughter, but faltered midway, her strength waning. A warm current surged through her, gradually warming her cold body. It felt reminiscent of lying in her mother's embrace as a child, so comforting that the excruciating pain of her injuries faded away. Yet, she knew she could not hold on much longer. Her hand fell limply, her eyes longing as they beheld her daughter's face, gradually closing. A single tear trickled down her cheek, disappearing into her disheveled hair.
Wife.
Mother.
Why?
Why is it that even though the wounds are nearly healed, my mother's breath and heartbeat grow increasingly faint? Mother, please, I beg you.
Do not leave me.
After all this time, I have finally found you. Chu Yue exerted all her strength to channel her healing abilities, and Si's wounds had indeed healed rapidly, including the injured muscles in her abdomen and the ruptured spleen. Yet, her eyes remained tightly shut, her breathing growing weaker, almost to the point of ceasing entirely. What should I do? What can I do? The wounds may have healed. But Chu Yue continued to pour her energy into her mother's body. Please, save my mother, I implore you. Tears streamed down Chu Yue's face. She did not know to whom she could turn for help. What good are healing powers if they cannot save my mother? My love, please do not sleep. Open your eyes and look at Yu, my dear. We are a family, and we cannot lose anyone. Chu Guanhao sobbed uncontrollably, wiping his face as he pried open his wife's mouth to perform artificial respiration. Suddenly, Chu Yue's hand pressed against the ground, sticky with blood. She examined the large pool of blood beneath her, then looked at her emaciated parents, and in that moment, a revelation struck her. Perhaps her mother's current frailty was not solely due to the wounds, but rather the result of excessive blood loss or malnutrition. She had no blood to give to her mother, as her blood type matched her father's, not her mother's. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yue bit her lip and retrieved a bottle of glucose and a syringe from her space. Drawing upon her limited memory of having seen an infusion before, she clumsily connected the syringe to the bottle, asking Dandan to hold the bottle for her as she rolled up her mother's sleeve and inserted the needle into a major vein in her arm. Rather than succumb to despair, she chose to take a chance, hoping her hypothesis was correct. Chu Yue managed to insert the needle with relative accuracy, and the glucose solution slowly flowed through the syringe into her mother's body. Chu Guanhao and his daughter held their breath, fixated on their mother's movements. Neither of them were doctors. They had no idea if this would be effective, but they had already pleaded with all the deities they could think of, hoping for a miracle. Dandan stood obediently behind Chu Yue, accompanying her and the unfamiliar man as they guarded Chu Ma. It did not comprehend the situation, but it could sense Chu Yue's distress and anxiety, and it could only offer its silent companionship. After a while, Chu Yue was elated to notice her mother's breathing had noticeably strengthened, and her heartbeat gradually regained vigor. This method worked. How fortunate that she had scavenged some medical supplies from a clinic earlier. It was truly a blessing. As he observed his wife slowly regaining her vitality, Chu Guanhao felt a wave of relief wash over him, but he was also nearing his limit. His body swayed backward, and he quickly steadied himself, holding his wife tightly. He then looked up at Chu Yue and said, "You, use your abilities to heal your father too. My head is pounding terribly." Chu Yue looked up closely and realized that the blood on her father's face was not entirely from her mother. There was a large gash on his forehead, and most of the blood had flowed from there. Although the bleeding had ceased, the area around the wound was severely swollen, and the gash was a gruesome sight. "Dad, why didn't you say anything sooner?"
I'm so sorry.
"I didn't see it. Are you hurt anywhere else?" Chu Yue cried as she questioned her father, reaching out to press her hand against his wound. The healing energy enveloped the area instantly. Chu Guanhao felt a gentle tingling sensation, and, to his astonishment, the pain that had rendered him numb was completely alleviated. He raised his hand to touch his forehead, and it was smooth, as if he had never been injured at all. He couldn't help but smile broadly, exclaiming, "My daughter's abilities are truly remarkable. She could easily be a divine healer." "Oh, sweetheart, please don't cry. I'm fine. I just bumped my head." He looked at his daughter, who was unable to contain her tears, and his voice trembled. He knew his precious girl had endured much hardship to finally find them. That brief separation of just over half a month had felt like an eternity, an agonizing ordeal for both him and his wife. Thankfully, divine providence had smiled upon them, and their beloved child had returned safely to their side. They were finally reunited. "Oh, Yu." Chu Guanhao reached out to stroke his beloved daughter's head, tears welling in his eyes as he touched her once more. The sensation was like a dream come true. On the second day of the zombie outbreak, he and his wife had embarked on the journey northward to find their daughter, carrying supplies. Throughout the journey, they had disregarded everything else. driven solely by the desire to locate her, facing near-death encounters with zombies numerous times. After being scratched by a zombie, he had suffered from a high fever and slept for 2 days. Upon awakening, he found his strength had inexplicably increased several-fold. It was only later that he learned he had awakened a power-related ability. He felt a thrill of joy, believing he could now handle any zombies he encountered. However, he soon discovered that the zombies were growing stronger as well, making their journey increasingly treacherous. But now, everything was well. Their daughter had returned, and she had awakened the healing ability that had saved both of them. What a blessing! Chu Guanhao pulled his daughter close, and Chu Yue embraced her father over her mother, resting her head on his shoulder. The three of them formed a tight embrace in the wilderness. Though no words were exchanged, the feelings of happiness and contentment enveloped them, embodying Chu Yue's deepest desires for 2 lifetimes. Chu Guanhao gently patted his daughter's back and looked up at the 4-bottle, utterly astonished that Yu had prepared such a thing.
Huh?
Why does it seem like the 4 stand is a bit off? In the surrounding darkness, illuminated only by faint starlight, Chu Guanhao furrowed his brows and peered closely, finally discerning the 4 stand behind Chu Yue. His eyes widened in shock. That was no stand at all. It was an enormous panda. Chapter 156, Many Abilities. Gon had been gazing down at Chu Yue, but sensing Chu Guanhao's gaze upon it, it lifted its head and let out a soft whimper. Chu Guanhao was startled by the panda's bright eyes and was further taken aback by its delicate whine. Why did this panda evoke a sense of Barbie the Mighty in him? Upon hearing Gon's sound, Chu Yue looked up and, noticing her father's astonished expression as he stared at Gon, quickly explained, "Dad, don't be afraid. This is Gon, my pet." "No, wait. It's my friend now." In her haste, she had forgotten to introduce Gon to her father, who wouldn't be frightened by such a large wild creature standing nearby, even if it was a panda. Chu Guanhao was momentarily at a loss. Though he could tell that this panda bore no malice towards them, it had been standing quietly behind Chu Yue, obediently holding the 4-bottle without moving. You really have a panda as a pet?" Chu Guanhao asked in a hushed tone, audible only to her. Chu Yue smiled gently and replied, "Yes, isn't it amazing? You don't need to worry, Gon is very well behaved." Indeed, it was quite well behaved. Chu Guanhao glanced once more at the obedient panda holding the 4-bottle, and he felt as though the world had become even more fantastical. This had been one of his childhood dreams. As she observed her mother's increasingly steady breaths, Chu Yue rose to her feet, took a few steps, and extricated the motorhome from her spatial realm, positioning it upon a relatively intact stretch of roadway. Chu Guanhao gaped in astonishment at the colossal vehicle that had suddenly materialized before him. What on earth was happening? Chu Yue opened the door and returned to take the 4-bottle from the hands of Gun, coaxing him back into the space, before turning to Chu Guanhao and saying, "Dad, let's carry Mom to the bed in the vehicle so she can rest." Guanhao, still in a state of disbelief over the appearance of the motorhome and the disappearance of Gun, began to seriously question whether he was dreaming. How could such magical occurrences exist in reality? Noticing the shock on her father's face, Chu Yue could not help but chuckle as she explained, "Dad, please retract your jaw. This is my spatial ability. I possess a vast space where I can store these items." "Spatial ability? Aren't you a healer? Can a single person possess 2 types of abilities?" Chu Guanhao queried, his surprise palpable. Despite his bewilderment, he slowly attempted to stand while cradling his wife, asking Chu Yue, "I don't know about others, but I have multiple abilities. I'll explain everything to you later." This matter was too convoluted to elucidate at the moment. Chu Yue intended to elaborate when they had more time. For now, the priority was to ensure their comfort. Initially, Chu Yue aimed to assist her father in standing, but after several futile attempts, Guanhao realized he could not rise. His clothes were soaked through with blood, and having sat on the ground with his wife for most of the night in the November chill, his body was rigid and icy. Chu Yue called Gun back out to help him hold the 4-bottle, then bent down to lift her mother from her father's arms. Guanhao was concerned that his daughter might struggle with the weight of her mother, but to his astonishment, Chu Yue effortlessly carried her. She reassured him, "Dad, I'll take Mom up first. I'll come back for you in a moment." Watching his daughter carry her mother toward the vehicle, followed clumsily by Gun, who was struggling to walk upright while holding the 4, Guanhao couldn't help but smile. His daughter seemed to have matured in an instant. He took a moment to gather himself before slowly rising from the ground and following them to the motorhome. Just as Gun's round body proved too cumbersome to enter the vehicle, Chu Guanhao took the 4-bottle and, with Chu Yue's help, boarded the motorhome. Inside, he marveled at the facilities. The vehicle was replete with everything, including a room that housed a large bed. The sheets were pristine white, and the mattress was soft, creating a dreamlike atmosphere for Chu Guanhao. Chu Yue gently placed her mother on the bed, hung the 4-bottle, and meticulously assessed her mother's condition. Confirming that she had stabilized, she replaced the 4 with a fresh bag of glucose before looking up at her still-dazed father and exclaiming, "Dad, why are you pinching yourself? Does it hurt? Haven't you had enough of that experience?" Guanhao touched his cheek, which he had just pinched, and sat at the edge of the bed, chuckling softly. "Indeed. It hurts, and it's real. Our Yu has returned, and with such extraordinary abilities. How wonderful." Before he could fully express his thoughts, Chu Yue set a table before him, placing a box of takeout on it. The meal consisted of 2 meat dishes and a vegetable featuring shredded pork with green peppers, stir-fried garlic stalks, and sautéed greens, complemented by a bowl of rib soup. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and Guanhao, who had not eaten well in days, felt his mouth water. "Dad, please eat something now. We can prepare a feast once Mom wakes up," Chu Yue encouraged, offering him chopsticks. She noted how thin her parents had become, realizing they must have gone without food for quite some time. Guanhao hesitated to take the chopsticks, instead asking Chu Yue, "Have you eaten?" Chu Yue nodded, replying, "I just had some. Please eat quickly." However, Guanhao remained skeptical. In this apocalyptic world, food was scarce. He insisted that Chu Yue eat first. It wasn't until she piled 5 or 6 more boxes of takeout on the table that he began to believe her. Finally, accepting the chopstick she offered, Chu Guanhao could not restrain himself and dove into the meal, savoring each bite. Since the outbreak of the zombies, he had not enjoyed a hot meal. Initially, they had managed to sustain themselves with the provisions they had brought, snatching up whatever they could find along the way. But with the incessant rain over the past few days, they had not dared to venture outside, leading to dwindling supplies. By the last day, they had barely anything left to eat. During their journey, they had found little food, and he had long been starved. Guanhao devoured the meal in a frenzy, finishing it in mere moments. Wiping his mouth, he glanced back at his wife, wishing she could have shared in this satisfying meal. Unfortunately, she remained asleep, and he lamented that she was missing out on such a feast. Once Chu Yue saw her father had finished eating, she urged him to wash up. This time, Guanhao resisted more vehemently, fully aware of how precious clean water was. He and his wife had only dared to moisten their lips. The thought of wasting water on a bath felt utterly extravagant, especially with uncertainty about where they would obtain water in the future. Chu Yue, with no other option, demonstrated her water-manipulating ability, filling the basin in less than a minute. Guanhao, somewhat numbed by the revelations of his daughter's myriad abilities, conceded. "All right, no more objections. Let us take a bath." In the following chapter, Chu Yue prepared a set of winter pajamas for her father, placing them at the door before returning to attend to her mother. Her mother appeared to be stable, but it was uncertain when she would awaken. She drew warm water and gently washed her mother's body. After several basinfuls, the initially clear water turned a deep crimson, sending a shiver of fear through Chu Yue. Had she not constantly maintained her mental fortitude, she might have never heard her father's voice and could have lost her mother forever. Fearful of causing further discomfort, she cleaned her mother gently, then dressed her in cozy, fuzzy pajamas. Afterwards, she lay down beside her mother, wrapping her arms around one of her mother's, burying her face in her embrace, relishing the rhythmic sound of her mother's heartbeat and the soothing warmth that enveloped her.
Mom.
After 2 lifetimes, I have finally returned to your side. After finishing his bath and changing clothes, Chu Guanhao returned to the room to find Chu Yue nestled beside her mother. He leaned against the doorframe, smiling as he gazed upon the 2 most cherished individuals in his life. Unable to satiate his longing for this long-missed happiness that brought a prickling sensation to his nose. Upon noticing her father's return, Chu Yue sprang up to encourage him to rest on the bed. Guanhao, aware of his strength, refrained from pushing back against her insistence. Yet Chu Yue was unrelenting in her efforts, easily maneuvering him onto the bed. He felt utterly exhausted, repeatedly instructing Chu Yue to call for him if she needed anything. But before he could finish his sentence, he had already succumbed to slumber. Chu Yue, emulating her father's earlier position, leaned against the doorframe, her smile unwavering as she gazed upon her parents, overwhelmed with joy. She was truly elated. The time has come to seek refuge with her parents in a secure base. Although she possesses ample supplies and a measure of competence, she is reluctant to venture outdoors with them alone. Beyond the lurking threat of zombies, the more insidious danger lies in the mutated flora. The recent downpour has irrevocably altered the ecological landscape of the world. Just 2 days after the torrential rains, the vegetation has begun to grow wildly, with the roadside weeds flourishing more exuberantly than in summer, defying the season that should induce dormancy. In a matter of days, these plants will overrun the roads, some even turning aggressive towards humans. Additionally, she remains uncertain about her mother's health and feels the pressing need to consult a doctor at a base. Thus, they must find a base to settle into. However, the question of which base to choose looms large. If circumstances permitted, Chu Yue would undoubtedly wish to return to the Shida base, their homeland.
Yet,
That is not feasible at present. It is simply too far. The nearest base appears to be the Shimping base. But reaching it requires retracing the treacherous path she traversed today. Most of the roads have been ravaged, leaving only precarious trails to navigate. Given her mother's current frailty, it would be unwise to attempt this journey. Therefore, they must opt for the relatively distant Geeky base. While the route also bears the scars of seismic destruction, a majority remains passable by vehicle. As dawn crested and the first rays of sunlight kissed the vehicle, Rensiu finally opened her eyes. She had been enveloped in a protracted dream where they had found Yu, who lay nestled beside her, calling out for her mother. In that dream, she was so blissfully happy that waking felt unwelcome. The air was thick with the delectable aroma of rice, warm and rich, accompanied by the sound of 2 voices conversing.
wow.
Dad, how is it that your porridge is more delicious than anyone else's? It smells amazing. Rensiu's spirits lifted at the sound of Yui's voice. How is it?
Tasty, right?
Have another bowl. I tell you, my culinary skills would outshine those of any 5-star hotel chef. There's an art to making porridge. Chu Guanhao's voice, brimming with pride, followed. Rensiu struggled to rise from her bed, stumbling to the doorway. Peering out, she found a kitchen where Chu Guanhao, apron-clad, was frying eggs while Chu Yue contentedly sipped rice soup. This scene mirrored their life before the apocalypse, causing her eyes to sting with emotion, tears welling up. Mother, you're awake, Chu Yue exclaimed, rushing to her side to help her back to bed. My dear Yu, Rensiu enveloped her daughter in a tight embrace, unwilling to let go. Mother, please don't cry. You mustn't cry. If you do, I will cry too. Chu Yue gently patted her mother, attempting to soothe her, recognizing the toll her emotions could take on her fragile health. Darling, please don't cry. Just lie down. I'll bring you breakfast. You have no idea how amazing our Yu has become. I can hardly speak when you cry like this. Chu Guanhao also approached, his voice soft as he comforted his wife. Let me hold you a little longer, just for a moment, my precious. Rensiu clung to her daughter, relishing the moment, finally holding her beloved once more. All right, just a bit longer, but please stop crying, okay? Chu Guanhao coaxed, gathering both mother and daughter into his embrace, his entire world in his arms. Rensiu felt a wave of discomfort as Chu Guanhao held her tightly, breaking free to allow Chu Yue to support her back to bed. Yes, her daughter had been found. She needed to focus on regaining her strength, or she would be unable to protect her daughter and might inadvertently become a burden. Once settled back in bed, Chu Yue set up a small table for her, while Chu Guanhao brought over steaming porridge, fried eggs, and a plate of vibrant stir-fried greens. Rensiu gazed in astonishment at the meal before her, then looked up at her husband. Where are we? How did you acquire these provisions? Chu Guanhao chuckled, ruffling Chu Yue's hair. This is not my doing. It is your daughter's ingenuity. As Chu Yue caught her mother's gaze, she urged, Mom, please eat while it's hot, and listen to me. Rensiu smiled and nodded, lowering her head to savor the meal. The porridge was sweet, soft, and rich in flavor, prompting a satisfied sigh. This was undoubtedly the best porridge she had ever tasted. Seizing the moment while her mother ate, Chu Yue recounted her journey from school, mentioning the kind strangers she had encountered along the way. However, They had all returned home now, and perhaps in the future, she could bring her parents to meet her friends. When Chu Yue mentioned the plan to head to Geeky Base, both parents readily agreed. As long as they were together, any place could be home. The destination mattered little. Chapter 158. The journey. Once Chu Mama finished her breakfast, the sun had risen high in the sky, and it was time to set forth towards the base. Chu Guanhao looked at the large RV with trepidation. The vehicle was cumbersome, and the roads were riddled with potholes from the earthquake, leaving him uncertain of his ability to navigate it. Yet, he was the only one in the family capable of driving, so he steeled himself to take the wheel. Before he could deliberate further, Chu Yue had already taken the driver's seat, starting the vehicle and propelling it forward. Alarmed, Chu Guanhao called out, Yue, let me drive. Stop the car. Chu Yue shook her head, responding without looking back, Don't worry, Dad. I can drive just fine now, although I don't have a license. There are no traffic cops around. Chu Guanhao was skeptical. Yue had never touched a steering wheel before, yet here she was, confidently driving such a large vehicle after only 20 days. However, reality was undeniable as Chu Yue maneuvered the RV with remarkable steadiness, hardly a bump to be felt. While he felt a wave of relief, it was accompanied by a pang of sorrow. Although Yue's account of her journey sounded effortless, he knew the path had not been easy for her. After breakfast, Chu Mama was firmly persuaded to rest back in bed. Chu Yue gathered some red dates, goji berries, and other nourishing items for her father to prepare a health-boosting meal for her mother. As Chu steered the vehicle down the cracked highway, this terrain was familiar to her from her previous life, and with her mental fortitude to assist her, she navigated with care. Her parents exchanged words with her from the cabin, and she maintained a smile throughout the drive. Had it not been for the concern of disturbing her mother, she would have eagerly cranked up the music. Just a day after the earthquake, the roads were nearly deserted, most vehicles wrecked, and few living souls remained. Occasionally, they encountered individuals laden with heavy bags seeking a ride, but Chu Yue drove past them with a neutral expression. When people leapt into the road to block her path, she pressed on, narrowly avoiding them as they scrambled aside, cursing as the vehicle passed. Initially, Chu Guanhao had considered stopping for those seeking a lift, but, however, when he overheard the curses of those who had passed by, he refrained from urging Chu Yue to stop the vehicle. During their journey over the past few days, they had encountered individuals completely devoid of moral integrity. It seemed that the advent of the apocalypse had unleashed the demons lurking within their souls, rendering some of them no longer deserving of the title of human. Who could possibly discern the true nature of those traversing these roads now? After approximately an hour of travel, a section of road lay ahead, buried by a landslide from the mountain above. Chu Yue alighted from the vehicle, surveyed the surroundings, and, upon assuring herself of their solitude, instructed her father to carry her mother while she stored the RV within her spatial ability. The only option left was to traverse the slope on foot. Although Chu Yue had previously demonstrated her spatial powers to her mother using a mere cup as an example, witnessing the RV vanish into thin air left her mother wide-eyed with astonishment. Unable to contain her excitement, she whispered to her husband, Darling, just how expansive is Yu's spatial ability? Chu Guanhe, bearing his wife on his back, chuckled. Did you not say it is as large as our entire neighborhood? Did you think she was merely boasting? No, I am simply taken aback. My dear, I have the feeling that Yu is concealing something from us. Could it be? A flicker of concern crossed Chu Ma's mind. Her daughter had transformed remarkably in such a short span, yet she often glossed over certain matters. Amid her joy, she couldn't help but worry whether her daughter had encountered any misfortunes on their journey. There's nothing to fret about, now that we are all together again. We have nothing to fear moving forward. Whatever challenges we faced in the past are inconsequential. If she chooses not to speak of it, we shall not pry. Though Chu Ma's worries remained unarticulated, Chu Guanhe understood them well, as he too harbored similar fears. Yet, he refrained from questioning his daughter, fearing it might distress her. He would wait until she was ready to share. Chu Yue walked ahead, absorbing every word of her parents' conversation. She chuckled to herself, wondering why they never entertained any positive thoughts for her. The earth on the slope had just collapsed, loose and precarious. One misstep could send a person tumbling down with the debris. With each careful step, Chu Yue found herself yearning for Qi Ming's earth-based abilities once more. Meanwhile, her father, terrified, urged her to switch places with him several times, requesting that she let him scout the path. "Comrade Chu Yue," she jested, "when one ages, one must accept their limitations and not attempt to wrestle with the vigor of youth." "Old? She dares to call me old. I am only 45. Chu Guanhe fumed at her words, complaining to his wife, "Compared to the two of us, you are indeed the elder. Stop your bickering and don't distract you." Chu Ma interjected, recognizing the precariousness of the steep incline and the loose soil that made it impossible for him to take the lead. Just follow along closely and focus on keeping pace. In truth, she yearned to walk on her own, feeling nearly recovered. But her husband and daughter insisted on treating her like a child, binding her to him with a rope, making her feel incapacitated. As they progressed halfway up the slope, Chu Yue suddenly spotted a throng of individuals rushing toward them. None of them drove vehicles, and only a few carried backpacks. They quickly reached the blocked section of the road, scrambling up the slope without an ounce of hesitation. The chaos of their ascent was alarming. Some reached the top only to dislodge clumps of earth that sent others tumbling back down. Yet, amidst the commotion, not a single voice was raised in conversation. As if a dreadful specter pursued them relentlessly. Chu Yue furrowed her brow, extending her mental energy outward. Despite her efforts, she discerned no imminent threats. What could possibly instill such fear in these people? She pushed her mental reach further down the road, extending it over a kilometer, until she discovered large pools of blood at the roadside. Yet, aside from the blood, there was nothing else. No corpses, no zombies, and not even a single mutated beast. Not even a sizable plant graced the barren landscape. Chapter 159. Mutated Flora. Chu Yue continued her search of the surroundings, even scrutinizing the grass at the roadside, but still found no sign of danger. Beyond the bloodstains and a few abandoned vehicles, the area was eerily tranquil, too tranquil for her comfort. With no significant discoveries to linger upon, she resolved to move forward. What could it matter? As long as whatever lurked in the shadows did not seek her out, she would not concern herself with it. Yet, a flicker of suspicion stirred within her. With no other routes available to turn back, and aware that any alternate path might harbor new dangers, they had no choice but to proceed along this road. If any malevolent entity sought to emerge from its lair, she would not mind collecting another crystal core. Observing the group still struggling up the slope, she called back to her father, "Dad, let us hurry, otherwise, they might crowd us." Chu Guanhe nodded, frowning at the chaotic crowd. These people should form a line and walk properly instead of scrambling about like that. The slope was steep, and already 2 or 3 had tumbled down. It was bewildering to witness their lack of strategy. Chu Yue and her father gradually ascended higher, determined not to allow those below to overtake them. It was then that the crowd noticed Chu Yue and her family. A middle-aged man, around 40, shouted, "Don't come over. Turn back. There are monsters that eat people behind us." Upon hearing this, Chu Yue quickly inquired, "Big brother, what kind of monster have you encountered? I see nothing behind you. Is it truly formidable?" Just as the man was about to respond, he was tugged by another, whispering urgently, "Second brother, what are you doing? If they pass, it's better for us. If the creature has food, it won't pursue us." The middle-aged man's face contorted slightly in indecision, but he ultimately chose silence. Lowering his head and continuing to climb, the one who had pulled him along glanced back at Chu Yue and said, "It's nothing. He's just trying to scare you. My brother loves to frighten people." Chu Yue cast him a sidelong glance, but opted not to press further, realizing there was little to be gained from additional inquiries. The two groups brushed past each other on the slope, and Chu Yue and her family finally reached the other side of the road. She turned back to observe the crowd, who had now reached the path that she had just cleared. They too seemed to comprehend the futility of their earlier chaotic ascent, forming a line and hastily making their way across the path she had opened. The road ahead was riddled with cracks, some sections of the concrete slab even lifted, making it challenging for small cars to navigate, yet it posed little difficulty for the high-clearance RV. Once Chu Yue extracted the RV and ensured her mother was settled, she started the vehicle and continued onward. Her mental energy remained vigilant, scanning the vicinity, for something surely lurked here, but it was adept at concealing itself, evading her detection. The vehicle swiftly approached the area marked by the pools of blood, and Chu Yue heightened her alertness. Yet, as they drove on for quite some distance, nothing emerged to threaten them. Chu Yue felt a flicker of confusion. Could it be that they were merely fortunate? having encountered a creature that had gorged itself and now retreated to slumber? As the vehicle continued its forward journey, her vigilance heightened. In such circumstances, one must never harbor a sense of complacency. Often, when one believes that danger has dissipated and relaxes their guard, calamity may ensue. Suddenly, the RV jolted violently, as if it had collided with something substantial, prompting Chu Yue to slam on the brakes. From the cracks in the concrete beneath the vehicle, numerous vine-like tendrils surged forth. These tendrils varied in thickness, the largest being thicker than a child's arm, while the slenderest resembled a phone charger, yet all were fervently advancing towards the RV, attempting to infiltrate its interior. Fortunately, the RV had been reinforced with metal-based abilities, rendering it impervious to the tendrils' immediate onslaught. What is happening?
主官now.
Who had been in the kitchen preparing nourishing chicken soup, rushed to the front, spoon in hand. Something is attacking us. Dad, stay with Mom in the RV. I'm going to investigate. Chu Yue informed her parents before leaping from the driver's seat. As she descended, several tendrils seemed to sense her presence and simultaneously reached out toward her. Summoning a blade of wind, she hurled it at the encroaching tendrils, which spun joyfully as they sped toward their target, severing the tendrils before they could draw near. The severed tendrils oozed a crimson sap, appearing to react to the pain as they hastily retreated through the cracks in the ground. A heaviness settled in Chu Yue's heart. 3 days of relentless rain had indeed heralded the emergence of mutated flora. These aberrant plants were notoriously troublesome, as it was challenging to discern which were aggressive. All vegetation was growing wildly, out of season, yet some, despite their towering stature, bore no threat, while others, unassuming in appearance, were lethal and merciless. When motionless, even those attuned to mental prowess found it difficult to identify the dangerous ones. Thus, despite her repeated searches, Chu Yue had failed to detect any signs of these entities. She had speculated that mutated plants could be responsible, yet the surrounding flora remained eerily still. Little did she know, the threat lay concealed beneath the earth, biding its time to strike. With deft control, Chu Yue wielded the wind blades to eradicate the encircling tendrils, including those ensnaring the undercarriage of the RV. The earlier jolt had been caused by several large tendrils entangling the vehicle's tires. These tendrils seemed particularly intrigued by anything that moved, dispatching a few to ensnare the wheels. Once severed, the tendrils retreated momentarily, restoring calm to the roadway. Were it not for the crimson sap pooling on the ground and the scattered remnants of severed vines, one might have doubted the existence of this menace. Noticing that the tendrils had withdrawn, Chu Yue extended her mental energy through the crevices in the pavement, probing the retreating vines. It appeared that their main body resided underground, and she was determined to ascertain its depth, hoping to unearth its lair. The tendrils retreated at least 10 meters before coming to a halt, coalescing into a ball-like mass of roots. Within this mass lay a plethora of animal remains, some human, reduced to mere fragments. Chapter 160. Wood Element Crystal Core. It seemed these roots could not transport their prey intact underground, resulting in their dismemberment. No wonder Chu Yue had failed to spot any nearby animals. She had assumed they had fled due to the earthquake, unaware that they had all fallen victim to this tree. Following the root's trajectory, she glimpsed the tree's appearance above ground. It was a robust specimen growing precariously on a steep slope. Its leaves had all but vanished, and the trunk was splintered, with scant bark remaining. An enigma of a tree, it nonetheless bore fresh buds, seemingly preparing for a resurgence. Contemplating her next move, Chu Yue turned back to the RV and prepared to drive away. The core of this mutated tree thrived within its extensive underground root system. Even if she were to sever its trunk with her wind blades, it would not harm its vital essence. To eradicate it, one would need to excavate deeply and extract its root mass to seize its crystal core. Such an endeavor would demand considerable time and effort. If only Qi Ming were here with his earth-based abilities, she might consider it, but alone, she dared not attempt it. Moreover, with her parents aboard, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. Taking advantage of the temporary retreat of the tendrils, she resolved to leave post-haste. Meanwhile, Chu Guanhao had intended to assist his daughter after informing his wife, but was met with the sight of a spinning blade whirling past the vehicle, severing all tendrils attempting to invade. Retracting his foot, he closed the door and returned to the RV's interior, recognizing that his daughter's abilities had indeed surpassed his own. It seemed she no longer required his assistance. Any further interference on his part might hinder her efforts, so he opted to comply with the plan and protect his wife. Just as he settled back in the cabin, the RV roared to life, lurching forward before abruptly halting once more. Thick roots surged from the ground, swiftly enveloping the RV and beginning to constrict, intent on crushing it. Chu Yue, now incensed, had maintained a positive demeanor over the past few days, initially wishing to let the creature be, but it appeared relentless in its pursuit. "Enough is enough," she declared, without hesitation. Chu Yue vaulted from the driver's seat onto the roof of the RV. The wind blades responded to her command, elongating into a formidable sword that she ruthlessly swung at the encroaching roots. Despite their girth, the roots could not withstand the force of her assault and were swiftly severed. This time, however, Chu Yue had no intention of letting them escape unscathed. "Dad, Mom, stay inside the RV. I'm going out for a moment," she called out before pursuing the retreating tendrils down the mountainside. Today, she was determined to claim that crystal core. On the steep slope, the half-dead tree stood solitary, surrounded by a wilting expanse of grass. Clearly, this tree was discerning in its diet, embracing a balanced approach to sustenance. As Chu Yue approached within 4 to 5 meters, the branches began to stir, elongating like whips toward her. Simultaneously, roots erupted from the ground, swiftly coiling around her feet. Chu Yue halted immediately, unleashing her wind blades, which split into midair to sever the advancing branches and roots. Remaining stationary, she focused her gaze, conjuring a lightning sphere the size of a basketball, which she hurled directly at the tree trunk. Upon impact, the sphere scorched the trunk black, sending wood chips flying. In the aftermath of the electric onslaught, only a smoldering stump remained. The roots of the tree that had emerged from the soil, intent on attacking Chu Yue, quickly retreated, curling tightly underground, not daring to reappear. It seemed this creature understood the concept of preying on the weak while fearing the strong, preserving its strength. Had it the audacity to engage in a fight, perhaps Chu Yue might have regarded it with a modicum of respect. However, encountering an opponent, it chose to withdraw into the earth, complicating matters for Chu Yue, who lacked earth-based abilities. Chu Yue strode towards the wooden stake, observing the now motionless ground, her brow slightly furrowed. "Where's your courage? Come out and face me in a life-or-death battle," she thought, feeling a twinge of frustration. She had just offered it an opportunity, yet it chose to feign death. Now it was too late. Deep in contemplation of her skills, she pondered whether she could unearth something capable of extracting the roots. Sometimes having an abundance of abilities proved to be a nuisance. Aside from her frequently utilized skills, she occasionally forgot that she possessed others. Just as she was about to continue her search, an epiphany struck her. Her wind blades could assume any shape. Although the root ball sprawled extensively underground, it contained but a singular core. She need not excavate the entire mass, merely retrieve the core. With this thought in mind, Chu Yue transformed her wind blade into a conical shape. The wind blade whirled rapidly, drilling down from the exposed wooden stake, swiftly penetrating the root ball. A torrent of crimson sap erupted from the stump, frothing and spilling across the ground, resembling fresh blood. Chu Yue manipulated the wind blade, stirring chaos within the root ball, which contracted tightly, seemingly attempting to expel the spinning blade. She sensed the wind blade's velocity gradually diminishing. Evidently, the sap within the root ball had some impact. Nevertheless, the root's heightened resistance indicated that she was indeed on the right track. Narrowing her eyes, she grasped a small knife, channeling her metal-based abilities to transform it into a long, slender wire, which she inserted into the hole made by the wind blade. Suddenly, the ground beneath her trembled violently as countless tendrils burst forth, launching an assault on her. Several roots surged from in front of her, ensnaring her body, yet Chu Yue appeared impervious, seemingly unaffected by their grip. Her focus was solely on the wind blade, which had finally made contact with a luminescent green core. She deftly coiled the thin wire around the core, pulling with considerable force until it was extracted. In an instant, all the roots that had been attacking Chu Yue collapsed to the ground, as if drained of vitality, losing their earlier vigor. She detached the roots clinging to her, retracted the wind blade, and, after a moment's hesitation, opted not to store the core in her spatial pocket, instead holding it in her hand, still bound by the wire. As she made her way back, before she could reach the path, she spotted her father, Chu Yue, descending the mountain. He had just heard a tremendous explosion and rushed to investigate, but from the road, he could see nothing of Chu Yue. Worry gnawed at him, and after exchanging a few words with his wife, he decided to descend in search of his daughter. Chapter 161. Chu Ma consumes the core. Not far along his path, he was relieved to see Chu Yue returning. Observing his daughter effortlessly leap up from below, it was evident she was unharmed, allowing him to finally relax.
Qiao?
What was that explosion about? He inquired. Nothing to worry about. I used my lightning abilities to strike a tree, Chu Yue replied, cheerfully presenting a half-charred branch to her father. Dad, I brought you a piece of lightning-struck wood. Chu Guanhe took the charred branch from his daughter's hands with a resigned smile. He recalled a time when he had actively sought lightning-struck wood, but that was for a friend, not for himself. It had been years ago, and he was surprised that his daughter still remembered. A wave of warmth surged through him, as if he were being cherished by a beloved child. Alongside the lightning-struck wood, he noticed a vibrant green core entwined in wire. Yue, what is this? He asked, eyeing the core curiously. Is it an emerald? Having been on the road for a while, and after encountering a few unsavory characters, they had refrained from mingling with others, leaving him unaware of the significance of the cores. This is a core. They can be found within zombie heads and mutated plants. They provide energy and can be exchanged for supplies. For those without abilities, consuming one may even awaken latent powers, Chu Yue explained to her father. If her mother could awaken abilities using this core, it would significantly improve her health. Chu Guanhe was momentarily taken aback before asking, there are cores in zombie heads too? Upon receiving a nod from Chu Yue, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret wash over him.
Oh my.
I've killed so many zombies without ever extracting a single head. What a monumental oversight. Had he harvested those cores to give to his wife, she might have awakened her powers long ago, and they wouldn't be in such dire straits.
Qiao.
Are you hoping to give this core to your mother to help her awaken her abilities? He guessed, noting her intention as she handed him the core. Chu Yue smiled and nodded, saying, cores from mutated plants have purer energy, increasing the chances of awakening. Let us find a safe place tonight for Mom to try it. Though it's not guaranteed to work, it's merely a possibility. Chu Guanhe laughed nonchalantly. Well, we'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll just go kill some zombies again to get more cores. Sooner or later, it will work. As the father and daughter conversed, they soon returned to their vehicle, where Chu Ma awaited them by the door. Ren Xiu felt a wave of relief wash over her as she saw them return. Having felt exhausted just walking a few steps and not daring to venture out in search of them, fearing she would only complicate matters for her husband and daughter, she grappled with a sense of self-disappointment, feeling ineffectual in a world fraught with dangers, unable to protect her daughter, and dragging them down like a burden. Although Chu Guanhe reassured her that everything would be fine and she would recover, she couldn't shake the feeling of being utterly useless. Once inside the vehicle, Chu Yue exchanged a few words with her mother before taking the wheel. Knowing that the wilderness posed significant dangers, they needed to hasten their journey to the base. Chu Guanhe escorted his wife back to bed, observing her low spirits, and he surmised what she might be contemplating. He proudly retrieved the core to show her, explaining its potential to awaken abilities. Upon hearing that consuming it could lead to awakening powers, Ren Xiu's spirits lifted. She was eager to devour the core immediately. Chu Yue, from the driver's seat, cautioned her, Mom, don't rush. Let us wait until we find a safer spot tonight. Also, this doesn't guarantee awakening. The chances are slim, so don't hold your hopes too high. Ren Xiu, absorbing her daughter's words, repressed her excitement, eagerly anticipating the night to arrive so they could find a place to attempt the awakening. Before her injury, although she lacked her husband's strength, she was still quite capable of dispatching zombies. She was determined to find her daughter, even if fear rendered her trembling. She would muster the courage to confront any zombies in her path. Over time, she discovered that as long as she was brave enough to fight, even the stiff zombies weren't so terrifying, provided she avoided being surrounded. After Chu Ba awakened his power-based abilities, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy watching his strength, which had grown several times greater than normal. Though Chu Yue warned her that awakening wasn't guaranteed, one could never tell. What if she were fortunate enough to awaken? On this day, they had not ventured far. Numerous landslides dotted their path, and they were ever at risk of encountering zombies that seemed to spring forth from the very ground. Fortunately, these were not particularly formidable undead, and the RV could easily plow through them. Only at the sites of landslides did they need to clear away the zombies manually. As dusk descended, they found themselves still traversing the rugged terrain, yet Chu Yue surmised that they would likely reach the solitary desert in Hong Province by the following day. Initially, Chu Guanhe attempted to assist Chu Yue by consulting the map, but he soon marveled at her uncanny ability to navigate. She seemed to possess an innate understanding of which roads led where. He was slightly astonished, as her previous performance in geography had been rather mediocre. Chu Yue discerned her father's puzzlement but chose to remain silent, for in her past life, she had thoroughly studied the atlas in her quest to return home. Committing all routes to memory, she had once believed that upon reuniting with her parents, she would weep and recount her harrowing experiences, whether it be her rebirth or the trials faced in the enigmatic realm. Yet, when faced with her father and mother, she merely understated her journey as smooth, mentioning the kindness of strangers, unable to confess that she had died once before. As the RV halted on a ridge, the last rays of the setting sun illuminated a distant village nestled upon the mountain, its cave dwellings adorned with arched entrances. After parking, Chu Yue returned to the cabin, where Chu Guanhe had prepared a meal for her. Despite her assurances that their supplies were plentiful, her father, haunted by the specter of hunger, refrained from overindulging. He had prepared a simple stir-fry of pork, a plate of spicy sour shredded potatoes, and a bowl of nourishing chicken soup from Chu Ma. As the family gathered for their first reunion meal, a sense of nostalgia enveloped them. After dining, Chu Yue noticed her mother's eager anticipation and promptly urged her father to allow her to consume the purified crystal core. The moment the core touched her tongue, before Ren Xiu could savor its flavor, it dissolved into liquid, leaving her with an unsettling emptiness. In Chapter 162, The Awakening of Abilities, Ren Xiu furrowed her brow, striving to sense the changes within her body. However, time passed without any discernible feelings. Both Chu Guanhe and Chu Yue watched her intently, their gazes sharp with expectation. Noticing her mother's prolonged silence, Chu Yue concluded that the attempt had failed. It seemed the wood-based abilities were ill-suited for her mother, and she would need to seek another crystal core in the future. Just as she was about to offer words of comfort, she observed a surge of green energy particles emanating from her mother's body, which began to gravitate toward her. Chu Yue furrowed her brow. If one needed to absorb energy particles to awaken abilities, then the expulsion of these particles might indicate her mother's inability to awaken. But why were they being rejected? Could it be due to her body's properties not accepting wood energy? What type of energy did her mother's body require? As she watched the green energy particles converge into her own body, a daring idea took root within her. She bit her lip, grasped her mother's hand, and tentatively began to channel various energy types into her. The golden energy particles were swiftly expelled, while the lightning energy jolted Ren Xiu, prompting Chu Yue to withdraw hastily. That was certainly not an option. However, when the water energy particles entered her mother's body, they remained, and Chu Yue felt her mother's body continuously absorb the water energy. She did not impede this flow, realizing her mother's affinity must be with water. As more and more water-based energy surged into Ren Xiu, she unexpectedly leaned back and fell onto the bed, slipping into a deep slumber. Seeing his wife faint, Chu Guanhe rushed to check on her, but Chu Yue stopped him. "Dad, don't touch Mom," she asked, likely awakening her abilities. If all goes well, she should awaken in a couple of hours. Those who consumed crystal cores to awaken abilities often fell into a brief stupor, but it was not long. Nor did they develop a fever. However, during the awakening process, one's physical constitution would be refined by the energy, a painful ordeal that the awakened must endure. Ren Xiu lay drenched in sweat, her brow furrowed, seemingly undergoing a torment of extraordinary intensity. Beside her, Chu Guanhe paced anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan, nearly blinding Chu Yue with his frantic movements. A light sheen of sweat dotted Chu Yue's forehead as she bit her lip, her gaze fixed intently on her mother. Her heart heavy with uncertainty, she chastised herself for the reckless notion of experimenting with various energies on her mother. What if something went awry? As time trickled by, after what felt like an eternity, Ren Xiu finally calmed, and after a moment longer, she opened her eyes. "Mom, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Chu Yue eagerly supported her mother as she sat up. Darling, how do you feel? Chu Guanhe chimed in, rushing to her side. Ren Xiu clasped Chu Yue's hand as she rose. She felt invigorated, the fatigue and weakness of earlier dissipated, replaced by a surge of vitality. With her palms slightly cool, she raised her hand, slowly gathering a handful of clear water. Chu Yue's brows arched in delight. Indeed, she possessed water-based abilities.
Chu Guan.
Witnessing the water in his wife's palm, erupted into laughter. My dear, you've truly awakened your powers. It seems our family has been extraordinarily fortunate to hit the jackpot. We shall never worry about a lack of water again, with two of us wielding water abilities. Ren Xiu, elated, leapt from the bed, declaring, not only have I awakened my abilities, but I also feel as if my entire being has been revitalized, brimming with strength. Seeing her mother bouncing about, Chu Yue finally relaxed, guiding her back to the bed with a smile. Mom, please sit. While awakening enhances your physical form, you must still take care of yourself. Nurturing your body will hasten your ability's progression. Understood. I shall heed your advice, Chu Guanhe. I shall need you to prepare some delectable meals over the next few days. I must replenish the vitality I've lost. For soon I too shall wield my abilities against zombies. Ren Xiu's voice brimmed with joy. Today marked her entry into the realm of the empowered. However, she then pondered aloud, but how can one combat zombies with water abilities? Am I to douse them with water until they feel chilled to the bone? After a moment of exuberance, Ren Xiu confronted a practical concern. You can manipulate water into various forms, such as arrows, as you advance. You may even control all water-based elements, including the brain matter of the undead. So, Mother, water abilities can be quite formidable. Prepare for battle and advancement. Upon hearing this, Ren Xiu furrowed her brow, concentrating as the water in her palm morphed into a slender arrow. Upon thrusting it against the RV wall, it pierced through, creating a small hole. Chu Guanhao watched with great enthusiasm, continuously praising her prowess, until finally, he was sent to the rooftop by Chu Yue to keep watch for the night. Considering that you had been exhausted from a long day and still needed to drive tomorrow, Chu's father decided that he would take the night watch himself. And no matter what you said the next day, he would insist on taking turns driving. Chu Yue urged her mother to rest. And as she watched her mother lie down, she exchanged a few words before stepping into the space. The first thing she did upon entering was to gaze up at the boy in the sky. Her parents were unaware, believing her abilities had awakened due to consuming the crystal nuclei, but Chu Yue knew otherwise. The reason her mother awakened her powers was that she had transferred energy from her own water abilities to her. Did she now possess the ability to awaken others' powers? This particular skill she had heard of in her past life. The sinister Jiang Yi had a secret weapon that enabled ordinary people to gain powers by consuming crystal nuclei with a 100 success rate. The device that later allowed Chu Yue to extract abilities for Qiao Shishi was also derived from that secret weapon. Thus, was her current capability a result of the luminous orb in the space, or the device that had exploded alongside her? Had she transferred her water abilities to her mother? It shouldn't be, since her water powers were still intact. Gazing at the orb in the sky, Chu Yue felt that the answers to the mysteries of this space and these abilities were intricately linked to her own secret of rebirth. Chapter 163. Returning home, Chu Yue had never considered herself particularly clever. Throughout her life, she had always needed to work diligently to achieve good results. In her previous life during the apocalypse, she had worked harder than most, and even after gaining abilities, she diligently trained in combat under Njia. Her mastery was forged in the crucible of fierce battles, earned through her own blood and sweat. She had always been a pragmatic person. In her past life, many formidable individuals emerged during the apocalypse, but she was not among them. She was merely an ordinary person struggling on her way home, never feeling that she could be so fortunate as to be chosen by fate for rebirth. She had always believed that her resurrection must have a purpose. The inexplicable space and the boy within it had to be connected to her rebirth, yet she could not comprehend the nature of this connection. Now that her parents were found and settled in the base, she planned to venture out to search for mutated zombies and collect crystal nuclei. She needed to bring that boy down from the sky. She had to uncover the truth of it all. After resting well in the space, Chu Yue returned to the RV and happened to see her mother attempting to practice her water abilities. Upon noticing Chu Yue, her mother curiously inquired, "Why are you back so soon? Did you go in just to take a look?" With a smile, Chu Yue explained, time in the space is different from outside. I actually had a long sleep in there. Her mother found it hard to believe, exclaiming, how is that possible? That sounds wonderful. Doesn't that give you much more time than others? Indeed. That's why my journey has been so smooth. Whenever I get tired, I can just sleep and eat in the space, then continue my journey when I'm refreshed. Isn't that delightful? Chu Yue settled beside her mother and continued, moreover. There is a vast land in the space that seems suitable for planting. Once we reach the base, I will find some seeds to try planting. If we can grow grains and vegetables, we won't have to worry about food anymore. Her mother became intrigued upon hearing about the possibility of growing things. Although her home gardening efforts had not been particularly successful, she had always been enthusiastic about planting. Can I help you with that? I'm quite good at growing green onions. Chu Yue shook her head, saying, not yet. I can't bring anyone in for now. Let us see if I can upgrade, and bring you in later. Don't worry, I'll save you a plot for onions. Her mother nodded, slightly disappointed. She wasn't particularly eager to grow things. She merely wanted to understand her daughter better. In just half a month apart, she felt that her daughter had matured significantly. While she was relieved that her daughter had adapted so quickly to the apocalypse, she also wished to have deeper conversations and learn more about her. As if her daughter had been away for far too long. After chatting with her mother for a while, Chu Yue climbed to the rooftop to find her father. Seeing her approach with a smile, Chu Dad felt a pang in his heart. Whenever you smiled at him like that, it usually meant she wanted him to do something he was reluctant to do. He quickly urged her to return inside. Why are you up here? You should be going to sleep. Dad, please help me with an experiment. Chu Yue said as she took his hand and began to slowly transfer energy from her metal abilities into him. Besides wanting to test whether she had the power to help awaken others, she also aimed to bestow her father with a capability for long-range attacks. In the early stages of the apocalypse, her father's strength ability might prove more useful than water or wood abilities. However, as time progressed, the levels of other abilities could continue to rise, while mutated zombies would become increasingly numerous and powerful. Thus, a strength-based ability reliant on close combat could become increasingly perilous. If he could acquire a nature-based ability that could evolve, it would provide greater security for him. Once the energy from her metal abilities entered Chu Guanhao's body, he absorbed it instantly. Chu Yue's eyes widened in surprise. She had surprisingly succeeded on her first attempt. Chu Guanhao looked at her in bewilderment, unsure of what his daughter was up to. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly collapsed with a thud onto the rooftop. Chu Yue hadn't expected her father to fall so quickly and hurriedly moved him to the sofa inside the RV. Chu Guanhao remained unconscious for over 3 hours before awakening, having indeed awakened his metal abilities. Upon realizing this was due to Chu Yue's power, he did not feel joy. Rather, his expression darkened as he quickly grasped her hands and asked, Yu, does anyone else know about this ability of yours? Chu Yue shook her head, replying, no, I only found out today. That's good. Chu Guanhao sighed in relief, his expression serious as he cautioned Chu Yue. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. If others find out that you possess this ability, it would spell disaster for you, do you understand? Seeing her father's anxious demeanor, Chu Yue quickly nodded. She certainly understood the allure this ability would hold for ordinary people outside. She would never dare to speak of it to outsiders. Chu Guanhao, still uneasy, added, don't even mention it to your mother. The fewer people who know, the better. Chu Yue felt a pang of emotion as she looked at her father. She never expected that the man who had always been open with her mother would say such a thing for her sake. The night swiftly passed, and as dawn broke, the RV set off once more, though this time their destination was no longer the geeky base. With her mother's abilities awakened and her health greatly improved, Chu Yue suggested they turn back to the Shuda base. Chu Dad and Chu Mom agreed. Returning to their hometown was certainly the best course of action. However, the route they had taken was now destroyed, and retracing their steps would require a long and perilous journey. Rather than continuing along the current path into the desert, it would be wiser to circumvent the desert and re-enter the Red Province from the other side. The journey ahead is fraught with numerous sinkholes, however. Since Mother Chu has regained her ability to walk unaided, their pace quickens considerably. By noon, the family arrives at the demarcation line between the earthen plains and the desert. The scenery here possesses a unique beauty, with the plains on one side and the desert on the other, creating a stark contrast between sand and soil. mountains and water. Red and green. However, this green refers specifically to the desert. Chapter 164. No Path Forward. The desert has become lush with vegetation, appearing less like a barren wasteland and more akin to a verdant meadow. The highway is nearly overtaken by grass, and the RV feels as though it is being tugged along as it traverses this overgrown terrain. In her previous life, Chu Yue refrained from venturing onto the grasslands due to the overwhelming presence of mutated animals and plants. Entering the grasslands was tantamount to walking into their lair. With virtually no supplies to sustain oneself, a journey to certain death. After heavy rains, she dared not approach the grasslands, believing the desert to be a safer alternative due to the scarcity of flora and fauna. She did not anticipate that the desert would now resemble a sprawling grassland, a development that bodes ill. Chu Yue accelerates, evading the encroaching tendrils of grass that seek to ensnare the RV's wheels. As she gazes ahead, the landscape unfolds into a sea of green. She wonders if those who once toiled to reclaim the desert would feel a sense of triumph upon witnessing this verdant transformation. Fortunately, the RV's significant weight prevents the wild grass from becoming a formidable obstacle. Even when it clings to the tires, it is swiftly severed, and any that persists is dealt with by Chu Yue's wind blades, posing little threat to their journey. After traversing for over 2 hours, the verdant grass gradually recedes, and they finally find themselves in the true desert. Upon entering the desert, a collective sigh of relief escapes them. The earlier grass vines seemed almost sentient in their attempts to obstruct their path, an unsettling sight. Aside from the sand and wind, nothing else exists in the desert. Aside from the yellow sand blown onto the road, this leg of the journey proceeds smoothly. Under such conditions, Chu Yue is capable of driving through the night, and whenever fatigue overtakes her, she can retreat into her space to rest. If she continues at this pace, they may emerge from the desert by tomorrow. Though there are no zombies to contend with, they dare not switch on the headlights. The desert is not devoid of danger. Should they attract the attention of a formidable mutated beast, it would only serve to waste precious time. During the day, Father Chu had taken turns at the wheel, but now he hesitates. Driving without headlights at night is beyond his capability, so he sits in the passenger seat, engaging in casual conversation with Chu Yue. Mother Chu, urged by the two to get some rest, decides against 3 of them staying awake and retreats to the back, intending to relieve Father Chu in the latter part of the night. In the dead of night, Chu Yue perceives the wind outside intensifying. The howling gale whips coarse sand and gravel against the windows, producing a cacophony reminiscent of torrential rain battering the glass. Is a storm brewing? Father Chu leans close to the glass, squinting to peer outside. Indeed, the wind is fierce. Chu Yue's expression darkens, within the range of her mental perception. An overwhelming cloud of yellow sand looms ominously. It is a sandstorm. Even their hefty RV struggles against the tempest, compelling Chu Yue to bring the vehicle to a halt and wait for the storm to pass. Mother Chu, not having been in a deep sleep, is roused by the noise and quickly scrambles to the driver's seat. What is happening out there? She queries, unable to see the external chaos, only hearing the wind's roar and the sound of sand and stones battering the windows. It's a sandstorm. We cannot proceed tonight. Let's just return to the back and get some sleep, Chu Yue suggests, rising from her seat to guide her mother backward. Father Chu follows suit, reflecting, "Thank goodness our vehicle is substantial. A smaller car would undoubtedly be swept away." Upon returning to the cabin and noticing that everyone is awake, Father Chu suddenly feels inspired to prepare a midnight snack. With nothing else to occupy them, Chu Yue proposes indulging in the hot pot she has longed for. Father and Mother Chu watch in awe as their daughter pulls an array of hot pot ingredients from her space, unable to suppress their salivation. Where on earth did this girl gather so many supplies? As the wind and sand rage outside, the RV remains a warm haven. The pot bubbles with an assortment of hot pot delicacies as the family gathers to converse and dine together. Through the steaming vapors of the hot pot, Chu Yue gazes at her parents, contentedly savoring their meal, and feels an overwhelming surge of happiness, nearly moved to tears. What of the apocalypse? What of the harsh, natural conditions? In this lifetime, she vows to remain alongside her parents until the end of days. The wind and sand continue to howl, showing no signs of abating, while the dawn that ought to break remains shrouded in darkness. Chu Yue glances at her watch again. It is nearly 10 in the morning. Yet the outside world is still engulfed in pitch black. Growing anxious, she considers the implications of this relentless storm. Should it persist, not only would their RV be buried, but the entire landscape of the desert would likely transform. The entrapment of the RV is a minor concern. Given a cover, she could easily extricate it. However, if the storm were to obscure the road, they would face a significant dilemma, as there is but one path through the desert, and without it, she might struggle to find the correct route back to the Red Province. Father and Mother Chu share her mounting anxiety. If the storm continues, they risk being entombed within the desert. Yet, their concern is futile. The ferocity of the sandstorm renders them unable to even open the car doors. The sandstorm rages until the following morning, gradually subsiding. When Chu Yue, along with her parents, ascends to the roof of the RV through the skylight, they find that yellow sand has nearly covered the majority of the vehicle's body. The exposed parts of the chassis are enveloped in a thick layer of fine sand, yielding beneath their feet like snow. I see some entrenching tools at the back. I'll retrieve them to clear the sand from around the vehicle. Otherwise, we won't be able to drive away, Father Chu states, glancing around before heading toward the rear. No need, Dad. I can just store the RV in my space and then bring it back out. Chu Yue quickly interjects, halting her father. Together with her parents, she descends the ladder to the ground, and with a mere touch, the RV vanishes from sight. With another gesture, the RV reappears atop the desert. Now liberated from the sand that had ensnared its wheels, even the fine sand that clung to its surface has dissipated. Father and Mother Chu raise their eyebrows, simultaneously giving their daughter a thumbs up. Well done, sweetheart. Chu Yue, beaming, invites her parents back inside. However, as she takes her place in the driver's seat, her smile fades. The storm has buried the road completely. From the cockpit, all that stretches before her is an endless expanse of yellow, with dunes rising and falling like ocean waves. Chu Yue purses her lips. The path has vanished, and they can now only navigate the desert by gauging a general direction. Father Chu studies the map with Mother Chu for a while before ultimately deciding to abandon the original route. Instead, they will cut straight through the desert towards the Red Province. Fortunately, the RV is equipped for desert travel. After a few trials, Chu Yue gains a grasp of how to utilize the differential lock and interwheel lock. The RV begins to move once more, forging ahead into the vast desert toward the Red Province. Chapter 165, Lost. After driving for over 3 hours, Chu Yue glanced at a road sign partially buried in yellow sand, revealing only the top half of a character, and frowned slightly. If she wasn't mistaken, this was the same sign they had encountered when they first entered the desert. Logically, if they had been traveling in a straight line, even if they hadn't yet exited the desert, they should have been nearing its boundary by now. Yet, it seemed as if they had retraced their steps. Chu Yue halted the vehicle, disembarked, and approached the sign to clear away the sand covering the top character. Indeed, the inscription on the sign indicated the place they had seen upon entering the desert. Yue, doesn't this mean we've turned back? Chu Dad followed her out, standing beside her and contemplating the sign with a furrowed brow. He shifted his gaze from the sign to the sky. It was past 1 in the afternoon. Yet the sun had not emerged following the sandstorm, leaving the sky shrouded in a gray haze, the nature of which, whether it was overcast clouds or lingering sand, remained uncertain. When they had set out in the morning, they had proceeded directly south according to the compass in the vehicle. With such a fine motorhome and top-notch performance specifications, the compass should not have led them astray. So why had they returned to a location they had traversed 2 days prior? Yue, can you show your watch to Dad? Chu Guanhao mused, his thoughts racing. Chu Yue's watch also featured a small compass, known for its reliability. She removed the watch and handed it to her father, now harboring doubts about the vehicle's compass. Otherwise, how could they have arrived back at this point? Chu Dad took the watch back to the vehicle and compared the compass on it with the one in the car. Both pointed in the same direction, confirming that there was indeed no issue. Dad, what's the verdict? Chu Yue had followed him back to the vehicle, peering up at her father as he examined the watch. It seems there's no problem, Chu Guanhao remarked, preparing to leap down from the vehicle while keeping his eyes fixed on the watch's compass. Just as he jumped, he suddenly noticed that the needle of the compass had inexplicably spun around with his movement. How could this be? This compass isn't some cheap trinket. The needle shouldn't be loose enough to turn just because I jumped. Chu Guanhao, skeptical, held the watch aloft and jumped a couple more times, and indeed, Each leap caused the needle to spin in tandem. Chu Guanhao, what is going on? Is there something wrong with the vehicle? Chu Mom emerged from the cabin, observing her husband's peculiar behavior, and inquired hastily. Chu Guanhao halted, glancing at his wife, and handed the watch back to Chu Yue, his voice taut with concern. The compass is genuinely malfunctioning. Chu Yue took the watch, scrutinizing the needle's position before looking up at the sky, her brow furrowing in worry. Her mental energy could reach out for at least 50 to 60 kilometers, yet now, extending her perception, all she encountered was boundless yellow sand. Logically, this desert had been well managed in recent years, and such an expanse of sand should no longer exist. Yet the yellow sand they faced now was far broader than depicted on the map. In this vast, desolate desert devoid of sun or trees, with a malfunctioning compass. How could they discern the way out? What? The compass is faulty. Are you suggesting that after driving for so long, we've been heading in the wrong direction? Chu Mom's expression turned to one of shock, realizing the gravity of their predicament. Chu Guanhao turned to his wife, nodding in agreement. They were indeed off course. What do we do now? Let me think. How do we navigate in a desert? The sun. Wait. Why isn't the sun out? Chu Mom anxiously paced beside the vehicle, searching for a way to ascertain their direction. How about we use that road sign as a reference and head back? At least we can find a path that way, Chu Guanhao suggested to Chu Yue after some contemplation. That seems reasonable. It's better than wandering aimlessly in the desert. Chu Yue replied, mentally retracing their route. If all went well, she should be able to steer the vehicle back to the area that had transformed into grassland. Having reached a consensus, the three climbed back into the vehicle, and Chu Yue drove in the direction they had come from. After more than another hour of driving, they were still surrounded by yellow sand, with no sight of the verdant grassland they had previously encountered. Chu Yue closed her eyes, summoning her maximum mental energy output to extend her range to nearly 70 kilometers, yet still found no sign of hope. The desert loomed larger and more desolate, as if they had fallen into a sandy trap, unable to escape. Frustration brewed within Chu Yue. She was confident she had been heading in the right direction. With her back to the sign, it seemed implausible that they could have strayed. She even speculated that they might already be on the grassland, but the sandstorm had obscured it from view. She delicately unfurled her mental energy like fine threads, probing beneath the sand. If her suspicions held true, it would be the best outcome. Following this path could surely lead them out of the desert. The gaps between the grains of sand were minuscule and utterly chaotic, making it challenging for her mental threads to navigate downward. After probing for over 20 meters, she encountered rock layers, compelling her to retract her energy. This was dire. They had indeed taken the wrong path. Beneath them, there was not even a trace of grass roots, let alone an expanse of grassland.
Dad.
Do you think it's possible that the road sign was blown away by the wind? Chu Yue turned to her father in the passenger seat, her expression a mixture of intrigue and concern. Chu Guanhao's brow furrowed deeper. They had spotted the road sign shortly after passing it, yet now, having traveled for more than an hour with their backs to it, all he could see was desert, which was baffling. Chu Yue's suggestion struck him like a revelation, and his face paled. Of course, with such fierce winds, that road sign could very well have been swept into the desert. That meant they had been chaotically wandering in the wrong direction all along. A wry smile crept onto Chu Yue's face. After all their efforts, they had been futilely busy. But Chu Dad could hardly find humor in the situation. The entire family was trapped in the desert, with no clarity on when they might escape. Chapter 166. What is that? Observing her father's distressed expression, Chu Yue realized that if she continued to smile, he might just scold her. She quickly composed herself, offering words of comfort. Dad, don't worry. We have food, water, and shelter. There's no need to rush. Let us wait for the sun to rise. Once it does, we can find our way. The sun will never lead us astray. To her surprise, she found this idea rather sensible. They had ample supplies to sustain themselves in the desert. Without the threat of mutated plants and with the vast openness around them, any mutated creatures would be easily spotted, making both defense and cleanup convenient. Indeed, it was far safer than outside. Chu's father cast a sidelong glance at his daughter. Although Chu Yue's thoughts were somewhat bleak, he could not deny that they truly had no better alternatives at present. The RV remained stationary in the desert, while the family of three busied themselves preparing a feast, steaming countless buns and packing numerous lunchboxes. Chu's father was nearing the completion of roasting the marinated ducks that Chu Yue had prepared. Once they reached the base, it would likely be far less convenient to cook, lest they attract unwanted attention. Thus, they took advantage of this lull to prepare meals for the future. After working hard, they would take breaks to play cards or chess, finding joy and fulfillment in their days. Chu Yue ventured to suggest to her parents that perhaps they should simply settle in the desert, as it felt safer here than in some of the bases outside. However, her parents disagreed. Although they lacked for nothing and enjoyed each other's company, they felt that while they could endure such a life in their later years, Chu Yue, at merely 17, was on the cusp of adulthood. Would she truly spend her prime years trapped in this desert? What would become of her when they were gone, left alone in this desolate place? If she were to emerge from the desert only then, how would she adapt to the outside world? These were concerns that her parents wished to avoid. The world outside was indeed perilous, but they did not view their daughter as a submissive victim of fate. They hoped for her life to embody greater possibilities, rather than mere survival. After being reprimanded in turn by her parents, Chu Yue reluctantly set aside her aspirations of establishing a home in the desert, continuing to await the rising sun alongside them. Days passed, and Chu Yue marked another line on the door, with the previous marks. Today marked their 4th day stranded in the desert. Recently, her menstrual cycle had begun, and her parents forbade her from working. Bored, she sat on her bed, instinctively using her mental energy to scan the surrounding sand dunes. She was so weary of idleness that she found herself wishing for an encounter with a mutated creature of the desert. Even a small scorpion would suffice. Suddenly, her mental focus sharpened as she noticed movement atop a sand dune. A group of about 10 individuals emerged, struggling to maneuver a large machine across the sandy terrain. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that they were soldiers. What could soldiers possibly be doing in this desolate desert? One of the men lost his footing and tumbled down the dune, prompting the others to halt and call out to him. 2 individuals dropped the rope they were holding and rushed after him. "Chunhao, are you alright?" they called as they reached the fallen man, helping him up from the sand, their concern evident. Chunhao, panting and with cracked lips, his face covered in dust, gazed up at his anxious squad leader. His voice hoarse and weak. "Squad leader, I can't move anymore. Don't worry about me, just go. Don't say such nonsense. No one gets left behind. Come on, I'll help you up, we're all going back to the base together." The squad leader, rugged and determined, spoke firmly yet softly, his lips splitting and bleeding anew with each word, staining the dried blood on his face. His eyes were red-rimmed from exhaustion. After speaking, he hoisted Chunhao onto his shoulder. Another soldier quickly supported Chunhao from the other side, and the 3 of them laboriously ascended the sandy slope. As they climbed, Chunhao murmured in protest, "Don't mind me, just go on without me." His comrades remained resolute, focusing solely on their ascent. The slope was not particularly steep, and soon they neared the top, where others quickly extended their hands to help pull them up. Once atop, the squad leader gestured for a brief respite, stating, "Rest here for 10 minutes. Everyone take a sip of water." They all released the ropes they had been gripping, their palms raw and bloodied. Leaning against the machine, they retrieved their nearly empty water bottles, cherishing every precious drop. With no idea of when they might exit this endless desert, they knew they had to conserve their meager supply. "Squad leader, why aren't you drinking?" One soldier, sitting beside the squad leader, asked, puzzled by his closed eyes. "I don't feel the need," the squad leader replied, his eyes remaining shut as he uttered the words. "Oh," the soldier sighed softly, turning away. How could he not feel the need? If there were enough water, he could easily down an entire bottle. He understood that the squad leader aimed to conserve their dwindling supply. They had all run dry, yet the desert stretched endlessly before them. The squad leader opened his eyes, gazing at the machine they were leaning against, anguish evident in his expression. This machine had cost the lives of over 20 comrades, yet now, burdened with it, they might not only fail to transport it but also risk the lives of the remaining soldiers. The mission was crucial, but the lives of these soldiers were paramount. With gritted teeth, the squad leader resolved to make a difficult decision. The 10-minute break soon came to an end, and the squad leader rose, calling out hoarsely, "Everyone, drop the machine and move forward as quickly as possible."
What?
The soldiers gazed in disbelief at the squad leader. How can we abandon the machine? It was earned at the cost of lives. Exactly, squad leader, it's the last one we have. We must return it to the base, no matter how difficult. They all refused to relinquish the ropes, fully aware that the squad leader's order was meant to ensure their survival. Yet, after enduring so many days, perhaps with a little more perseverance, they could still find a way out. This is an order. Drop it and move forward. If we manage to survive, we can come back for it. If we all perish, it will be lost to us forever. The squad leader squeezed his eyes shut against the sting of tears and began to walk away. The soldiers exchanged glances, reluctantly and slowly releasing their grips on the ropes. Suddenly, one soldier pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look! What's that?" Chapter 167. Old Pickled Vegetables. Everyone turned to follow his gaze, witnessing a colossal vehicle resembling a monstrous beast cresting the sand dune, slowly approaching them. A vehicle? It's a vehicle.
Goodness.
What a massive machine. It rivals our heavy tanks. Could it be a rescue from the base? Though it doesn't quite seem like it, everyone. Remain vigilant. The squad leader furrowed his brow, observing the approaching behemoth with a serious demeanor, acutely aware that the bizarrely enlarged desert and the sudden appearance of such a large vehicle were not mere coincidences. As the vehicle came to a stop mere meters away, two figures emerged. The first was a tall, robust man, impeccably groomed, standing in stark contrast to the dusty, disheveled soldiers. The second was a petite girl, seemingly young and soft in appearance, exuding an aura of innocence, lacking any semblance of threat. However, Captain Yang remained vigilant. Since the apocalypse began, he had encountered seemingly harmless individuals during his missions on more than one occasion, yet danger often lurked behind such facades. In the wake of the cataclysm, many had entirely abandoned their moral compass. He had lost numerous comrades to such people, making it exceedingly difficult for him to trust strangers again.
Chu Yue?
A soldier behind Captain Yang suddenly spoke up. What's going on? Do you know them? Captain Yang did not turn around, his gaze fixed intently on the two individuals descending from the vehicle. It seems to be Chu Yue, the soldier exclaimed, excitement palpable in his voice. Captain, she's the remarkable girl who saved us during the zombie tide at Zhuohe Bridge. The soldier was thrilled to unexpectedly see his idol again in the desert, yet he refrained from acting impulsively. As they spoke, the two figures, Chu Guanhao and Chu Yue, approached them. Chu Guanhao stepped forward with a smile, addressing Captain Yang. Gentlemen, everything all right? I'm Chu Guanhao. We, too, are lost in this desert.
Come.
Let us get you into the vehicle for some rest. Chu Guanhao was genuinely pleased. After serving 6 years in the military, he felt an instant kinship with anyone in uniform, akin to family. Captain Yang observed the two men discreetly, suddenly inquiring, has this brother served in the military? Chu Guanhao paused, surprised by the question. How did you know? It's been many years since I left the service. I've almost forgotten everything. You haven't forgotten. Your stride was remarkably precise as you approached, Captain Yang replied with a faint smile, intending to engage further with this robust man. However, the soldier behind had already turned to Chu Yue, exclaiming, You truly are Chu Yue. Chu Yue turned to the soldier, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She could not recall having met him before. Noticing her puzzled expression, the soldier hurriedly introduced himself.
Qiao.
At Zhuohe Bridge, you saved many of us. I was injured at the time, so you might not have seen me, but we all remember you. Qiao spoke with such fervor that blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet he seemed oblivious to his injury, grinning broadly. Oh, I remember now. You were the one who got scratched on the stomach. Come, let us get you into the vehicle for some rest, Chu Yue said, wincing at the sight of his bleeding lip, and quickly beckoned the soldiers to board the vehicle alongside her father. Qiao was elated that Chu Yue recalled him, casting a hopeful glance at Captain Yang, silently conveying that she was a good person. Captain Yang's eyes flickered. These two individuals appeared to pose no threat. It would be prudent to accompany them into the vehicle. If their intentions were genuinely benevolent, that would be ideal. If not, despite their current fatigue, this group of soldiers was not to be trifled with, and it was certainly better than struggling through the desert. As Captain Yang and Chu Guanhao exchanged introductions while moving toward the vehicle, Qiao leaned closer to Chu Yue, bombarding her with questions.
Chu Yue.
Where are your two friends? Weren't you supposed to be heading back to Shudi? Have you found your family? What brings you here? Listening to Xiao's barrage of inquiries, Chu Yue momentarily regretted her decision to rescue them. This soldier's talents were wasted in the military. He would be better suited for census duties. They've all gone home. That man up front is my father. I thought your leader was Captain Chen? Why has it changed to someone named Yang? Chu Yue replied, vaguely addressing Xiao's questions before curiously inquiring. Captain Chen is a good man. I hope nothing has happened to him. It's wonderful that you found your family. Speaking of Captain Chen, let me tell you, it was a miracle. Xiao exclaimed, excitement bubbling over despite the pain in his throat. You won't believe it. When we returned, every injured person awakened their abilities, which has never happened before. Those who awakened their powers were organized into new teams, and I was separated from Captain Chen and the others. Oh, that is splendid. Let us get in the vehicle, Chu Yue interjected, noticing Xiao's eagerness to elaborate and hurriedly ushered him inside. The vehicle's luxurious interior astonished everyone. It resembled a finely furnished suite. Captain Yang discreetly surveyed the surroundings, even taking note of the restroom. Inside the vehicle, apart from a woman, there were no other occupants, and they appeared to resemble a family enjoying a leisurely trip before the apocalypse. The provisions had been neatly arranged prior to their arrival. The cabinets held only instant noodles, self-heating pots, biscuits, and bread. The scent of instant noodles permeated the air, as if they had just been consumed. Old sour pickled cabbage. One soldier sniffed, whispering to a companion. Even the aroma of such inexpensive noodles was irresistibly enticing to them, and the scent elicited a trickle of saliva in their long dry mouths. The soldiers, exhibiting remarkable politeness, stood rigidly in the clean vehicle, unwilling to sit. Recognizing their hesitance, Chu Guanhao, a former soldier himself, understood their reservations. He stepped onto the circular sofa and surveyed it before turning to Captain Yang. With Captain Yang's wariness having eased significantly, he was touched by Chu Guanhao's gesture and invited everyone to sit down. Chu's mother poured each soldier a bowl of water, but they all protested, insisting they could not accept their water. Water was a precious commodity in these times. A single bowl for each of them might deplete their reserves, and they could not bring themselves to do such a thing. Please drink up. My wife is a water ability user. We have no shortage of water, Chu Guanhao urged. Noticing the soldiers' reluctance. A water ability user? The group turned their attention to Chu's mother, and Captain Yang's eyes sparkled with newfound interest, as though he had glimpsed his dream companion. Chapter 168. The Geeky Base. Chu Guanhao quickly positioned himself protectively in front of his wife, sensing the soldiers' regard for her, which stirred a sense of urgency within him. Captain Yang, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his previous actions, lowered his head to sip from the water, reviving his spirit after so long without hydration. Once he raised his head, he began to converse candidly with Chu Guanhao. It turned out that the machine they had transported was a large water purification unit. After the torrential rain, the water had been contaminated, leading to a severe shortage of potable water at the base. Unlike other bases, Geeky was vast and sparsely populated, with few towns. Originally, this was considered an advantage, as it meant fewer zombies. However, this characteristic had become a fatal flaw. The scarcity of towns translated to limited reserves of drinking water. While the number of survivors continued to grow, the base had no choice but to issue tasks for individuals to search for bottled water and stored, uncontaminated water, while simultaneously dispatching Captain Yang and his team to the purification plant by the Zhuo River to retrieve a water purifier. Their journey to the site had been relatively smooth. However, as they transported the equipment back, they encountered an exceptionally formidable mutated zombie. After sacrificing over 20 individuals, they were compelled to venture into the desert, finally managing to elude the mutated zombie. Yet, on the second day within the desert, they encountered a sandstorm. The tempest buried their vehicle, and while they initially attempted to excavate it, the vehicle only sank deeper with each effort. After considerable struggle, they managed to retrieve a single machine, which they could only drag back to the base on foot. The base was critically low on water, and the conditions for those inside were scarcely better than in the desert. Even if they succeeded in bringing back the water purification machine, its ability to produce potable water remained uncertain. However, the water conjured by the water elementals was drinkable. To Sergeant Yang, the presence of Chu Ma, who possessed such abilities, was far more valuable than the machine they had risked their lives for. As Sergeant Yang spoke, he extended an invitation to the Chu family to relocate to the Geeky base. He urged them, saying, the Shuda base is too distant, and the journey perilous. Moreover, the floods may not have receded yet. Why not accompany us back to the Geeky base? Our base occasionally sends supplies via helicopter to Shidu, and once the situation stabilizes, I can arrange for your safe passage. Surely, this is far safer than attempting the journey alone? Desperate to persuade them, Sergeant Yang painted an enticing picture. While helicopters were indeed available, the likelihood of them transporting individuals was minimal. He was determined to bring them to the base, confident that they would choose to stay. The treatment of water elementals at the base was exceptionally favorable, ensuring a life of comfort for the family, a luxury unimaginable for ordinary people in this apocalyptic world. Who could refuse such an offer? Hearing about the possibility of flying back to Shidu, Chu Yue felt a flicker of temptation. No one understood the arduousness of the journey home better than she did. However, with her spatial abilities and ample resources, along with both her parents possessing powers, they could return at their own pace, without necessarily relying on the helicopter. Regardless, they felt compelled to assist the soldiers trapped in the desert. Having seen them, they could not turn a blind eye to their plight. They too were ensnared in the desert, where the magnetic field seemed disrupted, rendering their compass useless. Days passed without the sun showing its face, leaving them directionless and confined to waiting for daylight to resume their journey. Chu Guanhua did not respond directly to the suggestion of leaving but pointed out their current predicament of being unable to exit the desert. This is not an issue.
Sergeant Yang replied confidently.
In our team, Lisa can accurately determine direction without any aids. As he called out Lisa's name, a bashful young soldier sprang to his feet and saluted Chu's father. Instinctively, Chu's father stood at attention and returned the salute. Once he regained his composure, Chu Guanhua felt an unexpected wave of nostalgia surge within him. With someone capable of identifying direction, their situation had suddenly improved. Sergeant Yang directed his team to secure the machine with ropes to the back of their vehicle, and they set off in the direction indicated by Lisa. Once they were seated again, Chuma served each of them a small bowl of cooked pickled vegetable instant noodles. Although the soldiers swallowed hard, they declined to eat, understanding that a bowl of noodles was a luxury in their current plight. They had already been grateful for the ride and water they received. Consuming their food would feel like an imposition. With determination, Sergeant Yang insisted everyone eat. They had finished their last compressed biscuits the previous afternoon, and it had been over a day since they had any sustenance. Even the strongest could not endure such deprivation. Upon exiting the desert, they remained uncertain of what awaited them. Nourishment was essential to regain strength for the journey back to the base. Whatever they consumed would be compensated later with food or crystal cores. As Chu Yue drove, she found Lisa's indicated route perplexingly winding, leading her to question its accuracy. She suspected Lisa might have miscalculated in his enthusiasm for the noodles. Nevertheless, Lisa remained steadfast in his conviction. Eventually, as twilight approached, Chu Yue glimpsed the desert's edge in her mental vision, with the sun setting in the distance. They were finally about to escape the desert. A sense of dread washed over her. Perhaps their entrapment had a deeper complexity than initially perceived. Chu Yue had previously attempted to drive in a straight line, reasoning that such a course would surely lead them out, yet reality proved otherwise. What she perceived as a straight path was not genuinely linear. This desert functioned like a trap. Once ensnared, escape became nearly impossible. Had they not encountered Sergeant Yang and Lisa, whose unwavering sense of direction was unaffected by external disruptions, they might have remained forever lost in the desert. By the time they finally emerged from the desert, night had fully descended. After some deliberation, they found an open area along the national highway to spend the night. The night passed relatively peacefully, with any errant zombies swiftly dealt with by the soldiers on watch. The next day, after several hours of travel, the gates of the Geeky base finally appeared before them. Chapter 169. Chu Ma supports the family in comparison to many official bases. The Geeky base was not particularly large. It had primarily served as a training facility prior to the apocalypse, with a modest military presence. However, during the outbreak of the zombie crisis, it happened to be conducting assessments for new recruits, resulting in a military force of over 20,000 surviving personnel after the initial chaos. A queue of individuals awaited entry at the base gate, many of whom had previously sheltered at home, believing they could survive as long as they had food. However, as the zombies evolved and vegetation mutated, their circumstances forced them to seek refuge at the base. The sight of their RV drew attention. Such a large vehicle was a rarity, both before and during the apocalypse. Sergeant Yang disembarked and spoke briefly with the guards at the entrance, allowing the RV to proceed directly into the base. Last night, Chu Yue and her parents had discreetly discussed the matter of entering the base. Returning to Shudu was indeed challenging, since they had arrived at the Geeky base. It seemed prudent to settle there temporarily and await the gradual reopening of routes to other bases before attempting to return. Upon unloading the water purification equipment at the experimental center, staff members began to assess and modify it to determine if it could eliminate toxins from water. As soon as the machine was offloaded, a military officer adorned with 3 stars approached urgently to inspect the newly acquired equipment. Sergeant Yang briefly explained the challenges they faced on the journey and led him to introduce the Chu family. This officer was Minister Lin, the logistics head of the Geeky base. In the current environment, the logistics department bore the greatest burden and pressure. With tens of thousands of survivors and soldiers, the base relied on the military and willing survivors to scour nearby towns for supplies. Ordinary survivors worked within the base, earning points to exchange for resources, and operations ran relatively smoothly. However, following a deluge, the vegetation had thrived and mutated, contaminating the water supply, and even the vegetables previously cultivated at the base had been rendered useless. Fortunately, the mutated plants were more manageable. With thousands of personnel, they had cleared the base of the mutated flora within 2 days. However, water remains a significant dilemma. The base is abruptly confronted with an acute water shortage. Forget about daily necessities. It is a stroke of fortune if each individual can secure enough water to sustain life. While one can endure several days without food, the absence of water is unbearable. Although the base has organized its water manipulators to collectively distribute water, their numbers are woefully inadequate. Even with their utmost efforts to dispense water daily, it remains far from sufficient to quench the thirst of tens of thousands. In recent days, potable water has become an unattainable luxury, even for those with points to exchange. Minister Lin is in a state of palpable distress, flitting about like an ant on a hot pan. He harbors great hopes for Captain Yang and his team, who have ventured out in search of purifiers, eagerly anticipating their return. Upon hearing they had returned with machinery, he rushed over, only to find a single unit. Although slightly disappointed, he recognized the tremendous effort it took for Captain Yang and his team to procure even that one machine. He expressed gratitude to the Chu family who had rescued them. Though perhaps due to the weight on his mind, his thanks seemed somewhat perfunctory. However, upon learning that Mother Chu was a water manipulator, Minister Lin's demeanor transformed instantly. He grasped her hand warmly and exclaimed, "Ah, welcome, welcome. We are thrilled to have your family join us at our Geeky base. My dear lady, I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to work in our logistics department. Rest assured, as long as you accept this position, your family's food and lodging will be fully provided, along with a monthly salary of 1,000 points." Mother Chu was taken aback by Minister Lin's sudden enthusiasm. Feeling the pressure of his grip and unable to suppress a nervous chuckle as she attempted to withdraw her hand, unaware of his own strength, Minister Lin assumed her hesitance stemmed from reluctance and quickly added, "If you have any reservations, please voice your conditions. Anything within my capability is negotiable." Father Chu, observing the exchange, stepped forward to separate his wife from Minister Lin, extending his own hand instead and smiling. "Minister Lin, greetings. I am Chu Guanhao. I hope for your continued guidance in the future. Ha ha ha." Though Lin still held Father Chu's hand, his gaze remained fixed on Mother Chu. Over the past 2 days, he had become almost obsessed with securing water and failed to perceive Father Chu's subtle intentions. Mother Chu smiled gently at Minister Lin, saying, "I have no conditions. I can start working once we are settled." Since their family had decided to stay at Geeky Base for a while, securing a job that would provide for their accommodation and meals was indeed a blessing. They could not merely subsist at the base. Furthermore, Yu had mentioned that honing one's abilities required continuous practice. In recent days, she had been diligently training her water manipulation skills, practicing both defense and offense with water, filling the RV's water tank and storing additional supplies in her spatial realm. Now, assisting the base with water distribution would serve as excellent training. Excellent. I shall arrange everything for you immediately, Minister Lin exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Captain Yang and his team had indeed made a remarkable haul, not only returning with a water purifier, but also with a water manipulator. With Minister Lin as assistants, the process for the Chu family to enter the base was astonishingly swift. Their identification cards were delivered directly to them, and they were assigned a well-furnished two-bedroom apartment. Given the scarcity of housing within the base and the absence of nearby villages or towns to incorporate, most survivors were engaged in construction work. Currently, many survivors did not have private accommodations and were crammed into communal sleeping quarters. The Chu family as immediate assignment to a two-bedroom unit was indeed a fortunate consequence of Mother Chu's abilities. Before Mother Chu could fully explore their new home, Minister Lin whisked her away to familiarize her with the work environment, evidently intent on ensuring she contributed some water before the day's end. Meanwhile, Chu Yue parked the RV in the designated area, planning to retrieve it under the cover of darkness later that evening, unwilling to leave it unattended outside. Not far from the parking lot, inside a dimly lit building, a gathering was underway, with none other than the esteemed 90-year-old academician Long seated at the center. The attendees were fixated on a thick glass bottle on the table, faintly glowing green, within which tiny green specks danced. Chapter 170. If there is war, call us back. A man seated to the left of academician Long withdrew his gaze from the bottle, approached the window, and drew back the curtains, exhaling deeply as he steadied his excitement while gazing outside. A recreational vehicle was slowly entering the parking lot. It appeared somewhat familiar. Having parked her vehicle, Chu Yue exited the parking area, observing her surroundings. She had never visited Geeky Base in her previous life, nor had she heard of it. However, the nearby Chongqing Base had fared rather well in subsequent developments. As she strolled, Chu Yue overheard survivors frequently discussing the acute water shortage, lamenting the absence of drinking water. Yet, everyone appeared remarkably composed, with no extreme reactions. Evidently, the management at Geeky Base was commendable, with her parents provided for within the base, and her mother's status as a water manipulator, ensuring their protection. She felt reassured to leave them in the base's care, while she sought mutated zombies for crystal cores. She needed numerous mutated crystal cores. The secret of her spatial realm loomed over her like a heavy stone, leaving her restless until resolved. As she continued her walk, Chu Yue noticed a crowd gathered around a wall, spotting her father among them. She approached him, joining in their collective gaze. The wall was inscribed with densely packed names, and several individuals were currently etching new ones onto it. This was the Hero's Monument, a tribute to those who sacrificed their lives for the establishment of the base, with each name representing a lost life. Father Chu glanced at his daughter who had joined him, his voice low and somber. Chu Yue was slightly taken aback. Despite visiting numerous bases, she had never encountered one that honored fallen individuals in such a manner. The wall bore not only the names of fallen soldiers, but also those of ordinary citizens who had perished during missions, with a significant disparity in numbers favoring the soldiers. Currently, the names being inscribed were predominantly those of military personnel. The onlookers wore expressions of sorrow. In this unexpected apocalypse, it had been these soldiers who carved out a path for their survival, providing them with a safe haven. Yet, their security came at the cost of the names etched upon that wall. Did you hear? The names being carved now belong to those who perished while seeking water purifiers. A man beside Chu Yue whispered to his companion. Of course, I am aware of this grave matter. Even saw the large vehicle transporting the purifiers today. Once we have the purifiers, we shall finally have water to drink. The other replied softly, gazing at the wall. Indeed, at last, we will have water. This damned fate seems intent on extinguishing our lives. If it weren't for that rain poisoning the water source, so many would not have had to sacrifice themselves for a purifier. Alas, who could argue otherwise? Let us hope for divine mercy. May no further calamities befall us. Heaven forbid you speak such ominous words. As the day waned, the majority of individuals had concluded their workday, and the crowd around the modest hero memorial grew increasingly dense. People gathered spontaneously to pay their respects to the fallen heroes. Chu Yue observed the assembly with profound admiration for the leader of the Geeky base. It was no wonder that, despite the water supply being cut off within the base, many endured, consuming only a mere sip of water each day, yet continued to labor without uttering a single complaint. beneath the rows of names that had grown cold, in the face of the hope that these names represented. Who could dare voice grievances? On the journey home, Chu Ba remained notably silent, lost in contemplation. Chu Yue could sense her father's preoccupation, and gently inquired, "Father, is something troubling you? Are you worried about mother?" Chu Guanhe looked at his daughter with concern, managing a faint smile as he replied, "I am perfectly fine." Yet, the forced smile did little to assuage Chu Yue's worries. It hardly conveyed a sense of tranquility. At dinner, the father and daughter received 2 meager portions, which were, in truth, merely 2 cans and 2 loaves of bread. With the water scarcity in the base, even the water included in self-heating meals had been salvaged for drinking, rendering the cooking of rice impossible. The 2 cans, rich in their contents, were considered a luxurious treat, a benefit bestowed upon them by Chu Ma. It was past 8 when a soldier finally returned Chu Ma home. Had she not returned soon, Chu Yue had contemplated seeking her out. Upon her arrival, Chu Ma collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. Minister Lin had claimed he would take her to observe the worksite, but upon arrival, he had merely prepared an enormous barrel for her to test the water flow. Once she began, the task extended late into the night, and even when her powers dwindled, others provided her with crystal cores to replenish her energy. Chu Ma had never worked so tirelessly before, and the exhaustion was overwhelming. However, as the fatigue gradually subsided, she sensed that her abilities had indeed strengthened. Minister Lin was pleasantly surprised by Chu Ma's prowess. The amount of water she had dispensed in 4 hours was nearly equivalent to what other water-based abilities could manage in an entire day. Concerned that the grueling work on her first day might leave Chu Ma with a negative impression of the base, he had sent her home early, ensuring her safe return. The family exchanged insights about their experiences at the base. Chu Ba observed his wife and daughter, hesitant to voice his thoughts. Noticing her husband's troubled demeanor, Chu Ma furrowed her brow, understanding that he was grappling with something significant. "Chu Daihe, if you have something to say, please do not hesitate," she urged. Called out, Chu Ba raised his gaze to his wife, steeling himself as he declared, "My dear Yu Yu, the base is organizing a team of abilities to gather supplies from the nearby city, and I wish to join them." Both Chu Yue and Chu Ma were taken aback by his assertion, with Chu Yue urgently interjecting, "Father, that is far too dangerous. You mustn't go." However, Chu Ma did not rush to dissuade her husband. Instead, she calmly asked, "Chu Daihe, have you made up your mind?" Upon seeing her father nod, Chu Yue cried out, "Mother, why aren't you stopping father?" Having traversed 2 lifetimes to reunite with her parents, she had longed to ensure their safety, providing them with a secure environment so she could pursue her own endeavors without worry. The thought of her father facing perilous situations in the city filled her with dread. She could not bear to lose either of them. Gazing at Chu Yue, Chu Ba's expression softened. "Yu Yu, I understand your fears for my safety, but I am a soldier at heart. Though I am retired, the spirit of a soldier is etched into my very being." He reached out to gently stroke his daughter's hair, which was bristling with anxiety, and continued, "In the early days of the apocalypse, your mother and I were worried for you, so we gathered our belongings to find you. Now that I have located you, and both you and your mother are safe within the base, I can rest easy." Chu Guanhe looked at his daughter with unwavering resolve. "When the nation calls, I cannot shirk my responsibilities. Should a battle arise, I shall return at once. Yu Yu, this is my steadfast belief."